Inside Jiangsu Number 2 High School, the atmosphere is heavy. On a blackboard, bold letters remind everyone. Only one day left before the unified exam. At the front of the room, Teacher Chun Fan delivers his final instructions. He tells the liberal arts candidates to ready their stationery, then turns sternly toward the martial arts candidates, reminding them to prepare their combat gear and weapons. He warns that the martial arts exam isn't just difficult, it's deadly. Anyone whose awakened ability is below D rank, he urges, should think twice before signing up. From his seat, Su Jingming lets out a faint smirk. He knows the warning is meant for him. Inwardly, he reflects on his situation. Somehow, he has crossed into this new world called Blue Star. Technology here is almost the same as his old world, but it's plagued by vicious, man-eating beasts. To fight back, humanity relies on awakened powers, gifts that surface at age 16 and are ranked from F all the way to S. Most people never awake beyond F to D grade. Su Jingming's own power flickers in his hand, a spark of faint lightning. His ability is E rank, weak electricity. Disappointingly, it's no stronger than a cheap stun baton. As he broods, his desk is tapped. Huang Tan, a blonde-haired classmate, leans in with a sneer. He asks if Su Jingming still dares to take the martial arts exam. Mocking him as E-rank garbage will only drag down the school's reputation. With a smirk, he tells Su Jingming to just stick with liberal arts. If he does, maybe one day, he could be a clerk working under Huang Tian's company. Before Su Jingming can respond, Lin Xingwan rises from her seat. She cuts Huang Tian off, telling him to mind his own business. Huang Tian scoffs at her defense and vows to prove himself during the exam. As he walks away, he throws one last vicious remark over his shoulder, predicting Su Jingming will die in the exam field. Once he's gone, Lin Xingwan turns back to Su Jingming, her voice softer now. She tells him not to take Huang Tian's words to heart, suggesting that choosing liberal arts might not be such a bad path after all. Su Jingming stays quiet, deep in his own thoughts. His eyes drop to his exam registration form. On it, his ability is clearly listed, E-rank elemental. In the Great Daxia Kingdom, the education system is split into two paths. Those with weaker powers can take the safer route of liberal arts, living an ordinary life. But the martial path, it's a gamble with danger at every step. For the martial exam, students are sent into restricted zones where savage beasts await. Only by surviving can they earn entry into an ability user university. Inside those institutions, years of harsh training can turn even someone ordinary into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming understands why both Teacher Chun Fan and Lin Qingwan worry for him. They fear the outcome if he dares to step onto that battlefield. But he also knows the truth. Running won't save him. The beasts won't stop coming. That thought pulls him back to a memory burned deep in his heart. A beast tied from years ago, a small boy kneeling on the ground, crying over the lifeless forms of his parents. Powerless, broken. That pain fuels him even now. He refuses to be that helpless child ever again. Gripping his registration form, his eyes harden with resolve. No matter what, he will face the martial arts exam. As the sun dips below the horizon, Su Jingming is inside a training hall. His hands tighten around a long spear as arcs of faint blue electricity crawl across its shaft. With a loud shout, he swings hard, lightning bursting along the weapon's edge. Again and again he repeats, pouring everything into his strikes until his body gives out. Exhaustion hits. He yawns wide, then slumps onto the floor, the spear clattering beside him. Staring at the ceiling, he mutters about his fatigue. For 2.5 years, he has trained with this spear, yet his mastery is still stuck at the beginner stage. He remembers the technique he bought, Lightning Gale Break. The price was steep, 300,000, but at least with it, he believes himself a little stronger than the average E-rank awakened. Still, the grim truth lingers. Year after year, the death toll for students below D rank grows higher. That knowledge only hardens his resolve. If he wants to survive, if he wants to step into an awakened university, he must fight with everything he has. Pulling himself off the ground, he walks toward a machine. His fist clenches as he reaches for its panel. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flickers into existence before him. System activating. His eyes widen. Shock floods him as the display shifts again. Newbie gift package available. Claim. Lying there in disbelief, realization hits. Could this be it? The legendary cheat system that all transmigrators dream of? His shock quickly gives way to excitement. A grin stretches across his face as he thinks about what rewards might await. The system doesn't make him wait. The contents flash before his eyes. An S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. For a moment, he is completely speechless. An S-rank ability, the rarest of the rare. In a nation as powerful as Dacia. Possessing an S-rank ability means immediate recruitment by the top universities and cultivation into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming is left stunned by the revelation. His heart pounds with disbelief, but also with hope. All his life, he carried the label of E-rank trash. Yet now, this system had handed him a chance to rewrite his fate. His lips curl into a determined smile as faint sparks of his old weak electricity flicker across his palm. Claim. He accepts the gift without hesitation. In the next instant, 3 system windows unfold before him. Newbie package claimed. 200 ability points credited. S-rank ability. Purple Cloud, Thunder, God Lightning. Now distributing. The surge begins at his core. Energy floods directly into his heart. The sensation is unbearable, like being ripped apart from the inside. Violent purple lightning bursts through his body, shredding his shirt as if paper. A progress bar flickers in his vision, crawling upward as the storm within him grows wilder. The room cannot withstand the eruption. Windows shatter outward, walls crack, and debris scatters. Outside on the street, passers-by freeze at the sight of the explosion of light. A woman points upward in shock while her child tugs at her sleeve, asking what's happening. A young man fumbles with his phone, frantically urging someone to call the fire department for the Shu family's son. Inside, Su Jingming thrashes as the process climbs past 50%. His cries are drowned out by the roar of thunder. On the streets below, people watch as the sky itself darkens. Clouds twist and churn, and from them emerges a colossal dragon woven entirely from lightning, its body stretching across the heavens. The sight draws the attention of powerful figures. In a high-rise, one man wonders aloud if a terrifying beast has breached the city. Elsewhere, a military commander barks orders, mobilizing Jiangcheng's 3rd Legion in a high alert. The dragon above lets out a silent roar, then dives downward, its massive form collapsing into a torrent of energy that pours straight into Su Jingming's body. He screams one final time, then the progress bar blazes to full. Ability transformation complete. The violent storm ends in an instant. The oppressive pressure vanishes, leaving the training hall in ruins. Su Jingming remains standing amid the wreckage, chest heaving, sweat dripping. Slowly, he lifts his hand. Blue and purple lightning coils tightly around his fist, sparking with destructive intent. A confident grin forms. This was no longer the feeble current of a stunned baton. This was raw power, enough to obliterate with a single strike. But as his gaze shifts around the room, his excitement dims. The windows are gone, the walls fractured, the floor scorched. The commotion had been far greater than he intended. Relief flickers in him at the thought that he managed to suppress part of it. Then his eyes return to the floating system screen. The reminder of the second reward remains. 200 ability points. What are these used for? He mutters, reaching out to touch the interface once more. The system's voice explains, ability points are earned by slaying fierce beasts. They can be spent to strengthen his body, his spirit, and his skills. A sly grin spreads across Su Jingming's face. A cheat system this straightforward was everything he could have hoped for. Open system panel. At once, a detailed status screen unfolds before him. Name, Su Jingming. Level, unranked awakened. Ability, S-rank, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Ability points, 200. With the unified exam just one day away, his gaze sharpens. He knows these points must be used wisely if he's to maximize his strength. Blue sparks crackle across his fingertips as he commands. Allocate points. He thinks carefully. All abilities stem from the body and the spirit. Only by strengthening both can he unleash his full potential. He directs the system to divide the points between them. The upgrade begins instantly. His stats for physique and spirit skyrocket. A swirl of dark purple energy erupts around him, filling the room with violent pressure. His mind spins as he marvels at the change. The surge of vitality coursing through his veins, his thoughts clearer, sharper than ever before. Clenching his fist, he feels power gathering. He swings once. The air itself cracks apart as a vortex of blue and purple lightning blasts from his strike, far beyond anything he could have produced before. Looking down at his sparking hand, he understands. By elevating his raw attributes, his control over every technique, every spark of lightning, has reached a higher level. The panel updates again. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160. The system notes that each ability point translates into 0.2 units of vital or spirit energy. Su Jingming grins wide. With this strength, stepping into an awakened university no longer feels like a dream. It feels inevitable. But his thoughts drift. Across the province, more than 700,000 candidates will enter the same exam, many of them geniuses groomed from childhood. Where does he now stand among them? He doesn't intend to wait for an answer. With a flick of his foot, he kicks his spear from the rubble, catches it, and slings it onto his shoulder. His decision is clear. He will head to the martial arts hall and measure his new power. But before he can take a step, his apartment door slams open. 3 firefighters rush inside, hoses and gear at the ready. Su Jingming freezes in surprise. The lead firefighter pauses, scanning the devastated room, and frowns. We got a call about a fire here. Standing amid the wreckage, lightning still faintly sparking around him, Su Jingming straightens and replies calmly. It was just ability training. Everything's fine now. The lead firefighter accepts Su Jingming's explanation. Incidents involving awakened individuals aren't unusual, and he knows better than to press further. With a nod, he radios his team to withdraw. As they head out, he glances back one last time, a trace of admiration in his eyes. To think the younger generation could create such a disturbance simply by training, it was impressive. Soon, the fire truck pulls away, leaving the street quiet again. Now dressed in his school uniform with his spear slung over his back, Su Jingming walks down the road. His neighbor, Uncle Yang, waves him over with concern, asking if he's all right after the supposed fire. Su Jingming reassures him that everything is fine. Uncle Yang notices the spear and chuckles, praising him for his diligence, even training with the exam just a day away. The narration shifts, explaining the role of martial arts halls in this world. For awakened individuals, growth comes from developing both the body and the spirit. Martial halls are vital for this progress, offering facilities most families could never afford on their own. Among them, 2 chains dominate: Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Brutal Bear Martial Arts Hall. Brutal Bear is luxurious, but its prices ensure it's a playground only for the wealthy. Thunder, on the other hand, opens its doors to all high school students for free, making it the most popular choice across the nation. It's at Thunder Hall that Su Jingming soon arrives. Inside, the place is bustling with students training, chatting, and preparing for the coming exam. Among them, he spots a familiar figure, a girl with long black hair and striking red eyes. His cousin, Tang Chi. Approaching, Su Jingming asks casually why she's here. Tang Chi blinks in surprise at the sight of him before replying that she's just accompanying a friend. Su Jingming doesn't linger. With a polite nod, he tells her to enjoy her visit with her friends and then makes his way toward the training rooms. As his figure retreats, Tang Chi watches thoughtfully. Something about him feels different. Her cheerful friend, Xiaoya, has her eyes locked on Su Jingming as well. She lets out a sigh, whispering how handsome he looks, and quickly asks Tang Chi who he is. Tang Chi replies that he's her cousin, a third year like them, also taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoya practically glows with excitement. swooning that he'd make the perfect boyfriend. A male friend immediately teases her for falling in love at first sight, and she admits without hesitation that she is. But Tang Chi quickly grounds her. She reminds Xiaoya that Su Jingming's awakened ability is only E-rank. The words hit hard. Xiaoya's fantasy shatters instantly, and she groans in disappointment, lamenting, "What a pity." The male friend smirks, saying it's admirable that someone with such a low rank even dares to attempt the martial arts exam. Tang Chi, however, doesn't share his humor. Her expression darkens as she mutters, "Courage means nothing when the risk is so high." Deciding not to dwell on it further, she steers the group back to their purpose. They're here to tour the hall. Xiaoya nods, brushing aside her earlier heartbreak, and mentions that she spent her entire high school years training at the costly Brutal Bear Hall. With the exam tomorrow, she thinks it'll be nice to unwind here for a change. Meanwhile, Su Jingming steps into an empty training room. In front of him stands a large round testing target. He grips his spear tightly, immediately noticing how much lighter it feels in his hands. The weapon itself hasn't changed, his body has. His strength has grown to the point where this old spear almost feels like a toy. Still, with the exam looming tomorrow, there's no time to replace it. For now, it will have to do. He decides to start simple. No lightning, no abilities, just pure physical strength. Taking a deep breath, he steadies his stance, muscles coiled with power. Then, with a sudden thrust, he drives the spear straight into the target center. The impact shakes the room, cracks spider across the advanced alloy surface, and the digital display above it blazes. 321. The target slowly knits itself back together, memory metal restoring its form. Su Jingming stares in disbelief. His raw strength had more than doubled. For ordinary, unranked awakeners, 100 calories was considered peak output. He had tripled that baseline without even using his ability. Excitement surges through him. Now, it's time to see the true extent of his new power. His eyes gleam with a faint blue glow. Sparks of purple and azure lightning crawl across his body, dancing wildly along the length of his spear. With a powerful leap, he raises it overhead and brings it crashing down. The room erupts in thunder. Arcs of lightning explode outward as the target absorbs the strike. The display above flickers before settling on an astonishing number, 3,021. Su Jingming's heart pounds. Just one strike, and he's already reached the level of a mid-tier First-Order Awakener. The official standard for breaking into First Order was 1,000 calories. He wasn't even ranked yet, and he was already triple that. But he isn't satisfied. Lightning continues to crackle around him as he declares this isn't his limit. Drawing on everything, his new physique, his enhanced spirit, his devastating S-rank ability, and the spear skills he's honed for years, he begins to channel all of it into one decisive move. The spear glows, swallowed by searing purple lightning. As he swings in a wide arc, the energy condenses at the spearhead into a blazing sphere of raw destruction. Break! The strike detonates against the target. A massive blast of purple light floods the room, a shockwave tearing through the hall. In the main stadium, students stumble as the ground quakes. One panicked voice shouts, asking if it's an earthquake. On the training floor, Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and their friends are nearly knocked off their feet, struggling to steady themselves as the tremors ripple through the building. The brown-haired boy in the group frowns, his expression turning serious as he senses the lingering pressure in the air. He mutters that the energy feels like something only a true awakener could release. The group begins to wonder aloud. Could a brand new Awaken-level student have just appeared? But all the known ones in the city were supposed to be training at the other hall. Curiosity gets the better of Tang Chi. She insists they go see for themselves. The group follows the trail of residual energy down the corridor. As they round the corner, they nearly collide with Su Jingming, who is just leaving, his spearhead carefully wrapped in cloth. Jingming, Tang Chi calls out, startled to see him. He doesn't break stride, answering calmly that he's heading home to prepare for tomorrow's exam. His face shows nothing of the storm he just unleashed. One of the boys waves him off, telling the group not to bother with him. Instead, he points toward the training room Su Jingming just walked out of. That, he says, is where the energy had come from. Driven by curiosity, they push the door open and peer inside, only to freeze in stunned silence. The once sturdy training room is completely destroyed. The advanced alloy target, made of high-grade memory metal, has been obliterated. Even the reinforced wall behind it is shattered into a gaping crater of rubble. The entire room looks like a battlefield. Xiaoyu gasps, her voice trembling with disbelief. She exclaims that even memory metal was torn apart. That level of destructive force should have been impossible in a high school training room. She wonders aloud if any student in Jiangsheng could possibly be that strong. But the brown-haired boy quickly shakes his head, placing a hand against the crater's jagged edge. He says the residual energy is far too violent to belong to a student. His theory is simple. A powerful second-order ability user must have accidentally wandered onto the student floor. Another friend nods in agreement, adding that not even a genius from the provincial capital could cause this much damage, let alone someone from their small city. But Xiaoyu refuses to let it go. Her eyes brighten with excitement as she blurts out her own theory that maybe, just maybe, Su Jingming is actually a hidden super genius. Her friends immediately burst into laughter. One teases her for reading too many novels, while another points out coldly that Su Jingming is a known earache. At best, his strikes would only hit 300, nowhere near this scale of destruction. The boy offers another explanation. Whoever caused the devastation must have left through another corridor. Then he turns to Tang Chi, who has been quiet the whole time, and asks what she thinks. Tang Chi doesn't argue. She only says one word, maybe. Stepping past them, she runs her hand across the ruined wall. Her eyes narrow as she studies the marks embedded deep in the rubble. The grooves are unmistakable. They look exactly like the aftermath of a spear strike. The image of her cousin holding his spear flashes through Tang Chi's mind. A heavy doubt begins to settle in her chest. She silently wonders if Su Jingming taking the martial arts exam is really courage, or just him overestimating himself. The next morning arrives, bright and clear, the day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses roll up to a massive fortified testing ground, unloading waves of students, each carrying their chosen weapons. Among them is Su Jingming, walking with a calm, steady confidence, his spear resting casually on his shoulder. Ahead of them, a towering fence separates the students from the exam grounds. Through it, they can see the ruins of a vast, beast-infested town. The air is thick with tension. Some students stare with awe, others with fear. One voice breaks the silence. A nervous student complaining that this year's exam is unfair. The beasts look far stronger than before. Murmurs spread, many agreeing that the difficulty seems to have risen sharply. Then, cutting across the chatter, comes a sharp, arrogant laugh. A tall youth with long hair and a massive sword slung across his back sneers at the group. He mocks their fear, declaring that anyone who can't handle a mere unicorn rhinoceros has no right to be here. His scorn leaves the crowd speechless. Nearby, Su Jingming's best friend, Lu Jie, frowns and leans closer. "Who's that loudmouth?" he asks. Su Jingming checks his ID, reading the name, Zhou Mingyang. Lu Jie's expression shifts. Zhou Mingyang, the genius. He's B rank, already stepped into first order. That's something only a handful of high schoolers have ever managed. Su Jingming's eyes linger on the prodigy. A confident smile touches his lips, a flicker of competitiveness shining within. Quietly, he wonders between them who is stronger. Before the thought can deepen, a booming voice echoes over the venue. "Candidates, attention!" All eyes snap toward a scar-faced man in a military uniform standing atop an armored vehicle. His presence alone silences the crowd. "I am Commander Wang Haiyang," he announces, chief overseer of this year's martial arts exam. "Before we begin, listen carefully to the rules." He gestures to the ruined town sprawling beyond the fence. The exam runs for 12 hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The battleground is divided into 4 zones. outer, central, inner, and core. Points are earned by slaying beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. His voice hardens, his expression grave. The core area is a bonus section. Only the best should dare to step into it. Remember, your lives come first. Do not gamble with them for a higher score. As the commander's warning hangs in the air, Su Jingming closes his eyes briefly, reflecting. Before the system, before his newfound strength, he would have been confined to the outer zone, scraping by on the weakest prey. But now, his body thrums with power, his spirit brims with energy, and his ambition burns hot. When the gates open, he intends not just to survive, but to push deep into the inner circle, and maybe, if fate allows, even challenge the core. An announcement echoes across the grounds, instructing students to collect their exam supplies. Su Jingming and his friend make their way to teacher Chen Fan, who is distributing tactical backpacks. Inside each pack are the essentials: a smartwatch to track points, a few energy bars, a hydration bottle, a medical kit, and most importantly, a safety ball. The sphere can unleash a high-voltage barrier, enough to repel beasts, but activating it will end the exam immediately. As Chen Fan hands the pack to Su Jingming, his voice softens. Remember, your life matters more than your score. If it comes to it, don't hesitate to use the safety ball. Su Jingming bows his head slightly. Thank you, teacher. Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see Lin Qingluan running toward him, her expression warm as she invites him to join her team. At her side stands their class president, Lu Qin, a solid C rank, who confidently assures Su Jingming that he'll keep him safe in the exam. But before Su Jingming can answer, another student cuts in sharply. He protests that this is a competition, not charity, and claims that dragging along an E rank will only lower their score. Another teammate quickly joins in, glaring at Lu Qin for changing their plan without consent. The two of them make it clear they don't want dead weight holding them back. Lu Jiep bristles with anger, ready to defend his friend, but Su Jingming calmly raises a hand to stop him. Smiling faintly, he declines the offer. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll be going in alone. Lin Qingluan hesitates, worry written in her eyes, but eventually nods. Then at least be careful. The complaining student scoffs, muttering that they should just find Huang Tian to team up with instead. He laughs mockingly as the group turns and walks away. Su Jingming watches them leave, his lips curling into a confident smirk. He knows better than anyone. He's more than capable of achieving a high score on his own. Moments later, the loudspeakers blare again. The martial arts exam is officially beginning. Drones rise into the air by the hundreds, their cameras locking on, ready to broadcast every moment to the watching world. With a deafening groan, the massive gates swing open. Like a flood, thousands of students surge forward, shouting their goals and rallying cries as they charge into the ruined city. Tang Shi and her friends push ahead with determination. A girl with a massive sword strides into the fray. At the very front, Zhou Mingyang leaps forward, his wind ability propelling him above the pack. In contrast, Su Jingming doesn't rush. He steps calmly across the threshold, then breaks into a steady run, spear gripped firmly in his hand. His eyes sharpen. The time has finally come. As he moves through the gate, he taps the smartwatch on his wrist. A holographic panel flickers to life, verifying his identity and displaying the real-time rankings. The leaderboard has already taken shape. At the very top sits Zhou Mingyang with 7 points, 2 others trailing just behind him. Standing before the ranking board, Su Jingming takes it all in with quiet confidence. Zhou may have begun his hunt early, but instead of discouraging him, it only sharpens his own determination. While the rest scatter across the outskirts, fighting weaker prey, Su Jingming chooses a different path. He wastes no time, heading directly into the heart of danger, the core area, where the rewards are greatest, but so are the risks. The ruined city grows darker and heavier as he ventures deeper. Suddenly, he halts. Before him lies a chilling sight. A student sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood, a green safety ball untouched at his side. The attack had been so swift, The boy never had a chance to activate it. For the first time, the brutal truth of the exam sinks in. The warnings from his teachers and the commander echo in his mind. Without the S-class ability he had received only yesterday, he could just as easily have been that body on the ground. With a firm breath, he steadies himself. Kneeling down, he retrieves the fallen student's smartwatch, sending out the signal for recovery. Opportunity always comes hand in hand with danger, he reminds himself. But then, movement. A faint sound from the shadows. Out of a crumbling building emerges a massive, clawed paw. A moment later, glowing purple eyes pierce the gloom. A shadow cat steps forward. In an instant, Su Jingming grasps the trap. The beasts left the corpse here as bait. And now, the predator strikes. The cat launches with terrifying speed, claws slicing through the air. But Su Jingming doesn't flinch. His body shifts effortlessly, sidestepping the attack as the beast shoots past him. The shadow cat twists, landing with fluid grace, eyes still locked on him. Known as a killer of the inexperienced, the beast is every bit as dangerous as the stories claim. Its muscles coil, its roar shakes the air, and its sharp fangs glisten with power strong enough to crush bone with a single bite. Su Jingming knows well why such creatures are feared. Their aura alone is a weapon, one that freezes most opponents in place, stripping away their strength and leaving them helpless. Many young awakeners fall victim before even lifting a weapon. He remembers how the children of wealthy families train under protection, shielded by guards as they face this crushing aura from an early age. That privilege was never his. Now, here he stands, facing his first real battle with a fierce beast. His grip tightens around the spear. The shadow cat lunges again. The shadow cat closes in, jaws wide, but Su Jingming doesn't even flinch. He plants his feet firmly, raising his spear. Purple lightning dances across the weapon, sparking wildly as he channels his strength. In a blur, the spear thrusts forward, the crackling tip tearing straight through the beast's head. The shadow cat collapses lifeless at his feet. Looking down at the fallen creature, Su Jingming notes something strange. The beast's suffocating aura, the pressure that should have paralyzed him, hadn't affected him at all. Before he can think further, a blue holographic window appears above his smartwatch. Kill confirmed. Fierce beast eliminated. Target, shadow cat, unranked. Ability points +3. The text scrolls on, reminding him of the system. Fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9. Anything below rank 1 is considered unranked, just like human awakeners without rank. He glances at the map displayed on his watch. 3 points. For all that effort, the reward feels insignificant. Unranked beasts are hardly worth his time. Now that he knows their aura has no effect on him, there's no reason to linger in the outer area. His goal is clear, the dangerous core of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he advances. Along the way, unranked beasts rush him. Shadow cats, iron-furred boars, wolf-like predators. Each one falls effortlessly, his spear cutting them down in a bloody trail. 3 points here, 5 points there. The numbers grow steadily, but something gnaws at him. This power of his, it's too overwhelming. Every strike ends a fight instantly. There's no real struggle, no chance to polish his technique. Worse, the energy drain is immense. He remembers his old E-rank ability, one he could maintain for hours without worry. But this new S-class power? At full strength, he couldn't last even a single hour. And the exam is 12. He clenches the spear tighter, a new plan forming. From here on, he'll fight without relying on that devastating lightning. He'll conserve his strength, and more importantly, gain the battle experience he needs. The spear alone will be his weapon. But before he can put this strategy to the test, the ground trembles. A massive shadow looms ahead. Bursting through the ruins, a towering bipedal unicorn rhinoceros stomps into view. Its roar shakes the air as it lowers its head, hurling a wrecked car aside like a toy. The beast charges. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He braces himself, spear in hand. The horn smashes into him with bone-crushing force, sending him flying back. Yet in midair, He twists his body with impossible agility, turning the momentum into an advantage. He flips, spear raised high, descending like a thunderbolt. The rhino barely has time to react before the blade plunges deep into its skull. With a single precise strike, the massive beast collapses under him. The colossal rhinoceros crashes to the ground, lifeless. Su Jingming exhales lightly, surprised at how effortlessly it had fallen. Even a beast of that size hadn't been much of a challenge. A thought flickers through his mind. Had his spear technique advanced without him noticing? He summons his system panel, and the confirmation appears before him. His spear technique has reached the intermediate stage. His ability points, now totaling 256, gleam on the display. The realization is clear. Relying on his spear mastery is the fastest way to grow stronger. Without hesitation, he invests his points into the technique once more. In an instant, his mind is flooded. Countless advanced movements, intricate footwork, and deadly thrusts surge through him, searing themselves into his muscle memory. The weight of so much knowledge leaves him clutching his head, but when it settles, he feels reborn. With a spear firmly in hand, confidence radiates from him. He straightens, standing tall among the ruins, a predator awaiting his next prey. A grin plays on his lips as he whispers his anticipation. He can't wait to test these new skills against a ranked beast. Meanwhile, in another part of the outer area, Lin Xingluan and her group press through the crumbling streets. Suddenly, she halts, her eyes narrowing. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a familiar figure in the distance. "I think that was Su Jingming," she says quietly. Her teammate immediately waves it off. "You're seeing things. Su Jingming's just E rank. He wouldn't dare come this far in. It'd be suicide." But the doubt lingers in Lin Xingluan's chest. She can't shake the feeling, and worry for her classmate gnaws at her. Before she can dwell on it further, another teammate calls out urgently. The group rushes over and freezes at the sight before them. A massive unicorn rhinoceros lying dead in the street. Its wounds are still fresh, the blood not yet dry. They study the killing strike. A single, clean wound to the head, delivered with perfect precision. The kind of mark only a long-handled weapon could leave. "That's a spear wound," one of them blurts out. The pieces align in Lin Xingluan's mind. The silhouette she saw, the spear wound, the fresh kill. Her suspicion hardens. "Could it really have been Su Jingming?" she murmurs. Her skeptical teammate scoffs again. "Don't be ridiculous. A unicorn rhinoceros? Only someone at C rank could take down a beast like this alone. Su Jingming doesn't stand chance." To end the debate, one of the students suggests checking the rankings. Lin Xingluan doesn't hesitate. She opens the leaderboard on her smartwatch. The moment the display appears, her breath catches. There, glowing on the screen, 46th place, 256 points. Su Jingming, second high school. Her eyes widen. "It really is him," she blurts out. The others freeze, staring in disbelief. Their faces go pale as the reality sinks in, yet none of them want to accept it. How could the E-rank nobody they always look down on suddenly be standing in the top 50? They grasp for explanations, insisting it must be a coincidence, just someone else with the same name. But their voices falter, doubt clouding their certainty. Far away from the battlefield, in a hall filled with massive viewing screens, officials and VIPs watch the rankings climb in real time. A spectator leans back with a satisfied tone. As expected, First High School is dominating. Look at the top 10. In Zhou rank 1 with 412 points. At this rate, he'll surely be recognized as Jiang Cheng's #1 student. Another official chimes in, eyes narrowing. If he keeps this pace, maybe, just maybe, he could even break into the provincial top 100. Our city hasn't had that kind of talent in years. At the center of the group sits Zhang Wenshan, director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau. A smug smile spreads across his face. Zhou Mingyang is indeed the pride of our city. He will reach the provincial top 100, mark my words. He turns with praise toward the principals of First and Third High, complimenting their school's excellence. The two men bow politely, thanking him with practiced humility. But then when Shan's gaze shifts, landing on Principal Zhou of Second High, his smile turns cold, his words sharp. Principal Xiao, your school needs to work harder. Your so-called best student is only 18th. Hardly worth mentioning. Zhou forces a nervous laugh, sweat trickling as he bows deeply. Yes, Director, you are right. We will strive harder. Inside, however, he burns with silent rage. He knows Second High is struggling. Only 8 of their students made it into the top 50. He ticks through their names one by one in his mind. Then he stops. Su Jingming? The name catches him off guard. He doesn't recall ever hearing it. Frowning, he mutters aloud. Who is this student? Why haven't I heard of him before? He turns to the teacher beside him. Chun Fan. Teacher Chun, do you know this Su Jingming? The reaction is instant. Chun Fan's jaw drops, his face stiffening in shock. He wipes the sweat from his brow, stumbling over his words. Su Jingming? That's the weakest E rank in my class. The room falls silent. Chun Fan shakes his head furiously, struggling to process it. Could Su Jingming have been hiding his true power all along? No, impossible. It makes no sense. Frustration boils inside him as he looks at the monitors. Only the top 10 students have cameras trained on them, and Su Jingming's name is far below that threshold, which means for now, nobody has any idea what he's doing or how an E rank is tearing his way up the ranks so fast. Back inside the exam venue, Su Jingming has already broken through the outer area and stepped into the central zone, where danger thickens with every step. The ruined streets are quiet, almost unnervingly so. A glass bottle crunches under his boot as he walks, pausing only to unwrap an energy bar and take a few steady bites. He notes the change immediately. Fewer beasts prowl here. That only means one thing: ranked creatures. Beasts with intelligence, instincts, and territory of their own. The kind of opponents who truly test strength. Suddenly, he freezes. His senses sharpen, locking onto something ahead. His gaze narrows. Finally, my target arrives. A thunderous crash erupts as a striped monster bursts through a heap of wrecked cars. Muscles rippling, blades of bone jutting from its forelimbs. It's a first-rank fierce beast, the arm-blade tiger. Su Jingming doesn't back away. Instead, he lifts his spear and chuckles softly. What luck! A first-rank beast already? Perfect. The tiger snarls, unleashing a roar that rattles the ruins before lunging forward, claws slicing through the air. Su Jingming stands unmoved, spear held firm. At the last moment, he twists with elegant precision, spinning his weapon to parry the blow. The shaft meets claw, redirecting the strike and forcing the beast back a step. To Su Jingming, it feels effortless. He tilts his head, almost bored. This is all? So this is the strength of a first-rank beast? If it were Tiger King, perhaps I'd bother to take it seriously. The mockery hits its mark. The arm-blade tiger's roar grows harsher, fury blazing in its eyes. Su Jingming narrows his stance, voice calm but decisive. Enough. I'll send you on your way. In a burst of speed, he lunges forward. His spear blurs through the air before sinking deep into the tiger's shoulder. Blood sprays, and the beast bellows in agony. But there's no pause, no room for recovery. Su Jingming's calm grip and relentless momentum keep pressing forward. The wound only drives the beast into madness. Its eyes ignite with a glowing teal light as it rises high on its hind legs, looming over him like a mountain. With a deafening roar, it brings its massive bladed claws crashing down in a strike meant to cleave him apart. But Su Jingming is faster. His body bends, pivots, he catches the nearest lamppost, swinging his weight around it with perfect control. The tiger's claws shred empty air where he once stood. In that same instant, his maneuver positions him perfectly for the counterattack. Landing lightly after his swift maneuver, Su Jingming steadies himself. His eyes fix on the arm-blade tiger, bleeding, battered, but still unwilling to back down. Its stubborn fight earns a brief nod of acknowledgement from him. But then his voice cuts through the air, cold and final. Enough. Any further resistance is meaningless. He raises his spear, channeling energy into the weapon. A swirling gale of blue lightning coils around the shaft, humming with raw power. Lightning gale break. His body blurs into motion. With a fierce cry, he spins, the spear slicing through the air again and again. Brilliant arcs of light streak outward, forming a storm of slashing energy. The devastating strike crashes into the beast. The arm-blade tiger roars one last time, a sound of pain and defiance, before its body is shredded by the violent vortex. With a thunderous crash, it collapses to the ground, lifeless. Almost instantly, his smartwatch chimes. Kill confirmed. Target, first rank arm-blade tiger. Ability points plus 14. Su Jingming glances at the notification with quiet satisfaction. 14 points, nearly double the reward of an unranked kill. A thought crystallizes in his mind. While this exam is a battlefield of life and death for others, for him, it's a treasure ground, an opportunity to grow stronger at an incredible pace. His grip tightens on the spear. Determination burns within him. He vows to claim as many points as possible, hunting the most powerful beast this arena can throw at him. Far away, in the audience stands, the tension thickens. Every eye is fixed on the leaderboard. Su Jingming's name now glows at 32nd place, 328 points. An official leans forward, turning sharply toward teacher Chen Fan. This student, he's from your class, isn't he? Suddenly, Chen Fan is the center of attention. Colleagues turn to him with admiration. Incredible! Only students from your class have broken into the top 50 from second high. Another nods approvingly. Your teaching methods must be remarkable. Flustered, Chen Fan forces a modest smile, waving off their praise. It's not me. The students worked hard for this. That's all. Before the conversation can continue, a shout erupts from the crowd. Look, the rankings again. Heads snap toward the massive screen. Su Jingming's name leaps upward, now at 25th place. Gasps ripple through the hall. Impossible. His score just jumped by 44 points at once. Director Zhang Wenshan narrows his eyes, quickly running the numbers. A peak unranked beast gives at most 6 points. A low-grade first rank yields 14 to 16. For someone's score to spike that sharply, multiple high-tier kills must have been made almost simultaneously. Principal Zhou continues the calculation aloud, his voice trembling. The rankings refresh every 4 seconds, which means he stops, face pale. The implication is staggering. An E-rank student from his own school might be mowing down ranked beasts in the central zone with terrifying speed. Director Zhang Wenshan quickly finishes the math. In just 4 seconds, Su Jingming had to have slain either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first ranks. A rare smile tugs at his lips. Such performance, it's been years since we've seen anything like this. He turns toward Principal Zhou, his tone almost curious. Tell me, why have I never heard of this student before? He seems to be quite the prospect. Principal Zhou swallows hard, still reeling. I only just learned of him myself. We'll have to ask his homeroom teacher. He snaps his fingers, summoning Chen Fan forward. All eyes turn to the nervous teacher. Beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he bows before the city's top officials. Su Jingming. He awakened only an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The words hang in the air like a thunderclap. The principal's jaw tightens. Are you certain? Could you be mistaken? Chen Fan shakes his head rapidly. No mistake. I was there. I even warned him not to join this exam. His ability was far too weak. A hush falls over the room. Director Zhang Wenshan leans back, eyes gleaming with intrigue. An E-grade, yet he has climbed this high. That means his strength comes from elsewhere. Interesting. Very interesting. He steeples his fingers, voice steady but firm. We'll soon have our answer. With this momentum, he's bound to break into the top 10. Once he does, the cameras will be on him, and we'll see exactly how he's achieving this. His smile fades into a sharp edge. But if he's cheating, there will be consequences. No sooner do the words leave his mouth than gasps erupt. Principal Zhou and Teacher Chen Fan stare wide-eyed at the leaderboard. Rank 9, Su Jingming. He has done the impossible, forcing his way into the top 10. and sitting just beneath him at number 12, his cousin Tang Chi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Chi, now bearing cat-like ears and a sleek tail, perches atop a freshly slain beast. A faint smile crosses her lips. She no longer has any doubt. The destruction at the martial arts hall that day. Of course, it had been her cousin. High above, another figure notices the shift. Zhou Mingyang, the reigning number 1, glances at the updated leaderboard. With 6 hours still left, a new, unfamiliar name has entered the arena of elites. His brow furrows. Su Jingming? Never heard of him. Moments later, a camera drone buzzes to life, assigned to track the newcomer. The live feed projects across the massive screens for all to see. And there he is, Su Jingming, standing calmly as his spear flashes once more. In a single, precise strike, another first-ranked beast falls at his feet. His smartwatch flashes the result, plus 14 points. Su Jingming glances at the notification and murmurs to himself. The efficiency of hunting beasts in the central zone, far higher than outside. Su Jingming notices the drone hovering overhead. A faint smile tugs at his lips. He must have entered the top 10. Standing over the corpse of his latest kill, he reflects briefly. This exam is more than survival. It's a trial of strength and potential. Those who shine brightest will earn recognition. With that in mind, he sees no reason to conceal his power any longer. Breaking into the top 10, he mutters, eyes sharp, "This is only the beginning." Before moving on, he calls up his system panel. His spear technique gleams at the advanced stage. His total points, 312. Yet, disappointment flickers across his face. Despite all this, his rank still reads awakened. No automatic promotion. He thinks it through quickly. To ascend to a true ability user, he'll need a proper cultivation method, something far beyond reach in this exam. Fine. If he can't advance rank, then he'll sharpen his foundation. He spent his points without hesitation. Physique plus 40, spirit plus 22. A rush of strength surges through his body. Muscles tighten, senses sharpen. He clenches his fist, eager for the battles ahead. Soon, the ruins open into the entrance of the core area, the deadliest zone of all. And there, the sight before him is savage. 9 armored tigers feast on the carcass of a fallen rhinoceros, their metallic hides glinting under the dim light. But it's the one in the center that holds his focus, larger, stronger, radiating a crushing aura. The armored Tiger King. Su Jingming's lips curl into a grin. What a harvest! He's about to step forward when his instincts flare. Someone else is near. Without turning his head, he calls out, "Enough hiding. Come out." Footsteps echo, and from the shadows emerges Zhou Mingyang, the number 1 ranked student. His eyes gleam with interest. Impressive, to sense me so quickly. I didn't expect the mysterious newcomer in the top 10 to be you, Su Jingming. Recognition clicks immediately. Su Jingming narrows his eyes. The top-ranked student. How did you know who I was? Zhou Mingyang chuckles, drawing closer. I've studied every strong candidate qualified to reach the core zone. But you, an unfamiliar name rising this fast? Who else could it be? He nods toward the feasting tiger pack, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. I've been observing them. The armored Tiger King is a mid-grade, first-rank beast. With 9 others at its side, no single person can take them all head-on. Su Jingming grips his spear tightly, suspicion flickering in his tone. What? Do you plan to steal my prey? Zhou Mingyang shakes his head. Not at all. I don't need to. But this pack, no matter how strong you are, facing them alone is reckless. Work with me, and we'll bring them down together. Su Jingming meets Zhou Mingyang's suggestion with 2 cold words. No need. His voice carries a certainty that leaves no room for doubt. I'm more than enough on my own. Without waiting for a reply, he steps boldly into the open. The sound of his boots crunching against the broken pavement immediately draws every armored tiger's gaze. A chorus of growls rumbles from their throats. The Tiger King, looming atop the rhino carcass, throws back its head and roars, its dominance shaking the ruins. Su Jingming's eyes narrow, analyzing the scene. As expected of a pack led by a king, The beasts have formed a crude formation, stronger ones in the front, the weaker flanking behind. They're not mindless, they're disciplined. The tension snaps as one tiger breaks rank, barreling toward him with murderous speed. From his hidden vantage point, Zhou Mingyang stiffens. He watches with both disbelief and fascination. Is Su Jingming charging to his death? Or is his confidence real? Su Jingming doesn't move. He waits, his spear lowered casually, an aura of calm radiating around him. The charging beast closes the distance, until, in a sudden blur, his weapon comes alive. The spear spins with such velocity that the shaft becomes a whirling circle, energy building in violent waves. Then, boom, he unleashes a devastating sweeping strike. A crescent arc of raw force tears through the air, wide enough to engulf multiple targets. The first tiger never stood a chance, nor did the beast beside it. Flesh and bone split cleanly as the spinning sweep rips through them. Blood erupts across the ruined street as 4 tigers collapse instantly. Notifications flare across his smartwatch. +14, +14, +14. The pavement runs red as the broken bodies slump to the ground. In an instant, half the pack has been erased. The Tiger King's furious roar splits the sky, the air trembling with rage. Su Jingming glances at the carnage with only mild dissatisfaction. TCH, my body's still not strong enough. Could have ended them all in one strike. The surviving tigers regroup, circling him like predators cornering prey. The king steps forward, its teal eyes burning with fury. Then, it opens its jaws wide. The roar that follows isn't just sound. It's a sonic weapon, vibrating with lethal force. The shockwave shatters every nearby window, sending glass raining down like a storm. The ground itself seems to tremble under the beast's fury. Even from his safe vantage point, Zhou Mingyang winces, clutching his head as pain rings through his skull. That roar alone, it could tear apart most challengers. Yet in the eye of the storm, Su Jingming stands alone, spear in hand, his expression unshaken. Su Jingming stands tall in the storm of broken glass, unfazed by the Tiger King's deafening roar. The sonic blast that could cripple most fighters is nothing to him. His voice cuts through the chaos, steady and defiant. You might terrify others, but you can't scare me. The pack responds with violence. The surviving tigers leap in from every direction, claws flashing, fangs snapping. Su Jingming meets their charge head-on. His spear flows like water, deflecting one strike, then another. With fluid precision, he twists, planting the shaft against the ground and vaulting upward. His feet kick off a tiger's back, sending him soaring above the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King sees its chance and lunges, but Su Jingming is already in position. Still midair, he channels his full strength into a single decisive blow. His spear arcs down like a guillotine, splitting the air with unstoppable force. Crack! The weapon slams into the beast's skull, cleaving it open in one brutal strike. The king crumples where it stands, dead before it even hits the ground. Su Jingming lands lightly, spear in hand, as his smartwatch flashes. Kill confirmed. Upper rank first order arm blade tiger, plus 20 ability points. From the shadows, Zhou Mingyang can only stare. His body stiffens, sweat sliding down his face. Wide-eyed, he mutters under his breath. Impossible. He wiped out the entire pack by himself? What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming, meanwhile, is exhilarated. His points have surged, the tiger pack slaughter granting him a massive harvest. He grins, thoughts racing. If I keep this pace, how many points can I rack up before the 12 hours are over? The more I gain, the stronger I become. He turns to leave, ready to hunt again. But before he can take another step, Zhou Mingyang bursts from his hiding place. Wait, Zhou demands, his voice sharp. How did you do it? Crushing an entire pack like that, with just a spear? Your ability, is it some kind of reinforcement type? Su Jingming barely glances his way. With a powerful leap, he pushes off into the distance, calling back casually, lightning type. Zhou Mingyang freezes, rage boiling beneath his skin. He clenches his fist, teeth grinding. Lightning type? TCH, does he think I'm a fool? He's mocking me. The thought burns deeper as realization hits him. If Su Jingming is killing this many beasts, his score must be skyrocketing. Hastily, he checks his smartwatch. The sight nearly makes his heart stop. Rank 1. Su Jingming, 1122 points. Rank 2. Zhou Mingyang, 985 points. Su Jingming hasn't just caught up. He surpassed him. No. Zhou's roar of frustration echoes across the ruined city. A cry of disbelief and fury as his number 1 position slips away. Back in the stands, the audience erupts into cheers. Officials are on their feet, voices buzzing with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan himself rises, his face glowing with pride. Magnificent! That level of spearmanship, this confirms it. Su Jingming is a true genius. He clasps Principal Zhou's shoulder with both hands, his voice booming across the room. With Su Jingming representing us, Jiangxun will finally break into the provincial top 100. The declaration draws thunderous applause. Zhang Wenshan goes further, promising that Second High will receive special accommodations once the exam is over. Tears well in Zhou's eyes as he bows repeatedly, overwhelmed. At last, Second High has its day to shine. He thinks, his chest swelling with pride. And it's all because of Su Jingming. 3 hours later, deep within the core zone, the mood is very different. Zhou Mingyang trudges through the deserted streets, his brows furrowed in frustration. He mutters under his breath, "Where have all the beasts gone?" A voice answers from behind. "Why don't you ask the number 1 ranked student?" He spins around. His cousin Tang Qi stands there, flanked by other top-ranked fighters, Waha and Manga. Tang Qi gestures at the empty ruins. "It's simple. Su Jingming already killed them all. We searched everywhere. Nothing left." Zhou Mingyang's jaw tightens. Impossible. One person couldn't clear out the entire core zone. But Tang Qi's gaze is cool, unwavering. "Cousin, it's obvious you've only recently become a ranked ability user. Otherwise, you'd understand." She lifts her smartwatch and activates the leaderboard. "Look for yourself." Zhou's eyes lock onto the glowing numbers. His face drains of color. Rank 1. Su Jingming, 3,435 points. Rank 2. Zhou Mingyang, barely a third of that total. He stammers, unable to find the words. The sheer gap is suffocating. Tang Qi explains calmly, almost coldly. "Do the math. In the central zone, he earned about 700 points. That means here, in the core zone, he collected more than 2,500. Almost 200 fierce beasts slaughtered single-handedly." A bead of sweat slides down Zhou Mingyang's temple as realization dawns. Su Jingming hadn't been protecting his kills. He had planned from the start to monopolize the entire core zone. One steps forward, his tone serious. "That's why we're here. The innermost core zone is all that's left. It's crawling with high-ranked beasts and even a second-order beast king. Charging it alone is suicide." Manga nods firmly, then turns to Zhou Mingyang. "That's why we've united. Join us, Zhou. Together, we might survive what waits inside." With no other choice, Zhou Mingyang clenches his fists and shouts, "Count me in." The uneasy alliance is sealed. The scene shifts. Under the pale glow of the moon, Su Jingming sits silently atop a mountain of beast corpses. His spear is planted firmly at his side, its blade glinting in the faint light. Around him, the air reeks of blood and steel. His rations are gone, his supplies completely drained, yet his hunt for strength is far from finished. The exam is drawing to its close, but he isn't satisfied. Not yet. "If I want more power, I have to go deeper." The innermost core zone awaits, where second-order beasts roam. The thought brings a faint grin to his face. With deliberate calm, he summons his system panel. The number before him is staggering. 2413 ability points. Time for one last upgrade. The mischievous grin widens as he channels his points. Power floods through his body, coursing through every muscle, every nerve. He exhales sharply, the ground cracking beneath his feet from the pressure alone. Standing over the colossal corpse of a bear-like beast, he finally allows himself a breath of relief. Yes, with this boost, I can face the exam's finale head-on. Meanwhile, the remaining top students dash toward the final battlefield, their footsteps pounding against broken stone. The last sprint of the combat exam has begun, and deep within the innermost zone, something stirs. From the ruins, a nightmare emerges. A massive wolf-like creature, its fur ghostly white under the moonlight, its eyes glowing with a predatory crimson. Red crystalline spines jut from its back, pulsing with a deadly energy. The air around it vibrates with menace. The final trial has appeared, and as the beast's howl shakes the battlefield, Su Jingming arrives, calm, collected, spear in hand. His gaze fixes on the monstrous wolf, unflinching. Confidence radiates from him as he whispers to himself. So, this is the second-order beast they've prepared. Let's see what you're worth. Just as Su Jingming steps into the final stage, the top-ranked students also make it into the deepest part of the core zone. The moment their eyes lock onto the colossal, crystal-backed monster, they know exactly what it is: a bloodthirsty savage bear. With a single swipe of its massive paw, the beast reduces a wrecked car to scrap metal, showing off its terrifying strength. The sight leaves the group shaken. Zhou Mingyang blurts out that they're in serious danger. Manga explains that this rare creature's hide is tougher than E-grade alloy, strong enough to shrug off even missiles. Worse yet, a single blow from its paw could wipe them all out instantly. Hearing this, Tang Chi suggests they abandon the mission entirely, knowing the odds are stacked against them. But the nightmare doesn't end there. Guarding the compound isn't just the Bear King. An entire pack of elite first-level beasts surrounds it. One member grimly points out that if they charge in, the horde alone will slaughter them before the bear even moves. The tension breaks when one student suddenly throws in the towel, saying there's no reason to risk dying just to get a higher score. Zhou Mingyang snaps at him, mocking the idea of looking good if he's only going to run headfirst into a death trap. Still, the team spirit is shattered beyond repair. Then Manga shouts and points toward the compound. Everyone's eyes snap in that direction. A lone figure is walking straight into the danger zone. Tang Chi's eyes widen in shock. She recognizes him. It's Su Jingming, stepping fearlessly into the heart of the beast horde. With a fluid leap, Jingming lands inside the compound. The others watch in disbelief. Zhou Ming curses the difficulty of the test, while another student panics, crying out that Jingming's entrance has enraged the entire pack. The beasts roar in unison and rush him from all directions. Standing tall in the middle of the street, Jingming doesn't flinch. Within moments, the wave of snarling creatures swallows him whole. From the rooftop, the students can only watch in horror. Tang Chi's face tightens with worry for her cousin, but Waha shakes his head, saying Jingming was reckless. Tang Chi insists she has to go help. Ming Di grabs her arm to hold her back, and Waha calls her insane, arguing it would only mean a useless death. But Tang Chi refuses to back down, shouting that Jingming is her cousin. She can't just stand by and watch him die. Before she can act, a massive surge of purple and blue lightning explodes from the center of the beast horde. The raw energy tears through the battlefield. Its brilliance, so blinding the rooftop group, is forced to shield their eyes. Zhou Ming stares wide-eyed, asking if this is the lightning power Su Jingming once spoke of. As the blinding storm fades, the aftermath becomes clear. The battlefield is littered with scorched corpses. The entire horde of first-level beasts has been annihilated. At the center of the destruction stands Su Jingming, untouched, his body still wrapped in crackling purple lightning. He admits that raw strength alone wouldn't have been enough, so he unleashed his hidden trump card, his superpower. Feeling the surge of his S-grade ability, he allows a confident smile to spread across his face. With the lesser threats erased, his eyes turn to the real challenge. The bloodthirsty, savage bear towering above the corpses of its fallen pack. The monstrous beast unleashes a roar that shakes the air, but Jingming stays composed. He studies his foe carefully, noting its massive frame and lack of agility. Against his thunder ability, this could still be manageable. But then he notices the beast isn't standing alone. Several dangerous minions remain at its side. Knowing they'll only interfere, he makes his decision. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he declares he will clear the battlefield first. In a flash, he bursts into motion, lightning coursing through his body. His speed is blinding as he tears through the beasts. A high-ranked shadow cat leaps at him, but he cuts it down instantly. His smartwatch chimes, 13 points. Grinning, he marvels at how his thunder power amplifies his body, though he knows he can't maintain this heightened state for long. Still, it's more than enough to wipe out the stragglers. One by one, the lesser creatures fall beneath his spear. With a single sweeping strike, he cuts down a unicorn rhino, earning another 15 points as his watch flashes the confirmation. With the field finally cleared, the real battle begins. The savage bear bellows in rage, slamming its massive paws into the ground. The impact sends a shockwave ripping through the pavement, shaking the earth itself. Then it charges, every step rattling the ground beneath it. Su Jingming, cloaked in his lightning aura, doesn't retreat. He launches forward to meet the beast head-on. At the last moment, he springs upward in a powerful leap, narrowly dodging the beast's crushing advance. His spear whirls in a deadly arc, smashing one of the large red crystals embedded in its back. The fight blurs into a furious clash. Jingming twists and dodges with precision, his counterattacks striking true. One crystal after another shatters beneath his spear, blood spilling as the savage bear's defenses crumble. His smartwatch keeps flashing, updating his points as he relentlessly dismantles the king of beasts piece by piece. The savage bear bellows furiously as its underlings fall one after another. Cloaked in lightning, Su Jingming sneers at the beast, asking if it's angry. He promises it'll be next. As he rushes toward the final rhino, the Beast King's sharp eyes gleam with cunning. Just as Su Jingming prepares to strike, the massive bear suddenly lunges with startling speed. With a brutal swing, it smashes its own minion into pieces, intercepting the attack before it can land. Jingming's eyes narrow in shock. The creature actually predicted his move. Then the Bear King slams its paws together. The last minion is sacrificed in an instant, the impact unleashing a thunderous shockwave that rips apart the ground and shatters nearby vehicles. The rhino is shredded by the explosion, reduced to nothing. But the deadly blast doesn't reach its true target. Su Jingming, his body blazing with lightning, flips through the air with effortless grace. He lands smoothly, completely unscathed, the storm still crackling around him. Now, the battlefield lies empty. No beasts remain, only the two rulers facing each other. Jingming's grin sharpens, electricity surging wildly through his veins. With fierce resolve, he declares that with the minions gone, it's time to test whether the savage bear's armored hide can withstand the full might of his thunder. With a fierce strike, Su Jingming drives his lightning-charged spear straight into the head of the savage bear. The clash erupts in a violent surge of purple energy, engulfing the drone that had been trailing him and instantly cutting its feed. On the rooftop, students stumble back, shielding themselves from the wave of power. Inside the stands, officials stare in silence at the flickering static on the screen. Director Zhang Wenshan snaps out of his shock, glaring at Principal Zhou. He shouts, demanding if what they just saw could truly be called an E-class ability, accusing him of making a joke. Another official, equally stunned, mutters that Su Jingming has the strength to kill a high-tier rank 1 beast instantly, and even hold his own against a rank 2 boss, something even most A-class users would struggle with. Principal Zhou, sweat beading on his forehead, can only stammer that perhaps it's a rare mutation ability. Zhang Wenshan bursts into laughter, declaring that after today, Su Jingming's name will shake the entire Xia nation. Back on the battlefield, the results are revealed. The savage bear has a deep cut carved across its head, but it still stands. With a roar, it swings its massive paw, sending Su Jingming crashing through the air. He hits the ground hard, recovering quickly with practiced skill, but his mind reels. His strongest strike only managed a shallow wound. Analyzing rapidly, he realizes the truth. The beast's hide resists blades, and his lightning doesn't conduct through it. With his current power, finishing the monster in a single blow is impossible. The bear, seething with rage, begins pulling dark energy into its body. Su Jingming stares as the aura swells, muttering in disbelief, "What?" The beast's body grows darker, like a living boulder of destruction, tearing through the battlefield as the ground shakes beneath it. Leaping on a broken debris, Su Jingming steadies himself, purple lightning crackling around him once again. He hadn't expected the savage bear to unleash its berserk state so quickly, but it was clear now the beast's hatred for him ran deep. A note explains, berserk is a beast's counter skill, similar to a human's combat techniques. Once enraged, a beast cloaked in dark energy becomes faster, stronger, and more savage. The monster crouches low, its roar splitting the air before it charges forward with terrifying speed. Su Jingming watches, impressed yet wary, admitting the raw power of a berserk beast is truly overwhelming. Still, he knows one thing for certain. Such strength always comes with a price. Once the beast enters its berserk state, its mind is gone, driven only by raw instinct. Su Jingming quickly adapts, realizing brute force won't win. His only option is to stay out of its reach, relying on speed and precision. He darts across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding the monster's crushing strikes, waiting for the one opening he needs. When the beast lunges forward, he seizes the moment. Lightning surges into his spear, and with a swift thrust, he drives a bolt of energy into its side. The impact jolts the savage bear, its massive frame shuddering as the shock forces it to a halt for just a second. That second is all he needs. Su Jingming's eyes blaze with light as he raises his hand, pulling together an immense storm of purple and blue energy. With full force, he calls upon his S-rank ability, shouting, "Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, Blast!" From above, divine lightning crashes down, engulfing the savage beast in a torrent of destruction. The ground trembles under the impact as thunder roars louder than the beast's cries. When the storm fades, smoke rises from the charred body, lying motionless on the shattered street. Su Jingming stands tall, purple lightning still dancing along his fingertips, a confident smile on his face. He declares that not even the toughest hide could withstand half a minute of his divine lightning. But the fight isn't finished. One of the beast's eyes snaps open, burning crimson. With a deafening roar, it lunges one last time, jaws wide to crush him. Its body convulses from the electricity tearing through it, freezing mid-strike just inches away. Calmly, Su Jingming whispers it's time. His eyes flare once more as he gathers every last shred of power into his spear. The weapon hums with destructive force as he unleashes his ultimate technique. Lightning Gale, Break. A blazing sphere of lightning erupts, driving straight into the monster's gaping maw. The explosion detonates inside, tearing the beast apart from within. A vortex of destructive power rips a crater into the street as the massive second-order beast finally collapses, lifeless. The system's voice echoes. Kill confirmed. Ability points plus 124. Kneeling beside the fallen king of beasts, Su Jingming lets out a long breath. The final battle is truly over. He reflects on the fight, noting how upgrading his Lightning Gale technique made victory possible, and quietly acknowledges its devastating power. A victorious smile spreads across Su Jingming's face. Though the fight lasted barely 2 minutes, he admits it was the most thrilling battle of his life. His thoughts quickly shift. If clearing the core area gave him this many points, how many more will he earn by wiping out the rest of the beasts? As night falls, the exam finally comes to an end. In the stands, the giant screen lights up with the final results, and the crowd erupts in cheers. At the top sits Su Jingming with a jaw-dropping 10,835 points. Far behind in second place is Zhou Mingyang with just 1,113, followed by Wu Hao at 945. The officials leap to their feet in excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Zhou, and Teacher Chun fan cheer loudly, declaring that Su Jingming has shattered not only their city's record, but the entire Jiangnan province record. They call him a prodigy, marveling that last year's champion had scored just over 8,000. With his achievement, they boldly claim this year's provincial title is already his. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Su Jingming glances toward the sky with a confident smirk. He reflects on how he has already cleared the inner circle and core areas, but with time still on the clock, he makes his decision. Instead of resting, he turns back toward the central zone, determined to cut down as many remaining beasts as possible. As he passes the rooftop where the other elite students are gathered, they can hardly believe what they're seeing. Tang Qi is stunned that her cousin managed to slay a Tier 2 Beast King. Zhou Mingyang, on the other hand, is baffled. Why push further when first place is already secured? She narrows her eyes and guesses the truth. Su Jingming is heading to the central area. The realization sends a chill through the group. Could he really be planning to wipe out every last beast? The thought leaves them speechless. Zhou Mingyang suddenly understands the danger. If they don't act fast, Su Jingming might sweep the central area clean, leaving nothing behind for anyone else. Without hesitation, he declares their alliance over and bolts. The others quickly scatter as well, racing to secure whatever points they can in the final hour. An hour later, a voice echoes across the entire venue. The 2037 Chongqing Martial Arts College entrance examination has officially ended. Further beast kills will no longer be counted. All candidates return immediately. All around the battleground, exhausted students pause and react as the long, grueling exam finally comes to a close. Tang Qi wipes the sweat from her forehead and lets out a long breath, relieved that it's finally over. All around, reactions vary. One student curses in despair for being a single beast short of passing, while another cheers in joy at barely scraping through. Among the chaos, Su Jingming stands over his last fallen beast. Instead of satisfaction, a trace of frustration lingers. He mutters to himself, wondering why the exam had to end so soon. He wasn't finished yet. As the candidates file out of the venue, guards wait at the gates, watching over the tired but relieved students. Outside, Tang Qi's friend Xiaoya is still buzzing with disbelief over Su Jingming's power. Clinging to Tang Qi, she asks yet again if Su Jingming is really her cousin. With an exhausted nod, Tang Qi confirms it. Xiaoya's face flushes red. Her crush has returned. Blushing, she suddenly begs for Su Jingming's contact information. Tang Qi reminds her that only yesterday she claimed she wasn't interested. Xiaoya insists that things are different now that he's the top scorer, pleading even harder. Their chatter is cut short by shouts from the crowd. Su Jingming is coming out. The exit explodes into chaos as students rush forward, eager to catch a glimpse of a new champion. When he finally steps through the gates, spear resting casually on his shoulder, his expression is calm. The crowd erupts in cheers, some congratulating him, others jokingly demanding he share 100 of his points. He smiles and waves, accepting the sudden wave of fame as he makes his way toward the buses. Among the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang watch quietly. Wu Hao mutters that it should have been Zhou Mingyang standing there. But Zhou shakes his head, smiling faintly. He admits he's content with his score. He never imagined the second high school could produce such a monster. Before Su Jingming can board the bus, Principal Zhou intercepts him, offering his congratulations before introducing him to Director Zhang Wenshan. The director tells Su Jingming directly that he will personally see him home. One look at the rowdy crowd convinces Su Jingming it's the better choice. Riding the bus now would only mean endless questions. He steps into a sleek black car with the officials, and it speeds away from the venue. Inside, Director Zhang turns to him, asking which superpower university he plans to attend. Su Jingming admits he hasn't thought about it. His focus until now has been only on growing stronger. The director assures him that with his results, he can choose any school he wants. But he gives a word of advice. half of a nation's most powerful super users graduate from just 3 elite universities. Calmly, he begins to explain the details of the top 3. Director Zhang Wenshan explains the choices. First is Qingjing Superpower University, directly tied to the government. Its graduates enter the national system immediately, serving the country as official superpower users. Next is Modu Superpower University, famed for its unrivaled resources and prestigious elite clubs. Finally, there is Jinxing Superpower University, known for its rich history, formidable faculty, and legacy of training some of the strongest awakeners. He adds that all 3 schools possess cultivation methods of the highest tier, secrets not made public. Su Jingming listens closely, understanding that without such methods, an awakened one cannot become a true superpower user. Curious, he asks what sets a top-tier cultivation method apart. The director answers plainly, with a beginner method, advancing could take 3 to 4 years. With a top-tier method, the same progress could be achieved in only half a year. Smiling, he assures Su Jingming that with his score, even the top 3 universities will open their doors to him with special admission. Later that night, after parting ways with the officials, Su Jingming finally returns to his apartment. Exhausted, he showers the next morning, feeling renewed. Checking his system panel, he notes the 2,534 ability points remaining, more than enough for the path ahead. Drying off, he wonders if beast-killing competitions exist within the universities. If not, he decides he will enter the wilderness himself to keep honing his strength. Just then, his cousin Tang Chi arrives with her mother, Shu Qingwan. Spotting the broken door, Tang Chi grins, taking it as the perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They step inside, and Tang Chi calls out cheerfully. Her timing couldn't be worse. Su Jingming steps out from the bathroom in nothing but a towel, stopping dead at the sight of his aunt and cousin. His aunt is just as startled, blurting out what he thinks he's doing, while Tang Chi freezes, her face flushed red. Then Shu Qingwan notices the ruined state of the apartment and immediately demands to know what happened. A flashback reveals their bond. After Su Jingming's parents passed away, his aunt took him in, offering him the warmth of a home. She carried out her duty as his guardian with care, sometimes even cooking his favorite meals to comfort him. Once the awkwardness settles, they sit down together. Shu Qingwan finally voices her feelings. She was terrified when she learned he was taking the martial arts exam. Seeing him safe now fills her with relief. She insists his score doesn't matter to her. Su Jingming blinks in confusion and asks if Tang Chi hadn't told her the results. Tang Chi gives a playful wink, saying it's better if Su Jingming explains it himself. With a shy smile, he finally tells his aunt that he did well, over 10,000 points. The words hit her so hard that she spits out her drink, coughing as she demands he repeat it. Tang Chi jumps in, confirming with a grin that he scored 11,124 points. For a moment, Shu Qingwan is stunned into silence. Then the tears come. She throws her arms around him, holding him tight as she cries out that the Shu family finally has a true successor, and that his parents in heaven must surely be proud. Meanwhile, far away in a sleek, high-tech conference room, university recruiters pore over the exam data. A woman stands at the front, presenting Su Jingming's file, his age, his supposed E-class ability, and his current status as an unranked awakener. One recruiter slams a hand on the table, insisting they must secure this student if the score is genuine. Another shakes his head, unconvinced. With his rank, there's no way he should have achieved results this high. The room breaks into heated debate. Some argue his ability must actually be A-class, perhaps even S-class. Others scoff, claiming the only explanation is cheating. Before the argument can spiral, a commanding voice cuts through. A senior woman at the table silences them all with a sharp look. Calmly, she makes her decision. Su Jingming will be listed as an S-class special recruit, whether the score is real or not. She declares she will personally travel to Jiangsheng to confirm it herself. The morning after the exam, Su Jingming receives a phone alert. The results for the Jiang province martial arts exam are out. His eyes widen as he reads the message. He ranked first in the entire province with an unbelievable score of 11,124 points. Overjoyed, he sits down, letting the reality sink in. He is now the top scholar of Jiangnan province. Word of his achievement spreads like wildfire across the internet, quickly dominating trending searches. Discussions erupt everywhere. How can an unknown figure from Jiangnan suddenly take the top spot? Doubts rise over whether someone labeled as E-class could truly reach such a level. Some call it impossible, while others demand proof, insisting the exam video be released. To address the uproar, an official awards ceremony is arranged. Principal Zhao steps up to face the press. One reporter bluntly asks him to clarify whether Su Jingming's results are genuine. Calm and assured, Zhao responds that the exam video has already been uploaded to the school's website, leaving no room for questions about fairness. As the footage plays, the crowd is stunned. Su Jingming is seen shattering a Tier 1 rhinoceros skull with a single strike, displaying strength even greater than a Tier 1 superhuman. The audience gasps, unable to believe such power could come from someone with only an E-class lightning ability. Principal Zhao proudly confirms the results are authentic. He praises Su Jingming as the first student from Jiangnan to ever claim the title of top scholar. In recognition, Director Xiao Yao steps forward with an enormous check, 1 million yuan, awarded on behalf of the city's education bureau, along with advanced superpower training methods. On top of that, the city government will match the reward and grant him a luxury villa. Reporters rush to capture the moment, their cameras flashing nonstop. Not far away, a sharp-looking woman watches from beside her car, flanked by 2 bodyguards. She scoffs, pointing out that even though the video proves his performance, it doesn't rule out the use of enhancers. She stresses that the key lies in verifying his true superpower level. Back at the ceremony, Director Xiao Yao notices the star of the day hasn't arrived yet. Curious, he asks teacher Chen Fan where Su Jingming might be. With a smile, the teacher explains that he just spoke to him. Su Jingming is still at the martial arts gym, training as usual. The director bursts into laughter, amazed that the new top scholar is already pushing himself further, even right after the exam. While Su Jingming makes his way over, the scene shifts to a private meeting room. Inside, Principal Zhao is nervously pouring tea for 3 imposing figures he respectfully addresses as teachers. When one of them casually pushes the cup aside, Xiao Yao breaks into a cold sweat. The overwhelming pressure radiating from these high-level superhumans makes his heart pound with unease. These 3 aren't ordinary guests. They're recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities. The atmosphere grows tense, their spiritual energy pressing against each other, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Breaking the silence, a woman with short, gray-purple hair, Zhang Xiaoyue, director of admissions at Modus Superpower University, speaks with a sly tone. She asks her rivals which one of them plans to recruit the rising star. Another recruiter, Su Yun, dressed in a pale blue gown from Qingjing Superpower University, shoots back without hesitation, telling Zhang Xiaoyue to drop the act. With complete confidence, she declares that if Su Jingming's results are real, then he belongs to Qingjing University. Her words draw a scoff from Wu Yuan, a tall man with long black hair representing Jin City Superpower University. He firmly states that Su Jingming will be theirs, dismissing Su Yun's claim outright. Sparks of spiritual energy ripple through the room as the 3 recruiters square off, each unwilling to back down. Watching the exchange, Zhang Xiaoyue notes to herself that these clashes are inevitable. Competing for top scholars always leads to conflict. Just as the tension threatens to explode, the door slides open. Su Jingming steps inside, a spear casually resting on his shoulder. He greets the 3 with calm respect, addressing them as teachers. His sudden appearance catches them off guard. Zhang Xiaoyue studies him closely, noticing his steady presence. Despite facing the crushing aura of 3 elite superhumans, he remains unfazed. Even more, he's still carrying his weapon, proof he hasn't let go of his training for a moment. Principal Zhao quickly makes introductions. Director Zhang Xiaoyue of Modi University, Director Su Yun of Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan of Jin City University. Zhang Xiaoyue is the first to speak. She praises Su Jingming for the breathtaking combat techniques shown in his exam video, but immediately cuts to the core issue. She questions why his ability no longer resembles the weak E-class lightning he was once known for, and asks him to clarify. Prepared for this exact inquiry, Su Jingming delivers his answer calmly. He explains that shortly before the exam, while training at home, he was struck by natural lightning, and ever since then, his power has grown dramatically. Hearing this, both Wu Yuan and Su Yun exchange knowing looks, concluding it must have been a case of superpower mutation. Zhang Xiaoyue then adds her perspective, suggesting that Su Jingming himself may not yet know the true extent of his transformed ability. Zhang Xiaoyue takes the lead, pulling out a superpower detection instrument she brought with her. The device glows with a circular pattern as she places it on the table, inviting Su Jingming to test his power. Without hesitation, Su Jingming presses his hand against it and releases his energy. Instantly, a torrent of purple and white lightning bursts out, wild and violet, engulfing the device. The sheer intensity makes Su Yun's eyes widen in disbelief. The scanner hums as it attempts to read his ability, flashing with unstable lights before finally displaying the result. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But as it tries to measure the level, the readings go haywire. The machine beeps erratically, cracks splitting across its surface. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash erupts. The device shatters in an explosion of sparks, sending electric arcs crackling through the room. Principal Zhao jumps back in shock, stammering out a question about what just happened. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, look ecstatic. They immediately confirm what the explosion means. Su Jingming's power has far surpassed the device's capacity. To overload it like that, his superpower must be at least S-class. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyue allows herself a smile. Their gamble has paid off. With his S-class potential confirmed, the recruiters waste no time and the bidding war erupts. Wu Yuan moves first, his voice booming as he lays down his offer. Jin City University will provide a 4 million yuan admission bonus, a complete set of C-class equipment, and unrestricted access to all cultivation methods for 4 years. Before he can say more, Su Yun scoffs and counters. Flashing Su Jingming a confident smile, she announces her proposal: 5 million yuan upon entry, plus unlimited access for 4 years to Qingjing University's most advanced S-class techniques and superpower training methods. The generosity of her offer makes Su Jingming pause in surprise. Finally, Zhang Xiaoyue makes her move. She calmly states that Modi University does not offer money or equipment, but they can match the other institutions in training methods. Then she reveals her trump card. Modu will provide him with an S-class cultivation resource every year. Her words leave Wu Yuan and Su Yun speechless. Even Su Jingming blinks in confusion, not recognizing the term. He asks her directly what exactly an S-class resource is. Zhang Xiaoyue explains with a knowing look. She asks if he's familiar with dragon-type fierce beasts, monstrous creatures born with immense innate power, often emerging at Tier 4 or 5, far beyond ordinary beasts. Then she delivers the shocking detail. Modu's S-class cultivation resource includes the heart's blood of an adult, Tier 8 dragon-type fierce beast. Zhang Xiaoyue explains further. Consuming dragon heart blood would transform one's body, strengthening it to rival the raw power of a dragon-type beast itself. And resources of this level aren't rare exceptions. Every S-class resource provided by Modu carries the same value. Her words leave the room in stunned silence. Even Su Yun can't hide her reaction. With a small laugh, she admits that the offer is so extravagant that she herself is tempted, calling Modu's wealth outrageous. Wu Yuan, however, bristles with frustration. He reminds everyone that S-class resources are usually reserved only for the most outstanding senior students. To place them in the hands of a freshman is practically unheard of. The two quickly realize there's no way to match Modu's conditions. They step back, conceding defeat. At last, all 3 recruiters face Su Jingming, their gazes fixed on him. They tell him it's time to decide. With a steady look and absolute confidence, Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. A determined smile spreads across his face as he declares his choice. He will join Modu Superpower University. After making his decision, Su Jingming explains that his choice wasn't only about Modu's incredible offer. What truly drew him in was their reputation. The best combat training in the entire University Alliance, built on a legacy of many powerful founders who came from Modu. He then bows respectfully to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, thanking them for their offers. Though they hide it behind calm expressions, disappointment flickers in their eyes. Satisfied, Director Zhang Xiaoyue waves her hand, summoning a glowing admission letter. She presents it to Su Jingming with a welcoming smile, officially confirming his place at Modu Superpower University. She informs him that although new students normally enroll on September 1st, as a special recruit, he can register early, and housing will be arranged for him. Excited by the opportunity, Su Jingming immediately asks if he can gain access to the university's library, especially its superpower training methods and combat techniques, before the term begins. Zhang Xiaoyue doesn't hesitate. She tells him the school will not only grant him access, but also provide a private study room. Handing him her contact card, she instructs him to reach out once he arrives in Magic City. Holding the glowing admission letter tightly, Su Jingming grins and says he can't wait to register. Time passes, and soon Su Jingming is at the train station, luggage by his side. His heart races with anticipation as an announcement echoes. Passengers for the G91 train to Magic City may now begin boarding. Nearby, his aunt Su Qingwan wipes at her tears, unable to hide her emotions. Her husband, Tang Dean, gently comforts her, saying proudly that Xiaoming has grown up, and once he leaves, he'll soar higher than ever. Their daughter, Tang Yi, listens quietly as her father reminds her that it's time for her to start filling out her own university applications. He suggests that since her cousin is headed to Magic City Superpower University, she should also consider schools there. Shu Qingwan agrees, adding that it would be good for them to look out for each other. Tang Yi blushes slightly but nods, giving a soft reply. On board the train, with 6 hours left in the journey, Su Jingming wastes no time. He opens his materials and begins studying. His thoughts focus on the most valuable reward from the provincial exam, the Universal C-Class training method. Like superpowers, training methods are also divided into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A chart flashes in his mind, showing that the higher the level of the method, the faster one can cultivate and the stronger the results. Su Jingming immerses himself in the study of the Universal C-Class method, noting that it's classified as intermediate. With his current spiritual power of 180, it takes him half a day to fully memorize it. He recalls his first attempt. By following the method's guidance, he was able to sense the unique energy flowing through the world from the very first day of practice. As Su Jingming continues studying on the train, a new option suddenly appears on his system panel, a plus sign beside his level. It means he can now break through, advancing from awakened to full superpower user. Yet he holds back. The training manual's words echo in his mind. The higher the grade of the method used during the breakthrough, the greater the benefits. With top-tier techniques soon within his reach at Modu, it would be a waste to use only an intermediate one now. He firmly decides to wait. When the train finally pulls into Magic City, Su Jingming is left in awe at the sight of Modu Superpower University. From the car window, the sprawling campus stretches across hundreds of meters, vast beyond imagination. A sleek red sports car pulls up beside him. Director Zhang Xiaoyue has come personally to welcome him. She smiles and tells him to hop in so she can guide him through his admission procedures. As they drive, Su Jingming takes in the breathtaking scenery. Rows of cherry blossom trees lining wide paths, elegant buildings rising in the distance. Zhang Xiaoyue proudly explains that the university's grounds cover a staggering 40,000 mu, so large that even visiting students couldn't explore it all in a single day. Su Jingming nods in admiration, admitting that seeing it in person is far beyond anything he imagined. After completing his quick registration, Zhang Xiaoyue hands him his student ID, a single card that grants him access to the dorms and serves multiple functions across campus. Together, they head toward his new accommodations. On the way, Su Jingming recalls the dorms he's seen in his past life. Everything from shared 4-person rooms to modest 3-bedroom apartments. But when he reaches his new housing, he stops in stunned silence. Before him stands a grand villa, lavish, elegant, and far beyond what he ever expected. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyue explains that every Modu student lives in a villa, but the luxury level is determined by exam scores. As the provincial top scorer, Su Jingming has been awarded the most extravagant model, over 800 square meters in size. The villa is designed for 2 students with separate upper and lower floors, giving each resident an entire level to themselves. Su Jingming accepts the arrangement calmly, thinking that having a roommate isn't bad. It's better than being alone. Deep down, though, he remembers his past as an orphan, where he grew to appreciate the warmth of shared dorm life, even in cramped quarters. Inside the villa, Director Zhang Xiaoyue sits down with him to explain several key aspects of university life. She highlights two of the most important systems, credits and mentors. She begins with the first. At Modu, credits mean everything. Director Zhang Xiaoyue continues her explanation. At Modu, credits are the foundation of everything, used for meals, equipment, resources, even powerful cultivation items. She clarifies the value. 1 credit equals roughly 10,000 Daxia currency. She goes on to explain that there are multiple ways to earn credits. One guaranteed method is the fixed allotment granted each year according to a student's rating. Since Su Jingming has been classified as S-class, his starting annual credit balance is 100. To demonstrate, she summons a small floating sphere with a command, EVA. The robot hovers in midair and projects a glowing message, confirming his balance of 100 credits. She introduces the device as Eva, the dorm's AI assistant. Every villa is equipped with one, while the main body of Eva serves as the school's central intelligence system. Even these subunits are level 4 AIs, fully capable of supporting students in daily life. Su Jingming can't hide his amazement. The level of AI technology on Blue Star is far more advanced than anything he experienced in his previous life. With credits explained, Director Zhang Xiaoyue moves on to the next system, the mentors. She explains that each student has the chance to seek guidance from a mentor of their choosing. The only condition is that the mentor must accept. Intrigued, Su Jingming asks if this means he can receive personal, one-on-one instruction. She confirms it, adding that every mentor at Modu is a powerful, high-level superhuman in their own right. Many have developed their own exclusive combat techniques and cultivation methods, techniques that are never shared outside of their disciples. Given his talent, she tells him a university has 4 lightning element mentors for him to consider. Her top recommendation is Yang Jinshin, Dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva projects a detailed profile of the Dean. It shows Yang Jinshin is 52 years old, a Tier 7 high-rank, superpowered individual with an A-rank lightning ability. He's renowned for his mastery of weapons, especially the spear, earning him the title Thunder Spear. The profile even records his legendary battle, where he fought an 8th tier demonic whale for 3 full days and nights before slaying it single-handedly. She also provides information on the other 3 lightning mentors, but reminds Su Jingming that the final decision rests with him. After reviewing the profiles, a confident smile forms on his lips. Not only is Dean Yang Jinshin a lightning wielder, but he's also a spear specialist. The perfect match. Su Jingming decides firmly that Yang Jinshin will be his mentor. With his choice made, Su Jingming sets out for the mentor's residential area. The compound is serene and elegant, a collection of traditional-style buildings hidden among lush forests. As he approaches the massive gate of Dean Yang Jinshin's residence, he can't help but marvel at how much grander it is compared to the student villas. Just as he's about to step forward, a young man with brown hair, leaning against a stone lion, speaks up, asking if Su Jingming is also here to seek mentorship. The young man studies Su Jingming carefully, his brows lifting in surprise when he realizes Shu hasn't advanced yet and is still only at the awakened stage. He guesses aloud that Su Jingming must be one of this year's specially recruited students. Su Jingming confirms it with a nod. The other student remarks that in previous years, special recruits were usually already mid or even high-tier level 1. Introducing himself, the young man says his name is Tanming Yang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Su Jingming responds politely, introducing himself as a newly enrolled freshman. Tanming Yang seems impressed, pointing out that it's rare for someone so new to immediately seek a mentor. He explains that most freshmen only learn about this opportunity after the freshman competition, which catches Su Jingming's attention. Tan elaborates. The freshman competition is a long-standing university tradition held just days after registration. All the teachers observe, and the students who shine the brightest often catch the eye of academies, or even get chosen directly by mentors. He adds that while it isn't impossible for a special recruit to try early, attempting to become the dean's disciple right after enrollment is about as likely as winning the lottery. Su Jingming thanks him for the explanation and then asks if Tan is also here to seek mentorship under Dean Yang. Tan sighs and admits he is. He reveals that he's been coming back repeatedly for the past 6 months, but every attempt ended with him being turned away. This was supposed to be his last try before giving up. Just as Tan finishes speaking, the massive doors creak open. A middle-aged man steps out, likely a butler. Tan nearly jumps in shock, but the man's stern expression quickly softens. He greets them and informs them that Dean Yang is waiting inside, inviting them both to enter. Tan Ming Yang freezes, stunned by the unexpected reception. If the dean himself is waiting, does this mean his persistence has finally paid off? The butler leads them through to an inner chamber, where two figures are waiting. At once, Su Jingming feels an overwhelming pressure emanating from the older man seated before them. His presence is commanding, his sharp eyes cutting beneath heavy gray brows, and his full beard framing a figure that radiates authority. Su Jingming instantly recognizes him as Yang Jinshin, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. Beside him stand a younger man with long hair, silent but watchful. Without hesitation, Dean Yang Jinshin speaks, his gaze locked firmly on Su Jingming. He addresses him directly, saying he must be the student that Director Zhang Xiaoyuan mentioned. Without sparing Tan Ming Yang a single glance, he turns and tells Su Jingming to follow him to the training grounds. Inside a training hall lined with weapons, Dean Yang Jintian stands before Su Jingming. He mentions that he's already watched the martial arts exam recording, praising Su Jingming's combat technique and his skill with firearms. Still, before making a decision, the dean insists on witnessing his S-rank ability firsthand, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Su Jingming responds calmly, agreeing without hesitation. Under the dean's gaze, arcs of violet lightning begin to coil around his arms. In the next instant, he unleashes a surge of blinding power, purple and white energy exploding outward, filling the entire room with violent force. Yang Jintian's eyes light up as he takes in the display. A grin spreads across his face. He knows instantly this is the mark of an S rank. Inwardly, he compares it to his own A rank ability and admits the truth. The difference between the two ranks is a gulf no one can cross. This student's potential is undeniable. If Su Jingming continues refining his abilities, his future could even surpass his own. Satisfied, the dean declares that with such potential, accepting him as a disciple is no issue. But his tone turns stern. He warns that his life has earned him both powerful allies and dangerous enemies. He cannot promise his enemies won't target his disciples. He asks Su Jingming if he is still willing to accept him as a master despite the risk. Without a trace of fear, Su Jingming falls to his knees, a broad grin on his face. He declares his answer proudly. He is willing. He explains that he deeply respects those who grow strong through bloody battles, and the sheer number of foes his teacher has overcome only proves his unmatched strength. Yang Jintian bursts out laughing, clearly pleased. He formally accepts Su Jingming as his disciple, his 32nd student, and more importantly, his very first S-rank disciple. Telling him to rise, the dean presents his new student with two gifts: a top-tier ability cultivation method called Extreme Ability Training Method, and a body-tempering combat technique of his own creation, the Thunder Indestructible Body. Su Jingming is stunned by the magnitude of these treasures. He realizes a technique that can strengthen his very body is far rarer and more valuable than any ordinary method. The dean explains that while the training method is already one of only 3 top-tier methods within the academy, the true masterpiece is the Thunder Indestructible Body, the culmination of his entire life's work. Dean Yang Jintian continues, explaining that the Thunder Indestructible Body has already been certified by 2 major martial art halls and officially rated as S-rank. The revelation leaves Su Jingming stunned. He never expected to hear of an S-rank combat technique. Just like abilities, combat techniques are graded from F all the way to SSS. The higher the rank, the harder they are to master, but their power is unmatched. Su Jingming can't help but reflect. Most level 7 masters are already considered extraordinary if they manage to create even a single A-rank technique. Yet his master has forged an S-rank one. The sheer level of talent behind it is terrifying. Yang Jintian goes on to explain the details. The Thunder Indestructible Body is designed exclusively for lightning element users. It consists of 13 levels, and with each step forward, the user's body will undergo a transformation. But there's a catch. Before starting cultivation, one must advance from an awakened ability user to a true ability user. The dean then sets Su Jingming's first task. He must use the Extreme Ability Training Method to break through that threshold. Once he advances, he is to return, and Yang Jintian will personally help him lay the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body. Overcome with gratitude, Su Jingming bows deeply. He realizes just how much of a difference it makes to have a mentor's direct guidance. Then, the dean shares something more personal. He admits that he himself has only cultivated the technique to the 10th level. His eyes shine with expectation as he looks at Su Jingming. If he himself cannot reach the realm of martial saint, then Su Jingming will carry his hopes forward. He believes that if the technique can ever be mastered to its 13th and final stage, the cultivator's body may reach a state of true eternity, indestructible and everlasting. Later, as Su Jingming leaves his master's residence, he waves to the butler before stepping outside. There, he finds Tan Mingyang slumped on the steps, head buried in despair. Su Jingming walks over and asks what happened. Tan reveals the bitter truth. His attempt to become a disciple has failed. He was tested against one of the dean's senior students, with the condition that he only had to defeat the disciple using 1/10 of their power. Yet, even with such a handicap, Tan was soundly defeated. Now beaten and hopeless, he sits on the steps, looking up at Su Jingming, assuming that he too must have failed. Tan Mingyang forces a wry smile, remarking that becoming Dean Yang's disciple clearly isn't easy. He even offers to share the lessons from his own failures, thinking it might help Su Jingming in the future. But Su Jingming simply shakes his head and answers calmly, "There's no need. He has already passed." The words strike Tan Ming like a heavy blow. His bruised face twists in disbelief as he stammers out his shock. Never before has he heard of a dean-level mentor taking in a disciple before the annual freshman competition. Yet here, Su Jingming stands, accepted. As Su Jingming walks away with steady composure, Tan Ming can only stare blankly after him, utterly bewildered, try to make sense of what just happened. With a new purpose in mind, Su Jingming returns to his dormitory training room. Sitting cross-legged, he begins to cultivate using the extreme ability training method gifted by his master. Almost immediately, he can feel the difference. This top-tier technique is worlds apart from the intermediate one he used before. The energy flooding into his body is far denser and more abundant. A confident smirk plays at his lips. He has already grasped the principles of cultivation, so there's no need to follow the steps slowly. Instead, he chooses to rely on his cheat-like system. Pulling up the system panel, he commands it to spend his ability points to push his level higher. The result is instantaneous. A violent surge of energy crashes through him, making him groan under the pressure. His hands clutch at his clothes as raw power rips through his veins. Lightning bursts out uncontrollably, filling the room with light and force so intense the walls tremble. Then just as suddenly it fades. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming slowly rises to his feet. A notification confirms his breakthrough. He has advanced to a first-tier, lower-rank ability user. Blue lightning dances steadily in his palm, far more stable and powerful than before. He channels it once more, and a torrent of energy pours out, stronger and sharper than anything he's unleashed before. Clenching his fist, he marvels at the transformation. His strength has multiplied at least 4 to 5 times over. With this newfound power, he's confident that if he faced the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be more than enough to bring it down. Pulling up his system panel, he studies his new stats. The difference is staggering. If he had relied only on the intermediate cultivation method, his vitality and spirit would have risen by perhaps 30 or 40 points. But with this top-tier method, both have jumped by nearly 100 in a single advancement. Now he fully understands why all ability users crave higher-level cultivation techniques. The difference in results is impossible to ignore. Su Jingming notes that the breakthrough only cost him 300 ability points. Choosing to save the rest, he reminds himself that mastering the Thunder Indestructible Body, an S-rank technique, will likely demand a massive amount of points. With his advancement complete, he feels ready for the next stage. A thought crosses his mind. Since he's now at the university, it may be time to explore the school's library. The following day, Su Jingming makes his way back to his master's residence. Dean Yang Jintian is stunned at the sight of him, demanding to know how he could possibly have advanced so quickly. The dean begins pacing, muttering that in 2 decades of teaching, he has seen countless prodigies, yet even the brightest of them needed far more time to make the leap to becoming an ability user. Less than 24 hours have passed since Su Jingming received the manual. With a modest smile, Su Jingming admits that perhaps the only thing he can truly boast about is his extraordinary speed in advancing. But then he confesses that when he attempted to begin cultivating the thunder indestructible body, he found even its introductory stage difficult to grasp. The dean listens carefully before explaining the process in detail. Building the foundation requires the blood of a lightning element beast, fused with one's own lightning, to temper the body's muscles and bones. He stresses an important point. The ultimate strength of the technique depends heavily on the grade of beast blood used. Now that Su Jingming has officially advanced, Yang Jintian declares that they will begin forging the foundation that very day. Originally, his plan was to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear. But upon learning that Su Jingming is entitled to one S-rank resource each year, he made a bold decision. Combining this entitlement and making a personal appeal to the principal, he secured something even rarer, an SS-rank resource. From within his robes, he presents a vial containing a glowing crimson liquid, the essence blood of an 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Su Jingming is shaken by the gesture. That his new teacher and even the principal would go so far on his behalf fills him with gratitude. Accepting the vial, he vows to repay this kindness many times over. Satisfied with his response, the dean declares that they should waste no time. Together, they head into a training chamber where Su Jingming kneels bare-chested, ready to begin the ritual. Dean Yang Jintian uncorks the vial and pours the glowing crimson blood across Su Jingming's head and back. The instant it touches him, Su Jingming groans through clenched teeth, the heat and pain searing into his body. The dean calmly warns him to endure. It is natural. For low-level users, the blood is extremely toxic and the pain is unavoidable. He then prepares to assist, telling Su Jingming that he will now use his own A-rank ability, Wind Fire True Thunder, to forge the foundation. How much Su Jingming can absorb, however, will depend entirely on him. With that, the dean releases his power, a violent storm of scarlet lightning, and channels it straight into Su Jingming's body. The energy floods through him, glowing red patterns burning across his chest and back. The agony is unbearable, forcing Su Jingming to throw his head back with a guttural scream as his body is hammered by the violent lightning, each strike forcing his muscles and bones to harden under the strain. Days pass in this brutal tempering. On the 5th day, the senior disciple Lu sits with the butler, Uncle Fu, sipping tea. Lu remarks in awe at his junior's resilience, lasting 5 full days under the process. He recalls that he himself only endured 2 days, and that was with the weaker blood of a 7th-tier beast. Though a tinge of jealousy lingers, he admits that Su Jingming's performance proves he truly deserves to use the essence blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type beast. With an S-rank lightning ability on top of that, Lu says he can't wait to see what kind of thunder indestructible body his new junior will forge. Suddenly, a deafening crash shakes the residence, coming from the training chamber. Lu immediately leaps up, rushing upstairs. He cautiously pushes the door open and freezes at the sight before him. Inside, Su Jingming stands shirtless, drenched in blood, his eyes glowing a sinister red. A wild, chaotic aura radiates from him, dark energy and blue lightning entwining violently around his body. In that moment, he looks less like a human and more like a beast. Lu's breath catches. An oppressive pressure floods the room, one that feels just like the presence of a top-tier ferocious beast. His body trembles instinctively. Lost to his primal state, Su Jingming locks onto Lu at the doorway. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to attack, his aura surging with bloodlust. But just before he can strike, a thunderous voice cuts through the chaos. Yang Jintian roars, "Jingming, wake up!" The command slams into his mind, shattering the haze of violence. Su Jingming halts, his hand trembling inches from his senior disciple. Soaked in sweat, gasping for breath, he blinks in confusion. "Teacher, what happened? Why did I feel such a powerful urge to destroy everything?" The dean steps forward, his expression grave. He explains that it was the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. That beast is notorious for its violent ferocity, and because Su Jingming's compatibility and absorption rate were so high, its influence temporarily invaded his mind, an unavoidable, yet dangerous side effect. Dean Yang Jintian places a steady hand on Su Jingming's shoulder, reassuring him. As long as he keeps his emotions in check, the side effects will fade with time. The stronger he grows, the less influence the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood will have. Su Jingming exhales in relief, lowering his gaze to his trembling hands. The thought of being controlled by his emotions had shaken him, but his master's words calm his heart. Then Yang Jintian's tone shifts. A broad smile spreads across his face as he tells Su Jingming to lift his spirits. The forging was a complete success. Not just success, but perfection. His absorption rate reached an astonishing 98%. The dean proudly explains that the highest ever recorded among disciples cultivating the Thunder Indestructible body was only 92. Su Jingming has just shattered a long-standing record. Senior disciple Lu steps forward, offering his congratulations with a smile. He tells Su Jingming that with such a foundation, his path in martial arts will be smooth from here on. The dean then makes a formal introduction. This is Lu Ming, a peak third-tier ability user. If Su Jingming encounters any difficulties in cultivation, he should seek Lu's guidance. Su Jingming greets his senior with respect. Lu chuckles, pulling out his phone. Since he hadn't prepared a gift, he decides to send credits instead. A moment later, Su Jingming's phone vibrates with a notification. 200 credits have just been transferred to him. His eyes widen in shock. That amount equals 2 million great coins. He quickly insists it's far too much, but the dean waves it off. For Lu, 200 credits is nothing, and it is a senior's responsibility to look after his juniors. One day, when Su Jingming has juniors of his own, he too will need to prepare gifts for them. Humbly, Su Jingming accepted this lesson. With the training finished, the dean reminds him that after 5 days without food or water, his body needs rest. He instructs Su Jingming to return the next morning to begin learning fist and spear techniques under Lu's guidance. Grateful, Su Jingming bows deeply, thanking his teacher before leaving. When he returns to his luxurious villa, he finds someone already there. A young man with spiky white hair and striking red eyes lounges on the couch, absorbed in a video game. Sensing he's no longer alone, the young man turns his head and greets Su Jingming casually, guessing he must be his new roommate. With a friendly grin, he introduces himself as Lu Wentao. When Su Jingming introduces himself, Lu Wentao's eyes go wide. He leaps up, pointing in excitement, blurting out that Su Jingming is the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Su Jingming blinks in surprise and asks how he knew. With a grin, Lu Wentao declares his nickname is Mr. Know-It-All. He claims to know nearly everything about the new freshman. Though he didn't go out of his way to look up Su Jingming, the stir he caused was so massive that even he couldn't avoid hearing about it. Wrapping a friendly arm around his shoulder, Lu Wentao laughs in disbelief. Never did he imagine the legendary Dark Horse top scorer would end up as his roommate. Then the floodgates open. He starts peppering Su Jingming with questions. Is he really from Jiangnan? Was he truly still just awakened during the exam? And is his ability really only E rank when it clearly doesn't look like it? Though the endless chatter might overwhelm some, Su Jingming finds himself enjoying it. He reflects quietly. He's always hated loneliness. Memories flash through his mind. Growing up in an orphanage, always feeling like an outsider. School had been better. He'd made friends. His happiest days had been in college, laughing and gaming with his roommates. He even went on to earn his master's and PhD, never expecting that a night of drinking after graduation would end with him waking in another world. Even here, he remained an orphan, but with a talkative, cheerful roommate like Lu Wentao, he feels perhaps he won't be so alone anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao boasts proudly about himself. He's a top student from Sichuan province, with an A rank ability, currently a first-tier, middle-rank ability user. He declares boldly that his dream is to major in military tactics and someday command a region's forces to wipe out the ferocious beasts plaguing Blue Star. Su Jingming lets him finish before casually mentioning that he's planning to head to the martial arts hall. Intrigued, Lu Wentao immediately decides to tag along, admitting he hasn't yet checked out the university's hall. The two make their way to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, one of the branch halls of the magical university. The site inside is lively and chaotic, with countless students training, sparring, and showing off their abilities. An AI named Eva appears to greet them, explaining that they are in the public training chamber, which can accommodate up to 300 people. The hall itself is reinforced with C-rank alloy and memory metal, durable enough to withstand tremendous damage. She also points out the option of private training rooms, but Su Jingming decides the public space would do just fine. Lu Wentao, swept up by the competitive energy, starts shouting excitedly. He points out one student in particular, an A-rank enhanced werewolf ability user, his eyes shining with admiration. Su Jingming can't help but glance at his noisy roommate and remark dryly that Lu Wentao isn't exactly keeping quiet himself. Curious, Su Jingming turns his attention to the large numbered pillars in the middle of the hall and asks Eve about them. The AI explains that they are punch power challenge boards. Each tier of ability users has its own leaderboard, 5 in total. Anyone who manages to place in the top 3,000 of their respective board earns a 50 credit reward. The moment he hears the word reward, Lu Wentao's eyes light up, and he quickly accepts the challenge. Thinking it sounds easy, he smirks confidently. But Eva clarifies that there are just over 4,000 students currently enrolled, and only the top 75% of them even qualify. Unbothered, Lu Wentao swipes his student ID to begin. Eva announces his attempt aloud, drawing the attention of nearby upperclassmen. They immediately begin to sneer, mocking the fact that he's just a first-tier, middle-ranked freshman daring to try the challenge. Feeling the pressure of all eyes on him, Lu Wentao steels himself. He clenches his fist, lets out a shout, and drives a heavy punch straight into the pillar. The numbers flash onto the screen, 476 kilograms. Breathing hard, Lu Wentao grins in relief. Not bad at all. With that, he's sure breaking into the top 3,000 will be no problem. But his confidence shatters in the next instant. Eva coldly declares his ranking, beyond 100,000. The room falls silent before bursting into laughter. Eyes wide, Lu Wentao yells in disbelief. How could that be possible? There aren't even 5,000 students in the whole university. Eva responds without emotion, explaining that the leaderboard isn't limited to current students. It has tracked every challenger since the university's founding over 100 years ago. The realization hits him hard. The crowd hadn't gathered out of curiosity. They were waiting for him to make a fool of himself. And he had delivered. The older students roar with laughter, some nearly doubled over, calling the spectacle priceless. Face flushed with humiliation, Lu Wentao can barely lift his head. At his side, Su Jingming offers a calm word of comfort. He reminds him that as a spiritual element user, physical punch strength isn't supposed to be his specialty. Hearing this, Lu Wentao lifts his chin and manages a faint smile, grateful for the reassurance. Then, try to recover some dignity, he urges Su Jingming to give it a try instead, insisting his roommate is bound to score higher. Su Jingming nods, saying he had wanted to test his strength anyway. He swipes his student ID, and Eva announces a challenge. The crowd's attention shifts, but their reaction is just as dismissive. Seeing that he's only a first-tier, lower-rank ability user, most scoff and guess his punch power won't even reach 400 kilograms. Yet among the whispers, one student frowns. The name Su Jingming sounds strangely familiar to him. Meanwhile, Su Jingming stands calmly before the pillar. His thoughts are steady. He has advanced to a first-tier ability user, endured 5 days and nights of brutal tempering, and successfully forged the foundation of the Thunder indestructible body. With all that, he knows exactly what his body is now capable of. A quick glance at his system panel confirms what he already feels in his bones. His physique has been greatly enhanced, and under his skills now sits the first stage of the Thunder indestructible body. Su Jingming curls his fingers into a tight fist, anticipation building. This was the perfect chance to see just how far his strength had risen. Drawing in a deep breath, he channels his power and drives his fist forward. The impact slams into the pillar with explosive force, sending out a shockwave so strong it ripples through the air, rattling the ground beneath everyone's feet. The crowd that had been mocking moments earlier instantly goes silent, eyes widening as they feel the sheer force of the strike. All attention locks on the screen, waiting to see the number that will decide just how terrifying this freshman's strength truly is. A powerful blast ripples through the air as Su Jingming's punch lands, shaking the entire martial arts hall. The crowd falls silent, eyes fixed on the massive digital screen. Fist power, 45,589 kilograms. Gasps erupt. The number not only dominates the leaderboard, it smashes the long-standing record for first-tier ability users. The older students who had mocked him moments ago stare in disbelief. One stammers, "The record? It's broken." Another blurts out, "No way. How can a first-tier rookie hit that hard?" A third mutters darkly, "With a punch like that, I'd be a smear on the wall. There's no way this guy's a freshman." Two female students exchange stunned looks. The top 1,000 on the leaderboard are legends. One says quietly, "Just how strong is this new number one?" Her friend pulls out her device, grinning. "That record's been untouched for over a decade. I'm definitely saving this moment." Before Su Jingming can react, his roommate Lu Winter rushes over, eyes shining. He grabs Su's shoulders and shouts, "Bro, you're my brother for life. I'm sticking with you from now on." Su Jingming chuckles and waves him off. "Don't make it sound so dramatic." He glances at his fist, feeling the lingering surge of power. "So, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence blood really suits me. The boost is beyond what I expected." Nearby, the AI assistant, Eva, hovers into view. "Congratulations, Su Jingming," she announces. "You've set a new record. 400 credits have been deposited into your account." Curious, Su asks, "If I break it again, do I earn more?" Eva shakes her head. "The bonus applies only once. However, you can challenge the other level pillars for new rewards." Su's eyes shift toward the remaining 4 pillars reserved for higher tier users. "Then I'll be breaking those next," he says calmly. Meanwhile, Lu is busy boasting to a small crowd of female students. "That's him, my roommate, the record breaker." In seconds, Su Jingming finds himself surrounded. Some girls eagerly offer to help him learn new training devices, while others invite him to join their clubs. Flustered, Su Jingming barely gets a word out before Lu Winter tugs at his sleeve. "Let's bail before they eat you alive," he whispers, pulling him toward the exit. "We'll hide in the private training room." Elsewhere, in a quiet courtyard, Dean sits sipping tea. His senior disciple, Lu Ming, steps forward and shows him his phone. "Master," he says with a hint of a smile, "Junior brother Su's all over the campus forums. Everyone's talking about him." Dean leans back, setting down his teacup with a soft clink. A faint smile tugs at his lips as he shakes his head. "That boy, breaking records instead of resting," he muses. "His physical strength is beyond reason." Lu Ming, standing nearby, can't help but compare. Memories surface back when he was a high-rank first-tier user, newly mastering the first layer of the Thunder indestructible body. His best punch barely reached 3,500 kilograms. He sighs quietly. "My junior brother, he's not just a little stronger. He's on an entirely different level." Across the city, in a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket glares at his phone. The moment he sees Su Jingming's name, rage flares within him. He slams his palm against the marble counter, sending a crack through it. The glass beside him explodes as orange flames and blue lightning burst from his hand. "Su Jingming, you again," he snarls, voice trembling with fury. His eyes burn with resentment. "Because of you, I lost my spot as the top scorer of Jiangnan province. They laughed at me, mocked me." His fist tightens, fire and lightning swirling around it. "This time," he growls, "I'll take back everything that was stolen from me." Back at Magic University, Su Jingming sits quietly in the training room, a small knife glinting between his fingers. He's been refining his Thunder indestructible body for 5 relentless days. No food, no rest. Yet his energy remains abundant. He raises the blade and presses it lightly across his palm. A metallic clang rings out. The edge fails to cut through, leaving only a faint white mark. Su Jingming studies it calmly. "My body's defense, it's on par with E-grade alloy. Ordinary weapons can't even scratch me." He nods slightly, worthy of an S-grade body refinement art. The door bursts open. Lu rushes in, phone in hand, shouting, "Jingming, you're trending everywhere. The whole campus forum's on fire. Everyone's talking about your record." He scrolls rapidly, wide-eyed. "Look, there are tons of posts, people lining up to challenge you." Instead of irritation, a faint smirk crosses Su Jingming's face. "So, this is Magic University," he murmurs. The martial spirit here runs deep. Seeing the flood of challenges, Lu went to fumes. "These clowns don't know their place. Let me roast them online for you." Su Jingming calmly lowers his roommate's arm. "Don't bother. Let them talk. It's not worth your time." He stands, slipping the knife away. "I've got something more important to do." I'm heading to the Battle Technique Library. Lu Wen blinks. Then what about? Head back to the dorm, Su says, already walking out. I'll handle the rest. Su Jingming steps before the towering structure of the Battle Technique Library, its sleek metal walls humming with faint energy. As he raises his hand toward the entrance scanner, a glowing orange formation flares to life, tracing intricate patterns across the air. The security circle ripples and confirms his identity. He lets out a quiet breath, impressed. So the rumors were true. This place really is guarded by the vice principal himself, a 9th-tier superpower user. With protection like that, even the strongest martial saints wouldn't dare steal from here. Swiping his student ID, Su Jingming walks through the gate as the glowing circle scans him one last time before granting entry. The moment he steps inside, he's greeted by a grand hall bathed in soft blue light. 3 librarians stand behind a curved counter. The one in the center smiles warmly. Welcome, S-grade student Su Jingming. How may we assist you today? Startled, Su raises a brow. You already know my name? The librarian nods politely. Students with S-grade clearance are automatically registered in our system. You have access to every battle technique in the library. Behind her professional smile, she's thinking quickly. S-grade authority means his potential is enormous, at least Grandmaster level. I should definitely build a connection with him. I'm looking for lightning element battle techniques, Su Jingming says. Which floor should I go to? B grade and below are on the 2nd and 3rd floors, she explains. The advanced ones are kept in the 4th floor reading room. You can enter by swiping your card. She gestures for him to follow, personally escorting him upstairs. The 4th floor chamber is elegant and quiet, lined with glowing shelves. In the center, a small floating AI device hovers above a crystal table. Welcome, the AI says, its voice soft but precise. Once you choose your desired techniques, the original manuals will be delivered here. Please handle them carefully. When the AI goes silent, Su Jingming gives a simple command. Show all lightning element battle techniques, B grade and above. Instantly, the room fills with light. Dozens of blue holographic screens appear, each displaying a detailed description of a different technique. He scrolls through the list, scanning the names and ranks until 2 stand out. The first, 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, is an SSS grade technique capable of forming a vast thunderstorm domain that traps enemies within its lightning field. But the note below it reads, requires 5th tier or above. The second, Wrath of the Thunder God, is an SS grade technique that channels destructive divine thunder. Requires 4th tier or above. Su Jingming studies the screens, eyes gleaming with quiet admiration. The power behind these techniques, it's beyond imagination. Seeing the dazzling lineup of SS and SSS grade techniques before him, Su Jingming can't help but be awed. The university's collection is incredible. They really have everything. For a moment, he wonders if he can access them freely, but his excitement fades as the reality of their strict tier requirements hits him. With his current rank, he can only practice A-grade battle techniques. Even so, the number of available options is staggering. He scrolls through endless holographic listings, each one tempting in its own way. Without his teacher's direction, choosing would have been almost impossible. Luckily, he's prepared. From his storage bracelet, Su Jingming retrieves a handwritten list from his master, Dean Genshin, a personal recommendation tailored to his thunder element abilities. Using it as a guide, he swipes through the holographic panels and locks in his selections one by one. He finalizes his choices with 4 A-grade techniques. Thunder Spear, a high-impact offensive strike. Chain Thunder Gun, a technique for continuous ranged attacks. Thunder Flash, a rapid movement art. Thunder Prison, a method of trapping enemies with lightning-based control. He mentally maps them out. Thunder Spear for instant offense. Chain Thunder Gun for sustained pressure. Thunder Flash for mobility. And Thunder Prison for control. Combined with his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, his combat setup feels perfectly balanced. Offense, defense, and mobility all covered. The AI Eva analyzes his choices and chimes in. Based on your current data, The average time to reach elementary mastery for each A-grade technique is 6 months. It is advised to mix in lower-tier skills for efficiency. Su Jingming smiles faintly. No need. I'll manage. Not long after, the librarian returns, carrying 4 beautifully bound manuals. Each one radiates a faint golden hue and emits a subtle energy pulse. Su Jingming's gaze lingers on them. Even a C-grade manual costs millions. These A-grade originals are priceless. He carefully opens the first one. A burst of golden light spills from the pages, and a powerful aura fills the room. The weight of the ancient runes, the vivid artistic conception. He instantly understands that this is something no copy could ever replicate. Time slips away as he studies. Hours turn into what feels like moments. Sweat forms on his forehead. His breathing deepens. The deeper he dives, the more complex the diagrams and energy flow patterns become. Frustration creeps in, but he grits his teeth and keeps going, flipping page after page until the last one closes with a soft thud. Exhausted but satisfied, he leans back in his chair. "D blue," he says calmly. "Add points." The response is instant. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Spear, learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Chain Thunder Gun, learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Flash, learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Prison, learned elementary. A faint smile crosses his face as 4 golden notifications fade from view. "Show system panel," he commands. Blue holographic light flares once again, his updated stats appearing before him in crisp, glowing text. On the shimmering blue screen before him, Su Jingming's updated status glows clearly. Thunder Spear, Elementary Chain Thunder Gun, A-grade. Elementary Thunder Flash, Elementary Thunder Prison, Elementary Thunder Indestructible Body. First layer remaining superpower points, 1,434. He studies the panel for a moment, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The effort, the study, the focus, all of it had paid off. Closing the interface, Su Jingming rises from his seat. A low hum of thunder ripples through the air as faint arcs of blue light dance across his clenched fist. Power radiates from his body, steady yet untamed. He tilts his head slightly upward, a confident glint in his gaze. With these techniques, my foundation is finally complete. A slow, almost anticipatory smile curves on his lips. Now, he murmurs, voice calm yet sharp as lightning. Let's see who'll be the first to experience it. The air around him crackles softly, like the quiet before a storm. Inside a lavish villa under the night sky, Lu and Tao lounges on the couch, chatting with Su Jingming. He mentions a message from Eva. The freshman assembly is happening tomorrow at Training Ground 1. Lu also talks about a new freshman group chat and suggests Su Jingming join in. Su Jingming agrees with a calm nod. Curious, Lu and Tao asks which combat techniques Su Jingming picked at the library. Without much thought, Su Jingming replies that he selected 4 A-rank combat techniques. The response leaves Lu and Tao completely stunned. He blurts out that mastering even one A-rank technique would usually take a student until sophomore or junior year. Shaking his head in disbelief, he mutters that his roommate clearly isn't walking an ordinary path. As the thought sinks in, Lu and Tao's curiosity deepens. He realizes that to even browse A-rank techniques, one needs special clearance. Su Jingming corrects him, saying his permission level isn't A rank, it's S rank. Lu and Tao jumps up, shouting in shock. He can't believe there's even a permission level above A rank. Then a sudden thought strikes him. Eyes wide, he stammers, asking if that means the rumors about Su Jingming being E rank were fake, and if he actually has an S rank ability. Su Jingming gives a slight smile and replies playfully, telling him he's finally learned something new. Lu and Tao stands frozen for a moment before bursting out in amazement. He admits he always knew Su Jingming was strong, but never imagined he'd be S rank, far beyond the A rank provincial top scores. With a grin stretching across his face, he gives a thumbs up, feeling proud of himself for becoming a fan early. Later that night, Su Jingming heads to the second floor training room. holding a practice spear. He quickly finds it too light for his current strength. With his new combat techniques in hand, he knows it's time to upgrade his equipment. He recalls that his old F-rank obsidian spear is still back home and far too weak for him now. Deciding to get something more suitable, he calls out to Eva, asking her to open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. In response, holographic screens appear, displaying a lineup of spears ranging from F-rank to D-rank. Su Jingming scans through them, noting that he can adjust their length and weight. Higher ranks mean heavier builds and higher prices. After some thought, he selects an E-rank spear weighing 210 kilograms, along with an E-rank combat suit and boots. Once he confirms the order, Eva displays the total, 237 credits, leaving him with 382.6. As the transaction completes, Su Jingming can't help but sigh softly. His balance has nearly been cut in half in just one purchase. With his new equipment set to arrive the next day, Su Jingming tightens his grip on the practice spear. Though it's only a temporary weapon, it'll have to do for now. With a confident smirk, he declares that tonight, it'll serve its purpose, helping him master all 4 of his newly acquired A-rank combat techniques. The following morning, the freshman assembly at Modu Superpower University is in full swing. As Su Jingming walks in, conversations immediately ripple through the crowd. Students whisper and point, recognizing him as the one who shattered the school's punch power record. Others murmur that he's the top scorer from Jiangnan province, impressed by both his strength and his striking looks. Before he can even find a place to sit, a tall, broad-shouldered student steps into his path. The young man, Lei Zhou, points at Su Jingming and loudly challenges him in front of everyone. Gasps spread through the crowd. They recognize Lei Zhou instantly, the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, boasting a score of over 9,300. Whispers fill the air. Some note that both of Lei Zhou's parents are powerful Tier 4 superpowered beings, giving him an elite background. Others sigh, saying it's no surprise he's so bitter. After all, no one ever remembers who came in second. But Su Jingming remains calm, unbothered by the public challenge. In a composed tone, he simply replies that he's not interested. His response shocks Lu Wentao, who watches in disbelief. Lei Zhou, however, smirks and leans forward, clearly not willing to back down. He brings up a personal matter, Su Jingming's aunt's family, who runs a business dealing in rare plants. His grin turns cold as he mentions that his family is their biggest client and that they also owe his family a large loan. He casually adds that if the payment isn't made on time, things might get difficult for them. The crowd goes silent. The air thickens instantly. Su Jingming's expression darkens, and a deep, chilling aura flares from his body. A fierce, dark blue energy that ripples through the air. His voice drops as he asks quietly, "Are you threatening me?" The pressure from his aura hits like a physical force, making Lei Zhou instinctively step back. Sweat forms on his forehead as his bravado wavers. The overwhelming presence feels less human and more beast-like, suffocating and primal. Stammering, he insists it was just a reminder, not a threat. Su Jingming lets the tension linger for a moment before reining in his aura. His tone returns to calm as he asks for the time and place of the duel. Gathering himself, Lei Zhou announces that the battle will take place in 7 days, at noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Su Jingming nods once, replying that he'll be there, and advises Lei Zhou not to regret his choice. The tension breaks, replaced by a wave of excitement among the watching students. Buzz spreads instantly. The school's top-ranked freshman versus the runner-up, set to fight in 1 week. Moments later, the atmosphere settles as an older official with a gray beard steps onto the stage. With a steady voice, he welcomes the new students to Modu Superpower University and explains that today's assembly is meant to answer questions and introduce them to the university systems. The gray-bearded official clears his throat and continues, saying there's something important he wants to introduce before anything else: the school's combat power ranking system. He explains that every student will use the virtual dive pods, advanced devices for holographic combat simulations. Each student's rank will be determined by how many levels they can clear. The higher they go, the stronger their rank, and the greater their rewards. He encourages everyone to give it their all, emphasizing that the prizes for top performers are extremely generous. After nearly an hour of orientation, the meeting finally ends. Su Jingming stretches and lets out a long yawn. To him, the only interesting part was the mention of the virtual dive pod. He figures he'll give it a try when he has some free time. For now, though, his focus remains on training, his daily sessions with senior Lu Ming and his mentor, Dean Yang Genshin. Over the next 7 days, Su Jingming throws himself into relentless training. Guided by Lu Ming and the Dean, his strength grows rapidly. At the end of the week, Lu Ming looks at him with disbelief. "Junior brother," he says, astonished. "You've already reached mid-level of the first tier? How did you advance that fast?" Su Jingming just smiles lightly and replies, "Guess I got lucky." But deep down, he knows the truth. He had deliberately waited a few days before using his system to level up, which reduced the cost to just 380 superpower points. If he'd advanced any faster, he muses, Lu Ming probably would have been too shocked to handle it. Switching topics, Lu Ming suddenly remembers something. "Right, you've got that duel today, don't you? At noon." Su Jingming nods. "Yeah." With a confident grin, Lu Ming pats his shoulder. "Then I'll be sure to observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent." He chuckles and decides to tag along to watch the fight. The scene shifts to broadcast platform 3, a massive arena buzzing with excitement. A crowd has already gathered to witness the showdown. Lei Zhou arrives first, surrounded by his friends. One of them smirks, saying, "Perfect chance to see how strong the so-called top scorer really is." Another laughs. "That high score of his must have been a fluke. My money's on Lei Zhou." Someone mentions the punch power record, but Lei Zhou scoffs. A record like that means nothing. Strength in this school isn't about fists, it's about superpowers. Then the atmosphere changes. Su Jingming appears at the entrance, walking in with Lu Ming by his side. Dressed in a sleek black coat and holding his newly purchased spear, he draws every eye in the arena. As Su Jingming strides toward the ring, Lu Ming hides a grin. With looks like that, he thinks, "My junior's gonna have half the campus chasing after him once he starts showing his real power." From the ring, Lei Zhou watches closely and notices the subtle shift in Su Jingming's aura. His rank has risen. Still, his confidence doesn't waver. He has his own trump cards prepared. Smirking, Lei Zhou raises his voice for all to hear. "Let's make this interesting. How about we wager everything? All our credits?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jingming replies, "Fine. I've got 370 credits." The crowd erupts in excitement. The stage is set, pride, power, and every last credit on the line. Impressed, he declares he'll cover any remaining credits with cash. He suggests both of them transfer their stakes to a neutral third party, Old Master Zhou's account. The teacher overseeing the match is Zhou, a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. She's a powerful Tier 6 mid-level healer, well known among the faculty. As Su Jingming completes the transfer, he notes her presence. Knowing that duels between superpowered students can turn deadly, he realizes the school has taken precautions. With that assurance, he agrees to the terms. Excitement ripples through the crowd as the massive wager, 3.7 million in total, is confirmed. Zhou Yun steps forward to officiate, announcing she has received the credits. She tells them to get ready and clearly states the rules. If one fighter concedes or loses consciousness, the other must stop immediately. Both Su Jingming and Lei Zhou give a calm nod of understanding. The arena falls silent as they face each other. Su Jingming gripping his spear, Li Zhou drawing his sword. Determined, Li Zhou activates his A-rank ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. A swirling vortex of orange flames erupts around him as he vows to reclaim the honor Su Jingming once took from him. The display of power stuns the audience. The heat alone is enough to make the air shimmer. With his blade blazing, Li Zhou charges forward, leaping high and slashing down in a flaming arc. But Su Jingming doesn't flinch. He steadies his stance and swings his spear upward in a simple, precise motion. The clash is brief and shocking. The flaming sword strike is completely neutralized. Gasps fill the stands. No one can believe it. A basic move had stopped a high-level special attack. Whispers race through the crowd. Even he stands frozen, teeth clenched, unable to comprehend what just happened. Su Jingming lowers his spear, his gaze cold. Purple lightning flickers across his body as he says flatly, "Nothing is impossible. You just don't have the strength." Before he can react, Su Jingming surges forward in a storm of lightning. The air crackles, and in the blink of an eye, his spear strikes Li Zhou square in the chest. The impact sends him crashing backward, lightning dancing across his body as the crowd erupts in disbelief. Purple lightning surges through his body, tearing a scream from his throat as the strike hits. His sword spins away in a flash of steel, blood spraying through the air. The impact sends him crashing to the ground, smoke curling from his scorched body as he slumps motionless on the arena floor. The audience falls silent. The fight has ended almost before it began. His supporters stare in disbelief. One gasps that Su Jingming won in just 2 moves, while another scoffs bitterly, asking what happened to all that talk about Li Zhou being stronger. Murmurs ripple through the stands. Everyone now sees it clearly. Su Jingming's power stands far above the rest of the freshmen. Off to the side, Lu looks on completely unfazed. To him, the match was dull. His junior brother didn't even need to show a fraction of his real strength. Back in the ring, Teacher Zhou steps forward to declare the winner, but Li Zhou suddenly stirs. He forces himself up, trembling, blood still dripping from his mouth. "I haven't lost. The match isn't over," he shouts, voice hoarse with defiance. Gritting his teeth, he pulls out a small red pill. Zhou's eyes widen in alarm. "Stop. That's a rampaging blood pill," she warns sharply. "This is just a match. Don't throw your life away." Gasps echo through the stands. The spectators recognize the pill too. They whisper among themselves. It's known to multiply one's strength for a brief time, but the aftermath is brutal, leaving the user crippled for weeks, even months. Ignoring the warnings, he clenches the pill in his fist. "The risk is mine to bear," he growls. "I'll accept defeat only if I lose after this." From the stands, Lu Wentao calls out in protest. "Isn't that cheating? You can't use something like that." Teacher Zhou Yun faces the crowd, her tone steady. "This is an unofficial match," she explains. "There are no restrictions. Weapons, combat suits, and pills are all part of a fighter's resources. If Su Jingming had such an item, he'd be free to use it as well." As she finishes, Li Zhou swallows the pill. A surge of energy explodes from his body. Flames burst to life around him, burning hotter than before. His eyes ignite with a fierce orange glow as he roars, the arena trembling under the force of his aura. Teacher Zhou Yun's expression darkens. She can feel it. The pill has pushed Li Zhou's power beyond his limits, elevating him to the lower ranks of the second tier. Teacher Zhou Yun's face hardens as she senses the surge in Li Zhou's aura. The pill's effect is undeniable. His strength has skyrocketed. She exhales quietly, concluding that Su Jingming might finally be in real danger. But instead of fear, the spark in Su Jingming's eyes only burns brighter. Facing his opponent's desperate power-up, his own fighting intent ignites, erupting into a storm of violet lightning that crackles wildly around him. From the edge of the arena, Teacher Zhou Yun watches intently, her worry giving way to approval. She notes how his spirit doesn't waver, even in the face of greater power, the mark of someone born to command on the battlefield. A confident grin spreads across Su Jingming's face as he grips his spear. Finally, he thinks this fight won't feel like an adult toying with a child anymore. He steps forward, and the floor beneath his boots splinters under the surge of energy. In the next instant, he vanishes from sight, moving with blinding speed. Li Zhou's eyes widen in disbelief. Su Jingming's acceleration is unreal. Before he can react, the two meet head-on in the center of the ring. The collision shakes the air, sparks of fire and lightning scattering in every direction. Li Zhou barely manages to block the first thrust, but the sheer force behind it drives him backward. His knees slam into the cracked floor as he strains to stay upright, flames flickering wildly around him. Ow! He gasps, struggling against the weight of the strike. Even boosted to the second tier, I still can't overpower him? What kind of monster is he? Realizing brute strength won't save him, Li Zhou quickly retreats. Flames surge around his arms as he switches tactics, hurling a storm of blazing fireballs across the ring. Su Jingming doesn't even flinch. With a smooth motion, he swings his spear in a wide arc. A vortex of lightning bursts forth, swallowing every fireball and scattering the flames into harmless sparks. He glances at Li Zhou with a faint smirk. That's it? Is that all you've got? Li Zhou grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his temple. His opponent's lightning tears through every attack like it's nothing. I can't get close, but if I can just hold out, if I can drain his strength before this pill wears off, maybe... But Su Jingming doesn't plan to give him that chance. He plants his spear into the ground, purple energy roaring to life around him. In an instant, it condenses, forming a massive weapon of pure, crackling lightning. Thunder spear, he mutters. With a single motion, he hurls it forward. The spear streaks through the air like a lightning bolt and slams into Li Zhou's shoulder, tearing through his defenses with brutal precision. The impact sends Li Zhou stumbling backward, clutching his wound as pain floods his body. His eyes widen in horror, a chilling realization dawning on him. Li Zhou's eyes widen in horror as realization dawns. Su Jingming isn't just unstoppable up close. He also commands terrifying long-range power. Before Li Zhou can even steady himself, the air above him crackles violently. A massive sphere of lightning takes form, pulsing with deadly energy. In the next instant, torrents of purple electricity rain down from it, engulfing him completely. The shock rips through his body, leaving him trembling and gasping in pain. What kind of technique is this? He mutters, forcing his head up. Expressionless, Su Jingming raises his hand and points straight at him. His voice rings out cold and sharp. A rank control skill, Thunder Prison. Bolts of lightning whip out in every direction, weaving themselves into a cage of blinding purple energy. The crackling prison closes around Li Zhou, sealing him inside. Li Zhou curses under his breath. A restriction skill, damn it. Desperate, he summons every last bit of his remaining power. Flames explode from his body, swirling upward into a blazing vortex. The fiery barrier roars around him, shielding him within a cocoon of heat and light. If I can't get out, he shouts, voice strained, then you can't get in. Let's see who lasts longer, Su Jingming. But his challenge only draws a faint smirk from his opponent. Su Jingming looks at the barrier with calm disdain. That flimsy wall. How many hits could he even take? Without hesitation, he bends his knees and launches himself into the air. In a blur, he soars high above the arena, the light from his lightning reflecting off his armor. Hovering above the fiery prison, he calls forth his full power. The sky seems to darken as dozens of enormous lightning spears materialize around him, each one humming with lethal energy. The air trembles. Then, with a wave of his arm, Su Jingming unleashes them all. A storm of glowing purple spears rains down like divine punishment, each one screaming toward the trapped Li Zhou. The sight is overwhelming, a devastating evolution of Su Jingming's chain thunder gun. Li Zhou looks up, terror freezing his heart. He knows instantly. If that barrage hits, there will be nothing left of him. His pride crumbles. His voice breaks. I surrender. I surrender. In that instant, the lead lightning spear halts just inches from his eye. The rest of the spears vanish in a mist, the storm dying as quickly as it appeared. Su Jingming descends, landing softly within the ring. Without a word, he thrusts his physical spear forward one final time, driving it clean through Li Zhou's chest, a single decisive strike that ends all doubt. Li Zhou collapses to his knees, the fight completely drained from him. Su Jingming withdraws his weapon, standing tall over his fallen opponent, calm and unshaken. Teacher Zhou Yun's voice echoes through the arena. Winner, Su Jingming. The crowd erupts, but their cheers are mixed with awe and disbelief. Gasps and exclamations ripple through the stands. For battle techniques in seconds, one whispers. He completely dominated from start to finish, another adds. Everyone now understands. This wasn't just a victory. It was total annihilation. In the stands, two students can't stop talking about what they just saw. Those moves, they had to be at least B-grade techniques, right? One says, eyes still wide. His friend shakes his head in disbelief. B-grade? I'd be lucky to master a C-grade. And he just chained all that together like it was nothing. Not far away, Lu Ming overhears their conversation and lets out a quiet sigh, rubbing his temples. They really have no idea, he thinks. My junior brother didn't use B-grade skills. All four were A-grade techniques, and he's already mastered them to combat level. The memory of his own freshman days flashes through his mind, how he'd struggled for months just to control a single A-grade technique. He's beyond gifted. It's honestly terrifying, he admits to himself, feeling both proud and pressured by his prodigious junior. Back in the ring, Li Zhou forces himself up, battered but no longer defiant. Bowing his head slightly, he speaks with sincerity. Thank you for sparing my life. I lost completely. He pauses, then adds, the wager is yours. I'll transfer the credits and pay my debt to your aunt's business. You have my word. Teacher Zhou Yun steps forward, nodding in acknowledgement. The match is concluded. Su Jingming's winnings, 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency, have been credited to his student account. Su Jingming glances at the notification on his wristband and smiles faintly. A gambling fight really is a fast way to make money, he muses. The moment the announcement ends, Lu and Tao bursts into the ring, grinning from ear to ear. Brother Ming, you're loaded now. Come on, let's hit the city center tonight and celebrate. Su Jingming starts to decline politely. I can't. I've got training with my senior. But Lu Ming steps in, a calm smile on his face. Go, he advises. Even the best warriors need rest. Balance is part of strength. After a moment's thought, Su Jingming nods. All right then, I'll come. As they head toward the exit, Lu and Tao excitedly points at Lu Ming. By the way, Brother Ming, that's the Lu Ming, vice president of the Ash Club, the lightning powerhouse himself. I told you he's amazing. Su Jingming gives a small nod, clearly respectful. I can tell, he says simply. As they leave the arena together, Lu and Tao throws an arm around Su Jingming's shoulder. Relax, just follow my lead tonight. I've already arranged everything. Su Jingming narrows his eyes slightly, sensing trouble. What kind of arrangement are we talking about? Lu and Tao turns around with a mischievous grin that could only mean chaos. The one event you can't miss in university life, he declares dramatically, pointing at his friend. The freshman night extravaganza. Lu and Tao approached Su Jingming, who was quietly seated at the table. His voice was filled with excitement as he shared the news. Su Jingming had become quite the sensation lately. He explained how he'd posted an invite for a small mixer on the campus forum, and to his shock, over 100 people had signed up. Sorting through them had been a real challenge. Su Jingming gave a small smile, amused by his friend's enthusiasm. He asked who made the final cut. Lu and Tao grinned mischievously, saying he'd find out soon enough. It was a surprise. Right then, Lu spotted a pair approaching from a distance. Ah, here they come, he said, waving them over. Two young women walked up. The first, wearing glasses, introduced herself as Qi Dongxia, one of the chosen guests. Her companion, a girl with sleek dark hair, introduced herself as Song Qiuyun, Qi Dongxia's roommate. Lu and Tao proudly made the introductions, emphasizing their impressive talents. Qi Dongxia, he explained, possessed an A-rank beast-type ability. Song Qiuyun, meanwhile, was a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, also the top scorer in her province. Su Jingming greeted them politely, but as soon as Song Qiuyun heard his name, her demeanor shifted. She looked directly at him and asked if he'd be up for a sparring match, anytime, anywhere. Dong Xia sighed, calling her a battle maniac for challenging someone moments after meeting them. "We're here to socialize, remember?" she reminded her. Song Chio-yun shrugged, admitting that meeting Su Jingming was her real reason for coming, to see if the rumors about his strength were true. Su Jingming chuckled lightly and gestured for them to sit. Lu Wentao quickly stepped in, explaining that the evening was meant for relaxing, some food, a bit of fun, and maybe a little shopping. Later, the group strolled through the lively Hai commercial street. Bright lights, towering skyscrapers, and crowds filled the night air. Song Chio-yin looked up, clearly impressed by the city's grandeur. Nearby, Dong Xia was drawn to a display of fashionable clothes, while Su Jingming's attention was caught by a store selling high-grade gear for ability users, everything from A-rank weapons to rare elixirs. He silently noted that this city's equipment selection far outshined anything back in his hometown of Jiangcheng. Their night continued with laughter and snacks from the street stalls. Eventually, they wandered into a boutique. While the girls browsed the racks, Su Jingming offered to hold Song Chio-yun's shopping bag. Their hands brushed briefly as he took it from her. He followed behind as the two women admired a jewelry display, his arms gradually filling with more and more bags. By the time the evening ended, Su Jingming glanced at the pile he was carrying and couldn't help but think. They'd spent several million in just a few short hours. Lu Wentao chuckles that, for someone who dresses plain, Su is loaded. Seeing Su Jingming's interest, he adds in a low voice that her family background is on another level. Dong Xia calls over, asking for help with one last bag, and Song Chio-yun says it's about time to head back. The evening wraps up with Su Jingming and Lu Tao escorting them to a lavish villa. At the gate, Su says the night was fun. The guys wave as the two walk toward the door. Then Su pauses, turns to Su Jingming, and says she meant what she said earlier. She will issue a formal challenge someday. Su Jingming is taken aback for a moment, then answers with a calm, "I'll be waiting." Su nods once and goes inside. Upstairs, Dong Xia can't resist teasing. Since freshman year, she says Song Chu has never shown a positive reaction to any boy, except today. Great call bringing her along. Song Chu explains why she usually keeps her distance. Her rank light ability lets her catch the thoughts of people nearby, so she's constantly picking up the dirty-minded ones. Su Jingming stood out. What she sensed from him was simple appreciation, nothing else. He's different, she concludes. Dong Xia grins and jokes that Miss Song might be smitten. On the walk home, Lu Wentao stretches and says it feels good to unwind. Su Jingming agrees, quietly, but his mind runs back to Song Chu's status and the gap he still needs to close. He sets a goal: keep pushing, get stronger. 15 days later, in his training room, Su Jingming finishes his meditation, gauges his state, and decides it's time. "Deep Blue," he says, "spend the points. Begin the upgrade." A sudden blast of violet lightning bursts from Su Jingming's body, shaking the training chamber. System alerts flash before him. He's entering a dual advancement. His cultivation surging from mid-level to high first tier, and his thunder indestructible body ascending to level 2. When the energy storm finally settles, he exhales slowly. The difference is clear. His strength, speed, and endurance have all skyrocketed. The second stage of his body technique, he recalls, focuses on refining bones and muscles, making them nearly unbreakable. Opening the training manual, he reads the next section. At level 3, he'll unlock Thunder Extreme State, a temporary form that grants overwhelming speed and power. Satisfied, he checks his system panel. His stats have grown impressively, but his ability points have dropped to just 62. Not enough to advance further. He knows what he must do next. Venture into the wilderness and hunt high-rank beasts to earn more points. Later, Su Jingming visits his master dean. The old man's eyes widen the instant he senses the new aura around his disciple. "You advanced again?" he asks in disbelief. Su Jingming nods calmly. "Last night, I also reached the second level in body tempering." The dean hides his astonishment. His student speaks of breakthroughs as if they were everyday matters. With an S-rank ability and that relentless drive, he thinks There may truly be no limit to what this boy can achieve. Standing nearby, senior disciple Lu Ming lets out a low whistle. You really are a monster, junior brother. It took me half a year to reach that stage. Dean Genshin smiles faintly. Power is important, but so is battle experience. Let's test your progress. Lu Ming, you'll spar with him. Su Jingming's eyes light up. I accept. Inside the training hall, the air crackles with tension. Lu Ming grips his spear and says, I'll hold back. Limit my power to a low second tier. You, however, will go all out. They take their positions. 3, 2, 1, begin. Both figures explode into motion, spears clashing with a deafening crack. A surge of purple and green energy floods the room, shaking the walls. The impact forces Lu Ming back a step. He hadn't expected such force. His strength, it's nearly equal to mine, he thinks, astonished. Su Jingming, surrounded by arcs of lightning, feels the rush of battle pulse through his veins. For the first time since obtaining Deep Blue, he's met an opponent who can truly match his strength. Seeing an opening, Su Jingming gathers a crackling sphere of lightning in his palm and hurls it forward. Thunder Prison. The orb bursts through the air, exploding with blinding force and forcing Lu Ming onto the defensive. Before his senior can recover, Su Jingming lunges ahead, following up with a flurry of lightning spears, each one crackling with energy. The attack chain resembles his chain thunder gun technique, executed in perfect rhythm. Lu Ming narrows his eyes and smirks. So you're using the same combo that took down Li Zhou? Impressive, but I'm no freshman. He thrusts his hand forward, summoning a raging storm of teal lightning. Jade pivot true thunder. The two attacks collide with a thunderous roar. Electric arcs lash through the air, the entire training hall trembling under the sheer power of their clash. For 20 relentless minutes, their battle rages. Lightning flashing, energy exploding, every strike pushing both fighters closer to their limits. At last, the storm subsides. Su Jingming, breathing heavily, steadies himself with his spear. I'm out of divine thunder energy, he says quietly. You win, senior brother. Lu Ming shakes his head. Not quite. You didn't lose because of ability, only because your energy reserves ran dry. If we'd been equal in that, the result might have been different. Dean steps forward, eyes gleaming with pride. That was an incredible display. I expected an easy win for Lu Ming, but the two of you were neck and neck to the end. Truly, an extraordinary match. Lu Ming glances at his junior brother and asks, Do you know what level your combat power reached just now? Su Jingming looks at him, unsure. Lu Ming's expression turns serious. You've already reached a strength unmatched in the second tier. No one stands above you there. The words hang in the air. Su Jingming grips his spear tighter, silent for a moment. Then his eyes sharpen with resolve. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. After the grueling battle, Dean finally raises his hand, signaling the end of training. That's enough for today, he says firmly. Everyone rest. Moments later, the butler, Uncle Fu, enters carrying a tray filled with glistening spirit fruits. These are perfect for recovery after an intense session, he explains with a gentle smile. The rich aroma of the fruits fills the air, easing the lingering tension. As the others begin to relax, Su Jingming steps forward. Master, he says respectfully, I have a request. Dean looks up from his seat. Speak. I plan to take a trip to the wilderness, Su Jingming states. I'll be leaving the university for a while. The dean's eyes narrow slightly. How long is a while? Over a month, Su Jingming replies. I intend to return right before the freshman competition. The response makes the dean's expression turn serious. A month in the wilderness, he repeats. That's not the same as the examination zones. Out there, there's no army to protect you. The beasts move unpredictably, and if you run into a high-tier one, he pauses, his tone sharpening. Even a single mistake can cost your life. Despite the warning, Su Jingming's gaze remains steady. Dean studies him for a moment longer before exhaling. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Su Jingming nods. Then I won't stop you, the dean says finally. He places a firm hand on his disciple's shoulder. But remember this, if you ever find yourself in danger, you run. Do not hesitate. Power means nothing if you're dead. The path to strength is filled with life and death trials. But since you've chosen this road, you must walk it with clear judgment. Su Jingming bows deeply. Thank you for understanding, Master. The dean softens slightly. Which region will you head to? Taking a spirit fruit from Lu Ming, Su Jingming answers, the wilderness near Yuanu City. That earns a small nod from the dean. Good. That area borders the magic capital. The beasts there only reach up to tier 4 or 5. It's dangerous, but manageable for someone of your level. He turns to Lu Ming. Later, share some of your experience from your time in the wild. It might help him survive longer out there. Lu Ming grins. Of course, Master. Dean Jinshin looks back to Su Jingming, his expression softening once more. Since I can't assist you much once you leave, let me at least send you off properly. The ring on his finger begins to glow with a brilliant teal light. Taking Su Jingming's hand, he channels the energy forward. Accept this, it's my gift to you. A weapon worthy of your next journey. Back in his dorm, Su Jingming sat on his bed, his newly gifted spear leaning against the wall and a travel pack resting beside him. He took a deep breath and called out, Eva, open the university mission system. Holographic panels flickered to life in front of him, lines of mission data scrolling down the screen. Lu Ming's words echoed in his mind. Before heading out, take a few missions. You'll earn extra credits, and it'll give you direction while you're in the wild. Su Jingming scrolled through the listings. There were dozens of options, collecting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, tracking bandits, even subduing rogue mutants. Each mission was ranked by difficulty. D and C ranks offered minor rewards, while A and S ranks promised large sums of credits and reputation points. He noticed a clear pattern. The higher the risk, the better the payout. Most top-tier missions required combat, so that's the university's real system, he thought. They push students into danger to make them stronger. He recalled an old saying, the best students aren't found in the classroom, but in the field. After a moment of thought, he selected 1 A rank and 3 B rank missions, enough to test himself and gain good experience. Once the confirmation prompts disappeared, he stood and began to prepare. He changed into his new combat gear, strapped on his utility belt, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. As he opened the door, Eva's calm voice echoed in his ear. Good luck, Su Jingming. He smiled faintly. Thanks. Time to move. His journey took him to Yuanche City Supply Base, a busy outpost nestled in the mountains, the last hub before entering the vast wilderness. The place was alive with energy. Adventurers filled the streets, some advertising open team slots, others haggling over gear or mission intel. Su Jingming paused, surveying the bustling scene with quiet satisfaction. I finally made it this far. He followed the flow of people to a large stone building bearing the sign Adventurers Registration Hall. Inside, the air buzzed with conversation and the metallic scent of weapons. Rows of armed men and women waited their turn at the counters. At one of them stood a poised woman in a red dress, her demeanor professional yet warm. As he approached, she greeted him with a polished smile. Welcome, sir. How may I help you today? I'm here to register as an adventurer, Su Jingming replied, presenting his identification card. The woman glanced at it, her eyes widening slightly when she saw the emblem of Modu Superpower University. A Modu University student? She said, clearly impressed. It's rare for someone of your rank to enter the wilderness this early. Most wait until they reach mid-second tier. Su Jingming said nothing, only giving a calm nod. She processed the application, explaining that registration might take a little while. Please, make yourself comfortable in the hall while we finalize the paperwork. Understood, he replied. While waiting, Su Jingming walked slowly through the room. Around him were hardened adventurers, some laughing over old hunts, others checking their gear in silence. He watched them closely, taking in the atmosphere of those who live by their strength. For the first time, he felt it clearly. He was no longer just a student. He was stepping into the real world. A loud commotion suddenly ripples through the hall. Voices rise near the entrance as several adventurers turn to look. Is that her? One of them whispers. It's Jiang Chuxian, the goddess from Modi University, another exclaims, eyes wide. Man, she's even more stunning in person. All heads turn toward the doorway, where a striking woman strides in with confident grace. Her long white hair flows behind her, and dark sunglasses hide her eyes. Two muscular bodyguards flank her, while a cameraman follows, recording her every move. The hall erupts in chatter. She's really here filming again, someone murmurs. Her videos always get millions of views. Millions, another scoffs. She passed 15 million followers last month. She's basically a celebrity now. A third man sighs dramatically. I'd give 10 years of my life just to be her boyfriend. Ignoring the excitement, Jiang Chuxian walks past with calm composure, her confidence radiating with every step. From a distance, Su Jingming watches quietly. He recognizes her uniform badge, another Modi University student. So she's from the same place as me, he thinks, noting that her beauty rivals even Song Qiuyuan's. He makes a mental note, but keeps to himself. Before he can dwell on it, the receptionist calls his name. Mr. Su, your registration is complete. He approaches as she hands him a sleek adventurer ID card along with a dark satellite smartwatch. This device contains wilderness maps, she explains. It updates in real time with beast activity and danger zones. It'll keep you safe if you stay alert. Thank you, Su Jingming replies, slipping the watch on his wrist. He turns to leave, but a rough voice stops him. Hey kid. A man with greasy hair and shifty eyes blocks his path, his grin a little too wide. First time heading into the wild, huh? Dangerous place out there. You'll need proper elixirs. Su Jingming gives him a neutral glance. Oh, what kind? The man grins and pulls open his coat, revealing rows of small bottles and pills. First-grade healing elixirs, only 20,000 each. Antidote elixirs for 15,000. And if you've got the cash, I can sell you second-grade ones. Strong stuff, but pricey. Su Jingming tilts his head. Those prices aren't bad. The man laughs, clearly pleased. Of course, I'm known for giving fair deals. Everything here's top quality. You won't find better in this base. But Su Jingming's eyes narrow slightly. Something's off, he thinks. He knows the market price. First-grade elixirs run for at least 30 to 40,000 credits. The only reason they'd be this cheap is if they're diluted or fake. His tone turns cold. Tell me, how many of those do you have? The man blinks, suspicious. Enough for you, why? Su Jingming steps closer, voice calm but cutting. Because I'm curious, how many other newcomers have you scammed today? The grin vanishes. The man's expression darkens. He takes a threatening step forward, face twisting. You trying to mess with me, kid? Think you're funny. The tension in the air sharpens instantly. Su Jingming stays composed, meeting the merchant's glare without flinching and asking simply, what do you want? The merchant's lips curl into a sharp grin. He boasts that Su Jingming is the first fool daring enough to challenge him inside the supply base. Before the tension can explode, a young woman with short dark hair strides over, her voice cutting through the noise. She yells at the merchant, calling him by name, Zhao Chunlin, and accuses him of ripping off new adventurers again. Zhao Chunlin's expression darkens with irritation. He shoots Su Jingming a cold look and mutters that his luck won't last forever. As he turns to leave, he leans close, his tone low and venomous, warning Su Jingming not to step outside the base for the next few days, or he'll regret it deeply. When Zhao Chunlin storms off, murmurs spread among the nearby adventurers. They whisper that the newcomer has drawn the attention of the wrong person. One of them mentions that Zhao Chunlin is said to be a mid-level, second-tier user, far above Su Jingming's current rank. The woman from earlier approaches Su Jingming again. She tells him bluntly that Zhao Chunlin holds grudges and advises him to stay inside for now. Su Jingming nods and thanks, but wonders aloud why someone known for scamming isn't punished. She sighs and explains that Zhao Chunlin has strong backing, which keeps everyone's hands tied. Before leaving, she urges Su Jingming to stick to official merchants and not to wander outside. As she walks away, Su Jingming watches her go, quietly thinking she's a decent person in a place like this. Shaking off the encounter, he refocuses on his task. He plans his purchases, healing elixirs, antidotes, and essentials for the month ahead. After collecting everything from the official counter and packing them neatly into his backpack, he steps out of the adventurer's hall, ready to head into the wild. But just as he exits, a familiar figure blocks his way. Zhao Chunlin stands there with a few cronies behind him, his face twisted with fury. So, Zhao Chunlin sneers, "You really think you can just ignore me? Did my warning mean nothing to you?" Su Jingming's eyes remain calm. "What exactly are you after?" he asks evenly. Zhao Chunlin's composure snaps. His face contorts into a sneer as he growls, "You dare disrespect me? Fine. I'll break both your legs and make sure you spend the rest of your life crawling." His tone drips with cruelty, claiming it's the only thing that will calm his rage. From a short distance away, the woman who had warned Su Jingming earlier catches sight of the commotion. She clenches her fists in frustration. "I told him not to go out," she mutters, then moves as if to step forward. But her companion grabs her arm, shaking his head. "Don't. Let him learn what it means to cross someone like Zhao Chunlin," he says quietly. Meanwhile, back at the standoff, Zhao Chunlin raises his arm. Dark energy gathers and coils around it like smoke. He smirks, declaring, "You're out of your depth, boy. My C-rank metallic skin makes me invincible. And with this D-rank combat suit, you couldn't leave a scratch on me even if you tried." He lowers his hand, eyes cold. "I'll give you one chance. Pay me 1,000,000 and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never walk again." Before the words even finish echoing, a faint crackle fills the air. Purple lightning flickers across Su Jingming's body, his gaze steady and sharp. "Shameless," he says flatly. The sudden pressure in the air makes Zhao Chunlin's smirk falter. His eyes widen in disbelief as Su Jingming vanishes in a burst of violet light. In the next instant, a thunderous sound splits the air. Su Jingming reappears behind him, and with one devastating strike, sends Zhao Chunlin crashing to the ground. A stunned silence follows. Only one thought hangs in the air. "Oh." Su Jingming's strike was so swift and forceful that Zhao Chunlin was launched through the air like a ragdoll, his body torn and bloodied. The impact sent him crashing straight through a stone wall, the structure exploding into fragments. Silence fell over the courtyard. The kind adventurer woman and her teammates stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to comprehend the devastation that had just unfolded before them. In the center of the wreckage, Su Jingming stood motionless, his expression unreadable, the calm in the aftermath of his own storm. The crowd instinctively moved aside, whispering among themselves. None of them had even seen how he attacked. He just disappeared, and bam, Chunlin was down, one onlooker stammered. "I thought the newcomer was the one in danger," another muttered. Turns out, Chunlin picked the wrong target. The kind adventurer woman glanced at her blonde companion, still trying to make sense of what happened. "I didn't catch his movement at all," she admitted. Her friend crouched near the rubble, analyzing the wreck. "Judging from that impact, Chunlin's legs and pelvis are probably beyond repair," she said flatly. "Even if he lives, he's finished." The woman looked back towards Su Jingming. "He's not just powerful, he's merciless. Definitely a student from Modu Superpower University." Her friend raised an eyebrow. "How can you tell?" "The combat suit," she replied. "It's the university's exclusive model." Impressed, she turned thoughtful. "We're still short an attacker. Maybe we should try recruiting him." Her companion immediately protested. "Did you forget our team rule? No men allowed." The others laughed, nudging her playfully. "Oh, come on, Xiao Qian. Admit it. You just think he's cute." Flustered, Xiao Qian waved them off, her face turning red as the teasing continued. Meanwhile, Su Jingming paid no attention to their chatter. He walked toward the wilderness gate, scanned his adventurer card, and a confirmation tone sounded. Access granted. Without looking back, he stepped through the massive steel doors and into the untamed Yuene wilderness. Moments later, a deep, thunderous roar echoed through the forest, shaking the air around him. Su Jingming paused, listening intently. That sound, it was a beast's territorial cry. Judging by its strength, it was at least tier 4. Despite the distant roars echoing through the forest, Su Jingming stays composed. Those beasts weren't his concern. Not today. His focus was elsewhere. He mentally reviewed the layout of the Uene wilderness. One section, a ruined city. The other, a dense mountain forest. The city's beasts were weaker, perfect for building strength and collecting ability points efficiently. Activating his smartwatch, he projected a holographic map into the air. His eyes locked on a nearby zone labeled Pingan County. According to the data, it was home to mostly Tier 2 beasts, a few Tier 1 stragglers, and none above that. With an area this large and roughly 500 to 600 creatures, it was the ideal place to start his hunt. Pingan County? Huh, he muttered under his breath. Let's see what you've got. A faint blue glow enveloped his body as he broke into a sprint, his movements blurring through the wilderness. The forest gave way to crumbling streets and broken buildings, the remnants of Pingan County. No sooner had he stepped onto the cracked pavement than a dark shape leapt from the shadows. A wolf-like creature with glinting eyes and razor-sharp claws lunged straight at him. Su Jingming didn't even flinch. Tier 2 Shadow Cat, he identified calmly. Right on cue. He raised his hand to strike, but suddenly staggered, clutching his chest. A violent surge pulsed through him. Deep inside, the blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus stirred, flooding his mind with chaos and rage. The urge to destroy, to kill, clawed at his sanity. The harder he tried to suppress it, the stronger it grew. A twisted grin curved across his face. Fine, he hissed. Let's see how far this power goes. Purple lightning erupted from his body, crackling across the ruins. The shadow cat froze mid-leap, its instincts screaming in terror. The air itself trembled under the force of his unleashed bloodlust. 1 month later, a squad of 4 adventurers walked through the same deserted streets, their boots echoing in the eerie silence. Captain, one of them complained, glancing around nervously. Why is it so empty? We've been searching all day and haven't seen a single beast. The bald man with the red beard scowled. Don't ask me. A city this size should have hundreds of beasts crawling around. Even if they migrated, there's no way they'd all vanish like this. Before he could finish, a thunderous growl cut through the still air. A massive tiger-like creature with twin bone blades protruding from its forearms stepped into view, its eyes glinting with primal hunger. The team froze on the spot. The armblade tiger had found them first. Seeing the massive armblade tiger before them, the captain's eyes lit up with relief. Finally, a target, he barked. Everyone, take it down together. The team raised their weapons, ready to strike, but before they could take a single step, the sky split open. A colossal spear of pure purple lightning crashed down from above, slamming straight into the beast. The explosion was deafening. A surge of energy ripped through the street, hurling debris in every direction. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained of the tiger but a scorched crater. The adventurers stood frozen, their minds blank with shock. What was that? Some kind of new laser weapon, one whispered. The captain shook his head, his eyes narrowing. No, a laser moves faster than that. This was a lightning-type combat technique, and a powerful one. The realization hit him like ice water. Someone had claimed this territory. That blast was a warning, he said grimly. This whole area belongs to whoever used that attack. We're trespassing. He spun on his men. Move! Now! They stumbled into motion, hurrying to escape. Captain, that lightning spear, it was terrifying, one of them muttered. Another nodded, pale. Now I get it. That's why there are no beasts left. They've all been wiped out. Save your breath, the captain snapped. If that monster notices us, we'll end up the same way. High above the ruins, the monster they feared, Su Jingming, sat calmly on the edge of a half-collapsed high-rise. A soft chime sounded beside him as a system notification appeared. Tier 2 Arm Blade Tiger eliminated. Ability points plus 19. He exhaled slowly, satisfied. His control over the Thunder Spear technique had grown. Its range now exceeded a full kilometer. Pulling up his status interface, Su Jingming scanned through his month's progress. Over 8,000 ability points earned. From a high-tier level 1 user, he had risen to a high-tier level 2. His Thunder Indestructible body had broken through to the 3rd stage. Several A-rank techniques had advanced to the intermediate level, progress few could dream of achieving in such a short time. The city of Pingan County lay silent beneath him, completely purged of life. His work here was done. It's time to head back, he murmured, deactivating the display. I'll rest at the supply base tonight, then move deeper tomorrow. The next morning, at the supply base, a group of adventurers stared in disbelief as Su Jingming approached the checkpoint. His massive backpack was overflowing, stuffed with materials, monster cores, and equipment to the point it looked ready to burst. One man blinked, baffled. Is it just me? Or does his pack look alive? Another snorted. Maybe he dragged back an entire beast corpse. A third laughed nervously. If that's true, I don't even want to know what kind of monster could fill a bag that big. They all watched as Su Jingming passed by silently, completely ignoring their chatter, his eyes already set on whatever awaited him next in the wilderness. Hidden from everyone's view, Su Jingming quietly thinks to himself that buying the reinforced version of his backpack was a wise move. Without it, there's no way it could have carried the more than 400 kilograms of beast materials he had gathered. He makes his way to the adventurer's hall and steps up to the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman greets him politely, asking what kind of materials he'd like to sell, then gestures toward a large weighing scale. Su Jingming sets down his pack and opens it up, revealing a massive pile of pristine, high-grade beast parts. The receptionist freezes, wide-eyed, as he calmly tells her he's brought over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to check their worth. Still in disbelief, she begins inspecting the materials: tiger tendons, razor-sharp claws, rhino horns, all perfectly preserved and of top quality. Overwhelmed, she apologizes and explains that the quantity is far too large for her to process alone, requesting a moment to call for assistance. Moments later, a well-dressed man appears, accompanied by two attendants in red dresses. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the acquisitions manager of the hall. After a polite exchange of names, Zhao Yi shakes Su Jingming's hand with a smile, impressed that someone so young could bring in such a haul. He offers to have his team handle the inspection and invites Su Jingming to sit with him while they wait. As they talk, the staff begin their appraisal, using hovering scanner drones to catalog and evaluate the mountain of beast parts. Zhao Yi can't help but feel increasingly impressed by his young guest's ability. Wanting to build goodwill, he personally presents Su Jingming with a platinum membership card for the supply base, a privilege that grants generous discounts on all purchases, and urges him to accept it as a small token of respect. Su Jingming nods and thanks him courteously. Before long, a female employee approaches with the final report. She announces the totals: 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 materials. The manager is momentarily speechless, privately wondering if this youth had single-handedly cleared out an entire beast lair. Composing himself, he turns back to Su Jingming with the valuation: just over 24.76 million. With a generous smile, he offers to round it up to 25 million. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation, accepting the deal with quiet satisfaction. A few moments later, Su Jingming's phone buzzes with a notification. He checks the screen and sees the deposit confirmation. His account balance now exceeds 29 million. A faint smile crosses his face. Overnight, he's gone from an ordinary adventurer to a wealthy man. As he gets ready to leave, manager Zhao Yi hands him a business card with a friendly smile, inviting him to join him for tea sometime. Su Jingming nods politely and accepts before heading out. Zhao Yi watches him walk away, quietly thinking that this young man's potential is limitless. Just as Su Jingming disappears from sight, Zhao Yi's phone rings. He picks up, and the voice on the other end is harsh and filled with fury. It's Zhao Chunlin. From a hospital bed, his body covered in bandages and seated in a wheelchair, the enraged merchant shouts that he's seen the person who attacked him return to the base. He demands Zhao Yi's help to get revenge. Maintaining his composure, Zhao Yi calmly asks if Zhao Chunlin is talking about the high-level first-tier adventurer. When Zhao Chunlin confirms, his tone grows even more vicious. He orders Zhao Yi to send out the Tiger Shark squad and makes Su Jingming's life miserable. After a moment's silence, Zhao Yi agrees to lend him the elite unit, but with one clear condition. Once this is over, their cooperation ends for good. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Chunlin accepts the deal and swears that after he gets his revenge, he'll leave the city for good. When the call ends, Zhao Yi leans back in his chair, an uneasy feeling creeping in. He shakes it off, convincing himself that there's nothing to worry about. The Tiger Shark squad are seasoned Tier 2 elites. Handling one first-tier adventurer should be no problem. Meanwhile, out on the bustling streets of the supply base, Su Jingming suddenly sneezes loudly. Rubbing his nose, he mutters to himself, wondering if someone, somewhere, is bad-mouthing him. Manager Zhao Yi speaks excitedly into his phone, reporting to his superior about a remarkable newcomer, an ability user named Su Jingming. He explains that the haul of beast materials this young man brought in was worth more than what a dozen entire teams usually manage combined. On the other end of the line, the base's chief manager, Wang Chuang, pauses when he hears the name. Frowning, he quickly pulls up Su Jingming's file. As the details appear on his screen, his expression shifts from curiosity to shock. Moments later, he calls Zhao Yi back, his tone suddenly serious. He instructs him to alert him immediately the next time Su Jingming returns to the base. Zhao Yi agrees without hesitation, puzzled by his superior's reaction. After the call ends, he sits back and thinks that only someone with a powerful background could make Manager Wang react that way. He feels a quiet sense of relief that he had shown Su Jingming proper respect earlier. At the same time, Wang Chuang studies the young man's profile more closely. Recognition flickers in his eyes. Su Jingming is another disciple of the renowned Yang Jintian. Reading further, Wang realizes that this youth's potential even surpasses Lu Ming, another of the dean's famed students. He exhales slowly, concluding that Su Jingming is a true prodigy, someone no one in the base should dare to offend. Elsewhere, Su Jingming strolls down the bustling commercial street of the supply base. His attention catches on a store displaying spatial storage rings. He steps closer and examines the price tags, his mood sinking. Even the smallest ones, barely large enough to fit a suitcase, cost over 10 million. Despite the outrageous prices, the convenience is tempting. He can't help but wonder how much a larger one, big enough to store his spear, would cost. Before he can think further, his phone rings. It's his roommate, Lu Wentao, calling with his usual cheerful tone, asking when Su Jingming plans to return to the university. Su Jingming replies that he'll be back in about half a month, then casually asks if something happened. Unbeknownst to him, from the shadows of a nearby alley, a figure watches closely. Seated in a wheelchair, Zhao Chunlin's bandaged form is surrounded by a group of hardened mercenaries, the Tiger Shark Squad. The squad's leader, a muscular man with a blonde buzz cut and one arm in a sling, narrows his eyes as he spots their target. "That's him," he mutters coldly. "Break his hands and legs, then drag him back to the boss." One of the female members nods with a cruel smile. "Got it." Back on the street, Su Jingming continues his call. Lu Wentao begins talking about a cocky new freshman who's been causing trouble on campus. But Su Jingming suddenly stops mid-step. His eyes flicker slightly as he senses multiple hostile gazes on him. "Su Jingming, what's wrong?" Lu Wentao asks, concerned. Su Jingming's voice remains calm. He glances over his shoulder, eyes steady, and replies quietly, "It's nothing. Keep talking." Su Jingming turns down a quiet, deserted alley, his steps steady and unhurried. Hidden in the shadows, the Tiger Shark Squad lies in wait. The squad leader raises a hand, signaling that their target has entered the kill zone. "Target in position," he says coldly. He analyze his strength. A burly man beside him snorts. "Captain, he's just an upper first rank. You're overthinking this." Ignoring the comment, the captain gestures for He to proceed. The woman closes her eyes, focusing as faint ripples of psychic energy spread through the air. But within seconds, her composure shatters. Her eyes snap open in disbelief. This can't be right," she stammers. The captain frowns. "What's wrong?" He trembles slightly. "You need to see this for yourself." With a wave of her hand, she shares her psychic vision with the rest of the squad. In an instant, their surroundings fade into a world of glowing auras. Their own energies appear as dim, flickering lights, but Su Jingming's presence dominates the view like a massive vortex of deep violet power, swirling with terrifying force. The entire squad freezes. That level of energy, it isn't just higher than a first rank. It's stronger than an upper second rank, by far. The captain's face darkens as the truth sets in. Their intel was completely wrong. "That bastard Zhao Chunlin sent us to die," he growls. His expression twists with rage. "Abort the mission. We're leaving now." Without another word, the Tiger Shark Squad scatters, vanishing from the alley in a blur. Back on the street, Su Jingming pauses mid-step as he senses the sudden disappearance of several energy signatures nearby. He glances around, puzzled by the abrupt retreat, then pieces it together quickly. The only person with a grudge against him here is Zhao Chunlin. He sighs lightly, shaking his head. "So that's what this was," he mutters. "Some people never learn." His tone is calm, almost indifferent. Next time, I'll make sure he does. Meanwhile, the Tiger Shark squad bursts back into the warehouse where Zhao Chunlin waits in his wheelchair. Before the merchant can speak, the squad leader storms forward and strikes him hard across the face. The blow sends him crashing out of his chair, blood spilling from his lip. What are you doing? Zhao Chunlin screams, clutching his cheek. The captain glares down at him, eyes burning with fury. You nearly got us all killed. Your intel was garbage. Zhao Chunlin blinks in confusion. Killed? What do you mean? The captain spits on the floor. That man you told us to cripple. He's not an upper first rank. He's a high-tier second rank, maybe even stronger. You set us up for a suicide run. The merchant's face drains of color. Impossible, he mutters. He was barely stronger than me a month ago. I don't care, the captain snaps. Your revenge isn't worth dying for. The Tiger Shark squad is done with this. Without another word, he turns and walks away, his team following in silence, leaving Zhao Chunlin sprawled on the cold floor, humiliated and trembling. Later, the squad leader arrives at the adventurer's hall and reports to manager Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi raises an eyebrow, surprised to see them back so quickly. The mission's been called off, the captain reports flatly. Zhao Chunlin's information was wrong. Completely wrong. Zhao Yi listens quietly, a faint chill running down his spine. He doesn't press for details, but he can already guess who they'd try to target. The target was supposed to be an upper second-rank user, or so they thought. But as the report came in, the leader quickly corrected himself. The truth was worse. The scanner confirmed that the target's combat strength reached at least third rank, forcing them to retreat in panic. Manager Zhao Yi slammed his fist on the table, furious. How could Zhao Chunlin mess this up so badly, he snapped. But as the details sank in, an uneasy chill crept up his spine. Something didn't add up. He demanded the target's name. The squad leader hesitated, replying that Zhao Chunlin hadn't given a name, just a description. A tall, muscular man, around 1.90 meters, armed with a long spear. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhao Yi froze. His expression drained of color. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He knew exactly who they had targeted. The scene cut to another office, manager Wang Chuang's. With a furious roar, he slammed both hands on his desk, scattering documents and books across the floor. Zhao Yi bellowed. Who gave you the guts to ambush Su Jingming? Pale and trembling, Zhao Yi stammered. But he's just an upper second-rank kid. Isn't this overkill? Wang Chuang glared at him as if looking at an idiot. A fool like you doesn't deserve your position, he growled. With a gesture, a hovering drone projected Su Jingming's personal records into the air. As the information scrolled before them, Zhao Yi's body went rigid. The file confirmed the terrifying truth. Su Jingming, age 18, upper second rank, top scholar of Jianghan province, a freshman at Modu Superpower University, and worst of all, his mentor, the legendary Yang Jintian. Now you understand? Wang Chuang's tone was ice cold. A man like Yang Jintian could wipe this base off the map, and the state wouldn't dare intervene. The weight of those words crushed Zhao Yi. Spikes burst from his back in a panic as he bowed deeply. I'll take care of it immediately, sir. Moments later, guards dragged in a bloodied and broken Zhao Chunlin. The merchant was thrown to the floor, trembling, his pleas for mercy echoing through the room. Zhao Yi's voice was calm, too calm. A beating won't cut it, he said flatly. The one responsible must die. Zhao Chunlin's eyes widened in horror, but Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. You brought this on yourself, he said coldly, and with one swift motion, he snapped the man's neck. Silence filled the office. Wang Chuang stared down at the corpse, unimpressed. Do you really think that's enough to satisfy Su Jingming? He asked. His tone was low and dangerous. I've ignored your under-the-table dealings for years, Zhao Yi. But this, he leaned forward, eyes sharp as blades. This mistake is unforgivable. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Everyone involved, every last member of the Tiger Shark squad, must be punished. We'll make sure not a single rumor leaves this base. Zhao Yi stood frozen, horror etched across his face as the weight of his superior's words sank in. The scene shifted to the entrance of the adventurer's hall, where the atmosphere was tense and formal. The base's top officials stood in a neat line, their uniforms pressed and expressions serious. A large crowd had gathered, among them Shirao Qian and her team, whispering among themselves as they watched. At the front stood manager Wang Chuang, flanked by the heads of every department. The sight alone made the onlookers murmur. Such a lineup only appeared for the most important guests. Then, One of Qian's teammates nudged her and pointed. Hey, isn't that the guy from Modus Superpower University? All eyes turned toward the entrance. Su Jingming had just returned from running errands, staring in confusion at the assembled management. He clearly had no idea what was going on or why the base's top brass were waiting for him. A man at the very front stepped forward with a warm smile. Welcome, Student Shu, he said respectfully. I'm Wang Lin, the chief manager of this base. The crowd gasped. Even Qian and her teammates were speechless. The base's highest authority personally greeting a student? There was clearly far more to Su Jingming than any of them had imagined. Manager Wang Luan's tone was steady and formal. We owe you an apology, he began. For the incident earlier, Zhao Chunlin has already been punished. Every accomplice has been arrested and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. He gave a short nod to his attendants. To show our sincerity, the base has also prepared reparations. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. Wang Luan continued, his words precise and respectful. We handle matters swiftly and cleanly. Please, accept this as a token of our apology. An attendant stepped forward, holding a sleek black box. Inside was a gleaming card. The black gold membership card, Wang Luan explained. It grants you free lodging anywhere within base jurisdiction and at least a 20% discount on all purchases. Before Su Jingming could even respond, a second attendant appeared, carrying a smaller case. When it opened, a faint shimmer of spatial energy spilled out, a 1 cubic meter space ring. Even Su Jingming couldn't hide his surprise this time. The value of such a gift was staggering. He looked down at the ring, then back at the chief manager, realizing just how seriously the base was taking this apology. Su Jingming turned the space ring over in his hand, examining it closely. The craftsmanship was flawless, and the energy within it pulsed faintly. He gave a small nod. Something like this would go for at least 50 million on the market, he said calmly, recognizing its immense worth. Accepting the gift, he looked up at manager Wang Chuang. I appreciate your sincerity, manager. Wang Chuang smiled approvingly. As expected from a student of Master Yang Jintian, he said, that confidence suits you. Your senior, Lu Ming, also trained here before. You two share the same fearless spirit. Before Su Jingming could leave, Wang Chuang added with a polite but meaningful tone, if you ever encounter trouble within the city, don't hesitate to contact me. My influence here carries some weight. Su Jingming understood perfectly. All this respect, all this caution, it wasn't because of him, but because of the man behind him. His master's name alone could shake entire institutions. Later, in a lavish room that came with his new black gold membership, Su Jingming finally allowed himself to relax. After a month of non-stop training, the quiet luxury felt like a rare luxury. He took out the space ring again, deciding it was time to bind it. The process required him to leave a spiritual imprint within the artifact, channeling his spiritual power, far stronger than most at his level. He completed the binding effortlessly. With a thought, he tested its functions. Items flowed in and out smoothly, disappearing and reappearing at will. It couldn't store living things, but the convenience was undeniable. Just as he began to unwind, his communicator lit up. His master, Yang Jintian, was calling. Master, Su Jingming greeted. I just returned from the wilderness. There's something important I need to tell you. The moment Yang Jintian heard that mercenaries had targeted his disciple, his voice erupted with fury. They dared send assassins after you? He roared. A mere space ring as compensation? That base should count itself lucky you weren't harmed, or I'd have turned it to dust. Su Jingming waited patiently as his master's anger burned out. After a pause, Yang Jintian's tone shifted. Tell me, why did the mercenaries retreat? They must have realized my strength wasn't what they expected, Su Jingming explained. They probably mistook me for a top-tier second-rank user and decided not to push their luck. For a moment, silence filled the line. Then came a shocked outburst. Already that strong, in just 1 month? Yang Jintian's disbelief quickly melted into a booming laugh. Excellent. You surpassed even my pace back in the day, he said proudly. When are you coming back? We'll celebrate your progress properly. Su Jingming smiled faintly. I'll return before the new semester starts. I still plan to explore a few of the more dangerous regions before then. Be careful out there, his master warned. I will, Su Jingming replied. The call ended, leaving the room quiet once again. Su Jingming set the communicator aside, his eyes glinting with determination. The road ahead was still long, but he was ready for it. After the call ends, Yang Jintian is still glowing with excitement. Uncle Fu, his loyal butler, can't help but comment, "It's been ages since I've seen you this happy." The dean chuckles, deeply impressed by Su Jingming's astonishing progress. He thinks to himself that while most people grow stronger after facing life-and-death experiences, for his disciple, those moments act like an overpowered boost, pushing his development at lightning speed. Following the dean's guidance, Su Jingming heads into the forest mountain range, an advanced and far more dangerous part of the wilderness. The air trembles with the roars of powerful beasts all around him. Compared to the ruined city he had cleared before, this place is overflowing with resources. As he moves forward, a sudden crunch of a twig under his boot echoes through the quiet forest. Instantly, his instincts flare. Without warning, invisible slashes of energy slice through the air toward him. Su Jingming reacts in a flash, twisting out of harm's way as the attacks shred the trees where he stood moments ago. From the shadows emerges his attacker, a massive gale dreadwolf. The creature's fur ripples with wind energy, its sharp eyes locked on him. Su Jingming sizes it up calmly, noting that most third-rank beasts possess unique elemental traits. Judging by its aura, this one must be a mid-tier wind element type. He wonders how many ability points defeating it might yield. Just as he steadies himself for battle, movement catches his attention. A group approaches Jiangchu Xian, a well-known streamer, along with her bodyguards and a cameraman. One of them points at the dread wolf excitedly, suggesting it would make the perfect fight for Miss Jiang's next video. Their leader quickly agrees and orders his men to block the wolf's escape, clearly planning to claim it for themselves. Su Jingming frowns. They're trying to take his kill, something strictly forbidden under the wilderness rules. The first person to encounter a beast has the right to it. Before he can react, Jiang Chu Xian speaks up. She disapproves, saying she doesn't like stealing someone else's prey just for entertainment. Her team leader insists it would look like a heroic rescue on stream, but she shakes her head. "No need for fake glory," she says, noting that Su Jingming seems calm and capable enough to handle it alone. Though visibly annoyed, the leader eventually gives in and tells the team to look for another beast. As they leave, Su Jingming watches them go, quietly impressed. For someone so famous, Jiang Chu Xian's sense of integrity is surprisingly genuine. Su Jingming glances once more in the direction Jiang Chu Xian's group left, noting how little control their leader seems to have. He shrugs it off, none of his concern, and turns his focus back to the hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, furious that Su Jingming hasn't backed down, launches a savage attack. The ground trembles as it charges, claws tearing through dirt and air alike. Su Jingming sidesteps smoothly, his movements effortless, though the sheer force of the beast's rush throws him slightly off balance. The dread wolf snarls, enraged that its prey dares to treat it so lightly. In the next instant, Su Jingming steadies his stance. Lightning gathers around his weapon, crackling violently. With one swift motion, he brings his spear down like a bolt from the heavens. The electrified tip pierces straight through the beast's skull. The dread wolf lets out a final growl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashes before him. Kill confirmed. Plus 34 ability points. Su Jingming nods in satisfaction. Over 30 points from a single third-rank beast. Not bad. With a faint grin, he looks ahead. 10 days remain in his expedition, and he intends to make every one of them count. 7 days pass in a blur of battles. Deep within the wilderness, Su Jingming encounters a group of massive ape-like creatures. Just as they notice him, a surge of lightning splits the sky. He summons his signature ranged attack, a colossal spear made of pure thunder energy. It descends from above and crashes into the ground, erupting in a deafening explosion. When the dust settles, a wide crater smokes beneath him. The leader of the ape beasts lies inside, gravely wounded but still alive. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow. "So even my thunder spear couldn't finish you in one hit." As expected of a third-rank leader, crackling purple lightning surges across his body as he grips his weapon tighter. He has no intention of wasting more time. In a single motion, he bursts forward like a storm given form. Lightning arcs around him as he cuts through the remaining beasts one after another, their roars fading beneath the hum of energy. When the last of them falls, the forest grows quiet once again. Su Jingming stands among the defeated creatures, breathing steadily. Pulling up his system panel, he smiles faintly. Over 3,000 ability points. That should finally be enough to unlock the S-rank combat techniques he's been aiming for. Just as he's about to move on, his smartwatch emits a sharp tone. A holographic projection flickers to life, a distress signal. The image reveals Jiang Chuxian, darting through the forest in sheer desperation. She leaps from branch to branch, her breath ragged, pursued by a massive armored beast resembling a dragon. Panic flashes across her face as she recalls what happened. Her team scattered after an encounter with a terrifying 4th-rank monster. In the chaos, she had stumbled into yet another danger, a low-tier, 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon. Even in her panic, one thought runs clear. Any creature with dragon blood is deadly. As a mid-level 2nd-rank user, she knows full well that victory is out of reach. Even a power-enhancing pill won't change that. Her only chance lies in someone answering her distress signal before it's too late. The situation worsens as she bursts out of the thick forest and into an open clearing. The realization hits hard. Without the trees to shield her, there's nowhere left to hide. The beast wastes no time, closing the distance with terrifying speed, cutting off every escape route. Just when it's about to strike, the sky cracks open with a blinding flash. A colossal spear of violet lightning crashes down between them, halting the creature's attack in an instant. From that brilliant surge of energy, Su Jingming emerges, lightning still dancing around him. As he steps forward, positioning himself between her and the beast, Jiang Chuxian freezes, eyes wide, recognizing immediately who has come to her rescue. Seeing him stand firm, Jiang Chuxian's heart sinks. She shouts for him to run, desperately warning that the creature is a low-tier 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon, something far beyond his ability to defeat. But Su Jingming doesn't budge. He drives his spear into the earth, his gaze steady on the advancing beast. Her frustration builds. Why won't he listen? If she were to die alone, that would be one thing. But dragging someone else into this, someone trying to help, was something she couldn't allow. Determined, she darts past him, yelling for him to get away while she holds the creature off. The dragon bellows, shaking the ground, and charges forward. Jiang Chuxian braces herself to fight, but before she can move, an overwhelming surge of power erupts behind her. A colossal spear of pure lightning materializes above Su Jingming's hand. In an instant, he hurls it past her, the air splitting with a deafening crack. The weapon tears through the sky and slams straight into the charging beast's head. A violent explosion of purple lightning and blood follows, and when the flash fades, the dragon lies motionless, its skull obliterated. Jiang Chuxian drops to her knees, speechless. The creature that had driven her to despair was gone, destroyed in a single strike. She can barely form words as she stares at Su Jingming, realizing with disbelief that the thunderous sonic boom she heard earlier must have come from him. How could someone classified as only an upper-tier 2nd-rank user wield such devastating strength? A faint chime sounds, his system notification confirming the kill. 36 ability points gained. Su Jingming allows himself a small, knowing smile. As expected of something with dragon in its name, he muses silently, more generous than the usual prey. Once the dust settles, Su Jingming walks over to Jiang Chuxian, who's still trembling slightly. He asks if she's all right. She manages a weak smile, saying she's fine, just a little unsteady, and thanks him for saving her. He waves it off humbly, replying that anyone in his place would have done the same, then offers her a hand up. Once standing, she looks at him seriously and says she owes him her life. Anything he wants, she'll grant it. Su Jingming chuckles and says he's not looking for repayment, but if she could sign a photo for his roommate, that'd be more than enough. Caught off guard, she blinks, then laughs softly. She doesn't have one with her, but promises to bring it to him once they return to the supply base. Her gaze then shifts to the weapon in his hand. Recognition sparks immediately. That spear, is it the Dark Cloud Gale spear? She asks. You're from Modi University, aren't you? Su Jingming nods slightly. Yeah, he says. My master gave it to me. Jiang Chuxian points out that the weapon he's holding, the Dark Cloud Gale spear, is renowned across the academies. Its sheer weight makes it nearly impossible to use unless one possesses incredible strength. Introducing herself, she says she's a second-year student from the elementary academy. Hearing that, Su Jingming greets her respectfully as a senior. She blinks in mild surprise. The name Su Jingming doesn't ring any bells. For someone that powerful, it's strange she's never heard of him. He must be one of those quiet, low-profile upperclassmen who avoid attention. Su Jingming quickly catches on to her assumption. Since few students ever reach his level of power before their third year, it makes sense she'd think he's older. Deciding it's not worth correcting, he just smiles and lets it be. Still in awe, Jiang Chuxian can't help but bring it up again. How he managed to destroy a high-tier third-rank beast with a single blow. Just as Su Jingming prepares to take his leave, she calls out to him. Her cheeks flush slightly as she hesitates, then asks if she can travel with him for a while. She explains that she was separated from her guards and can't survive alone out here. Su Jingming considers it, then nods. All right, he says. I'll take you as far as the ruined city. You should be safe there. Her relief is instant, and she thanks him warmly. As they walk together, she suggests checking the beast's den for anything valuable. That's likely what it had been guarding when it attacked her. Su Jingming agrees. It's a reasonable idea. On the way, she grows curious about him. So, which academy are you from? She asks. The Weaponry Academy, he answers. Her eyes widen. Oh, isn't your dean Yang Zenshin? I heard he has quite the fearsome nickname. Without changing expression, Su Jingming replies, he's my master. She freezes mid-step, her face turning red. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. He's clearly an incredible person, she stammers. Su Jingming hides a faint smile, thinking to himself that the so-called ice goddess from the forums talks far more than he expected in real life. Eventually, Jiang Chuxian leads him to the creature's lair, a dark cave surrounded by jagged rocks. Su Jingming raises his spear, lightning crackling faintly along the shaft, and warns her to stay behind him. She nods, following closely as they move deeper inside. What they find next stops them both in their tracks. Beyond the gloom lies a hidden oasis, crystal-clear turquoise water bubbling up from a spring, surrounded by clusters of radiant, fragrant flowers. Su Jingming's eyes narrow as he recognizes several rare herbs among them, each one of immense value. Then realization strikes him, and his voice drops in disbelief. This is an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring. Jiang Chuxian nods, confirming it. She explains that the spring's energy nourishes everything around it, transforming ordinary plants into high-grade medicinal herbs. Su Jingming can't help but be impressed. Her explanation is precise and confident, showing deep expertise. When he comments on it, she smiles proudly and admits, I'm actually a certified second-grade pharmacist. That revelation surprises him even more. He knows how demanding that qualification is. It seems this talkative ice goddess hides more talent than her reputation suggests. After examining their discovery, Jiang Chuxian estimates the spring holds enough water to craft at least 5 doses of S-grade healing liquid. Grateful for Su Jingming's help in saving her life, she insists he take the entire treasure. But Su Jingming refuses, suggesting a fair arrangement. He'll take 4 parts of the spring water, and they'll split the herbs evenly. Jiang Chuxian is thrilled by what she sees as generosity and agrees without hesitation. Just as they begin dividing the spoils, her team of bodyguards appears at the cave entrance. One of them scoffs, doubting there's anything of value in such a deserted place. The leader silences him, pointing out the claw marks along the walls. It's the den of a third-rank ground-digging dragon. And if there's a dragon nest, there's treasure. When the group steps inside, they're startled to find Jiang Chuxian and Su Jingming already there. She freezes for a moment, panic flashing through her mind. If these elite third-rank users discover the S-grade spring, things could turn ugly fast. The leader greets her casually, saying they've been searching for her, then gives Su Jingming a curious glance. Thinking quickly, Jiang Chuxian introduces Su Jingming as an upperclassman she happened to run into. She gestures toward the herbs, suggesting they all share since the quality is exceptional. The leader smirks and nods, seemingly agreeable, but one of his men leans in and whispers something that makes his expression change instantly. The spring, it's the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, the man murmurs. The mood in the cave shifts in an instant. Greed burns in their eyes as the realization sinks in. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian both sense the hostility thickening in the air. The leader's pleasant demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cruel grin. You're not being very honest, are you? He sneers. Sensing danger, Jiang Chuxian immediately offers to give up everything. She grabs Su Jingming's arm, trying to pull him away, whispering urgently that the guards are all peak third rank. There's no way they can win. But Su Jingming stands firm. His voice is calm, almost cold. I don't think I'm any weaker than they are, he says. And even if we hand over the treasure, they won't let us walk away. Her heart sinks. She knows he's right. The leader laughs darkly. You've got some nerve, boy, he says. But you're not wrong. In our world, only the ruthless survive. Jiang Chuan is well known. If they let her go, she could post everything online and destroy their reputations. So the leader decides it's safer to kill both of them and leave the secret sealed in the cave forever. Refusing to become a burden, Jiang Chuxian makes a desperate choice. She takes out a crimson blood-burst pill and swallows it without hesitation, ready to stand and fight beside her rescuer. The pill's power ignites instantly. Her A-rank ice ability spirals out of control, flooding the cave with biting cold. Frost spreads rapidly across the ground, freezing the bodyguard's feet in place. The team leader remains calm, giving his orders with chilling precision. He commands one man, Zhou Chong, to take down Su Jingming, mockingly calling him her lover. The rest are told to guard the exit and let no one escape. Then, turning toward Jiang Chuxian, his body begins to shift and expand. His C-rank beast ability activates, morphing him into a towering, saber-toothed tiger. With a savage grin, he growls, "Your life ends here." His men jeer, making vile jokes and suggesting they record the scene before killing her. Their laughter echoes through the cave, revealing just how twisted they truly are. Jiang Chuxian's heart sinks. She's surrounded by monsters wearing human faces. Despair washes over her. She can't accept dying in this place. Her only regret is dragging Su Jingming into her nightmare. She turns to warn him, but what she sees stops her breath. In the blink of an eye, the situation reverses. The tiger-like leader freezes as his instincts scream danger. Before anyone can react, Su Jingming vanishes from sight, then reappears behind Zhou Chong, his spear already piercing straight through the man's chest. Zhou Chong collapses instantly. Su Jingming stands over him, his gaze cold and sharp. Even a third-rank fighter isn't much of a challenge, he says flatly. The leader's expression hardens. He can't comprehend how one of his strongest men was taken out so effortlessly. Realization dawns. He's gravely underestimated this opponent. With a furious roar, he lunges forward, his massive axe cleaving through the air in a thunderous tiger roar slash. But Su Jingming moves like lightning, literally. His body blurs into streaks of purple energy as he dodges the strike with ease, analyzing his foe in the process. He notes the leader's brute strength surpasses his own in raw power, and that holding back any longer would be suicide. The tiger-formed leader and his men watch in disbelief as the air crackles around Su Jingming. His calm expression hardens. Then, with a low growl, he releases his true strength, Thunder Extreme Mode. A violent surge of purple lightning explodes from his body, ripping his shirt apart and revealing a lean, newly defined physique. The cave trembles from the force. Sparks dance across his skin as the overwhelming energy floods the cavern, marking the true beginning of the battle. Jiang Chuxian can only stare, speechless, her thoughts a storm of awe and fear. The power radiating from Su Jingming shakes the air itself, his presence now far beyond anything human. Even the tiger-like leader falters, his eyes fixed on the dark energy swirling violently around Su Jingming. What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming's form has completely changed. His eyes blaze an icy blue, pupils sharp and narrow like a beast's. Two curved, demonic horns emerge from his head, completing a terrifying, otherworldly transformation. Power surges through him in waves, and a faint smile forms on his lips. He's savoring every moment of it. The tiger leader grits his teeth and forces away the fear. A trick, he scoffs. Just another flashy transformation. Convinced it's all for show, he charges forward, ready to crush the boy. But Su Jingming moves first. A feral grin flashes across his face as he launches himself at the tiger head-on. Their clash shakes the cave. The leader braces behind his defensive skill, lying tiger stone, certain his hardened armor can endure any blow from a lower-ranked opponent. He's wrong. Su Jingming's lightning-charged spear meets the tiger's weapon in a brilliant flash of violet light. The cave erupts with thunder as the lightning gale slashes tears through the leader's defense. The supposedly indestructible armor shatters like glass. The tiger man is sent flying backward, slamming into the rock wall with a bone-cracking thud, his form flickering back to human before collapsing. standing tall amid the smoke and sparks. Su Jingming glances down at his opponent. My body's strength is 3, maybe 4 times greater now, he says quietly. Your beast hide never stood a chance. But the battle isn't finished. Another bodyguard charges in, his hands blazing with crimson energy. Flame Claw, he roars, swinging with everything he has. Su Jingming doesn't flinch. His lightning arcs outward, meeting the fire head-on. The flames vanish instantly, snuffed out by raw electricity. The attacker staggers back, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible, that's a B-rank skill. Su Jingming steps forward, his gaze cold and unrelenting. Not bad, he says, acknowledging the man's strength. You're a true peak 3rd tier. But this ends now. The bodyguard's bravado crumbles. He drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Please, take the Earth Spirit Spring. Take everything I have. Just let me live. Su Jingming's expression doesn't change. His voice is flat, almost emotionless. Too late for that. The cave flashes once more with lightning, and then silence. From the sidelines, Jiang Chuxian can hardly process what she's seeing. The elite squad she had hired, fighters whose captain was said to be unbeatable, had been annihilated in minutes. Who is this man? She wonders, her thoughts spinning. No one at our university, no one I've ever heard of, has power like this. Could he be S-rank? As the echoes of the last strike fade, Su Jingming turns his gaze toward the remaining bodyguards. The flicker of purple lightning in his eyes says everything. They're next. In his awakened form, the savage instincts of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood surge through him once again. With a cold, commanding tone, he declares that it's now their turn to face despair. The 2 men before him are paralyzed in fear, whispering that he's no human, he's a monster. Su Jingming lets out a sharp laugh. Monsters, he says. Compared to you murderers, I'm practically a saint. Realizing escape is impossible, their leader shouts for everyone to take their blood-burst pills. One by one, they obey, their bodies trembling as they prepare for a final, desperate fight. What follows is a storm of violence, quick, merciless, and absolute. When the dust settles, the battlefield is silent. Su Jingming stands among the fallen, his transformation fading, his body returning to normal. His upper body is bare, marked with wounds, his breath uneven. He leans against the rock wall, completely spent. The sheer force of his thunder mode lingers in his veins, but so does its cost. 10 minutes in that state had drained him more than hours of combat ever could. He takes a long breath, acknowledging silently that such power comes with a steep price. Just then, Jiang Chuxian rushes toward him, her voice filled with concern. Su Jingming, are you okay? He manages a faint smile, waving off her worry. I'll live. Let's get what we came for before we rest. By the edge of a crystal-clear spring, Jiang Chuxian looks down and sighs in relief. Thankfully, the battle didn't ruin it. The water's still pure. Together, they carefully collect the glowing Earth Spirit spring water, filling several glass bottles until they have more than expected. Su Jingming hands her 1.5 bottles. Take these. You earned them. Her eyes widen in gratitude. Really? Thank you, Su Jingming. But before she can say more, her expression twists in pain. She stumbles forward, collapsing against him. Her body trembles violently as realization dawns. The blood-burst pill she took earlier is finally taking its toll. The crushing side effects of the blood-burst pill finally overwhelm Jiang Chuxian. A sharp cry escapes her lips as her body gives out, and she collapses against Su Jingming. Startled, he steadies her before she sinks to the ground, trembling and pale. Lying weakly on the grass, she realizes she can't even summon her energy. Her limbs feel heavy, her body powerless. Reaching for her space ring proves useless. She doesn't have the strength to retrieve even a piece of clothing. Her face burns with embarrassment at how helpless she must look, worrying that Su Jingming will think poorly of her. He studies her for a moment, then speaks calmly. The side effects are worse than I thought. You need rest. I'll take you somewhere safe. Before she can protest, he lifts her effortlessly into his arms. The sudden motion catches her off guard, and her heart races uncontrollably. She wonders, flustered, if it's because this is the first time she's ever been held by a man. Su Jingming carries her through the forest until they reach a quiet grassy clearing. Gently, he sets her down and says, "Stay here and rest. I'll gather the rest of the herbs." Before turning to leave, he removes his black shirt and offers it to her. Use this to cover yourself. Jiang Chu Xian hesitates, then accepts it gratefully, her thoughts swirling. He's actually very kind. As she recovers, Su Jingming moves among the fallen bodyguards, checking their belongings. From one of them, he retrieves a space ring and inspects its contents. His expression darkens slightly. Just cash, beast materials, herbs, and a C-grade combat technique. Not much for an elite team. Holding both rings, he muses to himself that he should exchange them for a single larger one. Carrying his long spear everywhere is getting inconvenient. From behind him, Jiang Chuxian's faint voice calls out, Su Jingming, the Earth Spirit spring water might help me recover. Could I have a little? He walks over and hands her a vial of the spring water. She drinks eagerly, and within moments, the color returns to her face. A soft sigh escapes her lips as her strength begins to return. I can already feel it working, she says in amazement. Still, I'll probably need another 3 or 4 hours before I'm back to normal. This spring water really is incredible. The way it counters the pill's side effects, it's like a miracle. Su Jingming nods thoughtfully, glancing at the dimming sky. By then, it'll be dark. It's safer if we stay in the cave overnight. The words catch her completely off guard. Her mind races at the thought of spending the night alone with him in a cave. Her cheeks turn crimson. When he turns to ask, what do you think? She can barely meet his eyes. I'll follow your lead, she says softly, her voice shy and unsteady. The next morning, sunlight filters gently through the trees, casting golden rays across the forest floor. Jiang Chuxian stretches her arms and inhales deeply, feeling completely rejuvenated. The air here is amazing, she says with a light laugh. If it weren't for the beasts lurking around, I could stay here for a month. As her gaze drifts to Su Jingming, memories of the previous night surface. She scolds herself silently for overthinking things. He had behaved with complete composure and respect. He's not that kind of man after all, she thinks, though the faint, inexplicable disappointment lingers in her chest. Before her thoughts can wander further, Su Jingming's voice breaks the quiet. We should get moving. I'll see you safely to the forest's edge. Startled but grateful, she nods. All right, the two set off swiftly through the woods, moving with practiced ease. Su Jingming leads the way, scanning the surroundings for danger. Suddenly, he halts and throws an arm in front of her. A deafening roar echoes above them. Then a massive, flaming beast hurtles through the air, its mane blazing like fire. It lands far ahead with a thunderous crash and continues its frantic escape. Jiang Chuxian's eyes widen in shock. A fifth-tier, blazing tiger. They both duck behind a tree, watching as the tiger disappears into the distance. Su Jingming frowns. It didn't even notice us, he murmurs. Jiang Chuxian studies its movements closely. No, look at it. It's terrified. Something's chasing it. Before he can respond, the ground trembles. A wave of gray, furred creatures floods through the forest. Hundreds, no, thousands of them, each with glinting red eyes and razor-like fangs. Her face drains of color. Iron-toothed rats, she whispers. They're only first-tier beasts, but in swarms like this, even a 6th-tier expert wouldn't stand a chance. Now understanding why the mighty tiger ran, her panic surges. We have to get out of here now. Without hesitation, Su Jingming seizes her hand, and they sprint in the opposite direction, the endless tide of rats surging after them. As they race through the dense forest, he quickly assesses the situation. The swarm's stamina is terrifying. There's no outrunning them for long. With the supply base still 90 kilometers away, the odds are grim. His long spear weighs him down, and he clenches his jaw. I'll have to drop the spear, but Jiang Chuxian shouts over the roar of the chase. No need. My space ring can hold it. She reaches out, and in an instant, the heavy weapon vanishes into her ring's storage. Freed from the burden, Su Jingming moves faster, but not fast enough. Glancing at her, he says firmly, holding hands is slowing us down. I'll carry you on my back. Jiang Chuxian's eyes widen, her steps faltering for a split second. What? He doesn't elaborate, his tone steady but urgent. It's the only way to outrun them. She's left speechless, her face flushed as the swarm's growls close in behind them. Before she can say a word, he hoists her onto his back and dashes forward, his pace even faster than before. The forest blurs behind them until they burst into the ruins of a once thriving city. But their momentary relief shatters instantly. Ahead, a massive swarm feasts on the carcass of a fallen beast. Su Jingming's face darkens. The unthinkable has happened. The rat tide has consumed everything. With nowhere left to run, he steels himself for battle. In an instant, thunder crackles around him, his body engulfed in violet lightning as dark horns twist from his head. He tells Jiang Chuxian to hold on tight and charges into the sea of rats like a living storm. Every strike sends electricity tearing through the horde, each kill earning him precious ability points as he carves a path through chaos. Elsewhere, inside a military command post, Manager Wang Chuang and his team monitor the spreading disaster. Reports come in. The rat tide numbers over 300,000. Wang Chuang grimly notes it will cripple the ecosystem. A subordinate points to a map showing countless trapped ability users, despairing that most won't make it out alive. Wang Chuang's thoughts turn to Su Jingming. Without his master Yang Jintian's aid, the young man doesn't stand a chance. Then, one of the soldiers shouts, a massive sphere of purple lightning appears on the surveillance feed, moving fast. Wang Chuang instantly orders his unit to prepare for combat. Moments later, sensors register the target's speed, 80 meters per second. The troops open fire, but their bullets bounce harmlessly off the glowing energy field. Through the storm, Su Jingming bursts forth, still cloaked in demonic power. With Jiang Chuxian in his arms, he vaults over the barricade in a single leap and lands within the outpost. The lightning fades, leaving him human again, shirtless, drained, but alive. The soldiers can only stare, speechless. One mutters that he thought the energy signature belonged to a thunder beast, not a man. Another whispers about the sheer pressure of his aura. A third, squinting, swears the girl looks oddly familiar. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming reassures Jiang Chuxian. They've made it to the supply base, and they're safe. She clings to his arm, murmuring her thanks in relief. Just then, Manager Wang Chuang hurries over, recognizing him immediately. Su Jingming, he calls out, both shocked and impressed. He asks how he can assist after such an escape. Su Jingming, weary from the 40-minute sprint through the mountains, simply requests a room to rest. Inside, Wang Chuang is reeling. The young man's survival defies every expectation. Wang Chuang silently calculates the distance, over 90 kilometers from the mountains to the base. Even a fourth-tier ability user would struggle to survive that far against such a massive horde. The feat leaves him stunned. Still, he quickly offers to prepare a room for Su Jingming to rest. Before he can act, Jiang Chuan steps forward, insisting she'll take care of him personally. As she helps the exhausted Su Jingming toward the quarters, whispers ripple through the soldiers nearby. Some recognize her instantly, the famed goddess Jiang. Envy fills their voices as they mutter about how lucky the young man must be. A few joke bitterly, saying their goddess has been stolen before their very eyes. 2 days and nights pass. Su Jingming finally stirs awake, lying in a soft, clean bed. Sunlight filters in through the curtains, and by his side sits Jiang Chuxian, smiling brightly. She greets him warmly, relieved to see him awake, and tells him he's been asleep for quite some time. She adds that she was just about to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to speed up his recovery. Still groggy, Su Jingming is startled by how long he's been out. He asks about the situation outside. Jiang Chuxian replies that the rat tide hasn't retreated yet. The area remains under full lockdown. She explains that once it finally passes, there will be few, if any, beasts left in the wilderness. Realizing there's nothing more for him to do here, Su Jingming decides it's time to return to the university, especially with the new semester approaching. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxian immediately says she's heading back as well and suggests they travel together. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. As they finalize their plans, Jiang Chuxian suddenly remembers something. Reaching into her belongings, she retrieves an envelope and hands it to him with a teasing smile. Inside lies the autographed picture she promised. When Su Jingming unfolds it, his eyes widen. Instead of a typical photo, it's her posing boldly in revealing lingerie, far more daring than anything he'd imagined. Caught off guard by the provocative photo, Su Jingming's face instantly flushes red. Stammering, he quickly explains that he only asked for the picture on behalf of a friend, not for himself, and gently suggests that this one might be a bit too much. He asks if she might have a more normal photo instead. Jiang Chuxian freezes for a moment, her eyes widening as realization hits. She had completely misunderstood his request. Internally, she curses herself for jumping to conclusions, feeling her cheeks burn. Trying to recover, she awkwardly offers to replace the photo and shyly asks for the other one back. But before she can reach for it, Su Jingming glances down at the picture again, hesitating. Then, almost under his breath, he asks if he could maybe keep it for himself. His words catch her completely off guard. For a second, she just stares at him. Then a delighted smile slowly spreads across her face. "Of course," she says softly. Desperate to change the subject, Su Jingming clears his throat and says he should probably arrange a train ticket, since he's been asleep for 2 whole days. Jiang Chuxian waves off the idea with a grin, explaining that she brought her own car and can give him a ride back instead. Later, the two of them speed down the highway in a sleek yellow convertible. The car's engine hums smoothly as the wind rushes past. Su Jingming looks around, impressed, commenting that only a famous influencer like her could own such a limited edition model. He admits it's his first time riding in a self-driving car. Jiang Chuxian laughs lightly, saying it's actually very easy to control. Before long, they roll back into the campus of Modus Superpower University. Both have changed into casual outfits, and Su Jingming now carries his spear slung casually over his shoulder. Their entrance draws plenty of attention. Students whisper among themselves, admiring Su Jingming's striking looks, though some can't help but sigh at the sight of the gorgeous woman beside him, assuming she must be his girlfriend. As they stroll across the familiar grounds, Su Jingming quietly reflects on how far he's come in the short month and a half since he left. Jiang Chuxian asks where his dorm is, and he replies that he's in District 3. She smiles, saying she lives in District 2, so they'll part ways there. Before leaving, she turns to him and says warmly, "If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Su Jingming nods, grateful. Just as he's about to say goodbye, Jiang Chuxian suddenly steps forward. Without warning, she leans in and presses a quick kiss to his cheek. Su Jingming freezes, completely taken aback. With a playful smile, she says it's a small thank you for saving her life, then waves and walks away. Standing there, Su Jingming touches his cheek, still stunned, as the realization sinks in. He was just kissed out of nowhere. Later that evening, in her lavish dorm room, Jiang Chuxian lounges on her bed, lost in thought. Someone as capable as Su Jingming couldn't possibly be an unknown name. There had to be more to him. Determined to find out, she flips open her laptop and starts digging for information. While scrolling, she mutters to herself about how the whole campus has been buzzing lately about the new freshman. Before long, she stumbles upon Su Jingming's student file and freezes. Her eyes widen as she reads every detail carefully. He's a freshman and already an upper-tier, second-rank user? Realizing she's been calling him senior all this time, she lets out an exasperated sigh. That guy's a total fraud, she huffs before smirking to herself. Fine then. Next time we meet, I'll make sure my junior brother gets what's coming. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Su Jingming sits at his desk reviewing his recent spoils. Mission accomplished, 2 space rings secured, and more than 25 million deposited in his account. It had been a productive trip. Still, he can't help but regret that the rat tide ended things prematurely. If it hadn't, he could have earned far more ability points. He opens his system panel and studies the data. Upper second tier user, S-rank ability, 3,712 ability points. A faint sense of satisfaction crosses his mind. That should be more than enough to start mastering high-level S-rank combat techniques. Just then, his roommate, Lu Wintao, bursts through the door. "You're finally back," he shouts. "You could have at least told me. Do you know how worried I was when I heard about the rat tide?" Su Jingming looks up calmly. "Yeah, it happened, but the military's already taken care of it." Before he can say more, Lu Wintao suddenly stiffens, staring at him in disbelief. He can feel it. Su Jingming's aura is completely different. "Wait, you broke through to the second tier?" Su Jingming shakes his head lightly. "Upper second tier," he corrects. Lu Wintao's jaw drops. Shu give a small shrug. "A few close calls out there. Guess I got lucky." His roommate whistles. "You're seriously built different. Maybe I should throw myself into a life-or-death fight too. Might toughen me up." "Don't even think about it," Su Jingming warns. "My situation was unique. The wilderness isn't forgiving, especially for you." Lu Wintao laughs awkwardly. Yeah, I'll stay put." Then something seems to click in his memory. "All right, Song Chu came by a few times looking for you. You should probably give her a call." "I will," Shu replies, reaching into his bag. "But first, here's something for you." He hands over a small envelope. Lu Wintao opens it, puzzled. only to find an autographed photo inside. What's this?" he asks, completely confused. Su Jingming just smiles faintly in response. Lu Wentao's puzzled look doesn't last long. The moment he realizes what he's holding, his eyes practically sparkle. "Goddess Jiang," he yells, clutching the photo to his chest like it's a priceless treasure. He jumps around the room in sheer excitement, completely forgetting Su Jingming is even there. Meanwhile, Su Jingming is already back at Madu University, making his way to the Battle Technique Library. As he walks through the Grand Hall, he reflects on his recent missions. 4 completed tasks, earning him 871 credits in total. Not bad for a few days' work. Credits were hard to come by, and this was a quick way to build them up. Settling at a desk, he activates the library's AI system. "Eva, display all S-rank lightning combat techniques," he commands. At once, a series of holographic panels light up around him, listing names and descriptions of high-level techniques. He scans through them. Thundermark, a deadly strike that leaves targets scorched by lightning. Thunder Prison, an electric cage no one could break free from. Each one radiates immense power. But as he scrolls, he can't help but frown. For a top-tier academy like Madu University, the number of S-rank lightning techniques barely exceeds 20. Still, these were the foundation for any future growth. He needed to choose wisely. After careful thought, 2 skills catch his eye. Heavenly Thunder Art, a wide-range ability that calls down natural lightning from the sky, and Thunder Armor, a defensive shield formed entirely of electricity. A perfect combination, offense and defense in balance. He leans back slightly, a confident smirk forming on his face. For most students, mastering even one of these would take months of effort and countless resources. But Su Jingming isn't most students. With his cheat-like system, he doesn't need to pick just one. He can have both. While studying the Heavenly Thunder Art's details, he notices something intriguing. It's a prerequisite for an even greater technique. The Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide, an SSS rank ability known for controlling heavenly lightning itself. That seals the deal. He decides to start with Heavenly Thunder Art. He opens the manual and begins reading. The deeper he goes, the more he realizes how complex it is. The formulae and lightning diagrams are far more intricate than even his thunder indestructible body technique. His focus sharpens, sweat beginning to form as he deciphers each passage. It feels harder than the advanced research papers he used to study in his past life's doctoral program. 6 grueling hours later, Su Jingming finally leans back, utterly spent. He's gained only a surface-level understanding, but it's enough. He lets out a quiet sigh and closes the manual. "That's enough reading," he mutters. "Time for Deep Blue to handle the rest." He clenches his fist and calls out firmly, "Deep Blue. Invest ability points to master Heavenly Thunder Art." In an instant, the air around him crackles. Bolts of purple lightning erupt from his body, filling the library with blinding flashes. The system floods his mind with knowledge, every nerve igniting with raw energy. When it finally ends, the lightning fades, leaving him breathing heavily in the silence. The transfer is complete, but when he checks his system panel, his jaw tightens. One skill at the most basic level has cost him 1,600 ability points. All that effort, he mutters, shaking his head. And it's barely enough for 2 skills. Just then, Eva drifts into view, reminding Su Jingming that it's already 1 in the morning and advising him to spend his time more wisely. It also warns him not to use his abilities inside the library. Embarrassed, Su Jingming nods in agreement. Seeing how late it's gotten, he decides there's no point in starting the next demanding technique tonight and chooses to return another day. Meanwhile, over at Madu University, a young man jogs past a girl running under the moonlight. The girl is Song Chu. As she runs, her mind drifts to her recent training. For more than a month, she's been pushing herself with relentless late-night practice, something she never expected she'd have the resolve to maintain. Her goal is clear. When Su Jingming comes back, she intends to challenge him head-on and prove she's the real top freshman. Her thoughts are cut short when she spots something unusual in the sky, a giant bird gliding against the full moon. Its red eyes gleam as it circles above. She instantly recognizes it as a white-ringed black feather eagle, a dangerous predator known for its speed and stealth within city environments. Judging its aura, she estimates it to be around the 3rd tier, a level far beyond what most students could handle alone. Before she can plan her next move, a sharp crack echoes overhead. She halts, frowning. There are no clouds, yet thunder rumbles through the air. Then, out of nowhere, a massive sphere of violet lightning bursts across the night sky. It slams into the eagle, disintegrating it instantly in a burst of feathers and blood. Stunned, Song Chu stares at the fading light, trying to process what she just witnessed. The sheer force behind that attack was immense, far beyond anything a normal student could unleash. Considering the direction, she realizes the strike originated from within the campus. It must have been a senior student, or perhaps even a university mentor. But the truth lies elsewhere. Deep in a secluded grove, Su Jingming stands alone, surrounded by the last flickers of purple electricity dancing in the air. Lightning coils around him as he observes the aftermath of his power. A faint, confident smile crosses his face. That single strike had been just a test, yet it revealed enough. The strength of his new S-rank combat art, the Heavenly Thunder technique, was nothing short of overwhelming. In the quiet woods of the campus, a digital chime echoes in Su Jingming's mind. His system announces the defeat of a mid-tier, third-rank white-ringed black feather eagle. Reward: 34 ability points. His eyes widen slightly. The raw power of the Heavenly Thunder art exceeds even his expectations. Its destructive reach spans nearly a full kilometer. Satisfied, he turns to leave, unaware that hidden among the trees, a mysterious young man watches him closely, intrigued by the freshman who just displayed such overwhelming strength. The next morning, as dawn breaks over Madu University, Su Jingming gets ready to head out. His roommate, Lu Wentao, groggily looks up from his bed and asks where he's going so early. Su Jingming replies that he's returning to the Battle Technique Library. He wants to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming freshman competition. Wentao watches him go, shaking his head in disbelief. To him, it's almost inhuman to train so hard right after returning from the wilderness. Feeling motivated, he decides to start his own training session after breakfast. As Su Jingming walks across campus, a familiar voice calls out behind him. It's Song Chu. She runs up, visibly relieved to see him back safe from his mission. Wasting no time, she reminds him of his promise to spar. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow and asks if she's sure about this. She places her hands confidently on her hips, telling him not to underestimate her. After all, she was the top scorer in her entire province. He nods, agreeing to spar later, but before he can say more, Song Chu grabs his hand and insists they do it now in his dorm's training room. Amused, he lets her drag him along, silently chuckling at her forceful nature. Typical for someone from Sichuan, he muses. Still, he can't help wondering why she's in such a hurry. Unknown to him, Song Chu is eager to surprise him. She's recently advanced to the second tier and wants to see the look on his face when he realizes it. When they reach the training room, Lu Wentao and Qiong Xia follow behind, curious to watch. Su Jingming readies his spear, standing calmly across from Song Chu as she stretches and prepares. With a confident smirk, she warns him not to lose too badly. Su Jingming simply replies, his tone cool and steady. You can't defeat me without a weapon. Song Chu's smile deepens. Who said I don't have one? She replies. Raising her hand, she summons her weapon from her space ring. A brilliant flash fills the room as a massive, intricately carved halberd materializes in her grasp. She catches it effortlessly, the weapon's edge gleaming. Su Jingming blinks in mild surprise. A Fengyan Huaji? He thinks. That's rare, especially for someone like her. Gripping the halberd firmly, Song Chu declares she'll defeat him today. He nods, composed as ever. From the sidelines, Lu Wentao grins, whispering that his brother Ming has already won. Qiong Xia chuckles, entertained by their confidence. As the match begins, Su Jingming focuses, feeling the energy radiating from her. In that instant, he senses it. She's indeed advanced to the lower second tier. So that's the source of her confidence. A faint smile forms on his lips. Impressive, but not enough to worry him. A surge of deep violet lightning bursts from Xu Jing's body, crackling through the air as he declares that he hasn't been idle either. The shockwave ripples across the arena, leaving Kyanjia wide-eyed. That's impossible. There's no way, he's just upper second tier, she gasps. Off to the side, Lu Wentao grins smugly, teasing his companion. Told you your friend couldn't keep up. Song Chuku stiffens, realizing her plan has completely collapsed. How is he advancing so much faster than me? We were equals not long ago. Lightning dances around Xu Jing as he glances her way. Still want to go on? He asks calmly. Flustered, but unwilling to back down, she nods. Fine, but don't overdo it, she mutters. He chuckles, amused by her caution. Relax. I'll let you make the first move. Come when you're ready. Her grip tightens on her halberd. You'll regret that, she shouts, activating her A-rank skill, Light of Dawn. A dazzling brilliance engulfs the field, radiating pure energy. Shu Jing squints at the glow, recognizing it as a natural type ability akin to his lightning. Interesting. Let's see how strong it is. Song Chuku charges forward, her halberd blazing with fiery light. He notes with interest, a weapon-enhancing skill? That's new. Sparks scatter as his spear meets her weapon, the clash igniting a storm of light and thunder. With one smooth motion, he parries her strike, his overwhelming strength breaking through her offense. The impact drives her back several steps, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shu Jing lowers his spear slightly. Good form, he says evenly, but not enough force behind it. From the sidelines, Lu Wentao whistles. Now that's beautiful. She used her best move, and he blocked it like nothing. Song Chuku refuses to quit. I'm not done yet, she shouts, unleashing a blinding flurry of strikes, her movements leaving trails of light in every direction. But Shu Jing remains unbothered, deflecting each blow with precise, effortless swings. Too slow, he comments between strikes. Not enough power. You still need work. Her furious assault drains her stamina quickly, and her breathing grows heavy. Finally, she stops, shoulders heaving. He countered my full technique, over 100 strikes, without even using a skill, she murmurs in disbelief. Resting on her halberd, she stares at him. Your spear technique, it's beyond advanced, isn't it? He nods simply. Master level. Her jaw drops. I've trained since I was 8, and I've barely reached advanced. You're a monster. Turning away, she exhales and lowers her weapon. I concede. With your S-rank ability and that kind of talent, there's no way I can surpass you. Shu Jing tilts his head. Not interested in testing my other techniques? She shakes her head. There's no point. Against someone like you, none of my skills would matter. As a gesture of thanks, Song Chu invites Su Jingming to lunch. He accepts without hesitation. Great, she says with a smile. See you at noon. With that, she leaves alongside Qi Donjia, who glances back and comments, seems like he's the stronger one after all. Once they're gone, Lu Wentao walks up grinning and flashes him a thumbs up. Nicely done. You're definitely the strongest among us. Su Jingming shakes his head. She's not weak. Her progress is actually amazing, he replies modestly. Lu laughs. That's just because your power skews your perspective. Then, leaning in, he adds, you probably don't know this, but Song Chu's not just anyone. She's the great-granddaughter of Song Duan, the S-rank grandmaster from the history archives. The revelation stops Su Jingming cold. Song Duan, the grandmaster from 80 years ago, he mutters, remembering an entire chapter about the man from his studies. Lu nods. Exactly. Her family's based in Sichuan. She's the old master's most beloved descendant. With that kind of lineage, it's no wonder she's advancing so quickly, or that she can afford high-grade gear. Now it all makes sense to Su Jingming. The talent, the confidence, the resources. Feeling a wave of determination, he straightens up. I need to get back to training, he says, already turning to leave. Back in the quiet of the library, he focuses completely on his cultivation. Hours pass until he finally succeeds. His second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor, activates. Purple lightning coats his body, forming a shimmering shield. He tests it and feels the impact resistance, 90% reduction, plus an automatic counterattack. Perfect defense, he murmurs, impressed. For hours later, he checks his system panel. Only around 700 ability points remain after unlocking both S-rank skills. I'll need to hunt in the wilderness soon to restore my points, he notes quietly. With his preparations complete, his focus shifts to the next big goal, the freshman competition. When September 1st arrives, Su Jingming and his group head toward the grand arena. As they walk, he eyes his teammates' weapons curiously. Those are some unusual choices, he remarks. Chang Xia raises her large mechanical claws and grins. A unique weapon gives me an edge. I'm aiming for the top 50. Song Chu smirks beside her. I'm going for second place. That's so. Su Jingming asks, intrigued. Giving up on challenging me, then? She nods, smiling faintly. You're too far ahead. No point wasting effort. Lu Wentao chimes in. There's another one to watch out for. Li Chengxi, Qinghai Academy's top scorer. He's already hit second tier too. Song Chu's eyes light up. Now that's someone I want to test myself against. Before they can say more, Qi Dongjia points toward the distance. We're here. They look up to see the enormous competition grounds rising before them. In the stands, Zhang Chuchuan sits with Tong Qi. Tong Qi glances over surprised. Didn't expect you to be interested in this event. Zhang Chuchuan smiles faintly. I'm here for someone, she says. Someone worth keeping an eye on. Tang Qi blinks in surprise. A boy? Who is it? Zhang Chuchuan's lips curve into a knowing smile. You'll see, she says softly, pointing toward the entrance below. He's just arrived. Down on the arena floor, Su Jingming and his friends make their entrance. The vast stage stretches endlessly before them, its sheer scale drawing gasps from the group. Lu and Tao whistles. This place is insane. Why would the school build something this huge? Su Jingming glances around calmly. My instructor mentioned the format. It's a 100-person battle royale. A small field wouldn't cut it. Lu's eyes widen. 100 people at once? That's wild. But while the others take in the sight with awe, Su Jingming's reaction is different. The corners of his mouth lift into a sharp, eager grin. His gaze sweeps across the massive battlefield, lightning faintly crackling in his eyes. A large-scale battle. He murmurs, voice low with anticipation. Now, this is going to be interesting. As the freshmen gather across the arena floor, Lu Wen can't help but lift his head, his eyes widening as he takes in the packed spectator stands. He points upward in disbelief, whispering about the number of big shots who have shown up today. The presidents of the two strongest clubs on campus are both here, the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society, names that carry real weight even among ability users. Lu Wen clicks his tongue and says that with figures like that present, there's only one explanation. They didn't come for the ceremony. They came for Su Jingming. The words catch Su Jingming off guard. He blinks and asks if superpower universities even have clubs to begin with. Lu Wen nods without hesitation and explains that these aren't like ordinary campus clubs. They're combat teams formed by elite ability users. Their members head into the wilderness to hunt beasts, receive high-level training resources every single month, and for the most outstanding ones, there's even a direct path into powerful guilds after graduation. Then Lu Wen lowers his voice and adds something more troubling. Su Jingming Sr., Lu Ming, is the vice president of the Ash Flame Society. By all logic, he should be sitting in those stands today. Yet his seat is empty. Su Jingming's expression darkens. He looks down, lost in thought. Since returning, he hasn't been able to reach his senior, or even his master. All he knows is that they went to the southwest. The silence on the other end of the line has been gnawing at him ever since, and no matter how he tries to stay calm, a quiet worry settles in his chest. He can only hope they're safe. High above the arena, inside a private viewing box, a subordinate finishes his report, speaking in a low, respectful tone. He mentions the tense situation in the Southwest and thanks his president for personally returning. He adds that recruitment could easily be handled by the others. The silver-haired man, listening, doesn't even turn his head. This is Wei He, president of the Ash Flame Society. He dismisses the suggestion outright, stating flatly that he didn't come back for routine matters. His only purpose is to recruit Su Jingming, no matter the cost. As his gaze sweeps the stands, he pauses, noticing a familiar presence. His eyes narrow slightly as he wonders why Wu Yuan of the Starfall Society is here as well. Not far away, Wu Yuan stands with his arms crossed, looking down at the arena with a calm, confident smirk. There's no doubt about it. They're after the same person. Before the tension can build any further, the sky suddenly shifts. A massive, glowing magic circle forms overhead, bathing the arena in radiant light. A wave of murmurs ripples through the crowd as the signal for the competition's start echoes through the air. From the center of the circle, an enormous balcony descends, floating gracefully toward the arena floor. Spectators gasp, some whispering that only a top-tier space-time ability user could pull off something like this. A portal of golden light blooms open on the balcony, and a single figure steps through. An elegant woman with long brown hair emerges, her aura calm yet overwhelming, and the moment she appears, the entire arena falls silent, every eye drawn to her commanding presence. Louis Wentao stiffens the moment he gets a clear look at the woman on the floating balcony. His voice drops as he tells the others who she is. The vice principal who guards the battle technique library. Su Jingming can't hide his shock. She looks far too young for someone with that kind of status. Louis Wentao snorts quietly and explains that powerful ability users age far more slowly than ordinary people. By his guess, she's at least 40, even if her appearance says otherwise. Standing high above them, the woman finally speaks. Her voice carries effortlessly across the arena. She introduces herself as Ling Shuang, one of the university's 3 vice principals and the one in charge of the battle technique library. Since the principal is currently away, she explains she will be presiding over the opening ceremony. With a calm but authoritative tone, she welcomes the new generation to Modus Superpower University. She moves straight to the numbers. This year's freshman class consists of 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. As she lists the breakdown of abilities, the crowd listens closely. 56 students with A rank abilities, 832 with B rank, and 135 with C and D rank powers. Then, almost casually, she adds that among them is one extremely rare S rank awakened student. That single line sends a ripple through the arena. Su Jingming and his friends exchange startled looks, their attention instantly sharpened. Ling Shuang continues without pause, explaining that to help students grow stronger, the university distributes resources each year based on a 5-tier evaluation system ranging from D to S. She states clearly that the upcoming freshman competition will decide each student's rating and treatment for their entire first year. Whispers spread among the students as the pressure of Modi University's ruthless competitiveness sinks in. At that moment, her expression hardens. A faint but terrifying dark aura rolls out from her body as she scoffs at the murmurs about fairness. She coldly asks when she ever claimed that Modi University was a fair place. With eyes like steel, she declares that the university's purpose is to cultivate top-tier powerhouses, and that the birth of the strong has always required brutal competition. Her words crash down on the freshmen, leaving the arena in stunned silence. Su Jingming, however, doesn't flinch. Instead, a confident smirk curls at the corner of his lips. To him, this only confirms that choosing Modu was the right decision. Ling Shuang advises the students not to hide their strength. The stronger they prove themselves to be, the more resources they will receive. She then lays out the competition rules. The first stage will be a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will record how many opponents each student defeats. There will be 10 rounds in total, with the top 5 from each round advancing further. With a wave of her hand, a massive screen lights up in the air, displaying the rewards. First place will receive a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place will be rewarded with A-grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a large sum of credits. As the prizes glow above them, the tension among the freshmen thickens, and a hunger to fight ignites in their eyes. The sheer value of the rewards leaves the freshmen staring in disbelief. Before the excitement can fully explode, Ling Shuang calmly adds one final condition. The results of the competition will also decide each student's permission level within the university, ranging from C rank up to A rank. She makes it clear that the extremely rare S rank permission is handled separately and cannot be obtained through this competition alone. With that, her role is finished. She hands the proceedings over to another dean and vanishes in a flash of golden light, leaving behind a stunned and buzzing arena. Stepping forward next is the dean of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qing-snow. She faces the crowd and formally announces the official start of the freshman competition. As a final bit of motivation, she reminds everyone that outstanding performers may catch the attention of teachers and be selected as personal disciples. At those words, the murmurs grow louder. For many of the students, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. Sun Qing-snow explains that the first stage will consist of 10 battle rounds. The AI Ava immediately begins randomly selecting participants for the opening match. As the names appear, Su Jingming's group, all dressed in matching combat suits, notices a familiar name on the list. Li Qingji, the top scorer from Qinghai Province, has been placed in the first round. From the arena floor, Li Qingji lifts his gaze toward the stands and flashes a provocative smirk in their direction. Qianjia points it out, while Songchu snorts in irritation, calling him unbearably arrogant. Off to the side, Louis Wentao's lips curl into a mischievous grin as he thinks to himself that Li Qingji has just made a very serious mistake. The 100 selected students soon gather on the arena floor. Sun Qing-snow reassures them that they don't need to fear death, explaining that Eva will automatically generate a protective shield if anyone's life is in danger. She also reminds them that a full medical team is on standby. With a sharp countdown from 3, the signal is given. The arena instantly erupts into chaos. Attacks fly in every direction as the battle royale begins in full force. In the stands, Many spectators quickly focus on one particular student wielding a sword with terrifying efficiency. They note that his aura has already broken into the second tier. It doesn't take long to identify him. It's Li Qingji, the top scorer from Qinghai. On the battlefield, Li Qingji moves as if he's cutting through weeds. His blade flashes, and one opponent after another is sent flying. He sneers as he fights, openly mocking those he defeats and calling them weak. The first round ends far sooner than most expected. An AI drone announces the result in a neutral voice. Li Qingji has taken first place, defeating 36 opponents on his own. As he steps off the arena floor, Li Qingji looks straight towards Su Jingming. A clear challenge shines in his eyes as he wonders aloud whether Su Jingming can surpass his record. Watching the scene unfold, Louis Wentao breaks into a cold sweat. He shakes his head and mutters that the guy is beyond saving, saying he's never seen anyone so determined to run straight toward disaster. In the spectator stands, a member of the Starfall Society leans toward their president and points out Li Qingji's breakthrough, asking if they should shift their focus and make him their main target. Wu Yuan doesn't even hesitate. He calmly shuts the idea down, saying their number one target has always been Su Jingming. When his subordinate asks if he has some kind of inside information, Wu Yuan replies evenly that it isn't a secret at all, just something he's personally witnessed. Not long after, Eva's voice echoes through the arena, announcing the start of the second round and calling the selected students to the stage. The moment the list appears, Louis Wentao and Su Chu light up with excitement. Su Jingming's name is on it. They cheer loudly, telling him to show Li Qingji what real power looks like. Su Jingming simply nods and answers calmly, as if this is no big deal. As he steps onto the arena floor, the atmosphere shifts. The other contestants feel a chill run down their spines. Several of them curse their luck under their breath, instantly abandoning any thoughts of first place. Instead, they set their sights on fighting for the remaining 4 spots. Su Jingming stands there with quiet confidence, thinking to himself that they're far too naive if they believe keeping their distance will keep them safe. From the VIP section, several deans watch closely. One of them asks Dean Sunqing if Su Jingming is the new disciple taken in by Dean Sunqing Snow. She confirms it and adds that he's the S-rank awakened student. The dean nods, commenting on the impressive aura rolling off his body. But the moment Su Jingming lets more of his power leak out, another dean reacts so violently that he spits out his drink, shouting in disbelief. He can't accept that Su Jingming has already reached the second tier when he was only awakened a month ago. The other deans are equally shaken, marveling at his terrifying rate of growth. Off to the side, Dean Yang's daughter, Qinj, quietly thinks to herself that her father is far better at keeping secrets than she ever imagined. The countdown begins. The instant the match starts, Su Jingming explodes into action. A massive vortex of purple lightning erupts from his body, swirling violently and swallowing a huge portion of the arena in seconds. The other students freeze in shock as the storm rages around them. Standing at the eye of the chaos, Su Jingming spins his spear at blinding speed, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Deep down, he admits that while slaughtering beasts has its own thrill, fighting other humans is still far more enjoyable. Su Jingming's overwhelming display of power sends shockwaves through the arena. A violent surge of energy blasts outward, forcing the other contestants to stagger back. One of them freezes in horror as the pressure crashes down on him, instantly recognizing that this aura belongs to a second-tier ability user. Standing calmly within the raging swirl of purple lightning, Su Jingming silently confirms their fears. Voices erupt all around the arena as students shout in disbelief, unable to accept that a freshman has already stepped into the second tier. Despair quickly spreads through the remaining competitors. They complain bitterly about the unfairness of being forced to face someone an entire tier above them. From a spectator stands, Wu Yuan of the Starfall Society watches without the slightest change in expression. His subordinate leans in and asks if he already knew about Su Jingming's true strength. Wu Yuan answers evenly that he did, adding that Su Jingming's potential is now impossible for anyone to ignore. Elsewhere in the stands, Jiang Chuxian breaks into a smile, suddenly realizing she's been calling her junior a senior all this time. Amused, she silently vows to get even with him later. Not far away, Li Qingji grits his teeth in frustration. He had planned to ride Su Jingming's fame to elevate his own reputation, but now that plan is completely shattered. Being stuck in a different round feels like a cruel joke. He curses his luck and wonders what move he can possibly make next. Back on the arena floor, one student quickly seizes the moment. He shouts that Su Jingming is far too strong to fight alone and proposes that they join forces and eliminate him first. The idea spreads instantly, and the others agree without hesitation. Everyone understands this is their only chance. Within the lightning storm, Su Jingming senses an unnatural pull in the speaker's words. His eyes narrow as he realizes the man must be a spiritual type ability user. A young man with purple hair steps forward, revealing himself as Shi Liao. He releases his A-rank psychic ability, his voice carrying a commanding force that unites the scattered students. He tells them that if they follow his instructions, they have a rare opportunity to take down an S-rank awakened. Fired up by his words, the other students rally around him. In the VIP box, the deans exchange remarks. Wu notes that Shi Liao has successfully unified the freshmen, while Sun recognizes him as a disciple of Dean Long Ku. The head of the Tactics Academy smiles with quiet pride, though even he knows the unity comes more from Su Jingming's terrifying strength than from Shi Liao's leadership. Still, Sun frowns slightly, believing Su Jingming may actually be in trouble. She remarks that it would be an enormous joke if an S-rank user were eliminated in the very first round. Below, Su Jingming watches as his opponents gather together. Shi Liao sneers and taunts him, claiming he's lost his chance to strike first and asking how he plans to deal with 102 enemies at once. Instead of feeling pressured, Su Jingming lets out a soft laugh. A confident smirk forms on his face as he asks calmly why Shi Liao is so certain that he's the one at a disadvantage. He calls forth his power, lightning screaming into existence as it condenses into a spear of pure violet energy in his grasp. Seeing this, Shi Liao snaps out a command, unleashing his newly formed army. Close combat fighters rush to the front, while ranged attackers and support units take their positions. With a rare chance to bring down an S-rank user, the students surge forward together, their battle cries echoing through the arena as they keep their distance and press the attack. Shi Liao raises his hand and erects a thick rock barrier, sneering as he tells Su Jingming to worry about surviving the wave of bodies before even thinking of reaching him. But Su Jingming doesn't even blink. To him, numbers mean nothing. Calmly, almost lazily, he makes his move. The massive lightning spear leaves his hand, not toward the charging students, but straight at Xiang's defensive wall. The impact is instant and catastrophic. The rock barrier shatters like brittle glass, exploding apart under the violent strike. A storm of purple energy erupts outward, a brutal shockwave tearing across the arena and blasting the nearest attackers off their feet. The lightning doesn't fade. It crawls and surges along the ground, crackling with unstable power. Caught in the blast zone, Xiang and the others stare in horror, screaming that the energy is about to detonate, that they're all going to die. Then it happens. The arena is swallowed by a colossal explosion, purple light roaring skyward as a massive section of the battlefield is obliterated. The stands fall silent. One stunned student mutters that he just saw a mushroom cloud. Others panic, wondering if Shi Liao and his entire group were wiped out in that single strike. Before the chaos can spiral further, the university's safety system activates. An AI drone descends, announcing that a life-threatening impact has triggered the defense grid. Several students are sealed inside shimmering protective bubbles. The verdict follows immediately. Every one of them has been eliminated by Su Jingming. Safe but disqualified. Inside his barrier, Xiang clenches his fist, shaking with frustration. He curses himself for failing to defeat even a single opponent, realizing he's out of the competition solely because he challenged Su Jingming. Nearby, one of the instigators, also eliminated, screams desperately for the remaining students to keep attacking. Driven by Xiang's command, a female student steps forward, her voice hard with resolve as she declares she'll take Su Jingming down even if it costs her everything. The survivors answer her call. Their eyes glow red as they launch a final, desperate assault from every direction. At the center of it all, Su Jingming stands completely still, watching dozens of weapons descend toward him. He isn't overwhelmed. He isn't pressured. Instead, a calm, almost sinister smile curls across his face as he prepares to greet their charge. From the sidelines, Shi Liao watches with confidence, thinking that even if everyone is eliminated, it will be a worthy sacrifice if it brings Su Jingming down. That confidence lasts exactly one heartbeat, before his expression collapses into pure shock at what unfolds next. Su Jingming answers their desperation with effortless contempt. He doesn't rush or strain. He simply spins his spear once. That single motion births a roaring vortex of purple lightning, a violent spiral that tears outward and swats every attacker away like leaves in a storm. Bodies are flung across the arena, attacks crushed before they can even reach him. When it's over, Su Jingming exhales softly, looking almost bored. Xiang stares in disbelief. His mind reels as he tries to understand how such a simple application of power erased all their elemental attacks at once. Is this what true S-rank strength looks like? The realization crushes him. He drops to his knees, utterly defeated, bitterly admitting that even with their numbers, they were nothing more than ants beneath Su Jingming's feet. The arena erupts. Spectators shout in shock and awe, marveling at the terrifying dominance of Su Jingming's lightning. They note how every other element was completely useless against it. A student who also wields lightning watches in confusion, unable to comprehend why Su Jingming's thunder feels like it exists on an entirely different level. In the stands, Jiang Chuxian cheers loudly, declaring that she knew her senior would be just fine. Beside her, Sanuka lets out a knowing smirk, thinking how foolish it was for the students to believe a plan that simple could ever bring down Su Jingming. In the VIP section, the deans quietly dissect the battle. Dean Long Siyu comments that Su Jingming's mastery of the Thunder Spear must already be at an advanced stage. Another dean adds that the throw produced a sonic boom, proof of terrifying speed and an exceptionally strong physique. Dean Sunshine watches in silence, a thoughtful look on his face, wishing Dean Sunshine Snow were present to explain how he produced such an extraordinary disciple. Back on the arena floor, the few remaining students are frozen in place. Fear grips them as they realize there's no way to break through his defense. Completely demoralized, one mutters that their only option might be to run. Seeing their hesitation, Su Jingming turns toward them, a confident smirk cutting across his face. Purple lightning coils around his body as he mockingly asks if they're too scared to attack. If that's the case, he says, then he'll come to them. He launches forward. The ground explodes beneath his feet as he becomes a blur of pure energy, closing the distance in an instant. He moves like a phantom, tearing through the students and striking them down with blinding speed. Panic erupts. Someone screams about how fast he is. Another desperately shouts for them to form a defensive formation, while someone else yells that they have to stay together. They follow that advice. The remaining fighters cluster tightly, a shield bearer stepping to the front as they brace themselves for the inevitable impact. Watching their hastily organized defense, Su Jingming's smirk only widens. For the first time, he thinks to himself that this might finally be getting interesting. He slips through their ranks like a living storm, lightning and steel blurring together as he tears their formation apart. Every movement is precise, almost casual. As he strikes, he speaks, calm, cutting, merciless. He tells one student their angle is wrong, another that they're too slow, and a third that their strength is simply lacking. Each critique lands at the same time as his spear, leaving no room for argument. A desperate student releases a sweeping wave of ice, trying to freeze his path and halt his advance. Su Jingming drops into the attack and lands lightly within it, lightning hissing around him as if the ice never mattered. He doesn't slow down. He doesn't hesitate. Seconds later, it's over. The arena floor is scattered with fallen bodies, every remaining contestant defeated. Su Jingming stands alone at the center, looming over the last student to fall, his gaze cold and utterly indifferent. He delivers a final, contempt-filled judgment that they were all too weak, then drives his spear into the ground. The sound echoes through the arena, a clear, undeniable end to a one-sided slaughter. The defeated students lie scattered across the arena floor, their spirits completely crushed. One of them groans that Su Jingming didn't just beat them effortlessly, he even had the audacity to call them weak. Another curses his own misfortune, lamenting that out of everyone, he had to be placed in the same group as that monster. High above, Eva hovers into view and announces the end of the round. With a relaxed, confident smile, Su Jingming rests his spear across his shoulder as the drone officially declares him the sole qualifier. After confirming that he defeated 102 opponents, the drone begins listing the remaining qualifiers, then abruptly stops. Dean Sun steps in, explaining that since only Su Jingming advanced, the remaining candidates will have to compete in an additional round to determine the other 4 spots. The stands immediately erupt into excited chatter. A female student says it was a complete crushing victory, admitting it's the first time she's ever seen a round where only one person advanced. Her friend agrees, predicting that the university's clubs will be fighting each other just to recruit Su Jingming. The deans are no less shaken. Dean Longke remarks that in over 40 years of this competition, the previous elimination record was 87, set by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match. They agree that Su Jingming's new record is likely something no one will ever surpass. Dean Long then wonders aloud how Dean's son, Qing Snow, managed to train Su Jingming's spearmanship all the way to a master level. Dean's son Qing can only stare in disbelief, acknowledging that Su Jingming must possess an extraordinary talent with weapons. She admits she initially wanted him for the Elemental Academy, but now realizes there's no need. A faint smile appears on her face as she thinks that with a student like him, there's no reason to worry about the upcoming three-school freshman research trip. Back on the arena floor, SEU and Song Chuyin rush over to congratulate him. Lui Wentao excitedly points toward Li Chengji, laughing as he says the man's face turned completely purple the moment Su Jingming eliminated Xiang. He jokes that Li Chengji could take lessons in face-changing. Su Jingming glances in his rival's direction, thinking that Li Chengji is nothing more than a paper tiger who bullies the weak. Though he finds that arrogance unbearable, he decides not to confront him here. Instead, he resolves to issue a formal challenge during the second stage of the competition. Turning back to his friends, he gives Lui Wentao's shoulder a light pat and tells them it's their turn next. Advancing to the top 50, he says calmly, "Should be easy." Lui Wentao grins eagerly, clearly agreeing. Su Jingming bumps fists with Song Xiuyun, who grins and tells him that even if she can't beat him, she'll prove she's the strongest freshman right after him. The competition rolls on without pause. In the third round, Lu Wentao fights his way to fourth place, taking down 9 opponents through sheer grit. By the sixth round, Qian steps in, her claws flashing as she tears through 12 contestants to secure third place. Then comes round 8, and with it, Song Xiuyun. She strides into the arena carrying her massive halberd and declares with absolute confidence that her time has finally arrived. Her presence alone stirs the crowd. Many students recognize her instantly as the top scorer from Sichuan province, murmurs spreading as eyes linger on her striking appearance and rare weapon. One overly excited fan even shouts that she's the school's new goddess. The match begins, and Song Qian doesn't hesitate. She activates her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn, golden radiance flooding her halberd as it hums with power. She moves with breathtaking grace, her strikes clean and decisive as contestants fall one after another. Gasps echo through the arena as students realize what they're witnessing, another second-tier user. One student mutters in relief that she's only low-ranked second-tier, not on Su Jingming's level. His friend cuts in coldly, saying it doesn't matter at all. From the stands, Wu Yuan, president of the Starfall Society, watches with clear interest. Impressed, he tells his subordinate to mark Song Xiuyun as their second recruitment target. Back in the arena, Song Xiuyun presses her advantage, unleashing Dawn Light Second Dance. She becomes a spinning blur of gold, her glowing halberd striking down multiple opponents in rapid succession. Drawing in her power, she follows with a heavier technique, Light Flame Gravity Slash. She leaps high, then crashes down in a crushing thrust. A remaining student screams about the unbearable weight before collapsing on the spot. With the final opponent defeated, Song Qiuyun stands alone. The AI drone announces her victory. First place, 45 eliminations. As her halberd dissolves into light, she turns toward the stands and waves cheerfully at Su Jingming. Moments later, she jogs over, teasingly asking what he thought. He praises her without hesitation, saying her blend of magic and close combat was incredible, and admits he's looking forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage begins. Floating platforms rise high above the arena, forming the battlefield for a free challenge round. Each student is given 3 chances to challenge someone ranked above them, though only those in the top 50 are eligible targets. Now, it's Su Jingming's turn. He briefly considers challenging second place Sichuku, then calmly dismisses the idea. He calmly tells the AI drone that he is issuing a challenge to the third place student, Li Qingji. The moment the words leave his mouth, the arena erupts. Li Qingji freezes, then explodes with rage, pointing furiously at Su Jingming and demanding to know why the top-ranked student would dare challenge him. Su Jingming answers without emotion, reminding everyone that the rules never say he must challenge someone ranked higher. Then his gaze sharpens as he delivers a cold warning, asking if Li Qingji truly believed he could provoke him and walk away without consequences. Confusion ripples through the crowd until a student nearby explains what started it all. Earlier, Li Chengji had made an openly arrogant throat-cutting gesture towards Su Jingming. The atmosphere instantly changes. The AI Eva assigns them an arena, and still seething with fury, Li Chengji accepts without hesitation. He wants to see the true power of an S-rank user with his own eyes. On the floating platform, the two stand facing each other as the AI begins the countdown. The moment the battle starts, Li Chengji releases everything. His body swells, muscles bulging as red fur bursts across his skin. His face reshapes into that of a lion, and the system announces his A-rank ability, Berserk Blood Lion King. He throws his head back and roars, red aura surging violently around him as he charges forward, shouting that Su Jingming forced him into this. Su Jingming's eyes crackle with purple lightning as he looks back with icy disdain. He tells him flatly that no one forced anything, and that this disaster is the result of Li Chengji's own arrogance. In the next instant, lightning flashes. Su Jingming vanishes from sight, moving faster than the eye can follow, and reappears high above his opponent, spear raised to strike. The Lion Man whirls around in shock, sneering at the idea of a lightning-type user daring to face him head-on. He swings his massive sword and unleashes his wild lion slash. Their weapons collide in a blinding explosion of power. The impact overwhelms Li Chengji, sending him flying backward through the air. As he struggles to steady himself, disbelief fills his eyes. Even in his transformed state, his opponent's raw physical strength is overwhelmingly greater. Su Jingming doesn't give him a moment to recover. He drives forward and releases a relentless storm of purple cloud divine lightning. The crackling energy wraps around the transformed Li Chengji, who roars in unbearable agony. The audience watches in stunned horror. They realize that if even a second-tier enhancement-type user can endure the pain, then it must be beyond excruciating. One student trembles as he points out the most terrifying detail of all. Su Jingming is carefully controlling the lightning's output, torturing his opponent without delivering a finishing blow, deliberately preventing the AI from stepping into the match. The consensus becomes painfully clear to everyone watching. It is better to provoke anyone else than Su Jingming. After a few more unbearable moments, Li Chengji finally collapses. His beastly transformation fades, leaving him broken on the ground. The AI drone's voice echoes through the arena, officially declaring Su Jingming the victor. Su Jingming stands there in silence, looking down with cold indifference. Inwardly, he clicks his tongue in mild disappointment. It's a shame he couldn't torture him a little longer, but 10 seconds of pure agony should be more than enough. A lesson like that won't be forgotten anytime soon. He hopes Li Chengji learns what humility feels like. On the ground, Li Chengji pants heavily, his mind still reeling. He mutters to himself in disbelief, unable to accept that he survived when he was certain death was seconds away. His eyes follow Su Jingming as he turns and walks off the platform. Only when that terrifying figure disappears does Li Chengji finally dare to sigh in relief. That relief lasts only a heartbeat. A sharp presence steps forward. Song raises her halberd and points it toward him, her voice calm and confident as she informs Eva that she, too, wishes to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The words hit him like another blow. A fresh wave of terror crashes over his battered body as he realizes, with despair sinking deep into his bones, that his nightmare isn't over yet. The fight ends almost before anyone can react. The already battered Li Chengji is sent flying by Sechik's overwhelming strike, his transformed body finally failing to endure any more punishment. Her halberd slams into the ground with a heavy thud, and with a confident smile, Sechik stands tall as the AI drone announces her victory. Not long after, an unconscious Li Chengji is carried off the arena on a stretcher by the medical team, his fate sealed for the day. Sechik walks up proudly to Su Jingming, grinning as she asks if he saw how badly she beat their rival. Su Jingming replies calmly, acknowledging her strength without exaggeration. The two exchange a firm fist bump, a simple gesture that clearly marks the growing bond between them. Their interaction doesn't escape notice. Nearby, a group of male students watch with visible despair. One mutters bitterly that the goddess of their freshman class has already been claimed. Another complains that Su Jingming works far too fast, pointing out that the school year hasn't even officially begun. His friend hurriedly shuts him up, whispering that he doesn't want to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun steps forward and formally declares the freshman competition at an end. A massive holographic screen lights up behind her, displaying the final rankings. Su Jingming stands firmly in first place. Sechik takes second, and Lai Chung settles into third. Louis Wentao is also shown to have secured the 39th rank. With the competition concluded, the students are instructed to log into the academy website and select their respective academies. Afterward, Sechik asks Su Jingming which class he was assigned to. He shows her his phone, revealing that he has been placed in the Weaponry Academy. She laughs and tells him she's in the Elemental Academy. Watching them, Chi Dongjia nudges Louis Wentao and points out how close the two have already become. Louis Wentao chuckles and jokes that if she's calling him Jingming today, she'll be calling him darling by tomorrow. Dean Long makes one final announcement, officially closing the ceremony. She reminds the standout performers that they will receive messages from their exclusive mentors later that evening. In the VIP stands, the deans quietly discuss the results, agreeing that this year's freshmen are exceptionally strong. One dean specifically points to Su Jingming, predicting that within a year or two, he will dominate the entire student body. They conclude that the student clubs will soon be fighting desperately just to recruit him. As the crowd begins to disperse, Louis Wentao suggests that everyone should go out to eat together to celebrate, bringing the long and brutal day to a well-earned close. Chi Dongxiao immediately agrees and grins mischievously, teasing that since Su Jingming is a newcomer king and also a rich man with a space ring, he should obviously be the one treating everyone. Su Jingming laughs and accepts without hesitation. Louis Wentao cheers loudly, praising Brother Ming for his generosity as the group happily heads off campus together. Their celebration doesn't last long. Two young men suddenly step into their path. The one walking in front calls out to student Shu, causing Su Jingming to pause in confusion. He doesn't recognize the man at all. The stranger introduces himself with a confident smile as Wu Yuan, the president of the Starfall Society, informally states that he's here to invite Su Jingming to join their club. Wu Yuan wastes no time and makes his offer clear. As the Academy's only S-rank student, Su Jingming deserves sincerity. If he joins the Starfall Society, he will immediately become vice president, receive 100 credits every semester, and gain access to B-rank resources. The surrounding students erupt in quiet disbelief. One can't hide his envy, muttering that regular members have to pay fees and work themselves to the bone. Another adds that the Starfall Society is a top-tier club, and becoming vice president is practically a guaranteed path into an elite guild after graduation. Before Su Jingming can respond, another voice cuts through the air. Wei Yi, the president of the Ash Flame Society, steps forward and mockingly asks Wu Yuan if offering only a vice presidency isn't a bit stingy. With a confident smirk, he presents his own offer. If Su Jingming joins the Ash Flame Society, he can immediately become president in training. Wei Yi promises that the moment Su Jingming graduates, the full presidency will be his, along with even more benefits. The crowd is stunned all over again. Everyone knows the Ash Flame Society is pouring an absurd amount of resources into this recruitment. Wu Yuan calmly admits that he can't match such an offer, explaining that his society's affiliated guild has strict rules when it comes to appointing presidents. Caught between two powerful invitations, Su Jingming falls silent and considers his options carefully. He tells them honestly that he needs time to think and will give his answer in a few days. In his mind, memories from his past life surface. Back then, he had served as student council president, a position that consumed an enormous amount of his time. This time around, he decides it's better to be cautious. Both Wu Yuan and Wei Yi accept his decision without complaint. They hand him their contact cards and tell him to reach out once he's made up his mind. Before leaving, they also turn to Su Jingming's companions and extend the invitation to them as well, saying they would be more than welcome to join either society. As the two presidents finally walk away, Su Jingming exhales and tells his friends that it's time to leave. He already knows, however, that escaping won't be easy. Just as he expected, they are instantly surrounded. Recruiters from every direction rush in, all talking at once, each club throwing out tempting promises. One brags about having countless beautiful female members. Another swears they offer the best future prospects, while a third boasts about overwhelming financial backing. It takes real effort, but they eventually manage to break free from the crowd. The group gathers together, worn out and visibly relieved. Su Jingming lets out a breath and announces that now, finally, they can go eat. Just as they turn to leave, his eyes catch sight of a pair of stylish boots approaching. He looks up to see a beautiful woman with long, silvery white hair stepping toward him. She greets him with a playful smile, calling him her junior. It's Jiang Chuxian. Caught off guard, Su Jingming stammers out a greeting in surprise. Standing beside him, Songxue narrows her eyes and asks who this woman is. Su Jingming quickly explains that Jiang Chuxian is the senior he met out in the wilderness. Jiang Chuxian then introduces herself properly as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy and even reaches out to shake Louis Wentao's hand. Louis Wentao freezes on the spot, completely starstruck, barely managing to stammer out, "Goddess Young." He can't believe the famously cold ice goddess is actually smiling in front of him. Song Xiuyun then politely introduces herself as Su Jingming's classmate. As Jiang Chuxian looks at her, she is secretly taken aback. Song Qiuyun's beauty and unique charm hit her unexpectedly, stirring an odd desire to get closer. The sudden feeling flusters her, and she inwardly grumbles in mock frustration that Song Qiuyun must be a dangerous girl if she can charm everyone so easily. At that moment, Su Jingming asks Jiang Chuxian if she would like to join them for dinner. She accepts happily without hesitation. The group finds a nearby restaurant and finally begins their long-delayed celebration, raising their glasses together to toast the end of the freshman competition. During dinner, a slightly flushed Jiang Chuxian lifts her glass towards Su Jingming, teasingly calling him Junior. Moments later, an equally blushing Song Qiuyun raises her own glass and calls him Jingming, leaving him awkwardly flustered between the two. Sensing the unmistakable tension in the air, Louis Wentao quietly leans over and whispers to Qi Dongxia that both women clearly seem interested in Brother Ming and suggests they retreat from this battlefield while they still can. Making a hasty excuse, Louis Wentao and Qi Dongxia quickly wave goodbye and slip away, leaving a stunned Su Jingming behind. As they disappear, Su Jingming watches them go in confusion, completely unprepared to deal with the situation he has suddenly been left alone to face. After a few more rounds of drinks, both women are clearly past their limit. Jiang Chuxian is the first to wobble, clutching Su Jingming's arm and asking him for help. Before he can even respond, Song Qiuyun follows suit, declaring just as seriously that she can't walk either and needs him to take her back. With one on each side clinging to him, Su Jingming freezes, flustered, asking if they're really sure about this. Both nod without hesitation, leaving him no room to escape. With no other choice, he awkwardly agrees and escorts them out. As they leave, the surrounding patrons stare in disbelief, whispering in envy about his absurd luck. After finally dropping both women safely at their dorms, Su Jingming returns to his villa, letting out a long breath of relief the moment he steps inside. Just as he relaxes, he notices someone sitting calmly on his couch. Startled, he demands to know who she is. The woman stands and introduces herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor. She explains she's here to personally deliver his rewards from the freshman competition. Su Jingming greets her politely, still slightly tense. Su Yu hands him a wooden box, explaining it can only be opened with his fingerprint, and tells him to contact her if he needs anything related to the academy. With her task complete, she leaves without lingering. Moments later, Louis Wentao comes downstairs and grins mischievously, asking if there was a huge clash between Su Yu and Jiang Chuxian. Su Jingming blinks, genuinely confused, asking what conflict he's talking about. Louis Wentao is left speechless, unable to believe nothing exploded into chaos. After a moment, he can only sigh in admiration and declare that Brother Ming must have handled everything flawlessly. While Louis Wentao continues to marvel, Su Jingming sits back on the couch and presses his finger against the box. It clicks open, and a faint smile appears on his face as he looks over the rewards inside. Su Jingming settles into the couch and begins inspecting the rewards he earned from the freshman competition. The first thing he tests is the space ring with a 10 cubic meter capacity. With a simple thought, the ring gives off a faint glow, and his massive spear vanishes cleanly into thin air. Standing nearby, Louis Wentao stares in open amazement. He mutters that a ring with this much space is already rare, and with Su Jingming carrying several of them, he might as well be considered rich. Louis Wentao can't help comparing it to his own reward. After barely scraping into the top 50, all he received was 400 credits. The envy in his voice is impossible to hide. Su Jingming nods casually, admitting that he does have a few space rings now, more than he actually needs. He decides that later he'll stop by the equipment department and return the extras. Next, he takes out a small orange pill from the reward box, rolling it between his fingers. There are no instructions, no description, nothing to explain what it does. Before he can overthink it, Louis Wentao confidently waves him off and tells him identifying it is easy. He calls out to the dorm's AI. Following his roommate's lead, Su Jingming holds the pill up in the air. The AI scans it and responds immediately, identifying it as a 5th grade Ningxin pill, an A-grade cultivation resource capable of greatly increasing spiritual power for users below the 5th tier. Su Jingming is genuinely surprised that the dorm AI can do something like this. Louis Wentao puffs up proudly, explaining that the AI can also identify beast materials and rare herbs. Su Jingming admits it's incredibly convenient, though he can't help wishing he could bring Eva with him into the wilderness. Louis Wentao suggests similar portable products probably exist on the market, and Su Jingming makes a mental note to look into it later. Later, inside the training room, Su Jingming decides to check his spiritual power before taking the pill. He reflects that physique and spirit are the most fundamental attributes for any ability user, yet also the hardest to improve. Worse, the conversion rate from ability points to spiritual power has dropped for him, making brute force upgrades increasingly inefficient and expensive. With a hint of anticipation, he swallows the pill and sits down to meditate. Almost immediately, a powerful surge of energy begins swirling through his body. When the sensation finally settles, he opens his system panel. A look of satisfaction crosses his face when he sees the number. His spiritual power has jumped by 50 points, pushing him past the 1,000 mark. A quick calculation tells him the pill saved him at least 500 ability points. The effect is better than he expected. Feeling refreshed and energized, he pulls his spear out of the space ring and begins training, losing himself in practice for the next few hours. The following day, Su Jingming walks across campus in a relaxed mood. He has already sold off his extra space rings, boosting his assets to over 100 million. As he moves through the academy grounds, one thought lingers in his mind. Being an ability user really is absurdly profitable. Su Jingming heads to the university's pharmacy department and takes a number at the counter. One glance at the screen tells him everything he needs to know. The wait time is over an hour. Rather than waste it, he finds a seat, closes his eyes, and begins quietly cultivating. Not long after, a familiar voice calls his name. He opens his eyes and looks up, spotting Jiang Chuxian standing nearby. A hint of amusement crosses his face as he asks if she's finally sobered up. She answers casually, saying she woke up early. Then she gets straight to the point, asking if he's here to sell the rare herbs they found together. Su Jingming replies that selling is part of it, but he'd rather have a professional pharmacist refine them. Jiang Chuxian smiles brightly and leans in, asking if he really can't see a beautiful and highly skilled pharmacist sitting right in front of him. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow, questioning whether she isn't just an amateur. She immediately fires back, telling him she's a certified second-grade pharmacist and that refining first and second-grade pills is effortless for her. She adds, almost casually, that she no longer plans to return to the wilderness and will instead focus on being a full-time pharmacist. The words hit Su Jingming like a thunderbolt. Completely stunned, he can only stare at her. As they sit and wait, Jiang Chuxian calmly explains her decision. She says that after facing death so closely, she realized the wilderness isn't where she belongs. She plans to keep making videos, but from now on, they'll be about her daily life as a pharmacist instead. Su Jingming points out that such a shift might cost her a lot of fans. She nods quietly, admitting she knows that already. After a brief pause, she opens up even more. She tells him she's an orphan, that her parents died during a beast tide. After awakening her A-rank ice ability, she struggled just to survive until videos of her fighting beasts suddenly went viral. That fame brought her money, but she admits that refining pills was always what she truly loved. She reminds him that he saved her last time, but she knows she can't rely on luck forever. That's why she chose to change her path. Su Jingming listens silently, then sincerely wishes her success. Curious, he asks how an ice element user could even become a pharmacist. Jiang Chuxian laughs and tells him that question only proves how little he knows. She explains that specialized equipment, like enchanted cauldrons, can convert any elemental energy into flames. Even his lightning ability, she says, could be used for alchemy. Fully convinced, Su Jingming takes out the box containing all the rare herbs and hands it to her, formally entrusting everything to her care. Jiang Chuxian looks slightly surprised and asks if he really trusts her that much. Then she breaks into a radiant smile, accepts the herbs, and promises the refined pills will be ready within a week. Just as she finishes speaking, Su Jingming's phone suddenly starts ringing. The scene shifts to a vast traditional estate hidden deep within a lush green forest. Inside one of the halls, a young man speaks casually to a woman beside him, mentioning that he's seen countless posts about their junior brother flooding the school forums. People are calling him a monster. The woman turns to him, curious, and asks if their junior is really as terrifying as the rumors claim. The man's purple eyes gleam as he smirks confidently, telling her she won't need to wait long to find out, and that she'll definitely be surprised. The woman with green eyes narrows her gaze in interest, saying she'll have to see it for herself to believe it. Not long after, Su Jingming arrives at the estate. He immediately greets his master, Yang Jinshin, bowing respectfully and explaining that he rushed over the moment he received the call. As he straightens up, his eyes suddenly land on a familiar figure nearby. His breath catches. Lu Ming. His senior brother is seated in a wheelchair, both legs wrapped thickly in bandages. Shock flashes across Su Jingming's face as he urgently asks what happened. Dean's son Ching Snow answers with a heavy expression. An 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin used Lu Ming as bait to lure out a powerful monster. The mission went disastrously wrong. Their guild suffered severe losses, and Lu Ming was gravely injured in the process. Lu Ming himself speaks up calmly, adding that he did clash directly with Wang Lin. Though he was defeated, he made sure the man didn't walk away unscathed. The dean then apologizes, saying he couldn't attend Su Jingming's freshman competition because of the incident. Su Jingming's hands slowly curl into fists. Rage boils in his chest as he mutters that it's disgusting for an 8th-tier grandmaster to act so despicably. At the same time, a bitter realization settles in. As a first-tier ability user, facing someone like that would mean instant death. He would be crushed into dust. That thought ignites something fierce inside him. In this world, you either become strong or you get trampled. There is no middle ground. Sensing the violent emotions surging through his disciple, Yang Jinshin places a steady hand on Su Jingming's shoulder, telling him not to dwell on it for now. He then turns and formally introduces the others present. Su Jingming meets his senior brother, Su Wei, and his senior sister, Tong Yu. Another senior, Su Wei, also steps forward. They greet him warmly, without arrogance. As a gesture of welcome, Su Wei directly transfers 200 credits to Su Jingming. Su Jingming bows deeply, thanking his senior brother and sister with sincerity. Just then, Lu Ming speaks again, glancing toward Tong Yu and noting that she seems doubtful. With a faint smile, he urges Su Jingming to clear things up himself. He asks him directly whether the rumors are true, and if he has really mastered 4 A-rank lightning combat techniques. Su Jingming answers calmly, confirming that everything Lu Ming said is true. The moment the words leave his mouth, Su Wei and Tong Yu both freeze in disbelief. Their shock quickly spills over as they demand to know how that's even possible. 4 A-rank techniques, and he still managed to advance into the upper 2nd tier. To them, it sounds absurd. Tong Yu exhales slowly and explains just how brutal A-rank techniques really are. She admits that she only recently reached the upper 2nd tier herself, and even that took immense effort while mastering just 2 A-rank techniques. Looking at Su Jingming again, she finds it completely incomprehensible that he's standing at the same level as her while having learned double that number. When they finally ask him for his secret, Su Jingming scratches his head and gives a modest reply, saying he's simply a fast learner. The answer only leaves his seniors more frustrated. Internally, Su Jingming sighs in relief. There's no way he can explain the existence of his cheat system. At that moment, Dean's son Ching Snow speaks up, his tone filled with approval as he tells Su Jingming that he's very satisfied with his efforts. He adds that his own son, Xingu, has been praising Su Jingming non-stop and promises they'll celebrate his victory properly another time. Su Jingming quickly waves it off, deflecting the praise, before turning serious. He asks his master to help him test a new combat technique. Lu Ming grins and jokingly volunteers himself, but Su Jingming completely ignores him. Instead, he looks straight at his master and states that the technique he wants to test is an S-rank combat skill called Thunder Armor. The words land like a thunderclap. The entire group goes silent. His master and all 3 seniors are left utterly speechless. Su Wei even stumbles back a step, admitting in disbelief that even as a low-rank 3rd-tier user, he was completely unable to break through that technique's defense. Realizing this needs a proper setting, Yang Jinshin orders everyone to move to the training grounds. They soon arrive at a massive octagonal arena, its scale alone enough to hint at the intensity of what's about to happen. As they take their positions, Su Wei mutters nervously, wondering if Su Jingming truly learned an S-rank technique. Lu Ming answers without hesitation, saying that knowing his junior, he would never boast about something like this. Tong Yu finally lets out a breath, conceding that she now understands why Lu Ming called him a monster. Standing at the center of the arena, Su Jingming's lips curve into a confident smirk. In the next instant, violent waves of purple lightning erupt from his body, crackling through the air. He activates the S-rank technique. A dazzling, complex suit of armor forged entirely from lightning materializes around him, every line humming with terrifying power. His eyes glow as he turns to face his master, his voice steady and assured as he declares that he's ready for the test. Master steps forward, eyes sharp as he prepares to test his disciple's new technique. He calmly tells Su Jingming that he'll begin with an attack equivalent to a peak 3rd-tier user. The next moment, a massive sphere of red energy forms in his palm and detonates, swallowing Su Jingming's position in a violent explosion. Smoke and scorching air roll outward, filling the space with silence. When the haze finally clears, Su Jingming is still standing exactly where he was. His lightning armor crackles faintly, untouched, not even showing a scratch. He lifts his head with a confident smirk and tells his teacher that it wasn't enough, urging him to increase the power. Instead of being offended, Master laughs in excitement. He agrees, warning Su Jingming to speak up if it becomes too much. The bombardment resumes. Power surges forward as Master calls out the increase. Twice 4 times, then 6 times the original strength. Each wave slams into the thunder armor like a hammer, lightning flaring violently with every impact. When the power reaches 10 times its initial level, Su Jingming finally grits his teeth, his body trembling as he struggles to hold his ground. The pressure becomes overwhelming, and only then does the attack cease. The lightning armor fades away, and Su Jingming drops to one knee, breathing heavily. His master bursts into laughter, clearly satisfied. He explains that the final attack carried the power of a lower stage 4th tier user, roughly 10 times stronger than a peak 3rd tier. To break that armor, he says, it would take at least a 4th tier A rank expert. From the side, the senior disciples stare in disbelief. They whisper among themselves about the terrifying combination of an S-rank skill and an S-rank ability, realizing their junior brother just defended against power 2 tiers above his own. Calling him a monster no longer feels sufficient. As Master suggests they celebrate, Su Jingming forces himself back to his feet and tells his teacher to wait. His eyes burn with fierce determination as he declares that he hasn't reached his limit yet. In the next instant, power erupts from him. He leaps into the air as chaotic lightning explodes outward, his hair turning pure white. The sudden transformation shocks everyone present. His seniors instantly recognize it and cry out in disbelief. It's the Thunder Extreme State, a special ability unlocked when the Undying Thunder Body reaches its 3rd layer. The sheer ferocity radiating from Su Jingming leaves them speechless. Master narrows his eyes, finally understanding how his disciple withstood that attack. It's because the Undying Thunder Body has already advanced to the 3rd layer. Excited to witness its full potential, he raises his hand once more, summoning another massive sphere of red energy to test him again. As the Dean prepares to unleash the next attack, Su Jingming remains in his enhanced state, lightning still dancing faintly across his body as he braces himself. The pressure crashes down again, relentless and unforgiving. 3 long minutes pass before the test finally comes to an end. When the energy disperses, Su Jingming is kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, his transformation completely gone. Yang Jinshin steps forward and announces the result with clear astonishment in his voice. It took an attack with the power of a middle stage 4th tier user, nearly 20 times the original force, to finally break his defense. He looks at Su Jingming with undisguised pride, admitting that his disciple's achievements have far exceeded all expectations. Despite his exhaustion, Su Jingming bows his head and thanks his teacher, inwardly satisfied that he now has a clear grasp of his defensive limits. Yang Jinshin reaches out and helps him to his feet, shaking his head with a smile as he remarks that among all his students, Su Jingming is the most worry-free. He learns everything on his own without needing guidance. In high spirits, the dean declares that it's time to eat and insists they order the most expensive dishes. Laughter fills the air as the group heads off together. Later, while riding in the car, Su Jingming turns to his senior Lu Ming and asks for advice on which university club he should join, the Ash Flame Society or the Starfall Society. Without hesitation, Lu Ming tells him to choose Starfall. Shu Saiwei, who is driving, glances at him in surprise, prompting Lu Ming to explain that the Ash Flame Guild has run into serious trouble recently, making Starfall the safer option. Yang Jinshin then shares his own thoughts. He suggests that Su Jingming join a society for a year or 2 to gain experience, but eventually form his own. He explains that the people Su Jingming recruits will become his core force after graduation. Su Jingming is confused, wondering if creating his own faction is really necessary. His master calmly explains that the reason he himself never reached the Grandmaster rank is because he lacked a faction, forcing him to handle everything alone and waste precious time. He reminds Su Jingming that having people to manage affairs will allow him to focus fully on cultivation. Understanding dawns on Su Jingming. He thanks his master and decides to seriously consider the idea once he becomes stronger. The next day, classes at Modus Superpower University officially begin. Walking through the bustling hallways, Su Jingming feels a quiet sense of satisfaction, believing that everything is finally getting back on track. As lectures start, he attends his classes diligently. In one session, A professor explains the history of their world, describing how origin energy transformed animals into beasts and awakened superpowers within humans. Su Jingming learns about the ruins of ancient civilizations and how most of the blue planet's advanced technology originated from those discoveries. He continues moving from class to class, studying everything from anatomy and weaponry to courses within the elemental college, steadily stepping into his new life as a university student. During an elemental college class, Su Jingming casually raises his arm and shapes his lightning into a finely detailed serpentine dragon that coils around him as if alive. The crackling form is stable, precise, and terrifyingly beautiful. The professor freezes mid-lecture, staring at him in disbelief before openly praising his control. She can't help but sigh in regret, lamenting that such a gifted student didn't join her college instead. When the weekend arrives, Su Jingming heads to the Yanking wilderness to train. Out there, he moves like a storm incarnate, effortlessly carving through a horde of beasts with his newly acquired Azure Black Dragon Spear, a weapon that set him back a full 1,000 credits. Blood stains the ground around him as bodies fall one after another. Standing amid the carnage, he reflects calmly on how far he's come. New knowledge, new techniques, and better equipment have pushed his combat strength to an entirely different level. He opens his system panel and notices he now has more than 13,000 ability points. Instead of excitement, disappointment flickers across his face when he sees no plus sign beside his S-rank ability. He's certain it should be upgradable. Still, he decides to invest the points into strengthening himself, firmly believing that one day, his Purple Sky Divine Thunder will evolve into an SS rank power. Back on campus, he meets with Song Qiuyan. She watches his lightning control in stunned silence before admitting that his mastery already surpasses what took her an entire month to achieve. Su Jingming responds with a smug grin, claiming he had a sudden epiphany, while quietly giving full credit to his cheat system. Song Qiuyan then tells him about an upcoming joint event involving several top universities. When she asks if he'll participate, Su Jingming answers without hesitation. The moment he hears it will take place in the wilderness, his interest is sealed. To him, the joint university event is more than just a competition. It's the perfect opportunity to harvest ability points and measure himself against the strongest talents from other elite schools. A week later, Su Jingming and his friends gather for a pre-trip meeting. The atmosphere is relaxed and confident. Louis Wentao laughs and says that with Brother Ming on their team, they could just sit back and relax. Song Qiuyan adds that their university has already claimed victory 4 years in a row, so securing a 5th win should be easy. Just then, space ripples violently and a shimmering portal opens before them. Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps out, her presence instantly silencing the room. She announces that she will personally explain the details of the research trip and commands the AI, Eva, to project a holographic map. A vast mountainous region appears in the air. Ling Shuang reveals that their destination is Devil's Den number 7. The name alone sends a chill through the students, as Devil's Dens are infamous for their extreme danger. Su Jingming narrows his eyes, already sensing that this trip will be anything but simple. Ling Shuang continues, stating that she will lead the team herself and that all resources will be distributed based on individual performance. Rankings will be determined by the number of beasts slain and their tiers. As the rules sink in, anticipation and unease spread through the group, marking the beginning of what promises to be a perilous journey. Only the top 50 participants will receive rewards, with first place alone taking a massive 24%. Ling Shuang stresses that claiming the top spot isn't just about pride, but about securing resources that could change a cultivator's future. Her gaze then shifts to Su Jingming, and in front of everyone, she entrusts him with leading their university to victory. Without hesitation, Su Jingming steps forward and accepts the responsibility with calm confidence. But Ling Shuang isn't finished. A faint, knowing smile appears on her lips as she drops a crucial piece of information. She tells them that Chengjing Superpower University has brought in a foreign exchange student, and that this student also possesses an S-rank ability. The room instantly erupts in shock. Before the murmurs can settle, Ling Shuang clarifies that the newcomer is an exchange student from the Jidu Nation. At her command, Eva projects a holographic image into the air. The face of a man appears, identified as Kiran Rao. The data beside him lists an S-rank enhancement type ability. But what truly sends a chill through the students is the final line. He is already at the lower stage of the 3rd tier. The moment Su Jingming realizes this rival stands a full tier above him, the confident smirk on his face vanishes. In its place is a cold, focused seriousness. For the first time since the event was announced, he clearly understands that this competition will not be an easy harvest, but a real battle against a terrifying opponent. The students are left stunned by the revelation that a low-stage, third-tier S-ranker exists among the freshmen, many of them openly questioning whether such a monster of a prodigy could even be real. Vice Principal Ling Shuang calmly confirms that the information is accurate, but then adds an important detail. Kieran Rao is already 20 years old. That explanation only sparks louder complaints. Several students protest that having 2 extra years of training is clearly unfair. Just as the murmurs grow heated, another student speaks up, pointing out that in Kieran's home country, universities only begin enrollment at 20. By that standard, he is technically still a freshman. The argument dies down, but the unease remains. Nearby, SCU clenches her fists, worry flashing across her face as she admits to herself that she stands no chance against a third-tier S-ranker. Her eyes drift towards Su Jingming, expecting to see the same tension. Instead, she freezes. He looks completely relaxed, and he truly is. Su Jingming isn't worried in the slightest. As an S-ranker himself, he's long grown used to facing enemies stronger than him. A confident smile tugs at his lips as he thinks about his arsenal. 3 S-rank techniques for A-rank combat skills, and his master-level spear techniques. There's simply no reason to fear. More importantly, this competition isn't about duels. It's about the number of beasts killed, and when it comes to that, he's confident no freshman can outpace him. Ling Shuang notices his composure and feels quietly satisfied. In her eyes, Su Jingming is the most outstanding S-rank student the university has seen in years. Giving him the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus blood was clearly not a mistake. She's convinced that Chunjing University brought in a foreign exchange talent solely to secure first place and claim priority over resources, but she also believes they're destined to be disappointed. With that thought, she wraps up the briefing, gives the students 7 days to prepare, and steps into a glowing magic circle, disappearing from sight. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxian finds Su Jingming and hands him a large storage array filled with pills. Wearing a proud smile, she explains that she's prepared antidote pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and mind awakening pills. All of them are tier 2, and she's made 20 of each, more than enough for the trip. Su Jingming thanks her sincerely, but can't help noticing the dark circles under her eyes. He gently tells her not to stay up so late refining pills, saying he could have just bought them himself. Her face instantly turns red. She insists that pills she personally refines are far superior to anything sold in stores. Then, hesitating for a moment, she nervously adds that she prepared a second set as well, meant for him, to give to Song Chuyun. Su Jingming blinks in surprise and asks when the two of them became so close. Jiang Chuxian only blushes harder and says she's not telling. Before leaving, she wishes him and Song Chuyun luck and safety on their journey. With a final shy smile, she turns and walks away, leaving Su Jingming holding the pills and watching her disappear down the path. Alone in his room, Su Jingming stares at the mountain of pills laid out before him. One look is enough to tell how much effort went into making them. She must have stayed up night after night, pushing herself to exhaustion. He lifts a vial in his hand, silent for a moment, fully understanding what those pills represent and what she feels for him. But his eyes harden just as quickly. He tells himself that feelings can wait. If he isn't strong enough, romance has no place in his life yet. The day of the research trip arrives, and the university playground is packed with people. Freshmen crowd the field as far as the eye can see. Standing with his friends, Su Jingming is genuinely surprised to learn that almost all 856 freshmen signed up. He looks around, confused, wondering why they were gathered on a playground instead of a train station. Louis Wentao, barely able to contain his excitement, reveals the answer. They aren't taking a train at all. They're traveling by aircraft. Song Chuyun frowns immediately, glancing around and pointing out the obvious problem. There's no runway. Before anyone can respond, a student suddenly yells for everyone to look up. Shadows sweep across the field as a massive, futuristic aircraft descends from the sky. Its sheer size leaves the students stunned, mouths hanging open as it slowly lowers itself onto the grass without a single tremor. The ship settles gently, like it's defying every law they know. As the ramp lowers, one student mutters in awe that the airship is a relic from an ancient civilization, powered by anti-gravity technology that modern science still can't fully explain. Moments later, Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps down from the ramp, her presence immediately commanding silence. She instructs the freshmen to board. Before departure, Ling Shuang raises her hand and releases her power. A brilliant blue magic circle blooms into existence, expanding outward as she declares her spatial yin-yang domain. Energy wraps around the airship, and inside, gasps echo as the walls suddenly turn transparent, revealing the sky and surroundings beyond. Louis Wentao hurriedly explains that this is the domain of a Tier 8 Grandmaster, forming a protected space around the ship to shield them from flying beasts during the journey. Watching the display, Su Jingming feels a quiet shock settle into his chest. This is the level of a true high ranker. He wonders if, one day, his indestructible thunder body will evolve far enough to let him fly freely through the skies like this. When everyone is aboard, Ling Shuang calmly orders the AI to depart, and the transparent airship lifts off, shooting into the heavens. Before long, they arrive at the Shunin Supply Base in Qian Province. A guide greets them and directs the students toward their dormitories, explaining that a cafeteria and training ground are located nearby. After receiving their room cards, Su Jingming and his friends exchange contact numbers. Su Jingming checks his card and notes he's in room 504. Sek Chuka beams as she reveals she's in room 505, right next door. Su Jingming casually mentions that with his space ring, there's no need to drop off luggage. He announces that he plans to check out the training room first. Song Chuyin doesn't hesitate for even a second before eagerly declaring that she's coming with him. Su Jingming and Sechu step into the massive training ground, instantly surrounded by noise and movement. The place is packed with students from all three universities, weapons clashing, weights slamming, and spiritual energy rippling through the air. Sechu nudges him and subtly points toward a corner of the hall. Standing there is a powerfully built man, muscles bulging as he lifts absurdly heavy dumbbells with ease. She quietly identifies him as Kiran Rao, the S-ranker from Qingjing University. Their attention isn't unique. Plenty of students are already watching him, whispering in amazement as they count the plates on his dumbbells. Each one weighs 200 pounds, yet Kiran moves them like toys. In the middle of his workout, Kiran suddenly glances their way. His eyes narrow slightly, as if recognizing Su Jingming. Without hesitation, he drops the massive weights. They crash into the floor with a thunderous boom, cracking the ground beneath them. Kiran strides over with long, confident steps and greets Su Jingming enthusiastically, as if meeting an old friend. Nearby Qingjing students immediately start murmuring, confirming Su Jingming's identity as Magic University's top freshman. When they realize he's already a high-ranked second tier at just 18, shock spreads through the group. At the same time, some of them visibly relax, convinced that with Kiran on their side, they finally have a chance in the upcoming competition. Caught off guard by how polite Kiran initially seems, Su Jingming reaches out his hand for a handshake. Kiran ignores it completely. Instead, his gaze slides past Su Jingming and locks onto SCU. He steps closer than necessary, leaning in with a grin as he calls her a beautiful lady. Sweat pours off his body, and a sharp, unpleasant odor follows him. SCU recoils instantly, her face twisting in disgust as she covers her nose. Before Kiran can move any closer, Su Jingming's hand snaps out and clamps around his wrist. The grip is firm, unyielding. Su Jingming meets his eyes with a cold stare and calmly tells him that touching a lady while drenched in sweat is extremely rude. In that instant, Kiran's friendly expression vanishes. Rage flashes across his face as he glares back. The atmosphere in the training ground tightens. A violent red aura erupts from Kiran, while crackling blue lightning flares around Su Jingming. The pressure alone makes nearby students step back, hearts pounding as they fear a clash between two S-rankers is about to explode right there. But it never happens. Su Jingming releases his grip and simply remarks that as a guest, Kiran should learn and respect the customs of his host country. As Su Jingming and Sechu turn and walk away, Kiran stares down at his wrist. The pressure is still lingering. His eyes widen as the realization sinks in. Despite his overwhelming strength, he hadn't been able to move Su Jingming at all. Confusion and disbelief churn in his mind as he wonders where that lightning user obtained such terrifying physical power. Then his gaze shifts. He watches Song Chuyin leave with a predatory gleam in his eyes, recognizing her instantly as a genius from the powerful Song family. A slow smile creeps onto his face as a new thought forms. If he could win her over, resources would never be a problem again. Once they're outside, Song Chuyin lets out a relieved breath and thanks Su Jingming, admitting she genuinely couldn't stand the smell. She quickly suggests they find another place to spar, somewhere quieter, and Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. An hour passes in intense training, and later, Su Jingming, Sechu, and two other girls step out of a nearby restaurant, still chatting casually as they walk down the street. Not far away, a sinister-looking man with glasses watches them from the shadows. He mutters to himself about beasts destroying the world and the coming of a supreme heavenly god. Su Jingming notices him soon enough and also spots several followers nearby, trying and failing to recruit passersby. Everyone they approach brushes them off without a second glance. Su Jingming recalls hearing rumors about doomsday cults and isn't surprised to find one lurking around here. As more people ignore him, the cult leader's expression twists with fury. His eyes darken, and his anger slowly mutates into a warped idea. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he pulls out a knife. He convinces himself that people need pain to truly believe, that only suffering can open their eyes. His smile becomes crazed as he loudly declares that pain is what makes people appreciate being alive. Without warning, he lunges forward, charging straight at a nearby mother and her young child, the blade raised and ready to strike. In that instant, Su Jingming's eyes flash with violent purple lightning. Before anyone can even scream, he moves. The world seems to blur as he vanishes in a streak of energy, reappearing in the next heartbeat directly between the attacker and his intended victims. The mother drags her shaking daughter, Inin, into her embrace, holding her so tightly it is as if she fears the world might try to steal her again. She murmurs over and over that it's over now, that no one will hurt her anymore, gently brushing away the tears from the girl's pale cheeks. Bit by bit, the child's sobbing fades into uneven breaths. Then the woman turns toward Su Jingming. She bows again and again, her back trembling as much as her voice. She confesses that if he hadn't stepped in, she cannot even imagine what would have happened to their family today. Su Jingming only shakes his head, saying it was nothing, just helping someone who needed it. He and Song Qi stand over the cultist corpse. Su Jingming's brows knit together as he mutters that he can't understand how religious extremists would dare to slaughter someone in broad daylight. Song Qi nods, equally disturbed. These people usually hide behind speeches and twisted doctrine, she says. They rarely expose themselves with open bloodshed. His eyes sharpen. Su Jingming scans the crowd slowly, every face, every movement. Was this truly the act of one fanatic, or the first sign of something larger moving in the shadows? Not far away, a man in a dark hood lowers his head and slips quietly into the flow of people. No one notices him vanish into the streets. Later, he arrives at a vast estate hidden from prying eyes. Inside, he kneels before a figure cloaked in shadow and addresses him as Archbishop. In a low voice, he reports that the one who ruined their plan was Su Jingming from Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop lifts his head slightly. A crimson orb glows in his palm. His voice is cold as he asks whether this is the same Su Jingming, the high second tier, S-rank prodigy. The subordinate confirms it, then adds the detail that makes the atmosphere turn suffocating. Su Jingming reached that realm in less than half a year after awakening. Silence presses down like a weight. The Archbishop's gaze narrows. A talent like that cannot be allowed to mature freely. After a pause, he orders the man to retreat for now. God's blood is about to surface within the Devil's Cave, and that matter comes first. He hands over 2 God's blood indicators and warns him that under no circumstances is the sect's name, the Heaven's Mandate sect, to be mentioned. When the subordinate leaves, the Archbishop slowly clenches a crystallized heart in his hand. In a low, fevered whisper, he declares that in 1 month the sect's mandate will descend upon the world. When that day arrives, Su Jingming and every other S-rank genius will become offerings. The scene cuts to a sprawling supply base packed with movement and noise. Students from the 3 great universities fill the grounds, gathered for a joint expedition that will last an entire month. Above them, on a high balcony, a man steps forward and introduces himself as Xu Ping, vice principal of Qingjing University. His voice carries effortlessly across the base as he declares the official beginning of the Devil's Cave mission and informs everyone that smart wristbands will soon be distributed. Devices are handed out one after another. Once the students secure them, Vice Principal Xu Ping explains their purpose. Every beast slain inside the Devil's Cave will be automatically recorded. Combat footage will be stored, kills will be verified, and all of it will be converted into points. Then he reveals the rewards. The top 1,000 students will receive prizes. The top 3 will gain the right to select any technique from the combined libraries of all 3 universities. In first place will receive something extra, a special reward provided personally by their own school. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Some students snort in disbelief, muttering that first place is nothing but a dream. Others stare ahead with burning eyes, already imagining the clash for the number 1 position. Kiran Rao, or Su Jingming. The name lingers unspoken but understood. With the announcement nearly finished, Vice Principal Xu Ping adds one final rule. There are no restrictions on team formation. Students may organize themselves however they wish. Hunt actively. Earn points by any means within the rules. The moment his words fall, the base explodes into motion. Shouts echo in every direction as alliances form on the spot. Some call out for support-type ability users to complete 5-person squads. Others search urgently for an A-rank powerhouse to anchor a smaller team. The expedition hasn't even begun, yet the competition is already alive. Ding Yu steps forward and approaches Xu Jingming, inviting him to join one of the squads his class is organizing to sweep the outer perimeter of the Devil's Cave. Xu Jingming answers with a relaxed smile and declines politely, telling the class monitor to lead the others without him. After Ding Yu leaves, Song Chuku turns toward him, surprise written clearly across her face. She asks if he truly intends to enter the Devil's Cave alone. Xu Jingming nods without the slightest pause. His destination isn't the outer zone. It's the central region. Moving in a group would only slow him down. The logic in his mind is simple. The outer perimeter is crowded with Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts. The central region, however, holds Tier 3 to Tier 5 monsters. Low Tier 4s are within his reach, and even against a Tier 5, he is confident he can withdraw safely if needed. Efficiency matters. For him, the center is where the real hunt begins. Song Chuku's brows knit together, unease flashing across her face. The central region, she admits quietly, is a place she cannot survive. Just reaching it would take at least a day, maybe 2. After a brief hesitation, she lowers her voice and asks if she can travel with him until they arrive there. Xu Jingming agrees, as if it requires no thought at all. Color rises to Song Chuku's cheeks. She nods quickly, unable to hide her satisfaction. Without wasting more time, they prepare to depart together. Before they can move, a familiar voice cuts through the noise and calls Xu Jingming's name. Kiran Rao approaches with steady steps, his gaze sharp and faintly disdainful. He says he's looking forward to seeing Xu Jingming's results and hopes he won't lag too far behind. Xu Jingming answers evenly, his voice calm and unwavering. He says he will win. The certainty in those words freezes Kiran for a brief second. Xu Jingming repeats it without hesitation. He will take first place. Then he turns and walks away, not offering him another glance. Kiran's expression darkens instantly. Fury twists across his face as he stares after him. In his heart, he vows that he will use his absolute strength to crush that arrogant fool, and the pride of Great Xia along with him. Moments later, Vice Principal Xu Ping formally declares the expedition underway. The crowd erupts. Students surge toward the entrance of the Devil's Cave, shouting promises of glory and dominance as they disappear into the depths. 7 hours pass. Deep inside the Devil's Cave, within a dense stretch of forest, Xu Jingming and Song Chuku advance carefully between towering trees. Suddenly, 5 massive figures block their path, pangolin-like beasts clad in heavy armor. Song Chuku reacts instantly, warning him that these are Tier 2 iron fur pangolins. Their hides are tougher than E-rank alloy, she explains. They are notoriously difficult to break through. Xu Jingming tells her step back. Then he moves. The iron fur pangolins unleash guttural roars and curl into spiked spheres, rolling toward him with crushing force. The ground trembles beneath their charge. Xu Jingming does not retreat. He steps forward to meet them. His body shifts with smooth precision. He slips between the spinning masses as if he had already predicted their paths. His spear flashes once, clean and direct. A sharp sweep follows, then a decisive thrust. Each strike lands exactly where it must. One after another, the beasts collapse. From the side, Song Chuku stand frozen. Every attack had targeted a fatal weakness. Not a single wasted movement. Not a single unnecessary strike. This wasn't reckless strength. It was absolute control. Instinct sharpened to a blade, experience carved into every motion, and power wielded with terrifying accuracy. In that moment, Song Chuku finally grasps it. Xu Jingming's strength isn't merely high. It is honed to a frightening degree. Around him lie the bodies of 12 Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, scattered across the forest floor. Xu Jingming calmly reviews his gains. 276 ability points. 1,200 points added to his competition tally. Acceptable. He stores his spear and looks deeper into the Devil's Cave, already calculating. If progress continues at this pace, 30,000 ability points over the month is realistic. The thought settles in his mind. Would that be enough to force his ability into SS rank? Song Chuku steps forward and offers to help process the carcasses. As they work, Her eyes remain on him. After a while, she remarks that he feels different from other lightning-type users. Xu Jingming pauses and asks her to clarify. She explains that most lightning users fight recklessly, overwhelming opponents with explosive bursts at every opportunity. He doesn't. Every move he makes feels measured, controlled, almost restrained. He nods. Endurance matters more than spectacle. He could have erased the pangolins instantly with Purple Cloud Divine Lightning, but that would be wasteful, like crushing a nut with a hammer. Efficiency ensures more kills over time. She understands the logic. Still, a faint disappointment lingers inside her. Part of her had wanted to witness his full power unleashed. Now she wonders whether she ever will. As evening approaches and the sky darkens, Xu Jingming suggests finding a place to rest before advancing at dawn. Song Chuku agrees without hesitation. While scanning the holographic map on a smartwatch, he notices a nearby water source. In the wild, water draws beasts. Opportunity. He tells her they'll head there before night fully falls. They move swiftly and soon reach a clearing where a calm pool reflects the fading light. The scene appears serene. Too serene. A water source this size should not be empty. The stillness presses unnaturally against his senses. Then something shifts. From the trees, a massive tiger emerges, its forelimbs reinforced with blade-like bone structures. It steps cautiously toward the pool and lowers its head to drink. The next instant, the water detonates. The pool detonates. A colossal armored crocodile bursts from the depths, its green eyes burning with savage light. Before the tiger can even react, the monster's tail whips through the air. A wall of water erupts across the clearing, smashing into the tiger with crushing force and hurling it away like debris. The tiger never rises. The giant crocodile sinks back into the pool, its gaze cold and absolute as it surveys the fallen rival. Territory claimed. Authority unquestioned. Hidden within the bushes, Xu Jingming narrows his eyes. A source water giant crocodile, a true overlord of its domain. That explains the unnatural silence around the water. Song Chuku's face drains a color. She grips his arm tightly, whispering that it's a Tier 4 ferocious beast. Something like this shouldn't appear so close to the outer perimeter. Fear flickers in her eyes as she urges him to retreat immediately, worried the creature may have already sensed them. Xu Jingming doesn't move. His fist tightens. A faint smile curves at the corner of his mouth. Calmly, he tells her there is no need to panic. A Tier 4 beast is powerful, but not untouchable. Purple lightning begins to coil around his body, crackling softly as he steps forward. His aura sharpens like a blade drawn from its sheath. This is an unfamiliar territory. In the Yongqing wilderness, he has already slain more than one creature of this level. Song Chuka stares at the surging power surrounding him, her thoughts racing. Is this the result of a secret technique passed down by Dean Yang Jinshin? Xu Jingming only smiles faintly. The indestructible thunder body is formidable, yes, but against a true Tier 4 overlord, he intends to end this decisively. The sky darkens without warning. High above, a massive spear of condensed lightning takes shape, its blazing outline carving through the gloom as it begins its descent. At first, Song Chuku glances upward in confusion, assuming clouds have gathered. Then she understands. This is no storm. Power pours from Xu Jingming in overwhelming waves as he activates his S-rank ability, Heavenly Thunder. The lightning spear crashes down with catastrophic force, striking the source water giant crocodile head-on. The pool erupts in blinding light as thunder rips through scale and flesh alike. The colossal beast releases a single, agonized roar before the lightning consumes it completely. Then everything goes still. The water settles. The massive crocodile lies motionless, annihilated by a single strike. A system notification tears across his vision. Kill confirmed. 213 ability points secured. 10,000 competition points added. For a split second, the battlefield goes silent. Xu Jingming slowly tightens his fist, violet lightning still coiling around his fingers like obedient serpents. The current hasn't fully faded, and neither has the thrill running through his veins. Tier 4 beasts, they truly stand on a different level. More than 5 times the ability points of a Tier 3. The gap isn't just strength, it's value. His eyes narrow slightly. The deep blue system, it never rewards comfort. Every gain feels like bait, dragging him toward harsher limits, deadlier fights, higher stakes. When the crackling aura finally disperses, he turns toward Song Chuku and calmly tells her they should inspect the corpse before anything else wanders close. No answer. She's still standing there, unmoving. Song Chuku has witnessed prodigies. She has seen nobles praised as once-in-a-generation talents. But what she just saw shattered that entire standard. A high-ranked Tier 2 user crossing 2 full realms, and erasing a low-ranked Tier 4 beast in a single exchange. It wasn't a narrow victory. It was absolute domination. As they approach the fallen crocodile, the truth settles heavily in her chest. This is his real strength. Xu Jingming crouches beside the remains and exhales softly, a rare trace of regret in his expression. The crocodile's hide alone should have fetched at least 20 million. Now it's nothing but charred ruin, torn apart by his own lightning. Song Chuka nods, regaining composure. Every part of a Tier 4 beast is priceless, she says quietly. Then she offers a solution. Her space ring is large enough to contain the entire carcass. She'll store it for now and return it once they reach the supply base. Moments later, the massive body vanishes into the ring. With the area cleared, Xu Jingming scans the surroundings and suggests finding a nearby cave to rest. A territorial overlord was just killed here. For a while, no other creature will dare approach this water source. They begin preparing to settle in when Song Chuku suddenly stops him. Her face turns faintly red. Avoiding his gaze, she asks him to wait a moment. Since they're already beside a pool, she would like to wash off the grime from the battle. Xu Jingming nods without hesitation, but caution overrides everything. He tells her to hold on until he finishes checking the pool for hidden threats. Purple lightning gathers in his palm. In the next instant, a violent surge crashes into the water. The response is immediate and wrong. Xu Jingming's expression hardens as the clear surface begins to darken. Slowly, the water shifts, deepening, thickening, until it turns a chilling shade of blood red. A scent rises with it. Sweet, overwhelming, dangerously enticing. The moment it reaches him, his pulse stutters. Heat spreads through his limbs, something ancient and primal stirring inside his veins. It isn't ordinary blood. It's calling to him, and his body recognizes it. Deep within the forest, beneath a canopy that swallows moonlight whole, several cloaked figures glide through the darkness without a sound. The emblem of the Blood Moon sect flickers faintly on their robes as they move with disciplined precision. One of them finally breaks the silence, lowering his voice as he asks their leader, the Archbishop, which god's blood they're claiming this time. The Archbishop does not slow down. The ancient dragon god, he answers, his tone colder than steel. A disciple inhales sharply, unable to hide his excitement. Another god's blood envoy, their sect's power would rise again. The Archbishop stops, so abruptly the others nearly collide with him. He turns, eyes blazing with fury. "We are the Blood Moon sect," he snaps. "We do not beg for envoys. We do not serve them." The reprimand cuts through the forest like a blade. Before anyone dares respond, the red crystal indicator in his hand suddenly erupts in blinding light. The god's blood signal, flaring far brighter than expected. His pupils contract. It has manifested early, and it is near. A cruel smile touches his lips as he lifts his hand. "Advance," he orders. Full speed. Back at the pool, the world has changed. The once clear water now churns in a deep, suffocating crimson. Song Chuka stares at it, shock flashing across her face as she asks what is happening. Xu Jingming's gaze remains locked on the surface. He asks her immediately, does she feel the blood pulling at her? She shakes her head, but then her expression shifts. Serious. Focused. She explains that her Light of Dawn ability is sensing something else within the pool. The blood carries an impossibly dense, beastly aura, ancient, tyrannical, and disturbingly similar to his own presence. The realization strikes like lightning. Xu Jingming recalls the moment he absorbed the SS rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood, the violent awakening, the change in his very foundation. His breathing grows heavier as the pieces fall into place. This is no ordinary blood. It belongs to a dragon, a powerful, high bloodline dragon-type beast. That is why his body is reacting like this, why every cell inside him feels as though it has found something it was always meant to devour. Silence lingers for only a heartbeat. Then he decides. He tells Song Chuku he is entering the pool to absorb the energy. If his condition turns unstable, she must drag him out immediately. No hesitation. And before doubt can take root, he steps forward and descends into the blood-red water. The instant his body submerges, the pool erupts. Crimson energy spirals violently toward him, converging from every direction. Yet instead of agony, an overwhelming sense of relief floods his senses. It feels like a starving traveler tasting water after wandering through endless desert sands. The power surges into him. It coils around his limbs, his chest, his spine, then seals him completely. From within the pool, a massive glowing cocoon of scarlet light rises slowly into the air. lifting Xu Jingming above the surface like a reborn sovereign, suspended in blood. On the shore, Song Chuku's heart hammers in her chest as she calls his name. She understands immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime transformation, and in this state, he cannot defend himself. Her fingers tighten around her halberd until her knuckles pale. She plants her feet firmly, shoulders straightening, gaze sharpening toward the forest line. This time, she will stand guard. Night passes beneath the red glow. When dawn finally arrives, the clearing tells its own story. The ground is soaked in blood. Not his, but the beasts that dared approach. Song Chuku stands alone amid the corpses, breath heavy, sweat clinging to her brow. She lowers her weapon slightly and exhales in quiet relief. Through the entire night, the strongest creature she faced was only a low-rank Tier 3, and she did not let a single one pass. Her eyes drift back toward the pool. The thick crimson has thinned, the color no longer as violent as before. The blood is fading. A quiet breath escapes her lips. That means the absorption is nearly complete. But the moment that thought forms, her instincts flare. Movement. Dark silhouettes stand atop the ridge overlooking the clearing, robes fluttering faintly in the wind. Song Chuka lifts her halberd without hesitation, stance lowering, eyes sharp as blades. From above, the archbishop studies the scene, brows knitting together. His gaze lingers on the pool, on the cocoon suspended above it. Why is the god's blood in liquid form? One of the cloaked disciples suddenly stiffens. He recognizes her. That girl, she's the second-place freshman from Magic City Ability University. The archbishop's eyes shift past her, narrowing. Then why? He asks slowly, voice sinking colder with each word. Is there another freshman here as well? Facing them, Song Chuku instantly understands one thing. Their robes bear no insignia of any of the 3 major universities. Not allies. Not neutral. Her grip tightens around her halberd as she speaks evenly, telling them there are no beasts left in the area. The water source has already been contaminated. If they're hunting, they should look elsewhere. The reaction is immediate. One cloaked figure erupts in fury, outraged that she would dare refer to the supreme god's blood as contaminated. But before he can charge, the archbishop lifts a single hand. Silence falls. His eyes never leave the glowing red cocoon behind her. Ignore her, he says flatly. Seize the cocoon. Song Chuka's heart drops. So that's their target. She quickly measures them. The archbishop, Tier 4. The weakest among the rest, Tier 3. The disparity crushes down on her like a mountain. There is no room for hesitation. She will have to use it. As the Blood Moon sect members surge forward, Song Chuku channels her energy into the talisman resting against her chest. It ignites. A massive golden barrier explodes outward, forming a radiant dome that completely envelopes her in the crimson cocoon. The cultist's attacks crash into the shield in rapid succession. Blades, abilities, destructive waves of energy. Not a single crack appears. From outside, the archbishop's eyes narrow in recognition. A guardian talisman, he says coldly. Relics of ancient civilization. Rare, absurdly rare, and monstrously powerful. Inside the barrier, Song Chuka steadies her breathing and lets a faint smile curve across her lips. She asks them calmly why they're wasting their strength. The archbishop only smirks. He already knows. Guardian talismans are not eternal. They have limits, he says evenly. Unlike you, we are not in a hurry. With precise authority, he orders his followers to spread out and surround the barrier. They obey instantly. Inside the golden dome, Song Chuku's composure begins to strain. She knows exactly how long the talisman will hold. 1 hour. After that, it will require 12 hours to recharge, and they only need to wait. Her only remaining hope rests on one outcome, that he wakes up in time. The minutes drag like hours. Every second presses heavier against her nerves as the golden barrier flickers, its glow dimming, stability faltering. Then it happens. With a sharp crystalline sound, the guardian talisman reaches its limit. The radiant dome fractures, then shatters into drifting fragments of fading light. The protection is gone. The archbishop steps forward slowly, boots crunching against the blood-soaked ground. A smug smile curves across his face as he looks down at her. Be sensible, he says calmly. Hand over the talisman. Otherwise, your death will not be pleasant. Song Chuku's jaw tightens. There is no retreat. Her hand moves into her storage ring and emerges holding a small crimson pill. Forbidden medicine. A reckless gamble that will force her power beyond its natural ceiling, at a cost. If she takes it, she may cripple her foundation. But if she doesn't, she raises it toward her lips. Why do I get the feeling? A calm voice slices through the clearing. That you're the ones about to die. The air freezes. Behind her, A sharp cracking sound echoes. The blood-red cocoon begins to fracture. Thin lines spread rapidly across its surface, glowing brighter with each passing heartbeat. The energy inside swells violently. Then the cocoon explodes. A surge of crimson force tears outward, scattering dust, shaking trees, forcing the surrounding cultists to brace themselves. Red tendrils of condensed energy lash through the air like living whips before collapsing inward. From the dispersing storm, a figure steps forward. Xu Jingming. The transformation is complete. A dense, tyrannical aura radiates from his body. Heavier, deeper, ancient. The air around him feels charged, oppressive, almost draconic in nature. He opens his eyes. They burn with cold intent. And as his gaze locks onto the stunned members of the Blood Moon sect, the murderous killing intent within them becomes unmistakable. Xu Jingming steps out of the cocoon, and the restless blood energy left swirling in the pool surges upward as if answering his call, twisting and condensing behind him until it forms the phantom outline of a colossal crimson dragon, savage and ancient, its shadow stretching across the clearing. Across from him, the Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect goes rigid, eyes widening as he recognizes Xu Jingming as one of his chosen vessels. Yet even as a Tier 4 powerhouse, he cannot suppress the tremor that runs through him under the crushing aura pouring off this mere Tier 2 student, his heart pounding wildly until he forces himself to breathe, thrusts a shaking finger forward, and roars for his followers to kill them. Purple lightning ignites within Xu Jingming's eyes, and before the cultist can take more than a few steps, he releases his power without hesitation, summoning a violent storm from above as thunder crashes down in a relentless barrage that engulfs the Tier 3 believers, bolts tearing through them with merciless precision until their bodies convulse and collapse where they stand, defeated in an instant. The Archbishop can only stare, stunned beyond reason, because though he never believed 5 Tier 3s would be enough to suppress Xu Jingming, he had not imagined they would be erased so effortlessly, and he clenches his jaw, clinging to the belief that as a Tier 4 facing a Tier 2, the advantage must still belong to him. That fragile certainty shatters in the next heartbeat when Xu Jingming explodes forward, cutting through the air with terrifying speed, spear thrusting ahead like a streak of judgment, and the Archbishop's composure breaks as he realizes the true scale of the threat. He barely manages to cross his arms in defense before the impact detonates against him, blasting him backward through a line of trees, trunks splintering under his body until he finally crashes to a halt against another breath, ragged and vision spinning. And in that stunned silence, he admits the horrifying truth. He never even saw the strike that sent him flying. Before he can gather himself, Xu Jingming is already standing over him, spear tip resting cold and steady at his throat, his voice calm and emotionless as he states that he will ask, and the Archbishop will answer, beginning with the blood water in the pool. Crushed beneath that suffocating pressure and staring into those lightning-lit eyes, the Archbishop abandons all resistance and confesses that it is God's blood, the refined essence of a legendary rank 9 Beast Emperor. Xu Jingming doesn't let the silence linger. He steps closer, the spear still hovering near the man's throat, and coldly demands to know why the blood of something that powerful would appear in a place like this. Under the weight of that pressure, the defeated leader grits his teeth and finally speaks, explaining that in the ancient era, a cataclysmic war erupted between human martial saints and beast emperors, a battle so vast it tore the land apart, and when it ended, fragments of supreme blood essence were scattered across the world like cursed relics of that age. Xu Jingming's gaze sharpens as he asks his last question, voice steady but edged with steel. Who exactly is he, and why is his group gathering this blood? The Archbishop refuses to answer the second part. Instead, he lifts his chin and curls his lips into a stubborn smile, declaring only that they belong to the Blood Moon sect, and nothing more will pass his mouth. The next instant, before Xu Jingming can force another word from him, blood suddenly seeps from the man's eyes and spills from his lips as he ends his own life without hesitation. Xu Jingming stands over the corpse, expression unreadable, recognizing the name as yet another shadowy cult moving beneath the surface of this world. With nothing left to extract from a dead man, he decides he will question Vice Principal Ling Shuang about them later. And just as he turns, he sees Song Qiuyan rushing toward him, panic and worry written clearly across her face as she asks whether he's hurt. He barely has time to answer before her legs give out from exhaustion, her body swaying forward. Xu Jingming moves instantly, catching her before she falls and pulling her steady into his arms, telling her he's perfectly fine and thanking her for standing guard over him. His hand comes down in a gentle pat on her head, and in the same smooth motion, he steadies her fingers in his own, a simple gesture that still makes her cheeks flush despite the chaos around them. He calmly explains what happened, that the cultists came specifically for the blood and claimed to be members of the Blood Moon sect, and the moment she hears that name, her entire body stiffens. She blurts out that what he absorbed was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation treasure that normally requires intricate, refining methods before anyone dares touch it. Then stares at him as if he's some kind of anomaly, demanding how he could possibly take it indirectly. Su Jingming glances at the faint system screen only he can see and admits that he doesn't fully understand it either. Not only did he suffer no backlash whatsoever, but the blood essence actually propelled his indestructible thunder body into the 4th stage. And since he can't yet determine what other changes may be hidden within him, he concludes the effects likely run far deeper than surface improvement, deciding that once they return, they will have to consult a teacher to uncover the truth. Seeing how pale and unsteady Song Qiuyan has become, Su Jingming tells her to stop forcing herself, pointing out that she can barely remain upright, and she doesn't argue. The two of them move to a quiet meadow washed in warm sunlight, and she lowers herself onto the grass, resting her head directly against the earth as exhaustion finally pulls her under. Night falls elsewhere. On the balcony of a vast estate, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands with his hands behind his back while a subordinate reports that Bishop Zhou's God's blood indicator has gone dark, the signal completely lost, implying an unexpected turn. The subordinate cautiously asks whether they should send reinforcements to secure the blood. The archbishop dismisses the idea at once, concluding that a powerful ability user must have intervened and deciding the matter isn't worth further exposure. Lifting his eyes to the thin crescent moon above, a cold smile curves across his face as he states that the only thing that matters now is their true operation, set to unfold in 1 month. When Song Qiuyan wakes again, the sun is already shifting in the sky, and Su Jingming is seated beside a small campfire, calmly turning skewers of roasted meat over the flames. He looks up and greets her, saying she woke at the perfect time. She takes a skewer eagerly, commenting on the rich aroma, and sounding genuinely surprised that he can cook this well, while he replies lightly that skill comes from repetition. The moment she bites into it, her expression changes completely, and she praises him without restraint, even declaring that he should open a barbecue restaurant and offering to invest herself. Su Jingming plays along, teasing that if the young miss of the influential Song family is backing him, perhaps they should expand across the entire Blue Star. Half an hour later, with the fire reduced to embers and both of them satisfied, Song Qiuyan asks if she can wash up in the nearby water. Su Jingming nods, telling her to go first, and that he'll clean up afterward. She walks toward the water's edge and activates her ability, drawing a large sphere of water up around her body to form a sealed, floating barrier. Within that translucent globe, she changes into fresh clothes, the rippling surface shielding her completely. When the water disperses and falls away, she steps out dressed in clean garments, hair and shoulders still damp, and informs him she's finished. For a fleeting second, Su Jingming's gaze lingers, and he appears slightly unsettled by how refreshed she looks. But he quickly reins himself in, states that it's his turn to wash, and turns away without further comment. Watching his back as he leaves, Song Qiuyan tilts her head faintly, unable to shake the feeling that the look in his eyes just now carried a meaning she couldn't quite grasp. Left alone in the clearing, Song Qiuyan suddenly freezes, a soft gasp escaping her lips as she looks down and realizes the thin fabric clinging to her body has turned almost transparent from the water. The simple dress she's worn countless times without a second thought now outlines every curve, and she hurriedly grips the damp material, face burning as embarrassment floods in. An hour later, both of them have changed into full combat gear, the earlier awkwardness buried beneath composure. They stand facing one another for a brief moment. She tells him to be careful. He answers in kind. They agree to meet again in 1 month. Their fists meet in a light, friendly bump, a quiet promise sealed without further words. Then they turn and sprint in opposite directions. As Song Qiuyan cuts through the forest at full speed, her gaze sharpens, resolve hardening in her chest. She tells herself she has to push harder than ever. At the very least, she must secure 3rd place in the competition. 1 month later, in a jagged stretch of rocky terrain, Su Jingming stands wreathed in crackling purple lightning, arcs snapping across his skin as he looks up with an icy stare. Perched high on a cliff, above him crouches a massive black panther-like beast, muscles coiled, red eyes blazing with feral hunger. It throws its head back and releases a thunderous roar before launching itself down the rock face. claws tearing through stone as it dives straight at him. Even as the enormous dark knight leopard crashes forward, Su Jingming remains unmoved. He compresses the raging lightning around him into a single concentrated point, then thrusts his spear ahead with absolute precision. The weapon drives clean through the beast's chest mid-lunge. In the same motion, he wrenches it upward and slams the creature violently into the ground, ending its life in an instant. A system notification materializes, confirming the kill of a peak Tier 3 beast and awarding him 43 ability points. With the battlefield silent once more, Su Jingming decides the time has come. He sits down and begins drawing in his energy. Lightning erupts around him in a furious storm, bolts snapping and colliding in a relentless surge as he clenches his jaw and commands his power to break through its ceiling. In the next instant, a massive explosion of electricity bursts outward from his body, flooding the cave in blinding purple light and chaotic force. The shockwave rages for several seconds before gradually fading, the air settling back into stillness. When the glow dims, lightning still coils faintly around him as he exhales, the breakthrough complete. He has stepped into Tier 3. Thinking of the so-called geniuses at the university who would require at least half a year to achieve the same leap, he allows himself a small, satisfied smile. His talent, it seems, truly stands above the rest. Once the surge of lightning fully settles, Su Jingming calls up his system panel and scans the updated data with a steady gaze. The screen confirms the leap. He has advanced from high-rank Tier 2 to low-rank Tier 3. Both his physique and spirit attributes have surged by nearly 400 points each. His vitality has broken past the 2,000 mark, and his ability points have climbed to an astonishing 48,429. The numbers are impressive by any standard, yet the satisfaction is not pure. A trace of dissatisfaction flickers across his eyes when he calculates the cost to elevate his S-rank ability to SS rank. Even with nearly 50,000 points, it still isn't enough. He decides not to rush it. 50,000 will be the threshold. Until then, he will wait. With the breakthrough complete, Su Jingming stands, resting his spear across his shoulder as he walks toward the light spilling in from the cave entrance. A confident smile forms at the corner of his mouth. The competition is almost at its end. Results will be finalized the day after tomorrow. With the points he has accumulated, securing first place is no longer a question. It's the final day of score settlement for the joint university event, and the massive hall is packed wall to wall. Thousands of students sit stiffly in their seats, eyes locked on the enormous screen hanging above them, where rankings are updating in real time. No one dares to relax. Every second matters. One boy suddenly jumps to his feet, shouting in excitement. He scored 1,121 points, just enough to squeeze into the top 1,000. For him, that number feels like victory, but the celebration barely lasts a breath. His friends grab him and tell him to calm down. There are still 2 hours left before submissions close. The real monsters haven't even returned yet. And as if the hall itself heard those words, the doors open. Song Chioyan walks in. The noise instantly drops. Heads turn. Whispers spread like wildfire. Everyone recognizes her. Madu University's second-ranked freshman. The moment she steps inside, half the hall already knows their ranks are about to fall. She doesn't look around, doesn't boast, doesn't hesitate. She walks straight to a terminal, removes her wristband, and places it down. The screen refreshes. 12,131 points. The number explodes across the giant display, and in the blink of an eye, she shoots to first place. Just like that, gasps ripple through the hall. Someone mutters that this is exactly what you'd expect from Moda's number 2. Others can only stare. The gap between her and everyone else isn't small. It's crushing. Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps forward personally to congratulate her, praising her performance. Nearby, Ling Shuang exchanges a few quiet words with Su, confirming what many already suspected. Song Chioyan is the great-granddaughter of that legendary senior from the Song family. Talent runs in her blood. But before the murmurs can settle, another woman approaches with a warm smile. Little Yin. Song Chioyan turns and instantly brightens. Aunt Zhou Ying, the head supervisor of the Shuang supply base, pats her affectionately before teasing her with a grin. She asks why her little boyfriend didn't come back with her. The reaction is immediate. Song Chioyan flushes red. She denies at once. No boyfriend. Absolutely not. Then she demands to know how her aunt even knows about Su Jingming. Zhou Ying simply laughs. As head supervisor, she says she has eyes and ears everywhere. The tension eases for a moment. Then the atmosphere shifts again. This time the reaction is louder. Far louder. The hall erupts as someone shouts a name. Kiran Rao has returned. The S-rank student from Qingjing University. The energy spikes instantly. Students begin whispering calculations. He's a third-tier user. His score must be at least 50,000, maybe 60. Some are already convinced first place is about to change hands. Then he appears. Kiran Rao walks forward with calm, measured confidence. No rush, no uncertainty. He reaches the terminal and places down his wristband. The hall holds its breath. The screen updates. 113,264 points. For a split second, there is silence. Then the shock hits. The number dwarfs everything before it. He rockets to first place without resistance. Song Chio-yun is pushed down a second. The gap between them isn't small. It's overwhelming. Students erupt into shouting. Some are stunned speechless. Others can't stop yelling about the sheer difference between first and second. They call it absolute domination, an undisputed victory. Across the hall, Vice Principal Su of Qingjing University is already being congratulated. Smiles spread among Qingjing staff. With 2 hours still left, the crown has already been claimed. Even so, Vice Principal Ling Shuang doesn't celebrate or panic. She watches the board with a quiet, thoughtful gaze. The odds are slim. She knows that. But she still remembers the look in Su Jingming's eyes before the event began. That confidence wasn't empty. So even now, when logic says otherwise, she holds onto a small, stubborn thread of hope. Then the board flashes again. Dongsheng, Qingjing University. 13,526 points. The ranking shifts instantly. He slides straight into second place. Song Chio-yun's expression changes the moment she sees it. Her eyes widen. The pressure tightens around her chest. If scores keep climbing like this, she might not even hold on to third. Only 8 minutes remain. Her gaze begins searching the hall. Where is Su Jingming? Why hasn't he appeared? The whispers start spreading again. Some students mutter that maybe he won't make it in time. Others shake their heads immediately. Brother Ming isn't careless. He's experienced. If there's time left, he'll be here. And right on cue. The doors open. Su Jingming walks in. No rush. No panic. Just steady steps. The moment he appears, Modi University's side erupts. His friends shout his name. They cheer loudly, telling him they'll support him no matter what the final ranking turns out to be. Off to the side, Kiran Rao watches with a crooked smile. Let them shout. Let them cheer. In his eyes, noise from the weak changes nothing. First place is already his. Su Jingming hears the voices but doesn't react much. He simply lifts his gaze to the massive leaderboard. One glance is enough. After seeing Kiran's overwhelming score, he understands why everyone looks so tense. They think he's already lost. Vice Principal Ling Shuang approaches him personally. She greets him, her eyes carrying clear approval. She remarks on how quickly he has advanced into the third tier and urges him to upload his results. Su Jingming nods once. He walks toward the terminal. Instead of wristband, he places his ring against the scanner. The hall quiets. Low murmurs ripple through the crowd. Some guess he might have 50,000 points, maybe 60 at best. But even then, they whisper that with Kiran Rao here, there's no possible way he can take first. The system finishes verifying. The screen refreshes. 405,637 points. For a second, no one breathes. Then the leaderboard updates. First place, Su Jingming. His score doesn't just surpass Kiran's, it crushes it. The difference isn't narrow, it's absolute. The entire hall falls into stunned silence. Vice principals freeze in place. Ling Shuang stares at the screen as if questioning reality itself. Kiran Rao's face twists, fury flashing through his eyes. Song Chio-yun, on the other hand, lights up instantly, joy breaking across her face without restraint. And then, the explosion comes. The crowd erupts into chaos. Shouts, disbelief, people asking if they read it correctly. Some yelling that his score is 4 times higher than Kiran Rao's. Others insisting it has to be a mistake. 400,000 points. A number so outrageous. It feels impossible. One of the vice principals starts doing the math on the spot, fingers twitching as he calculates how many beasts would need to be hunted to reach a number like that. The more he runs the figures, the worse it sounds. In the end, he can only exhale and admit the same conclusion. This result is beyond ridiculous. Not far away, Zhou leans closer to Song Chio-yun, lowering her voice as she asks whether she already knew his score would reach such a terrifying height. Song Chio-yun smiles, bright and unbothered. She shakes her head slightly. She didn't know the exact number. But when it comes to Su Jingming, she says softly that no miracle he creates is ever truly surprising. Across the hall, Kiran Rao looks nothing like her. He is shaking with rage. More than 3 times his score. The realization hits hard. The resources Qingjing University promised him, the rare cultivation materials, The advantages reserved for first place, they are now slipping away. The bitterness surges through him, and he can't hold it in. He suddenly points straight at Su Jingming and shouts that the score is impossible. Impossible. He spins toward the vice principal and formally demands an investigation into Su Jingming's smart wristband, accusing him outright of cheating. The accusation detonates across the hall. Modi University's students immediately erupt in protest. They call it shameless. They remind everyone that all smart wristbands were officially inspected before the event began. Are they now saying the technology itself is flawed? The noise swells until Vice Principal Su finally turns to Ling Shuang and asks for her position. Ling Shuang answers calmly. Checking the records, she says evenly, is no issue at all. But as she speaks, the atmosphere changes. Her expression hardens. A powerful aura coils around her like gathering thunderclouds. She fixes her gaze on Su and asks him directly, if the records prove Su Jingming did not cheat, how exactly does he plan to take responsibility for this accusation? Another official immediately backs her words, reminding Su that all equipment had already been jointly audited by the 3 major universities. The implication is clear. Su falls silent for a moment. He shoots Ling Shuang a sharp look, never expecting her to press this hard. Under the weight of the pressure, he finally speaks. Su Jingming cannot be wronged. If the records show no irregularities, Qingjing University will compensate him with a high-value S-class cultivation resource. A ripple runs through the hall. Ling Shuang accepts without hesitation. The records will be inspected. She calls Su Jingming forward. Su Jingming walks up casually, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. In his mind, he's already calculating the outcome. If there was never any cheating to begin with, then this challenge has just earned him an S-class resource for free. When Vice Principal Su sees that calm confidence, a thin bead of sweat slides down his temple. He may have misjudged this. 2 technicians step forward and begin pulling up the detailed combat logs from the wristband. The giant screen flickers as data loads. Kieran Rao watches closely, a cold smile on his face. He wants to see it with his own eyes. He wants to know how anyone could possibly earn a score that absurd. The recorded footage begins to play. At first, the hall is noisy. Then within seconds, it falls quiet again. On the screen, Su Jingming moves. His spear flashes like a streak of light. Every thrust is clean. Every step is calculated. There is no wasted motion, no hesitation. Beasts fall one after another, each strike landing with terrifying precision. Gasps break out across the hall. Some students blurt out in disbelief at the sharpness of his spear technique. Others are even more shaken by how flawlessly he controls his ability, as if power itself obeys his command. Even Ling Shuang narrows her eyes slightly. She watches a sequence again in silence before finally asking him directly whether his spear technique has already stepped into the master level. Su Jingming only smiles faintly. He answers that he merely broke through by luck. Luck. Ling Shuang says nothing more, but she does not believe that for a second. In her mind, this level of control is not something achieved by accident. This boy is hiding more than he shows. The footage continues. The scene shifts. A massive tier 4 source water giant crocodile appears on the screen, its body towering and oppressive. The moment the crowd recognizes the creature, alarmed voices explode everywhere. Why isn't he running? Does he seriously intend to fight that? The beast roars, the water around it surging violently. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He steps forward. Then the sky darkens. Lightning gathers. What follows is not a simple strike. It is annihilation. A colossal bolt crashes down, swallowing the giant crocodile entirely. The screen flashes white for an instant, and when the light fades, the enormous Tier 4 beast is gone. Erased. The hall is struck with genuine fear. Students cry out in shock. What kind of battle technique can erase a powerful Tier 4 creature in a single attack? Some can barely process what they've seen. Kieran Rao stares at the screen, stunned. Was that an S-rank magic technique? But how? Su Jingming is a spear user. How could he possibly wield something like that? Ling Shuang's eyes sharpen as the lightning footage replays in her mind. She identifies it immediately. The heavenly lightning technique from the Elemental Academy. The realization makes her expression shift ever so slightly. In her own academy, very few students ever manage to grasp that technique properly. Fewer still can release it with that level of destructive precision. And yet here stands a freshman from the Weaponry Academy, wielding it as if it were second nature. The absurdity of it only deepens. After a moment, she decides they've seen enough. She turns toward Vice Principal Su, whose composure has long since begun to crack. A thin sheen of sweat glistens across his forehead. Calmly, She asks whether there's any need to continue reviewing the footage. He hesitates only briefly. Then he concedes. There is no need. He steps forward and faces Su Jingming directly. His tone is restrained, but the acknowledgement is clear. Su Jingming's ability is undeniable. The promised S-class resource will be delivered as agreed. Su Jingming thanks him with polite composure, then turns and walks away without another word. Behind him, Vice Principal Su can only stand there in silent frustration. Regret churns in his chest. If he had known this boy was such a monster, he would have moved heaven and earth to recruit him first. Moments later, Vice Principal Su addresses the hall and formally declares the competition concluded. The final rankings are locked. Third place goes to Jincheng University. They will receive 27.5% of the resource allocation. Second place belongs to Qingjing University, 31.5%. Then he pauses deliberately before announcing first place. Modi University, 41% of the resources, with priority distribution rights. The hall erupts. Modu's students explode into cheers. Some shout that Brother Ming turned the entire tide of the battle. Others chant in celebration as they realize this marks their 5th consecutive championship. Vice Principal Su continues, explaining the reward details. Rare herbs located in the outer region of the Devil's Cave. All freshmen, under instructor supervision, will enter the next day to harvest them. Afterward, each university will arrange its own half-month instructional schedule. The crowd begins to disperse, but a voice cuts through the noise. Kiran Rao. He steps forward, his expression still tight with unwilling acceptance. He declares openly that he is not satisfied. He demands a direct fight with Su Jingming. A wager. If he loses, Qingjing University will personally cover the resource difference. But if he wins, the resources awarded to Modi University will instead be handed over to Qingjing. The atmosphere tightens again. Vice Principal Su looks at him with a measured gaze. He asks how confident he truly is. Kiran speaks without hesitation. Su Jingming's S-rank technique, he argues, requires at least 1 or 2 seconds to activate. In a true one-on-one duel, that delay would give him the decisive advantage. The logic hangs in the air. Vice Principal Su's eyes narrow slightly. He, too, is unwilling to accept the outcome so easily. After a brief pause, he agrees. The competition had barely settled when Vice Principal Ling Shuang fixed her sharp gaze on Su Jingming and asked what he intended to do during the half-month teaching break. Most students would have chosen rest, training halls, maybe quiet consolidation. Su Jingming didn't hesitate. He said he was going back into the Devil's Cave to continue hunting beasts. That answer made her frown. She reminded him that he had already fought for nearly an entire month without pause. Wasn't he exhausted? He admitted the truth. Yes, he was tired. Every bone ached. Every muscle carried the weight of battle. But exhaustion didn't matter. Life and death combat was the only thing pushing his growth at this speed. If he slowed down, he would fall behind. Ling Shuang didn't deny the logic. Real battles sharpen talent faster than any classroom ever could. But she made it clear. Growth without balance leads to collapse. Effort must be matched with recovery. Otherwise, even the strongest blade will crack. Su Jingming listened carefully, then bowed his head in agreement, promising that once this next trip ended, he would properly rest. Then he brought up something else. He described the strange pool deep inside the Devil's Cave, the blood-red water, the violent reaction in his body when he absorbed it, and the cultists he had encountered who called themselves members of the Blood Moon sect. As he finished, Ling Shuang's expression changed. She confirmed what he had only suspected. What he encountered was the blood essence of a rank 9 Beast Emperor, an SSS-class cultivation treasure. Even hearing that title carried weight. But she clarified one crucial fact. What he absorbed must have been extremely diluted. The pure essence of such a creature would be impossible for him to survive, let alone refine. His ability to withstand it likely came from his unique body-forging technique. As for the Blood Moon sect, she dismissed them with a casual wave. A fringe cult, nothing more. Not worth his attention. He accepted that answer. Liu Yushan then told him to finally get some sleep. As Su Jingming turned to leave, he noticed Chuku waiting nearby. She approached with a composed woman at her side, Zhou Ying, her aunt, and the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Su Jingming greeted her formally, but Zhou Ying brushed that aside and told him to call her Aunt Zhou. Without delay, she handed him a black card trimmed in gold, the Song family's black gold card. It granted a 20% discount on all goods under the Song family's massive network. He froze. The Song family controlled equipment, weapons, armor, resources, almost everything ability users depended on. A 20% reduction wasn't a small favor. It was enormous. Chuka nudged him to take it, reminding him that his gear upgraded at terrifying speed. He accepted the card, though a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Was he being sponsored by a wealthy patron? He barely had time to process it. The moment he stepped further into the supply base, the crowd surged. Reporters, corporate representatives, microphones thrust toward him, offers for interviews, endorsement contracts from weapon and armor brands. The noise exploded around him. There was no denying it now. His name had already spread. That afternoon, Su Jingming sat across from Vice Principal Ling Shuang and Vice Principal Su. The air carried none of the casual warmth from earlier conversations. Ling Shuang didn't waste a single word. Kieran Rao wanted to challenge him. She laid out the stakes without embellishment. Kieran would wager 20% of his resources. Modu's side would put up a ruins pass. Then she looked directly at Su Jingming and asked whether he was willing to fight. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked what exactly a ruins pass was. Xu Ping explained it plainly. A ruins pass was a required ticket to enter the remains of an ancient civilization. Qingjing University had brought Kieran to this competition for one purpose: to secure 40 of those passes. Now that Su Jingming had won them, there was no chance Modu would hand them over without a battle. The explanation triggered a memory. A history lecture. A professor describing a civilization that had once stood at the peak of the world, advanced beyond imagination, before vanishing almost overnight. City swallowed, structures buried beneath the earth. Thousands of years later, those ruins were rediscovered. From them, humanity unearthed training systems, cultivation frameworks, even SSS-rank combat techniques that reshaped the modern era. With that memory resurfacing, the weight of a ruins pass became clear. Access to such places wasn't symbolic. It was opportunity carved from the bones of history. Ling Shuang added one more crucial detail. These passes were for Civilization Ruin Number 9. It opened once per year and only allowed Tier 4 to Tier 6 users to enter. If Su Jingming defeated Kieran, she could allocate one pass to him personally. The decision was his. Xu Ping couldn't resist adding a sharp remark, pointing out that the small arena favored enhancement-type fighters like Kieran. It was a subtle attempt to plant doubt. Su Jingming didn't blink. A relaxed smile touched his face as he said he would accept the challenge. Vice Principal Su nodded in satisfaction and stated he would notify Kieran. The match would be held in the supply base's arena. After he left, Ling Shuang observed how decisively Su Jingming had agreed. There wasn't hesitation in him, only certainty. Su Jingming responded calmly. He estimated his chances of victory at 90%. Then he paused, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. He corrected himself. That had been modesty. In truth, he held absolute confidence. 100%. Ling Shuang exhaled, half a sigh, half a laugh. She wondered what Xu Ping and Kieran would think if they truly understood the gap between them. Elsewhere, the news hit Kieran Rao like a slap. Su Jingming had accepted. For a brief second, he just stared. Then the shock curdled into anger. If Su Jingming dared to step onto the stage with him, then whatever happened next would be his own fault. Kieran turned to Vice Principal Xu Ping and asked plainly whether it would be a problem if Su Jingming got hurt. Xu Ping's expression didn't change. Instructors from all 3 universities would be present. If there was real danger, someone would intervene. That was enough. Kieran's lips stretched into a sharp grin. Once the match started, Su Jingming wouldn't have the right to complain. The scene shifted to the arena. The stands were already packed. Voices overlapped into a restless hum, excitement thick in the air. A clash between 2 S-rank users wasn't something students got to witness every day. Predictions flew back and forth. Some argued that since both were Tier 3, the outcome was unpredictable. Others analyzed it more carefully. Su Jingming's Heavenly Lightning technique dominated wide battlefields, but this was a confined arena. Close range, tight space. That favored an enhancement-type fighter like Kieran. If Su Jingming wanted to win, he would need something beyond the technique everyone had already seen. From a high balcony, Kieran listened to the speculation and sneered. For a freshman to master even one S-rank technique was already absurd. A second? Impossible. Then Su Jingming appeared. The Modus students erupted. His name rolled across the arena in waves, shouted again and again, as if volume alone could reinforce his strength. Kieran looked down at him, impatience written across his face, and told him to hurry up. Su Jingming's reply carried no emotion. If someone was in a rush to die, he had no objection to fulfilling that request. They stepped into the ring together. An elderly man descended between them, his presence steady and overwhelming. He introduced himself as Dong Sheng, Vice Principal of Jingcheng University. a Tier 8 Grandmaster, serving as referee. His voice carried easily across the arena as he laid out the rules. The match would end if either fighter lost consciousness or admitted defeat. Once that point was reached, any further attack was forbidden. They were free to go all out. Powerful figures were present to ensure no life would be lost. As he released his aura, a veil of water mist spread outward, forming a protective barrier around the arena and sealing off the crowd from stray shockwaves. He ordered both sides to prepare. Then the countdown began. With a thunderous shout, Dong Sheng declared the match started. The moment the final word left Dong Sheng's mouth, Kieran Rao moved. There was no probing step, no testing strike. Power erupted from him instantly. His S-rank ability activated. Muscles swelled beneath his skin as his frame expanded, veins rising like cords. Bones shifted. Horns pushed out from his head. Crimson patterns crawled across his body, glowing faintly as if something ancient had awakened inside him. The name rang out clearly. Brahma B. Sovereign. The air around him seemed to thicken under the pressure of his transformation. Raw, oppressive strength radiated from every movement. Across from him, Su Jingming didn't react. He simply watched. No panic, no urgency, just steady eyes observing the change. Now towering in his empowered form, Kieran rolled his shoulders and let out a low breath, savoring the weight of his own strength. He looked down at Su Jingming with open contempt, then spoke with exaggerated generosity. He would give him time to prepare his own S-rank technique. After all, when Su Jingming lost, he shouldn't have any excuses left to cling to. The arena fell into a tense rhythm as both sides began moving for real. In the stands, eyes tracked every shift of muscle and flicker of energy. Whispers spread quickly. Kieran's S-rank enhancement ability was tailor-made for a 30-meter arena. Tight space, limited distance. That meant Su Jingming's long-range lightning advantage was restricted. Still, most assumed he had anticipated that when he agreed to this fight. Inside the ring, purple lightning crawled over Su Jingming's body like a living current. He watched Kieran carefully. For him, this wasn't just a duel. It was a measurement. The perfect chance to test what his full third-tier power truly meant. He didn't hold back. Lightning exploded outward. Purple and blue arcs tore across the arena in a violent surge, flooding every corner. The air trembled. The ground cracked under the pressure. Even Dong Sheng's expression shifted. The burst of power slammed against the water mist barrier, pressing so hard that its surface rippled violently. That shield had only been meant to withstand peak Tier 3 rank attacks. This was already beyond that. Without hesitation, Dong Sheng poured in more strength, reinforcing the barrier to keep the storm contained. In the stands, faces drained of color. The purple cloud divine lightning radiating from the arena carried lethal intent. Even a stray arc felt like it could erase them instantly. It was difficult to believe this power belonged to two freshmen. Within the raging storm, Kieran's fury flared. Even in his transformed state, the lightning gnawed at him in a way normal electricity never should. It wasn't just shock. It felt invasive, destructive at a deeper level. Dragging this out would be dangerous. He chose to end it quickly. Kieran lunged forward, tearing through the lightning with brute force. As they rushed toward each other, he sneered, mocking Su Jingming for standing his ground instead of retreating. He would show him what an S-rank enhancement user truly meant. He raised his blade, but Su Jingming was faster. The spear snapped forward like a bolt itself. Kieran's eyes widened. He barely managed to block the electrified strike. Even so, the impact detonated through his arms and chest, blasting him backward. His boots scraped violently across the arena floor as he slid. He stopped, staring in disbelief. How? How was Su Jingming's raw, physical strength matching his? After activating an S-rank transformation, purple lightning roared around Su Jingming like a storm given human shape. He looked at Kieran and asked calmly if he was surprised. There was no rule saying a lightning-type user had to be weaker in close combat. Kieran admitted it. He had planned to toy with him. That clearly wouldn't happen. If Su Jingming could push him this far, then he would respond properly. He declared that Su Jingming should feel honored for forcing him to use his full strength. He charged again. This time, something changed. His body convulsed as a second transformation took hold. His face twisted, features warping into something that resembled a demonic mask. The aura around him thickened into something heavier, darker. Beast's sovereign descent erupted into existence. The entire arena explodes in disbelief as realization crashes through the crowd. They're not just witnessing a clash. They're watching an S-rank ability, Brahma B Sovereign, being stacked on top of an exclusive S-rank combat technique. Two apex powers layered together. The pressure alone feels suffocating. On the sidelines, Vice Principal Su doesn't blink, his gaze fixed and unreadable. Beside him, Vice Principal Ling Shuang observes in silence, recalling that Din Zhongshan commands a similar S-rank combat art, and concluding that Su Jingming must have mastered it as well. Inside the ring, Kieran's evolved form surges violently. The purple lightning that once wrapped him begins to peel away, forced back by sheer brute enhancement. A savage grin stretches across his face as he locks eyes with Su Jingming and mocks him, asking if he still dares to compete in raw power. Then the atmosphere shifts. Su Jingming's hair turns snow white. His pupils ignite with piercing blue light. No theatrics, no anger. He accepts. Power detonates outward from his body like a compressed, star going critical. Even Kieran, fully transformed, is shoved back by the shockwave. Su Jingming's eyes narrow, splitting into a sharp, predatory slit as his transformation completes in full view of everyone watching. The audience falls into stunned silence. One student who had glanced away for a split second looks back and nearly chokes on air. Two figures now stand in the arena that don't look human anymore. His friend hurriedly clarifies. Su Jingming and Kieran have both entered their second stage. The first student shakes his head. At this point, this isn't a duel. It's a boss battle. Kieran stares at Su Jingming's altered form, recognition dawning instantly. S-rank combat technique. There's no mistaking it. Su Jingming confirms it without emotion, and adds that there's no reward waiting at the end of this. He doesn't allow hesitation, not even a breath. Purple energy compresses tightly into his palm, dense and unstable. The thunder prism begins to take shape. The instant Kieran recognizes the structure, his instincts scream. Control-type S-rank technique. This isn't a contest anymore. It's lethal. With no retreat left, Kieran gambles everything. Red vitality armor erupts around his body, hardening over muscle and bone as he charges straight into the forming lightning cage. He tears forward through the storm, forcing a narrow breach with sheer will. The electricity shreds across his armor, burns into his skin, but he breaks through, and then his body gives out. He drops to one knee, breathing ragged, staring upward in disbelief at the power he just endured. Su Jingming doesn't grant even a single breath of recovery. A colossal spear of condensed lightning forms and tears forward, slicing past Kieran by a razor's margin. It misses, but when it detonates, the space behind him is erased in a violent collapse of energy. The arena floor fractures. The air distorts. Kieran's entire body locks up as cold realization hits him. If that strike had landed cleanly, he wouldn't be standing. He might not be alive. There's no time to react. Su Jingming is already in motion. Lightning gale break. He closes the gap instantly, a spiraling storm of force crashing down. Kieran barely manages to raise his weapon in defense, but the rotating impact is overwhelming. The collision detonates through his guard and hurls him backward, his boots carving trenches across the arena floor as he's flung away. Su Jingming advances without pause. Chain lightning spears erupt one after another, a relentless barrage of piercing strikes that slam into Kieran's body in rapid succession. Each hit lands with surgical precision. The arena becomes a storm zone of flashing violet arcs. Yet Kieran refuses to collapse. He endures. He clenches his teeth and forces himself upright through sheer will, clinging to a desperate thought. If he survives this sequence, he can still reverse it. The barrage stops. For a heartbeat, he believes he's made it. He roars, declaring that now it's his turn. Su Jingming's voice cuts through the arena, calm and absolute. Explode. The spears embedded within Kieran answer. In an instant, the lightning detonates from inside his body. His eyes widen. He doesn't even have time to scream before violent energy erupts outward from his chest in a catastrophic blast. The explosion launches him across the arena like debris. He slams into the protective barrier with crushing force. When the smoke clears, his transformation is gone. Red vitality, armor extinguished. His torso is scorched black, wounds torn across his chest. He collapses to the ground, barely conscious. Su Jingming walks forward steadily and stops over him. The spear tip lowers, hovering inches from Kieran's forehead. There is no path left. Kieran exhales, defeated, and surrenders. Jiangwen raises his hand and declares Su Jingming the victor. The arena erupts. The crowd explodes into cheers. His friends shout in disbelief. What they expected to stretch past 10 minutes ended in barely 2. A pure contest of strength. Overwhelming dominance. Flawless chaining of techniques without hesitation. Above, on the balcony, Vice Principal Ling Shuang silently replays the match. Thunder prisoned to seize the field. Pressure layered to force weakness. Lightning gale break to open the gap. Chain lightning spears to finish. No wasted motion. No excess force. Clean. Precise. Excellent execution. Ling Shuang turns her gaze toward Vice Principal Xu Ping and asks if he has anything left to argue. Xu Ping's expression is heavy, drained of resistance. He admits it plainly. Total defeat. The wager stands. 20% of the resource allocation will be transferred to Modi University. The S-class resource he promised Su Jingming will be delivered tomorrow afternoon without delay. There's nothing else to say. As Ling Shuang steps away with Su Jingming, Xu Ping remains where he is, watching their backs as the reality settles in. 1 match, 2 losses, resources and reputation, both gone in a single afternoon. Ling Shuang's stern expression softens slightly once they're clear of the arena noise. She acknowledges Su Jingming's performance, stating that his execution was flawless and that he earned every outcome. Then she extends her hand. A glowing blue card rests between her fingers. Civilization Ruin Number 13 Access Pass. The surface hums faintly with encoded authorization, its edges radiating a restrained azure light. This is what he had been aiming for from the beginning. This is the real prize. But she isn't finished. In addition to the pass, the school will grant him 10,000 credits as a supplementary reward. Su Jingming doesn't mask his reaction this time. The weight of the victory finally lands. He thanks her directly, voice steady but unmistakably energized. Then his eyes drop to the blue card resting in his palm. The long-awaited ruins pass. His grip tightens slightly. A quiet, confident smile forms as anticipation sharpens in his gaze. Ling Shuang tells Su Jingming to return and rest, but makes sure he understands the scale of what he has secured. The S-class resource from Qingjing University. The right to select a combat technique from the combined libraries of all 3 universities. And tomorrow, he can revisit the Devil's Cave to collect the rare herbs awarded to his side. Each reward stacks on the last. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. This research exchange has exceeded every projection. A Civilization Ruin Number 13 pass. 10,000 credits. An S-class resource. Massive quantities of herbs and beast materials. Every objective not only met, but surpassed. Before they can move on, a tall young man with long black hair approaches. His tone is composed as he praises the match, stating that witnessing a genius of Su Jingming's caliber is a rare opportunity. Su Jingming responds with simple courtesy. Once the man leaves, Su Jingming asks who he was. Song Qiuyun Chu explains, Dong Shengxian of Qingjing University, ranked 3rd, just below Su Jingming and Kiran. Su Jingming pauses when he hears Dong Shengxian's cultivation has reached high rank 2nd tier. He mutters that the man is a monster. Song Qiuyun arches a brow and lightly mocks him. If that's a monster, then what does that make him? He's already tier 3. Su Jingming grins, eyes flashing with mischief. He claims he's different. He has a cheat. Says he can level up with a single click. Then asks if she believes that. Song Qiuyun snaps back dramatically, voice exaggerated with disbelief. Not even slightly. The scene shifts. A towering Gothic structure stands beneath a dim sky, its black spires cutting upward like blades. Inside its vast cathedral hall, robed figures kneel in rigid formation. At the center, a man levitates above the ground, an archbishop. Above him rotates a swirling pink orb, pulsing with distorted light. Their chanting echoes through stone. The archbishop raises his hands and declares that since receiving heaven's mandate, their heavenly god is eternal. He turns to his subordinate and asks about the plantation arrangements. Everything is prepared. The archbishop gives the order without hesitation. The teachers from the 3 universities are to be handled. As many as possible are to be killed. The hall answers in unified fervor. Then his gaze shifts again. A hooded figure stands apart, masked, silent. The archbishop addresses him as the Holy Son and assigns him a specific task. Su Jingming, Kiran Rao, the 2 S-rankers. Eliminate them. It will aid his growth. Beneath the mask, a chilling smile forms. The Holy Son accepts calmly, stating that the distance between himself and the S-rankers is already very small. The following morning, the Archbishop delivers his final directive regarding the S-rankers. If they are willing to kneel and join the Heaven's Mandate sect, they may live. If not, the Holy Son is to execute them without hesitation. With that resolved, the Archbishop faces his followers, zeal burning through his voice. Tomorrow will be their stage. The Heaven's Mandate sect will no longer operate in shadows. Their existence will be carved into the nation in the most brutal, high-profile way imaginable. He raises his arms and begins to chant. The hall trembles as his followers roar it back in unison. Since receiving heaven's mandate, the heavenly god is eternal. The scene shifts. Students from the 3 major universities arrive at the Devil's Cave plantation. The structure rises like a palace of glass and steel, an enormous greenhouse marked clearly as restricted territory. The moment they step inside, they freeze. Rows of radiant C-class sunflowers stretch endlessly, golden petals glowing under filtered light. The air is thick with spiritual energy. Excitement ripples through the freshmen as they imagine the value of harvesting such herbs. A base supervisor steps forward to greet them, welcoming the mentors and students formally. Beside him stands lead mentor Hu Ping, who explains that the vice principals did not accompany them because the task carries minimal risk. Even if something unexpected occurs, Vice Principal Ling Shuang's space ability would allow her to arrive within minutes. Reassurance delivered. The supervisor guides them deeper into the plantation before outlining the assignments. Each university receives its own harvesting zone. Qingjing University will collect sunflowers. Another section is designated for scarlet flame grass. Magic City University is assigned cleansing heart grass. It sounds routine. Then he adds a condition. The top 3 freshmen must be separated from the main group. Hu Ping immediately questions it. Other plantations do not operate under such rules. The supervisor remains calm, explaining that a new batch of S-class exotic herbs has matured. These require higher-level talent to harvest safely. It is, he claims, a special opportunity reserved for the strongest. He names them directly. Su Jingming, Qiran Rao, Dong Shang. They are to follow him and his staff. Su Jingming senses something off in the arrangement. The timing, the isolation, but the presence of university mentors tempers his suspicion. He proceeds. As they walk deeper into the greenhouse corridors, Dong Sheng closes the distance between himself and the other 2. He casually compliments their battle from the previous day, speaking with measured admiration. Then he changes the subject. Religion. He mentions rumors of certain sects possessing forbidden techniques, methods capable of elevating a user from Tier 2 to Tier 4 in a single leap. His tone remains thoughtful, almost speculative. With power like that, he muses, perhaps he could stand on equal ground with them. The air subtly tightens around the conversation. Su Jingming's eyes sharpen the moment Qiran brings up faith, and he cuts him off coldly, warning him to stay away from those kinds of religions before they swallow him whole. But Qiran doesn't retreat. Instead, he calmly brings his palms together in prayer, his voice steady as he defends his beliefs. He says the Jadu sect of his homeland and the Holy Father sect are not hollow cults but forces of guidance and blessing. He even declares that the source of his undefeated record is none other than Lord Brahma's protection. Su Jingming lets out a dry laugh, the sound edged with ridicule. If Lord Brahma is so mighty, he asks, why didn't he help you win against me? The question lands like a slap. Kieran's face darkens instantly, fury flashing in his eyes, yet no answer comes. His lips tremble with anger, but he can't refute it. Before the tension can ignite into open conflict, Dongsheng steps forward with smooth timing. He nods lightly, siding with Qiran just enough to keep the balance, admitting that some religions indeed grant remarkable power. Then he shifts his gaze to Su Jingming, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In a low voice, he tells him that soon, very soon, he will personally experience the strength born from faith. And when that moment comes, he might reconsider his stance. The words are calm, almost casual, but something beneath them feels heavy. Su Jingming feels an unexpected chill crawl up his spine. Dong Sheng's tone carries certainty, as if the future has already been decided. Elsewhere, Supervisor Zhong Shan guides mentor Hu Ping along with the 3 strongest students deeper into the greenhouse. They pass rows of rare plants and shimmering cultivation flora until they reach a remote, isolated corner. Zhongshan stops and announces that they have arrived. Hu Ping scans the area, her brows knitting together. The space appears empty. She asks where the promised S-class flowers are. Zhongshan simply raises a finger and tells her to look ahead. In that very instant, the warmth drains from his face. The friendly expression he wore peels away like a discarded mask, replaced by something twisted and malicious. The man known as Zhongshan moves without warning. His body distorts into a dark, shadowy form, red eyes blazing. A massive demonic claw, glowing crimson, tears through the air and slams into Hu Ping's chest with explosive force. The impact hurls her backward. She crashes down but forces herself upright, shock written across her face. She gasps that her attacker is a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Rage and realization strike together. This was a trap. She demands to know who he truly is, then immediately activates her transformation. Shadows coil around her as her A-rank shadow spirit cat ability awakens, her aura sharpening into something feral and lethal. The shadowed assailant watches her with idle interest, even complimenting her vitality. Then he lifts a hand and removes the false face he had been wearing. Beneath it is a different figure entirely, the Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect, his smile calm, confident, and utterly unafraid. A vicious smile stretches across the Archbishop's face as he looks at Hu Ping. Since she's about to die, he says, there's no harm in letting her understand exactly who stands before her. The next second, his tone hardens, and he orders his subordinate to slaughter everyone present without hesitation. Hu Ping's eyes blaze with fury. She fires back that they're trying to cut off the future of Great Xia's next generation, to strangle its hope before it can bloom. As she speaks, she crushes a crystal in her palm, attempting to send out a distress signal. The Archbishop throws his head back and laughs. It's already too late, he tells her. Then he raises the crimson orb in his hand. Power floods outward, distorting the air as a massive space blockade expands and locks into place, sealing the entire area. The greenhouse becomes a cage. Outside, the disturbance is detected instantly. The three vice principals sense the violent fluctuation and react at once. Ling Shuang's expression turns ice-cold with rage at the thought that someone dared strike their people. Without a word, the three grandmasters launch into the sky, tearing through the air toward the source of the attack. At the Shan Supply base, head supervisor Zhouing also feels the shift. Alarm surges through her as she urgently deploys squads toward the Devil's Cave plantation, commanding them to secure the eldest miss, Song Qiuyun, at all costs. She tells herself that with Tier 8 grandmasters already moving, the situation should be contained, but the strain in her voice betrays her doubt. Inside the sealed greenhouse, Hu Ping senses the space around them trembling, subtle distortions rippling along the barrier. The Archbishop notices and sneers. He mocks them openly, claiming their space-type grandmaster is powerless against his formation. Then his patience runs thin. He fixes his gaze on Hu Ping and declares that she will die first. A gigantic crimson hand condenses above her, radiating crushing force as it descends. Kieran curses under his breath, frustration boiling over. Su Jingming understands the reality instantly. A Tier 7 grandmaster stands before them. Against that level of power, resistance is nearly meaningless. He braces himself for the inevitable, but just before the massive hand can complete its fall, the blockade shudders violently. The crimson construct flickers. The Archbishop's eyes narrow. He immediately understands. Ling Shuang, the space-time grandmaster, is strong enough to shake his trap from the outside. Calculating the risk, he abandons the idea of direct confrontation. With a swift motion, he retreats, leaping back and informing the Holy Sun that the rest is now his responsibility. In the next breath, the Archbishop vanishes from the battlefield. The air shifts. Dong Sheng steps forward, and the gentle smile he once wore is gone. No more pretense. No more moderation. He calmly announces that the time has come for the Heaven's Mandate sect to step into the light. He looks at Su Jingming and Kieran and tells them they're about to witness his true form. Then his body begins to change. His aura swells, dark and suffocating. Flesh twists. Bones crack. A horrifying transformation unfolds before their eyes. Something no longer entirely human taking shape within the sealed space. Without warning, a violent surge of dark energy erupts from Dongsheng's body. The air trembles as that sinister force spreads outward, swallowing the greenhouse in oppressive pressure. His aura begins to climb at a speed that defies reason. Tier 2 high rank surges to Tier 2 peak, then shatters into Tier 3 without pause. The ascent doesn't stop. Power stacks upon power until it stabilizes at the peak of Tier 4. Su Jingming and Kieran Rao can only stare. Su Jingming's thoughts freeze for a split second. Two entire major ranks, elevated in moments. No ordinary technique could accomplish that. Then the pressure settles over him fully, heavy and familiar, and his pupils contract. He knows this aura. He has felt it before. God's blood. Kieran Rao's fists clench, fury burning in his eyes. But Su Jingming forces himself to remain focused. He studies every fluctuation in Dongsheng's transformation, analyzing the flow of energy, the density of the aura, the texture of the pressure pressing against his senses. There is no mistake. It is God's blood. An SSS-class resource. A single dose is enough to propel someone from Tier 2 straight to the peak of Tier 4. The figure standing before them is no longer the smiling student they knew. Horns curve from his head. His eyes glow with an inhuman light. His body radiates demonic power that distorts the space around him. Dongsheng's gaze settles on the two of them with absolute certainty. His voice is calm, almost indifferent, as he presents their options. Join the Heaven's Mandate sect, hunt down the remaining students, or be crippled where they stand, and then killed outside the main greenhouse. Panic finally turns into clarity. The students understand what is happening inside. One of them shouts that they must rush in and support the two S-rankers. They cannot lose their hope. They cannot lose Su Jingming. They surge forward, but before they can reach the entrance, several hooded cultists drop into their path, blocking the way with mocking laughter. No one is coming to save the S-rankers, they sneer. The students should be worried about their own lives. Chaos erupts instantly. Amid the clash, Song Qiuyan drives forward like a streak of fire. Her flaming spear sweeps in wide arcs, tearing through the cultists as she forces a path open step by step. She does not hesitate. She does not look back. There is only one objective in her mind: reach Su Jingming and protect him. High above, the three grandmasters attempt to intervene, only to realize they have been completely cut off from the battlefield. One of them demands to know why Vice Principal Ling Shuang has not teleported them inside. Ling Shuang answers without turning her head. She already tried. The space within the plantation is fully sealed. Her gaze locks onto the source. The Archbishop is holding a glowing crimson orb. Suspended within it is a fragment of bone. Ling Shuang's expression hardens as she identifies it. The bone belongs to a rank 9 beast emperor with spatial talent. That relic is anchoring the entire blockade and locking the plantation down from within. The other two grandmasters react immediately. One mutters that the situation has escalated far beyond expectations. The other states bluntly that if anything happens to the two S-rankers, the consequences will be catastrophic. Below them, the Archbishop laughs openly, delighted by their helplessness. He taunts them, saying they will do nothing but watch as the Heaven's Mandate sect slaughters every freshman present. Today, he proclaims, marks the sect's great awakening. The words strike like thunder. The three grandmasters understand at once. This is the same organization believed to have been annihilated 60 years ago. They are facing ghosts that were never truly gone. There is no room for hesitation. Ling Shuang takes command and states that they must combine their strength. 3 minutes. That is all they need to shatter the spatial blockade. She raises her hand and gives a single command. Rise. A colossal surge of blue energy erupts from beneath the ground. The earth trembles as the entire plantation base is torn free and lifted into the sky, suspended by overwhelming spatial force. Maintaining the levitation, Ling Shuang analyzes the blockade in real time. The underground space is fully sealed, she announces, but she has located the weakest point of the barrier, southeast quadrant. The moment she calls it out, the other two grandmasters respond. Su transforms first, his body swelling and reshaping into a savage, ape-like beast radiating brute strength. Beside him, Dongsheng's form dissolves into swirling blue energy, his presence turning vast and fluid. Without a word, the two launch forward in perfect unison. Their combined power surges toward the floating greenhouse, aimed precisely at the identified weak point of the spatial blockade. Inside the greenhouse, a deafening roar tears through the air as the entire structure shudders under a devastating impact. Glass fractures. The spatial barrier ripples violently. The students stagger, then look up and finally see it, the overwhelming force crashing down from outside. Relief explodes through the crowd. The vice principals have arrived. Shouts erupt. Hope surges back into faces that moments ago were pale with fear. In the center of it all, Su Jingming remains unnaturally calm. While others panic or celebrate, he silently opens his system panel. 49,000 ability points remain. His mind moves quickly, calculating the thresholds. If he commits everything into leveling, the result should push him into Tier 4. That level would be enough to handle the enemies standing before him. Across from him, Dongsheng's voice cuts through the noise, dripping with contempt. He asks the trembling freshmen whether they have now witnessed the true power of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Then he offers them something poisonous. Join him, kill the surrounding freshmen, and they will be accepted into the sect. They will receive the same overwhelming power he now possesses. Silence spreads. Students exchange uncertain glances. Temptation and fear mix in their eyes. Then Ling Shuang's voice slices through the fractured barrier from outside, cold and absolute. Any freshman who attacks another will be expelled and executed on the spot. The hesitation vanishes instantly. Whatever doubt lingered disappears. No one moves. They will not betray each other. Dongsheng's expression darkens. He calls them fools for rejecting him. Then his gaze returns to Su Jingming and Kiran Rao. One final chance. 3 seconds to submit or die. The countdown begins. Before the final number falls, Kiran Rao lets his sword slip from his hand. It clatters to the ground. He lowers himself into a bow and begs for his life, agreeing to join the Heaven's Mandate sect. Dongsheng accepts him without hesitation. Then he turns to Su Jingming and demands his answer. Su Jingming does not speak. Purple lightning begins to crawl across his skin, snapping and coiling around his body. The energy builds steadily, silent and resolute. The refusal is unmistakable. Dongsheng nods once. Choice made. Su Jingming has chosen death. He then gives his first command to his new subordinate. If Kiran Rao wishes to prove his loyalty, he must kill Su Jingming. The moment that command echoes out, Kiran Rao locks up, a thin sheen of sweat forming along his brow as the truth hits him. He cannot handle Su Jingming alone. And the second that crack in his resolve becomes visible, the hooded figures beside Dong Shang stop pretending. They declare they'll move together, fanning out in a coordinated sweep until Su Jingming is boxed in from every side. Outnumbered, yet not unsettled, Su Jingming stands firm. Purple lightning coils around his body like a living shroud as his gaze sharpens, calculating. 1 low rank tier 3. For low rank tier 1. That's all. He weighs the cost in an instant and concludes he might not even need to touch his reserved ability points. With calm contempt, he beckons them forward and tells them to try. A hooded cultist suddenly plunges from above, a massive axe clenched in both hands. He sneers at what he calls Su Jingming's arrogance, proclaiming his death sentence as the axe crashes down. The blow never lands. It slams into Su Jingming's S-rank defensive art, Thunder Armor, and stops as if it struck an immovable mountain. Before the attacker can comprehend the failure, Su Jingming's spear shoots forward in a single ruthless thrust, piercing straight through his chest. The cultist's eyes widen as his strength drains away. A tier 4 user defeated this easily? He can't understand it. Su Jingming answers with icy disdain, ridiculing him for daring to charge in alone. Watching one of his men fall in seconds, the transformed Dong Sheng abandons his restraint and steps forward, declaring he'll attack in unison. The encirclement tightens. Killing intent thickens. For the first time since the fight began, Su Jingming clearly feels it. The sharp, undeniable brush of death closing in. A trace of regret flickers through him. He had planned to save those ability points for a future upgrade to his S-rank power. Now that luxury seems gone. But as that thought settles, a system prompt flashes before him. Tier 4 low-rank God's Blood Envoy eliminated. Reward: 1,000 ability points. His total surges past 50,000. The realization strikes like lightning itself. He has enough. Without hesitation, Su Jingming issues the command to upgrade. The system responds instantly. His S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Lightning begins to evolve as violent golden thunder explodes outward, tearing through the air around him. A progress bar materializes before his eyes, climbing fast, 10%, 20%, rising in a blink. As the evolution surges forward, Su Jingming's body slowly lifts from the ground, rising into the air as if gravity itself has lost its hold on him. Power floods out in violent waves, so dense it forces his opponents back in shock. Golden lightning lashes around him, snapping and hissing, each arc brighter than the last as his aura swells at a terrifying pace. Dongsheng's face darkens. He dismisses it as nothing but theatrics. With a cold snort, dark red energy begins spilling from his body, thick and corrosive, rolling outward as he prepares his strike. Refusing to let Su Jingming finish whatever transformation he's attempting, Dongsheng thrusts his power forward in a massive surge, aiming straight at Su Jingming while he is still suspended mid-evolution. The attack tears across the battlefield, just as the evolution bar races upward. 90%, 95, 99. Then, in the span of a heartbeat, it completes. The system confirms it. His S-rank ability has evolved into SS rank Dutian Divine Lightning. Su Jingming's eyes snap open, burning gold. Lightning coils across his form like a crown of judgment. Without pause, he unleashes it. The sky splits apart as an immense torrent of golden thunder crashes down, swallowing Dong Shang whole. The cult leader's scream rips through the air, but it is drowned beneath the overwhelming force. His attack disintegrates instantly, erased as if it never existed. Moments later, the system announces the death of a Tier 4 Peak God's Blood Envoy and credits Su Jingming with 2,000 ability points. The battlefield falls silent. Su Jingming turns slowly toward the remaining hooded cultists. His gaze is cold, absolute. One by one, he points at them and declares their end. Another storm answers his will. Golden thunder descends again, merciless and final, obliterating every last one in an instant. When the light fades, Su Jingming appears before a trembling Kirin Rao. The man collapses to his knees at once, pressing his head to the ground, pleading for mercy. He insists he was coerced, swears he never made a move against Su Jingming, his voice shaking with desperation. In the distance, the archbishop stares in stunned disbelief. His holy son is gone. The shock twists into raw fury. He screams Su Jingming's name, vowing that he will be buried alongside Dongshang. Then, consumed by rage, he releases his full power. The sky darkens as a colossal demonic red hand forms above, descending with crushing intent straight towards Su Jingming. The colossal red hand crashes down from the heavens, and the pressure alone is enough to crush the air flat. Su Jingming's body locks in place. His muscles refuse to answer him. Even his lightning flickers under that overwhelming force. Teeth clenched, he feels it clearly, the suffocating gap between himself and a Tier 7 Grandmaster. This is not a difference in skill. It is a difference in existence. He cannot even move. The hand descends closer. Then it stops, frozen in midair. Su Jingming's eyes lift sharply. It wasn't his power. It wasn't resistance. A far more terrifying space-time force has intercepted the attack at the final instant. Golden light tears open the battlefield, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps through, her expression cold enough to cut stone. The Archbishop, still consumed by rage, demands to know how she breached the spatial blockade he personally maintained. She answers with open contempt, relying on an external item to elevate his strength, losing focus at a critical moment. He disgraces the title of Grandmaster. Before he can retaliate, she moves. A blade of blazing spatial energy forms in her hand and slices forward. Clean, precise. His arm separates from his body in a single motion, and the demonic red hand shatters instantly. He doesn't even have time to process the loss. A blue magic circle ignites beneath him, expanding upward into a constricting cage. Space folds inward. The Archbishop is bound completely by her space constriction technique, unable to move a fraction. Ling Shuang advances again. A vortex spirals open before her. She reaches inside without hesitation and pulls out the space-sealing orb from his grasp. The moment it leaves his control, the entire spatial suppression collapses. The battlefield breathes again. She descends slowly before Su Jingming. He steadies himself, the paralysis fading. He states he is fine. Two more presences arrive, Grandmasters Su and Jangwen, landing with decisive force. Su immediately asks how to handle the remaining cult remnants. Ling Shuang holds a captured orb lightly in one hand. Her voice turns glacial. They dare to touch her students. Tier 6 ability users are to be captured alive. Everyone else is to be killed without exception. The order is absolute. Su and Zhang Chan explode forward. Their power tears through the battlefield. Cultists are crushed, cut down, erased under overwhelming strength. Resistance collapses within moments. No one remains standing. Silence returns. Kirin Rao, pale and shaking, begins to stammer excuses, but Ling Shuang silences him with a single cold sentence. Someone else will deal with him later. Her gaze shifts back to Su Jingming. Her eyes narrow slightly as she asks about the golden lightning he just used, especially the fact that it required no casting time. Amid the scattered bodies of fallen cultists, Su Jingming admits the truth. He does not fully understand what happened. In that moment between life and death, he forced his power beyond its ceiling. He pushed everything into it. It shattered its own limit and changed. Ling Shuang watches him carefully. Her interest sharpens. She asks whether what he released was truly his original ability, or something closer to a combat technique born under pressure. Then she tells him to summon his purple cloud divine lightning again. He reaches inward, but when power answers, it is not purple. Golden lightning crackles over his palm, alive and dominant. The original aura does not surface at all. Su Jingming stares at it, unsettled. Ling Shuang murmurs that perhaps the mutation was not temporary. Perhaps his ability has undergone a fundamental transformation. She decides not to dissect it here. A full evaluation can wait. Once the situation is fully stabilized, she will test him again at the supply base under control conditions. Su Jingming agrees without objection. Their exchange is interrupted by hurried footsteps. Song Qiuyin rushes in, calling his name with raw relief. She throws herself into his arms without hesitation, holding him tightly as she blurts out how terrified she was. Ling Shuang watches the scene unfold, and a faint smile touches her lips. Youth, she reflects, carries a clarity that power never replaces. Su Jingming steadies Song Qiuyan gently. He tells her the danger has passed. When he takes her hands and reassures her with quiet composure, the closeness makes her cheeks flush despite herself. Moments later, Ling Shuang lifts her hand. The floating greenhouse begins descending slowly, guided by her precise control, until it settles back on a solid ground. With immediate threats gone, she gathers the surviving students. Her next words fall heavily. 342 freshmen were killed. The 3 universities will accept full responsibility. Compensation will be delivered to every affected family. Her voice does not waver. Then hardens. The Heavens Mandate sect is officially declared an enemy of humanity and of all 3 universities. An extermination order is issued. Every student and teacher will accept missions targeting the sect. There will be no leniency. Within the crowd, Su Jingming listens in silence. God's blood envoys mean ability points. Missions against the sect mean growth. He makes his decision quietly. He will take those missions. Ling Shuang concludes with a final announcement. The research trip is over. All freshmen are to assemble the next morning and prepare to return to their respective universities. Back at the supply base, Ling Shuang wastes no time. She hands Su Jingming a circular detector and instructs him to release his power into it. He places his palm against the device. Golden lightning erupts instantly, brilliant and dense, crawling across the instrument's surface. Ling Shuang watches without blinking. As the energy stabilizes, a thought she initially rejects surfaces anyway. Could his S-rank ability have mutated into something rare? An SS rank? She suppresses the speculation. That level of mutation borders on absurd. The detector finishes scanning. The result displays clearly. Dutch and Divine Lightning. SS rank. Ling Shuang blurts out the confirmation before she can contain herself. It truly is SS rank. Silence follows as the implication settles in. The gap between S rank and SS rank is not incremental. It is generational. If cultivated correctly, this kind of ability could reshape the balance of power against the beasts entirely. Shock gives way to unmistakable delight. She praises him openly. Su Jingming, still absorbing the revelation, questions how the device can even identify the name of his evolved ability. Ling Shuang explains calmly. For the detector to recognize it, the ability must have existed before, during the ancient civilization era. Modern instruments are reverse-engineered from relic technology recovered from ancient ruins. His power is not random mutation. It has historical precedent. She studies him with renewed assessment. Talent at this level mirrors the legendary figures recorded in ancient archives. Then her tone hardens. He is not to publicize this evolution. Not widely. Not carelessly. As additional insurance, she hands him talisman. If he is ever truly cornered, he can crush it. As long as he is within 400 kilometers, she will reach him. He accepts it without hesitation. Next, she fulfills the university's promise. An S-class resource, a Tier 5 break rank pill. She advises him to save it for his advancement from Tier 5 to Tier 6. Su Jingming immediately requests an exchange instead. With his system, breakthrough pills are unnecessary. He would prefer another resource. Ling Shuang evaluates him for a moment, then grants approval. She authorizes him to visit the Modi University Resource Department and trade the pill under special permission. She doesn't let the moment cool down. Instead, she reminds him of the final piece of his reward, the privilege to select a combat technique from any of the 3 universities' libraries. The instant she says it, Eva's voice responds, and the air in the room explodes with light as dozens of holographic screens unfold one after another. Every lightning-type technique above a certain rank from the other 2 universities floods into view, each projection radiating killing intent and raw destructive potential. Su Jingming's gaze sharpens. Among the sea of options, 2 SSS-rank techniques stand out like forbidden gods, their descriptions alone enough to make his pulse tighten. For a brief second, temptation flickers in his eyes. But when he checks the requirements, reality hits, level thresholds far beyond his current reach. No matter how monstrous his talent is, he can't break the rules of cultivation overnight. He exhales once and forces himself back to reason. Power isn't about fantasy. It's about what you can wield right now. After scanning the remaining options and calculating quietly, he lifts his head and states his choice without hesitation. He will take the S-rank Thunder God Finger. The central screen zooms in, displaying its details. It compresses lightning into an ultra-condensed point, unleashing it as a single, devastating high-power strike. Minimum requirement, Tier 3. Ability prerequisite, A-rank lightning or above. Ling Shuang warns him that learning a technique from another university won't be simple. Barriers, compatibility issues, difficulty curves. It won't come easy. Su Jingming answers calmly, almost casually. It doesn't matter. He has 6,000 ability points. That'll be enough. There's no arrogance in his voice, only certainty. Ling Shuang studies him for a moment, then smiles and approves the selection. As he turns to leave, she watches his back in silence. An SS rank lightning ability. Terrifying growth speed. That system-like advantage no one else understands. If this young man continues to rise unchecked, humanity won't just gain a strong fighter. It will gain a pillar. Back in his private training room, Su Jingming sits cross-legged and settles his breathing. The air grows still. He calls out inwardly for Deep Blue to open his attribute panel. The interface unfolds. Low rank Tier 3. SS rank ability. Duchin Divine Lightning. Ability points. 6,359. Golden arcs of lightning begin to coil around his fingers. Quiet but oppressive. He remembers clearly. 50,000 ability points just to force his lightning from S rank into SS rank. The cost alone was enough to cripple most awakeners for years. And the control, harder than before. This lightning isn't tame. It resists him. It wants to devour. He closes his fists slowly, feeling the unstable power tremble under his will. His next priority becomes clear: control. Without it, even divine power is a liability. His eyes open again, steady and focused. He can already see the future version of himself. Stronger, sharper, untouchable. All it takes is discipline. That evening, the supply base erupts into murmurs. Civilians gather, pointing upward in disbelief as a sleek aircraft glides silently through the sky. No propellers, no visible propulsion. It floats with unnatural stability. Someone recognizes it instantly. An advanced anti-gravity craft recovered from civilization ruins. The disc-shaped vehicle descends with eerie smoothness and settles onto the landing platform without a single jolt. A ramp extends outward. Footsteps echo. A lone man walks down, long white hair flowing behind him, dressed with effortless style. His posture relaxed, his aura restrained, yet impossible to ignore. He stops at the base entrance, lips curving faintly. I'm here for Su Jingming. The crowd freezes when they see him. No one recognizes the white-haired stranger, yet something about him feels wrong. Too calm, too detached. A ripple of unease spreads through the onlookers. He lifts a single finger and snaps. The sound is soft. In the next instant, every civilian's expression goes vacant. Their eyes lose focus. Whatever they just witnessed dissolves like mist under sunlight. The tension vanishes. Conversations restart mid-sentence. Someone laughs about a new movie release. Another complains about dinner plans. The landing platform becomes ordinary again. The white-haired man watches the scene reset itself and smiles faintly. At the temporary detention wing inside the base, the captured Archbishop of the Heavens Mandate sect thrashes inside his reinforced cell, veins bulging as he screams that the heavenly god will descend and save his faithful. The iron door rattles under the impact of his fists. Two guards stand rigid outside. Nearby, the chief of public security lowers his voice as he reports to Ling Shuang that all interrogation attempts have failed. The cultist's wills are abnormal. Psychological probing yields nothing useful. From inside the cell, the Archbishop bursts in a mocking laughter, calling them ignorant insects who cannot comprehend divine will. Grandmaster Jiang Qin folds his arms and states plainly that this matter exceeds their level. They will have to wait for someone higher. Ling Shuang nods. The person they're expecting should arrive any moment. Footsteps echo down the corridor. A presence enters the hallway. The air grows heavy. Ling Shuang's body tightens instantly as she senses the weight behind that aura. It isn't flashy. It isn't explosive. It is absolute. The white-haired man steps into view, hands behind his back. Apologies, he says lightly. Kept you waiting. Ling Shuang bows with controlled respect. Lord Lu. She keeps her tone steady, though her heart is racing. Why did you come personally? He answers without hesitation. The Heavens Mandate sect has resurfaced. That alone is reason enough. Even as she listens, Ling Shuang cannot suppress the thought forming in her mind. Lu Yushan, Tier 9, Martial Saint, a figure whose strength borders on legend. Someone of his standing rarely moves without shaking entire regions. And yet he is here. Lu Yushan does not waste another second. He walks directly to the cell. When his gaze falls upon the Archbishop, his right eye shifts. A faint purple aura blooms within it, cold and invasive. Are you the sect head? He asks. The pressure that follows is invisible, but devastating. The Archbishop's arrogance shatters instantly. His knees buckle. Sweat pours down his face as his mind is crushed under the overwhelming spiritual force. I'm only a grand archbishop, he gasps. The sect head is not here. Words spill out uncontrollably. Their objective was simple: massacre the freshmen, sow chaos, prove the sect's return. And they have spies planted in more places than just the universities. The corridor falls silent, except for his ragged breathing. 10 minutes later, Lu Yushan withdraws his power. He states calmly that the interrogation was only partially successful. The Archbishop's memories have been tampered with. Another powerful user placed restrictions deep within his mind, blocking access to the sect's strongholds and concealing the true identity of their leader. Which means one thing: the Heaven's Mandate sect is preparing something far larger. He turns slightly, the oppressive aura settling back into perfect restraint. There is another matter, he says. His eyes shift toward Ling Shuang. I need to see Su Jingming. The recent evolution of that lightning ability demands his personal confirmation. Su Jingming is called into a sealed private room, and the moment the door closes behind him, he senses the atmosphere shift. Vice Principal Ling Shuang gestures for him to take a seat, her expression unusually formal. Then she calmly introduces the third presence in the room, Lu Wangshan of the Great Xia National Council. The name alone hits like thunder. Only then does Su Jingming realize something even more shocking. He hadn't sensed this man at all. Not a trace. Not a fluctuation. It's as if the seat across from him had been empty until this very second. Lu Yushan offers a simple greeting. That's all it takes. The instant their eyes meet, an invisible mountain crashes down on Su Jingming's shoulders. The pressure is absolute, suffocating. His mind blanks, but his body reacts on instinct. Golden lightning erupts around him, roaring to life as it pushes back against the crushing force bearing down on his soul. For a heartbeat, the room trembles in silence. Then the pressure vanishes. Su Jingming exhales sharply, chest rising and falling as exhaustion floods through him. His back is damp with sweat. Just a glance. That was all it took. A Tier 9 martial saint didn't even need to move, and he could barely endure eye contact. The gap between them isn't large. It's immeasurable. Lu Yushan nods faintly, a hint of approval in his gaze. It's rare, he says, for a Tier 3 user to withstand that look without collapsing outright. Su Jingming's will is unusually firm. Hearing that from someone at the summit of humanity's power makes Su Jingming lower his head in a deep, sincere bow. Respect isn't forced, it's automatic. Lu Yushan doesn't waste time. He explains why he came personally. S-rank users appear every year, he says. Talented, promising, powerful. But across 2 centuries, fewer than 50 SS-rank users have ever been recorded. That number alone speaks louder than any praise. Humanity doesn't just need strength. It needs pillars. And he believes Su Jingming could become one. The air shifts again as Lu Yushan raises a hand. A radiant purple spirit soul seal materializes above his palm, humming with layered psychic energy. Even standing near it feels like standing before something ancient and absolute. He steps forward. With a gentle but deliberate motion, he presses the glowing seal against Su Jingming's forehead. Light surges. The energy sinks deep into his consciousness, weaving through his spirit like a protective lattice. When it's done, Lu Yushan sways slightly. The act clearly cost him. Even a martial saint doesn't perform an SS-rank psychic technique without consequence. Su Jingming reacts instantly, steadying him before he can lose balance. Lu Yushan explains that the seal is his own SS-rank psychic art. With it in place, even another Tier 9 psychic specialist would need tremendous effort to break through Su Jingming's mental defenses. Then he calmly reminds him to thank the counselor. Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. He bows again, voice firm as he expresses his gratitude. No theatrics. No empty words. Lu Yushan waves it off. Gratitude isn't what he wants. When Su Jingming grows strong enough, he says he should repay Great Xia in the only currency that matters, by killing more enemies. Ling Shuang smirks at the exchange, unable to resist adding that countless Tier 8 grandmasters would beg on their knees for a gift like that. Su Jingming straightens, lightning faintly flickering in his eyes as he answers with calm certainty. After all, he is Modi University's strongest student. Ling Shuang laughs at the confidence and immediately hands down his next burden. Next March, at the All-Country University League competition, he won't just participate, he will lead. Su Jingming freezes. Lead the entire team? As a freshman, he quickly reminds Ling Shuang of that fact, but she shuts it down without hesitation. She tells him not to slack off. His slot has already been reserved. The matter isn't open for discussion. The weight of it settles on his shoulders. After a brief silence, Su Jingming exhales and straightens. If that's the stage she's pushing him toward, then so be it. He accepts without further protest, and says he's looking forward to crossing fists with the top geniuses from every university in the country. 3 days later, the massive airship descends over Moda University. Qingyaju has been waiting. As the hatch opens and students begin filing out one by one, she immediately spots him and calls his name. Su Jingming walks over with Song Qiuyuan at his side. They exchange greetings, and Song Qiuyuan sincerely thanks Qingyaju for the life-saving pills she provided during the crisis. Qingyaju beams, clearly pleased, and declares they're celebrating properly tonight. As they head across campus together, she lowers her voice and asks Su Jingming whether he brought back the rare herd she requested. He confirms it casually, adding with a teasing tone that the quantity might be so overwhelming she won't even be able to process it all. High above them, Vice Principal Ling Shuang hovers in midair, observing the scene with quiet amusement. She watches the easy dynamic between them and chuckles inwardly. The kid really is lucky with women. Then her thoughts drift in a completely different direction. Stronger people produce stronger offspring. From a purely strategic perspective, multiple partners would only benefit humanity's future. Asai escapes her, 30-plus years old, still single. Down below, none of them notice her watching. Later, inside a carefully prepared processing room, Yung Chuan stares at the mountain of rare herbs laid out before her. Her eyes widen further with every second. The pile is outrageous. She finally looks up at Su Jingming and asks, half in disbelief, whether he cleared out the entire Devil's Cave. He answers calmly. Very few users can even push into the cave's middle section. If he had remained longer, he could have brought back even more. Yung Chuan rubs her temples and lets out a long breath. This isn't a harvest. It's a logistical nightmare. She's about to be buried in work. Su Jingming doesn't linger. He explains that he needs to visit the university's resource department. The S-class resource he earns still has to be exchanged. Soon after, he steps into the towering Grand Resource Department building. The interior hums with sterile precision. He addresses the AI system directly. Eva, list all S-class resources available in exchange for a 7th grade breakthrough pill. Instantly, holographic panels bloom around him in layered arcs, each displaying detailed descriptions of rare and powerful items. The selection is vast. Weapons, manuals, enhancement materials, mental artifacts. Even he didn't expect this many options. After scanning through them in silence, Su Jingming narrows his eyes slightly and asks a single focused question. Which choice will most improve his lightning control? The holographic screens flicker once. Then every other option disappears. Only one remains. Eva highlights a single recommendation, an S-Class Thunderhaze Secret Realm Pass. Entry to a specialized, lightning-aligned training ground. The name alone makes Su Jingming's eyes sharpen. Dong City. That's close to his hometown. Close enough that he should have heard rumors at the very least. Yet he hasn't. He asks about it immediately. Eva explains in her calm, mechanical tone that the Thunderhaze Secret Realm manifested 87 years ago. The moment it appeared, it was claimed and sealed by the Thunderhaze Martial Arts Hall. Since then, it has operated as a restricted zone, completely hidden from the general public. A privately controlled realm. Su Jingming's interest deepens. He asks the only question that matters. Are there beasts inside? Eva confirms there are. Not only that, most of them possess lightning-based abilities. Native creatures, shaped by the realm's elemental environment. For a brief second, silence hangs in the resource hall. Then a slow, confident smirk curves across Su Jingming's face. A lightning-dense environment. Lightning beasts. Continuous high-intensity combat and refinement. There couldn't be a more suitable resource for him. He doesn't hesitate. I'll take it. The moment he confirms, light gathers in front of him. Energy condenses, compresses, and solidifies. A sleek, rune-etched pass forms midair before dropping neatly into his palm. Warm, charged, alive with faint arcs of contained thunder. Su Jingming closes his fingers around it. Decision made. Back on campus, Su Jingming's phone vibrates. The caller greets him as Vice President Shu. He pauses. Vice President. Right. He had joined the Meteor Society only a few days ago at his senior's suggestion. He hadn't expected the title to become real this quickly. A society exchange meeting is scheduled for that afternoon. Representatives from different departments will gather and trade insights. Responsibilities are already arriving. He agrees anyway. A cross-department exchange isn't useless. Information is leverage. Soon after, he meets his master. The moment Zhongshan sees him, his eyes lock in place. He steps forward, studying him carefully, then asks directly whether he has already stepped into Tier 3. Su Jingming answers with a calm smile. He broke through during the research trip. Zhongshan stares for a second longer before placing a firm hand on his shoulder. He laughs, half in disbelief, half in pride, joking that breaking a Tier 3 bottleneck sounds effortless when it comes from Shu's mouth, like eating and drinking water. But the amusement fades quickly. He gestures toward the training room. If his disciple has truly advanced, he wants to see what kind of body emerged after absorbing God's blood. Inside the sealed chamber, Su Jingming doesn't hold back. Golden lightning detonates outward in a violent surge, filling the room with crackling arcs and blinding flashes. The air trembles under the pressure. Zhongshan's brows knit instantly. The first question escapes him without restraint. Why is the purple cloud divine lightning shining gold instead of its usual blue-purple? But even as he speaks, he realizes the problem isn't just color. The aura is different, sharper, denser, sovereign. Su Jingming answers evenly that Vice Principal Ling Shuang should have informed him already. Then he delivers the truth without flourish. His ability has evolved. It is now SS rank, Dutch and Divine Lightning. The words strike harder than the lightning itself. Zhongshan blurts out in disbelief. An S rank, evolving into SS rank. Now he understands why Ling Shuang called yesterday, and hinted there was a surprise waiting. Shock slowly gives way to seriousness. An SS rank ability isn't a simple upgrade. It is exponentially harder to control. The power ceiling rises, but so does the difficulty. If Shu cannot refine it properly, it will devour stamina and stability just as quickly as it destroys enemies. He warns him plainly. Far more practice will be required. Su Jingming nods. He has already exchanged for a Thunderhaze secret rel pass. He intends to prepare and enter soon. Zhongshan approves immediately. A lightning-dense secret realm is the ideal environment for a lightning user to sharpen control under pressure. But before anything else, he raises a hand. Training can wait. First, he wants to examine Shu's physique directly. He tells him to activate his Thunder Pole state. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. The Thunder Pole state activates. Golden lightning erupts outward and wraps around his entire body, swallowing him in radiant arcs. His hair lifts, glowing like molten metal, and his eyes burn with concentrated thunder. The transformation completes in a breath. Zhongshan watches closely, gaze sharp and analytical. Approval slowly settles across his face. The foundation of Su Jingming's indestructible body has strengthened dramatically. In terms of raw physique alone, it has already reached the level of a high-ranked Tier 2 user. More than that, there's something mixed into it now. A domineering presence. The faint but unmistakable aura of a beast emperor, level bloodline. Su Jingming processes the words quickly. That explains it. Even without relying on lightning, his body alone could clash head-on with someone like Kirin Rao, an S-rank user. Zhongshan nods, satisfied with the initial assessment. Observation has limits. Only real combat will expose the truth of his current state. Rest for now. The body reveals itself best under pressure. As he considers possible opponents among his disciples, he runs through them one by one. Too weak, too mismatched, too reliant on abilities. Then a realization surfaces. His junior disciple now stands above most of his senior students. 10 minutes later, Uncle Fu announces that the summoned person has arrived. A muscular senior student with a sharp mohawk steps into the room, shoulders tense. He looks wary. The dean, the showman, as he privately calls him, rarely summons people for casual reasons. Trouble seems likely. He freezes for half a second. Zhongshan reassures him calmly. This isn't punishment. He only wants a purely physical sparring session. No abilities, no tricks, just body against body. The opponent will be Su Jingming. The senior student blinks in disbelief. A fight limited to physical strength. Wouldn't that just be bullying a junior? The dean cuts him off immediately. Use full strength. He will oversee everything personally. With that guarantee, hesitation disappears. The senior rolls his shoulders, cracks his knuckles, and turns to Su Jingming with a half smirk. If he's ordered to go all out, he won't hold back. They take their positions. Before the clash begins, Zhongshan glances at Uncle Fu and asks who he thinks will win. Uncle Fu answers evenly. Overall, Su Jingming may be stronger, but in a contest of pure physique, the senior student should have the advantage. Zhongshan shakes his head slightly. The senior is indeed a powerful peak Tier 3 A-rank user. His body has been tempered through countless battles. But what Su Jingming has endured, God's blood, extreme tempering, life and death refinement, is something no ordinary cultivation path can replicate. This won't be as simple as it looks. Out on the training floor, Zhongshan lowers into a solid stance. then triggers his A-rank B-style ability, his frame twisting and expanding until a massive gray wolf stands in his place, muscles coiled beneath thick fur. In that towering form, he tells himself he needs restraint. His opponent is an S-rank favored by both the dean and vice principal. Injuring him would bring nothing but trouble. The signal to begin sounds, and Zhongshan wastes no time. He warns his junior to watch himself and drives a heavy punch forward, confident even in moderation. Su Jingming doesn't dodge. He steps in and answers head-on. Their fists collide with a blast that cracks through the room like thunder. The shock runs straight up Zhongshan's arm and hurls him a step back. He stares in disbelief. He is peak tier 3, backed by an A-rank ability. Even holding back, that strike should have overwhelmed his opponent. Su Jingming tilts his head, almost puzzled, and asks whether his senior forgot to use his full strength. The words land harder than the punch. Zhongshan understands instantly. He misjudged him. Pride flares. Refusing to yield, he throws his head back and unleashes a savage howl, power surging through his transformed body. Su Jingming answers with nothing but a faint, knowing smile. They charge again. The training hall erupts with the sound of fists colliding in relentless succession. Blow after blow detonates through the air, neither side retreating, neither side faltering. From the sidelines, the dean studies every exchange. He observes the rhythm of their breathing, the speed of their pulses, and realizes Su Jingming's blood is circulating faster, likely driven by that mysterious beast emperor bloodline. The gap in rank exists, yet in raw physical force, they stand nearly equal. With the clash locked in deadlock, the dean finally speaks. He calls out to Su Jingming and grants him permission to activate the Thunder Pulse state. The effect is immediate. Zhongshan's composure cracks. He protests that he is already being pressured, but golden lightning is already dancing across Su Jingming's body, power rising in visible waves. The air itself hums. Zhongshan swallows and faces him, tension flooding his voice as he asks Brother Jingming to show mercy. Su Jingming, radiant with surging energy, simply nods. Minutes later, it's over. Zhongshan lies flat on the floor, chest heaving, strength spent. Su Jingming crouches beside him and produces a small vial filled with red liquid, explaining that the spar helped his teacher gain new insight and offering sincere thanks. Zhongshan accepts it without hesitation. Then, through labored breaths, he declares that if anyone dares question Shu Jin's name online, he will be the first to step forward and defend it. While Zhongshan struggles to steady his breathing, Su Jingming turns to Uncle Fu and asks when his master will emerge from meditation. Uncle Fu answers plainly that there is no fixed time. It might be a few hours. It might last several days. Cultivation does not follow a clock. Before the silence can settle again, Su Jingming's phone vibrates. The caller ID surprises him. Vice Principal Ling Xuan. The moment he answers, her crisp voice informs him that Jing University has delivered the original S-rank combat technique, Thunder Godfinger, and orders him to report to the Battle Technique Library to receive it. Surrounded by towering shelves of books, she decides she will fetch him personally. A golden portal tears open beside Su Jingming without warning. Ling Xuan steps out in one fluid motion, says nothing, and grips his shoulder. The next instant, he is dragged through the portal, feet leaving the ground as Zhongshan and Uncle Fu stare, stunned by the abrupt disappearance. They reappear inside an elegantly decorated room. A man sits calmly on a sofa. Ling Xuan, still holding Su Jingming aloft, introduces him as Magic City University's S-rank student, then presents the seated figure as Teacher Chen Lin from Jing University. Once released, Su Jingming lands and bows respectfully. The man smiles and returns the courtesy, addressing him as Student Shu. Ling Xuan explains that Teacher Chen is a low-rank Tier 7 Grandmaster who has fully mastered Thunder Godfinger. He will remain for half a month. Su Jingming is expected to seek his instruction frequently. Su Jingming nods in agreement, though inwardly he finds it slightly ironic. With his system, mastering the technique could be instantaneous. Outwardly composed, he tells Teacher Chen that he may trouble him often during this period. Teacher Chen dismisses the concern with a wave. He explains that he and Su Jingming's master are old acquaintances, and this visit doubles as a reunion. If Su Jingming needs anything, he can find him at Zhongshan's residence. By evening, fatigue finally shows on Su Jingming's face as he arrives at a large building for the society meeting. He apologizes for being late and states that the day demanded much of him. The doors open to a spacious hall filled with students. Voices rise in unison as they greet him as Vice President Shu. He scans the crowd and realizes just how large the society has grown. A young man with striking purple hair catches Su Jingming's attention and gestures for him to move forward, inviting him to take a seat in the front row. Once seated, the young man introduces himself as Vice President Du Liangping. He studies Su Jingming with open admiration, commenting on how unreal it is that he has already stepped into Tier 3, and even goes so far as to predict that the position of president will eventually fall into his hands. Su Jingming remains unmoved by the praise. Titles and speculation hold no weight in his expression. He cuts straight to the point and asks what the meeting is about. Du Yangping's demeanor shifts instantly. The casual excitement fades, replaced by a sharp seriousness. He explains that the discussion centers on the mission connected to the Heaven's Mandate sect. His tone hardens as he remarks that the sect must have lost all sense of survival to dare launch an attack on the freshman team. Then he looks directly at Su Jingming and asks whether he truly intends to take on this mission. Su Jingming answers without pause, without doubt, and without hesitation. Of course he does. At the Meteor Society meeting, Wuan steps forward with a heavy expression and announces that the Heaven's Mandate sect has resurfaced. The government has already issued an extermination order. The school, in response, has released a series of missions tied directly to this purge, and he urges every member to participate. When he turns his gaze to Su Jingming, he assumes the answer before asking it and offers to form a team. Seated beside Du Liangping, Su Jingming declines calmly. He will act alone. The decision is not reckless. In his mind, it is precise. Before stepping onto any battlefield tied to the Heaven's Mandate sect, he must first master Thunder God Finger. Another S-rank combat technique added to his arsenal will dramatically raise his survival odds in the conflicts ahead. With that priority set, he meets Teacher Chun in a quiet room. He states that he read the Thunder Godfinger manual the previous night, but still has unresolved doubts. Teacher Chun nods approvingly, praising his diligence and remarking that such effort is exactly what he expects from Magic City University's top student. He invites him to raise any question and promises to explain everything in full. Su Jingming directs attention to the section about resonating with the world's thunder and merging it into one's own energy. Teacher Chen explains that the core resembles the heavenly lightning technique Su Jingming already practices, but Thunder Godfinger stands on a far higher level. Its energy must be compressed far more densely, and the resulting transformations are vastly more intricate. The discussion stretches on, detail after detail dissected. 3 hours pass before the lesson concludes. Teacher Chen places a firm hand on Su Jingming's shoulder and praises his comprehension, stating that only practical application remains. He adds that reaching the same level of understanding took him more than 10 days. Su Jingming thanks him sincerely. The moment the theoretical framework is complete, he closes his eyes and issues a silent command to his system. Deep blue at points. Instantly, confirmation appears. Thunder Godfinger has reached beginner level. Teacher Chun, unaware of the invisible leap that just occurred, suggests testing the technique immediately to identify flaws. The suggestion catches Su Jingming off guard. From his perspective, there should be no flaws left. Still maintaining outward respect, he says he should return and practice alone so he does not occupy more of the teacher's time. Teacher Chun dismisses the hesitation with a simple wave. It will not take long. The path of retreat closes. Su Jingming nods and prepares to demonstrate. He raises his hand and begins circulating power. Golden lightning erupts around him, snapping violently through the air. The current coils along his arm and shoulders, bright and controlled. Teacher Chen watches with quiet satisfaction. The opening stance is flawless. Many gifted students fail to stabilize that posture within the first 2 months, yet Su Jingming holds it effortlessly. Then the atmosphere shifts. As the technique advances, Teacher Chen's smile fades into surprise. He can clearly sense that Su Jingming has already entered the second phase, resonating with the world's thunder. The memory surfaces instantly. Jing University's top student required 4 full months to reach that step. By all logic, the final and most difficult segment should be far beyond reach. Su Jingming shatters that assumption in the next breath. He lifts a single finger toward the sky. The accumulated lightning surges upward in a roaring column. High above the university, the energy compresses and condenses, forming a colossal golden hand forged entirely from thunderous power. It looms over the campus like a descending judgment. Teacher Chen freezes. Shock locks his body in place. Sweat gathers at his temple as he stares upward, struggling to understand how the Thunder Godfinger has manifested completely on the first attempt. His disbelief is cut short. Su Jingming's voice breaks through the air in alarm. He cannot retract it. The massive golden hand begins to descend, heavy with destructive force. Buildings below fall under its shadow. Teacher Chen reacts instantly. Blue lightning bursts around his own fingers as he gathers strength and fires a concentrated beam straight toward the falling construct. The two powers collide midair. A violent explosion tears across the sky, dispersing the golden hand into scattered light before it can reach the ground. Silence follows. Teacher Chen exhales slowly and confirms what he already sensed. The energy was genuine. Su Jingming truly released the Thunder God finger. His gaze sharpens as he warns that control must be refined immediately. If that strike had landed, the damage would have been catastrophic. Su Jingming lets out a strained laugh, clearly relieved that his teacher intervened in time. He lifts the still glowing scroll and remarks that since he's already grasped the technique, the manual should be returned. Teacher Chen can only stare, baffled, as Su Jingming, slightly embarrassed, says he will hurry back to practice and promptly departs. Alone in his office, Teacher Chen lowers his gaze to the manual in his hands and exhales slowly. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd it feels. Old Zhong Shan's new disciple. That boy isn't just talented. He's a complete anomaly. In his heart, Chen can only label him a monster. If Su Jingming weren't already Magic City University's prized S-rank cornerstone, he would have fought shamelessly to drag him over to Jing University, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on a quiet stretch of campus road, Su Jingming walks with his thoughts circling the move he just unleashed. The Thunder God finger. He replays the strike in his mind, calculating its output. The conclusion is clear. Its power borders on terrifying. Against weaker Tier 5 users, it might be outright unstoppable. But the price is just as brutal. One execution drained nearly half of his Dutch Divine lightning reserves. That kind of consumption in a real battle could turn deadly. He clicks his tongue and pulls out his phone. Eva, open the store. I need recovery pills for ability power. The holographic interface begins to load, but before he can browse, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns. Song Chiuyin approaches, eyes bright with curiosity. He asks why she's here, and she admits she saw a colossal lightning finger rising over the Villa district. There was no need to guess who caused that spectacle. She studies him closely, then asks what new technique he's acquired. Calmly, he tells her he's mastered the S-rank Thunder God finger for the Heavens Mandate sect assignment. A faint flush colors her cheeks. She asks what level the mission is. When he answers that it's S-rank and tied to one of the sect's branches, her expression falters. The excitement drains away. She understands immediately. A mission at that tier isn't something she can step into. After a brief silence, she forces a small smile and says she won't be going. All she can do is remain at school and hope he returns safely. Su Jingming looks at her and asks whether she isn't accepting a mission of her own. She says she wants to, but suitable teammates have been impossible to gather. He tells her to seek out Senior Sister Song. Her mood lifts at once. She nods decisively, saying she'll go find her right now, and asks him to come along. He agrees without hesitation, adding that he also needs to consult Jiang about purchasing recovery pills. And just like that, the two of them fall in a step together, heading deeper into campus as preparations quietly begin for the battles ahead. At the Mushi Cafe in Jining City, a 4-person team sits already assembled. The woman with short purple hair glances at the entrance, then at their blonde-haired captain, asking whether the representatives from Magic City University have arrived. The captain remains composed. The meeting is set for 8:30. There is no need for impatience. Another member mutters that they've been waiting far too long, only to be met with a sharp reminder. The local public security bureau is stretched thin, and this operation is already running on limited manpower. Someone asks who Magic City University is sending. The captain answers decisively. A 19-year-old freshman, Su Jingming. The table falls into instant disbelief. A freshman? One member scoffs, asking whether the university is sending a kid to die. Another dismisses it outright as a bad joke. The captain's expression hardens. He tells them to stop cutting him off and listen. Then he delivers the details that silence the room. Su Jingming possesses an S-rank ability. He is already a low-rank Tier 3 user. His combat strength stands at the peak of Tier 3. The atmosphere shifts immediately. Surprise replaces ridicule. A freshman with that level of power can only be described one way. A monster. Someone mutters that this is what a true genius looks like. The captain warns them to keep their attitudes in check when he arrives. As if on cue, the cafe door swings open. Su Jingming steps inside, calm and steady, offering a polite smile as he apologizes for the delay. The blonde-haired captain stands and responds that they have only just arrived as well. He extends his hand and introduces himself as Kaiju, a peak Tier 3 user with a B-class enhancement ability. He gestures to the others in turn. The long gray-haired man is Xiang Shan, a mid-rank Tier 3 support type user. The short purple-haired woman is Zhang Tong, a high-rank Tier 3 user with a fire type ability. The man wearing glasses is Sun Yin, also high-rank Tier 3, specializing in mental type abilities. With introductions complete, Kaiju wastes no time. They move straight to the purpose of the meeting. He activates a holographic projector, and two images materialize in the air between them. Their investigation into the Heaven's Mandate sect has narrowed the suspects down to two individuals. Zhao Wuhao, president of the Tiger Society. Ling Chong, CEO of Blue Ocean Technology. Kaiju states plainly that intelligence reports link both men to the sect. The hunt has finally taken shape. Kaiju taps the projection and states the objective without embellishment. Both men are to be captured and interrogated. Extracting information from them should lead directly to the Heaven's Mandate sect's local branch. Between the two, Ling Chong is assessed as the more troublesome target. For that reason, the plan is simple. Move on Zhao Wuhao first. Su Jingming's role is equally simple. Follow the team's operation tomorrow and provide support as needed. A faint smile touches Su Jingming's lips. He asks a single question. There are two targets. Why not split up? Kaiju answers immediately. Moving together reduces risk. In that moment, Su Jingming understands. They are treating him as reinforcement, not as an equal force. Calmly, he offers a revision. The more difficult target, Ling Chong, will be his responsibility. The Tiger Society can remain theirs. Kaiju studies him, skepticism evident. Even with an S-rank ability, challenging a mid-rank Tier 4 opponent is no small matter. That gap is real. Zhang Tong reacts more sharply. She states that Ling Chong travels with a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard. One person attempting that alone borders on reckless. She insists they adhere to the original strategy. Su Jingming remains steady. There is no hesitation in his voice. It will not be a problem. Zhang Tong's irritation surfaces openly. She turns to her captain and demands to know whether this freshman understands the gravity of the situation. Kaiju watches Su Jingming in silence. The confidence is not loud. It is absolute. After a brief pause, he exhales and makes his decision. He agrees to let him act independently. Reaching into his coat, he produces a data chip containing all intelligence gathered on Ling Chong and hands it over. Su Jingming accepts it with an assured smile. Inwardly, he notes the team's limited expectations. An S-rank student, underestimated. That misconception will correct itself soon enough. Inside a quiet room, Su Jingming stands before a holographic map projected from his portable EVA terminal. The Blue Ocean Technology Park glows in layered grids of light. Thousands of sensors blanket the perimeter. Patrol routes overlap with mechanical precision. Dozens of ability users rotate through constant surveillance. Ling Chong hasn't built a company headquarters. He has constructed a fortress, security denser than most military installations. His phone vibrates. Kaiju's voice comes through. The Bureau has approved a special action squad. 20 agents placed under Su Jingming's direct command. He listens, acknowledges the arrangement, and ends the call. Even with reinforcements secured, he knows the truth. When a moment arrives, numbers alone won't decide anything. The next day, seated in an outdoor cafe within the bustling, ultra-modern park, Su Jingming surveys the flow of employees and guests moving between glass towers. He turns to Captain Wang Yang, Peak Tier 2, leader of the Special Action Squad, reports in a steady tone. His team has combed every accessible sector. No blind spots, no structural vulnerabilities, no exploitable weakness in the defensive grid. Su Jingming absorbs the report. He had hoped to slip through quietly. That option is gone. If subtlety fails, force remains. Before he can move, a woman's voice calls his name with clear surprise. He turns. Lin Qingluan stands there, his former high school class monitor. For a second, the coincidence disorients him. He had nearly forgotten she was studying in Jean City. She asks what brought him all the way from Magic City. Tourism? Sightseeing? He answers vaguely. He wanted to visit Blue Ocean Technology Park, but wasn't granted entry. She immediately offers a solution. Her uncle has been invited to a technology exhibition inside. Bringing one additional guest would be effortless. Su Jingming accepts, genuinely appreciative. She laughs lightly, teasing him for still addressing her as monitor after all these years. As they pass through the entrance together, Su Jingming evaluates the opportunity. Direct access without confrontation. Clean. Efficient. He sends a silent instruction to keep the Special Action Squad on standby. Later, in an open-air courtyard framed by towering glass structures, Lin Hema, Qingluan's uncle, mentions that CEO Ling Chong will arrive shortly. He excuses himself to greet acquaintances, leaving the younger group free to explore. Su Jingming offers a polite smile and thanks him. Internally, the calculation sharpens. No infiltration required. The target is walking directly into his reach. As they wait beneath the glass canopy, Lin Qingluan studies him and finally asks the question she has been holding back. Has he become an ability user? When he confirms it, she exhales, envy obvious. 6 months. That's all it took him to stand as a true ability user, while she remains stranded at the awakened stage. Before he can respond, his phone vibrates. He steps aside and answers. Kaiju's voice comes through, tight with urgency. Have you located Ling Chong? The Tiger Society targets slipped through their net. Every single one. Ling Chong is now their only remaining threat. He cannot be allowed to escape. The warning sharpens Su Jingming's focus. Escape. As Kaiju continues speaking, a subtle inconsistency in the timing, the exhibition, the heavy security, everything aligns in an instant. His eyes widen slightly as realization locks into place. Kaiju notices the pause and demands to know what happened. Su Jingming steadies his tone. Nothing. Then he states calmly that he has identified Ling Chang's position. Back at headquarters, Zhang Tong presses Kaiju for updates. He informs her that Su Jingming has made contact, though specifics remain unclear. They are mobilizing immediately to reinforce him. Inside the technology park, Su Jingming lowers his phone and turns to Lin Qingluan. His expression has changed. Take your friends. Find somewhere secure. Stay out of sight. She stares at him, confused. What are they hiding from? His answer is direct. He did not come here as a visitor. Across the courtyard, Ling Chong, CEO of Blue Ocean Technology, stands amid business partners and invited guests, smiling as he exchanges pleasantries. Then a voice cuts through the air. Clear. Commanding. Ling Chong of the Heavens Mandate Sect. Surrender. Conversations freeze. Heads turn. Su Jingming steps forward, gaze locked on his target. He declares that an investigation conducted by the Jining City Public Security Bureau has linked Ling Chong to cult activity. All uninvolved civilians are to evacuate immediately. Anyone attempting to shield the suspect will be treated as an accomplice. Shock ripples outward. Ling Chong is a public figure, a corporate titan. The accusation sounds impossible, but the name of the Public Security Bureau carries weight, and no one can ignore the certainty in Su Jingming's voice. The moment the burly bodyguard Wu Hang steps forward, he plants himself in front of the CEO like a human wall, voice cold as he declares he's nothing more than hired muscle and knows nothing about any so-called cult. Then he lets out a sharp, mocking laugh, asking whether the Bureau has lost his mind to send a mere low-ranked Tier 3 brat to deal with someone of his boss's standing. Those words hit Lin Qingluan harder than any attack. She stiffens, eyes widening in disbelief. Tier 3, in less than a single semester? The realization crashes over her. Su Jingming's growth has already broken common sense. Su Jingming, however, doesn't waste a second on shock or pride. One glance is enough. The killing intent, the aura, the way Wu Hang shields the CEO without hesitation. Cult member. Confirmed. He decides this ends here. Calmly, almost casually, he instructs Eva to start recording the mission. Wu Hang's face twists with fury at the sheer disregard. Dark red energy seeps out of his body, spreading like blood and water, and an enormous sword materializes in his grip. With a savage roar of die, he lunges forward, unleashing a brutal blood tiger slash that tears through the air. Su Jingming shifts one step to the side. Clean. Effortless. The blade cuts nothing but empty space. Gasps explode from the onlookers. Some shout in alarm. Master Wu has made his move. A mid-ranked Tier 4 user. A monster in his own right. Wu Hong sneers from behind, claiming that dodging once means nothing. That luck runs out quickly. Su Jingming doesn't even glance at him. His voice remains level. There's no need to dodge again. He has already seen enough. In the next instant, golden lightning detonates around him. It crackles violently, wrapping his body in blinding brilliance. His hair flashes upward into radiant gold, sharp and untamed, while his eyes ignite with crushing power that makes the air itself feel heavy. Wu Hang's confidence shatters. His face drains of color. For a split second, he believes he's witnessing deification, a sacred transformation reserved for the sex god's blood envoys. But no, this isn't that. The form is different. The presence is different. Before he can process further, Su Jingming raises his hand. Thunder condenses into a savage sphere of gold, compressed to a lethal point. Stubborn, he throws. The spear of pure lightning rips forward and slams into Wu Hang's chest. There's no drawn-out struggle, no second exchange. The impact detonates through him, and the towering bodyguard crashes to the ground, defeated in a single strike. Silence falls. Lin Haima stands rooted in place, mind blank from the shock. Slowly, stiffly, he turns to his niece and asks in a strained voice whether the young man who just erased Master Wu in one move is really her former classmate. Lin Qingluan gives a slow nod, still trying to steady her breathing as she admits she's just as shaken by how terrifyingly strong he's become. Across the scene, Ling Chong watches his most powerful bodyguard fall like dead weight, and for the first time real fear crawls into his chest. Since when did the Public Security Bureau recruit something like this? He doesn't argue. He doesn't posture. He turns and runs. But the transformed Su Jingming lets out a faint scoff. Too late. His hand lifts. Thunder Prison. In a single blink, golden lightning erupts from the ground. It twists upward in violent arcs, weaving together into a blazing cage that slams shut around the fleeing CEO. The air fills with the sharp scent of ozone as the barrier locks in place. Su Jingming drops down in front of him, eyes glowing with a cold, inhuman light. His voice carries no emotion as he informs Ling Chong that his bodyguard is already dead. Then he delivers a quiet warning. Don't try anything foolish. Otherwise, there's no guarantee he'll be delivered for questioning in one piece. Inside the crackling prison, Ling Chong stares in disbelief. This isn't how the Bureau operates. This isn't restraint. This feels like a predator. He demands to know what is happening, but the question barely leaves his mouth. Su Jingming raises his hand again and condenses a sphere of violently crackling lightning. He drives it forward. The energy slams into Ling Chong's body, and the man instantly convulses, foam spilling from his mouth as his eyes roll back. A second later, he collapses unconscious within the blazing cage. The golden cage still crackles around the courtyard when the remaining guests and staff finally break. Panic spreads fast. They shout that they're innocent, that they have nothing to do with any cult, that they just came here for business. The Thunder Prison hums above their voices, trapping every last one of them inside its blazing framework. Then a special action squad in black suits storms in, weapons ready, movements sharp and disciplined. By the time they secure the perimeter, Su Jingming has already returned to his normal form. The golden hair fades. The lightning dies down. What remains is a calm young officer standing at the front of the formation. He faces the trapped crowd and speaks evenly. No one leaves until the investigation is complete. Anyone who attempts to flee will be treated as a cult member. The Bureau will not wrong the innocent, and it will not allow the guilty to escape. The shouting dies instantly. When Kaiju's team finally arrives at the technology park, they brace for chaos. Instead, they find something almost absurd. Silence. No craters. No shattered buildings. No scorched battlefield. Kaiju's expression darkens. He assumes the worst. Too late. Mission failed. Their only lead to the branch has slipped through their fingers. He curses under his breath and seizes a nearby squad member, demanding to know whether Ling Chong escaped. The agent blinks, confused. Everything is secure. The park is under control. Ling Chong has already been captured. Kaiju stares at him. Captured, he scans the surroundings again. There isn't a single visible sign of large-scale combat. The agent explains they don't know the details either. When they arrived, Officer Su Jingming had already handled everything. They were assigned cleanup and containment. That was all. The words hit Kaiju's entire team at once. Impossible. A mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard was stationed here. This wasn't a small-time guard. This was Master Wu. They find him a moment later. Wu Hang lies on the ground, lifeless. No dramatic wounds. No extended struggle. Just a body that never stood a chance. Kaiju crouches beside the corpse, examining the residual energy. The realization sends a chill down his spine. This wasn't a drawn-out battle. This wasn't an even exchange. Su Jingming didn't defeat a mid-rank Tier 4. He erased him. One strike. In that instant, Kaiju fully understands how badly he misjudged that S-rank student. A quiet wave of relief follows. At least he hadn't made the mistake of provoking him earlier. Footsteps approach. Su Jingming walks over as if nothing unusual has happened. Captain Kai steps forward immediately and thanks him for his efforts, openly admitting that his squad would have been completely outmatched here. He even promises to buy him a drink once this operation is concluded. Su Jingming dismisses it with a slight shake of his head. There's no time for that. The priority is interrogation. Ling Chong needs to talk. They need the location of the Heavens Mandate Sect branch. Not far away, Ling Chong sits restrained in heavy chains, the weight of the situation finally settling in. Sun finishes his mental probe and delivers the report without embellishment. The branch is located on the outskirts of Jining City. Around 200 cultists are stationed there. Their strength is far from trivial. 3 low-rank tier 4 God's Blood envoys, 1 mid-rank tier 4 envoy, and numerous lower tier members supporting them. Su Jingming hears the numbers and smiles. To him, this isn't a warning. It's confirmation. The nest has been found. Every envoy is nothing more than stored ability points waiting to be harvested. Kaiju reacts very differently. His brows knit together as he processes the lineup. For tier 4 envoys, 200 followers. He asks what the plan is regarding reinforcements. Su Jingming answers without hesitation. No reinforcements are necessary. He can handle it. They move now. The squad advances along a narrow path cutting through dense forest. Leaves brush against their uniforms as they approach the coordinates. Once in position, Sun Yan raises a hand and instructs everyone to relax so he can share his vision. His eye glows faintly. The perspective shifts. Through the shared sight, the concealment peels away. A massive gate comes into view, embedded directly into the side of a mountain, layered in alloy and masked by magic. Without the mental link, it would have been impossible to detect. Su Jingming notes silently how absurdly valuable mental abilities are in operations like this. Crouched behind cover, Kaiju turns to Yung Tong and asks whether her fire ability can melt or blast through the gate. She studies it carefully before admitting the alloy composition would make that extremely difficult. Before the discussion can drag on, Su Jingming steps forward. He produces a Tier 3 ability recovery pill and swallows it without ceremony. Golden lightning immediately spreads across his body as he transforms, the air around him tightening with pressure. Kaiju exhales quietly. Standing beside an S-rank student like this makes his so-called elite squad feel ornamental. In that radiant state, Su Jingming raises his hand toward the sky. Power gathers. The clouds churn. Then it descends. A gigantic golden finger of lightning crashes down from above and smashes directly into the mountain gate. The impact detonates with violent force. The alloy barrier shatters in an explosive blast, fragments tearing outward as the shockwave ripples through the forest. Kaiju and Yung Tong are thrown backward several steps, barely keeping their footing. They stare at the destroyed entrance in stunned silence. The thought presses into their minds at the same time. This is supposed to be Tier 3? The lightning fades. Su Jingming returns to his normal form, a faint smile touching his lips. The first time he attempted this technique, his teacher stopped him before it fully manifested. Now he has finally witnessed its complete destructive power. The lingering regret dissolves. He turns to Captain Kai and states plainly that the gate has been breached. He will enter first. Spear in hand, Su Jingming gives a single command. Eva switches to combat follow mode. He moves. No hesitation. No formation. He storms into the breached fortress alone. Behind him, Kaiju forces himself out of shock and shifts into his leopard-like beast form, muscles bulging, senses sharpening. He snaps orders of the squad. 10 remain outside to seal every exit. No one escapes. The rest follow him in. Inside, the fortress erupts into chaos. Sirens howl through the corridors as red warning lights flash across stone walls. Cultists scramble in confusion, until Priest Wong steps forward and crushes the panic beneath his voice. He declares their heavenly god eternal. He shouts that strength will be granted. He reminds them that the intruders are nothing compared to their mighty Tier 4 God's Blood envoys. His words harden fear into fanaticism. Weapons are raised. Killing intent surges. Heavenly God eternal. The chant never finishes. A streak of golden lightning rips through the hall. Bodies split apart. The formation collapses instantly. Priest Wong is struck before he can react, smashed sideways and hurled through the air. Su Jingming descends like judgment itself, landing in their center with his fist crashing into the floor. Stone fractures outward from the impact. He lifts his gaze, cold and edged with mockery, and apologizes for interrupting their rally. Then he asks where the God's Blood envoys are. The cultists erupt in fury. They spit curses. They laugh at the arrogance of a mere low-ranked Tier 3 daring to storm their stronghold alone. One of them rallies the rest, shouting that numbers will crush him, swarm him, tear him apart. They charge. Su Jingming exhales once, almost bored. They have severely misjudged themselves. Perish. Golden lightning detonates from his hands, expanding into a violent storm. The surge engulfs the charging cultists completely. Screams are swallowed by thunder. Flesh blackens. The current tears through bodies without pause. When the storm fades, what remains standing does so in trembling horror, staring at the smoking ruin of their comrades. One cultist collapses to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. He throws away his weapon and begs for mercy, promising to talk. Su Jingming studies him with an icy expression. He agrees to spare him, for now, then demands the location of the god's blood envoys. The answer spills out instantly. The envoys are gathered around a blood pool in the deepest section of the mountain. Su Jingming nods once. He understands. Lightning flashes. The surrendered cultist convulses and drops lifeless to the ground. Surviving cultists stumble back in horror, voices shaking as they scream at him, demanding to know why he would kill someone who had already surrendered. Su Jingming doesn't answer immediately. Golden lightning coils around his palm, snapping and hissing like something alive. A slow, sinister smile stretches across his face as he tilts his head slightly and asks, almost amused, "When did I ever say I wouldn't kill you if you surrendered?" The words crush whatever courage they had left. The remaining members of the Heaven's Mandate sect collapse into panic, dropping to their knees, swearing they were only misled, only bewitched, that they were victims too. They beg, they cry, they promise anything. Su Jingming's expression doesn't change. He calmly orders Eva to scan their identities. Seconds later, the results return. Wanted fugitives, murder, human trafficking, drug distribution, multiple counts, no innocence, no coercion, just filth hiding behind excuses. The last flicker of patience in his eyes vanishes. Golden lightning ignites in his pupils as he looks down at them and asks one final time whether they still want to talk about being forced. Then he gives his verdict. Die. The lightning erupts. A savage discharge explodes outward, devouring them in an instant. Screams don't even have time to finish before their bodies are torn apart and reduced to drifting ash. Silence returns. Footsteps echo down the corridor. Kaiju and Zhang Tong arrive just in time to witness the aftermath, both momentarily stunned by the sheer destructive force still lingering in the air. Su Jingming turns toward them calmly, as if nothing significant has happened. Kaiju quickly asks about the blood pool, the one tied to the bishop and the so-called God's blood envoys. Su Jingming confirms it exists. A breeding ground, a place designed to manufacture those envoys. They move deeper into the base. What they find makes the air feel colder. A hidden laboratory stretches out before them, lined with large containment tanks. Inside each one, humanoid figures float motionless in glowing blue liquid, suspended like unfinished experiments. For a moment, no one speaks. Then Su Jingming's jaw tightens. Human experimentation. The Heaven's Mandate sect isn't just delusional, it's rotting from the inside. Scum like this, he mutters coldly, don't deserve to live. Kaiju's eyes sharpen as she studies the facility. She recognizes the layout immediately. The blood pool, which means this operation connects directly to their other target, Zhao Wuhao. Before they can advance further, heavy footsteps thunder from the opposite end of the corridor. A bald, heavily muscled man steps forward, followed by a squad of cultists. His gaze locks on a kaiju first before shifting to Su Jingming. He raises a thick finger and declares with absolute confidence, "You'll all die here." Su Jingming studies them casually. He senses their auras. Peak tier 3 at best. A faint smirk curves his lips as he asks, almost lazily, where the god's blood and the so-called voice are hiding. The bald man's face twists in rage. He roars that they don't need their strongest members to deal with him and charges forward with killing intent. He never reaches his second step. A spear of condensed thunder flashes through the corridor. In the blink of an eye, it pierces straight through his chest. The massive body collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. One of the cultists stares in disbelief and screams that Bishop Shao is dead. Panic spreads instantly. In desperation, that same cultist blurts out an offer, claiming Su Jingming could join them, rise to a high-ranking position within the sect, gain power beyond imagination. Su Jingming doesn't even hesitate. The answer is rejection. He doesn't give them even a heartbeat to recover. Instead, he lets out a cold laugh and tells them their so-called intelligence network is garbage, because they never even figured out that he's the one who killed their holy son. The sentence detonates in the corridor. Whatever shred of composure the remaining cultists had shatters instantly. Faces go pale. Eyes widen. Recognition slams into them all at once. The S-rank freshman from Magic City University. It's him. Panic erupts. They spin around and bolt in every direction, abandoning formation, abandoning dignity, abandoning everything. Su Jingming doesn't chase. He simply raises his hand. Lightning arcs outward in branching streaks, precise and merciless. Several of them are struck mid-flight, bodies seizing violently before dropping to the ground in smoking heaps. Leave a few alive. Kaiju's voice cuts through the crackling air, sharp and immediate. We'll need them for interrogation. Su Jingming lowers his hand without complaint. Kaiju watches him closely. Clean movements, No wasted effort. No hesitation. No emotional fluctuation. Not like a student. Like a trained executioner. Su Jingming accepts the adjustment instantly, sparing the last few trembling survivors. Then he states that they're moving forward, into the blood pool. Before advancing, he crouches beside Bishop Zhao's corpse, searches it methodically, and retrieves an access card. A heavy metal door looms ahead. One swipe. The lock disengages. They step inside. The stench hits first. Thick, metallic, suffocating. Kaiju and Zhang Tong instinctively stiffen as their eyes lock onto the massive circular pool dominating the chamber. Blood-red liquid churns slowly within it, swirling as though alive. The moment they enter, the surface trembles. It reacts. Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. He refuses to gamble. A spear of lightning forms in his hand and shoots straight into the center of the pool. The chamber explodes with motion. The liquid convulses violently, blasting upward in a towering surge of crimson spray. The ground trembles, but Su Jingming's expression doesn't change. One strike isn't enough. More thunder spears materialize around him. He drives them down in rapid succession, each one slamming into the pool with ruthless precision. Again, and again, and again, relentless. From the side, Kaiju mutters under his breath about how absurdly cautious he is. Zhang Tong, meanwhile, stares in disbelief at the speed. No chant, no delay, just technique after technique unleashed seamlessly. Then the entire chamber shakes. A furious roar erupts from within the blood. The surface detonates. A massive lion-like beastman bursts out, crimson liquid cascading off his body as he lands with a thunderous impact, bellowing for them to stop. 3 more figures follow, springing from the pool to flank him, one bulky and pig-faced among them. Su Jingming studies them in silence. 3 low-ranked tier 4s, 1 mid-ranked tier 4. He calculates the balance instantly. Without looking back, he tells Kaiju and Zhang Tong to stay where they are. Don't interfere. The lion-like leader locks on a Su Jingming and charges, every step cracking against the floor as he snarls that these lowly humans dare to mock them. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He answers evenly that they don't seem to consider themselves human either. That only fuels the beastman's arrogance. Chest swelling, he declares they are divine envoys chosen by the heavenly god, existences far beyond ordinary mankind. Su Jingming's lips curve. Then let's see what's so divine about you. He moves first. Spear forward. No hesitation. Steel and lightning collide head-on with the lion-like leader in a violent clash that shakes the chamber. The beastman grins through the impact, taunting that even if Su Jingming is S rank, there are still 4 of them. As if rehearsed, the other 3 envoys leap skyward and spread out, sealing every angle around him. Weapons rise. Killing intent locks in. They descend together. The combined strike crashes down. Su Jingming doesn't even blink. Thunder armor ignites around his body in an instant, a violent explosion of lightning erupting outward. The shockwave blasts into the envoys mid-attack, ripping apart their formation and knocking their weapons aside as if they were toys. Electricity coils around him like a living storm. He glances at them almost lazily and asks whether that was supposed to be a massage. Before they can recover, his spear begins to spin, faster and faster. Golden lightning spirals outward, wind screaming through the chamber as raw energy condenses into a terrifying vortex around him. The floor fractures beneath the pressure. Then, he releases it. One seamless motion. The spinning strike detonates outward in a blinding surge, the whirling torrent of thunder tearing through all 4 gods' blood envoys simultaneously. No resistance. No second exchange. Their bodies are shredded apart midair. Silence falls as fragments crash down around the chamber. System notifications flicker across Su Jingming's vision. 4 kills confirmed. 4,500 ability points acquired. He stands over what remains. Expression steady. Pulse unchanged. Not bad. He notes internally. Efficient harvest. He searches the bodies without ceremony. A space ring. Pills. Rare herbs. Stacks of cash. The mission has turned out far more profitable than expected. Kaiju and Zhang Tong approach slowly, still processing what they've just witnessed. Kaiju can't contain it and blurts out that Su Jingming is unbelievable. Zhang Tong, equally stunned, asks whether everyone from Magic City Ability University is really this strong. Su Jingming answers lightly that they are, then adds that he's just a little more special. Kaiju snorts at the understatement and calls it humility before announcing that since the mission is officially complete, they're holding a celebratory banquet tonight, and Su Jingming has no option but to attend. Su Jingming smiles faintly and agrees. The next day, The atmosphere shifts. At the university mission hall, students crowd around the glowing terminals, noise filling the space. One girl storms away from a screen, complaining that her D-class mission was absurdly difficult and nearly got her killed. Not far from her, a boy proudly declares that he just cleared his own D-class task and pocketed 74 credits. Then someone notices him. Su Jingming. Whispers ripple through the hall. What is he here for? Did he turn in a C-class mission? Maybe a B-class? One student lowers his voice and speculates. Could be an A-class? Another immediately scoffs, pointing out that an elite Tier 4 senior just submitted an A-class mission minutes ago. There's no way Su Jingming is already operating at that level. The noise swells. Su Jingming ignores all of it. He walks forward calmly, expression unchanged, and places his mission card onto the terminal. The machine activates instantly. Light floods the screen. A clear announcement echoes through the hall. First S-class mission against the Heaven's Mandate sect. Successfully completed. Glory ranking updated. Current position, number 1. The mission hall freezes. The same students who were speculating seconds ago stand motionless, faces empty as their brains struggle to process what they just heard. Then the disbelief erupts. He completed an S-class mission. He actually did it. The massive screen in the university hall flickers and refreshes. The updated glory ranking appears for everyone to see. First place, Su Jingming. Mission level, S-class. Completion time, just over 67 hours. Below his name sit Li Kong and Zhang Yue, both credited with A-class completions. The crowd falls into stunned silence. A freshman, highest difficulty mission, finished in barely 3 days. No one expected the top of the ranking to flip this violently. Then a sharply dressed young man steps forward, calm and composed, stopping directly in front of Su Jingming. He remarks that he didn't expect anyone to clear an S-class mission faster than he did, and adds that Su Jingming truly lives up to the rumors. He introduces himself as Yao Fong and says he prefers to befriend strong people. The surrounding students react immediately. Iceberg Yao Fong, top 5 in the university. The realization hits even harder. Su Jingming completed the mission faster than him. Su Jingming recalls the name instantly. Tier 4 senior from the Element Academy. A-rank ice ability. High-level combat reputation. He accepts the handshake politely and replies that he's heard quite a lot about him as well. Yao Fong explains that he and several friends had made a wager over who could finish an S-class mission first. Su Jingming crushed that competition outright. Later, he says he'll introduce him to the rest of the group. Su Jingming agrees calmly. As the conversation ends, a quiet thought crosses his mind. So this is what it feels like to be acknowledged by the university's true elites. After some time, he leaves the hall. Before taking on another mission, he heads toward a grand, traditional residence tucked within the campus grounds. Inside, his master is waiting, Zhongshan. Beside him stands senior brother Lu Ming. Su Jingming greets them properly and gets straight to the point, asking whether there has been any breakthrough regarding the improvement of the indestructible Thunderbody technique. Zhongshan exhales slowly. Only one clue so far. Nothing more. Lu Ming shifts the topic immediately, grinning as he congratulates his junior brother, not just for completing an S-class mission, but also for becoming acquainted with the famous Yao Fong. Su Jingming doesn't even need to ask how he knows. Lu Ming explains he saw it on the university's official website. The news is already circulating. Then Lu Ming adds another thought. If Su Jingming completed an S-class mission alone, there's a real possibility he could secure a slot in the upcoming National University League. The implication hangs in the air. Zhongshan drops the bomb without warning. Vice Principal Ling Shuang has already confirmed it. Su Jingming has secured a reserved spot in the league. For a second, Lu Ming just stares at him, mind blank. Then it hits. His junior brother is about to become the first freshman in their university's history to step onto that stage. But Zhongshan doesn't allow the shock to settle. He waves them toward the training room and orders a live combat session. Right now. Inside the arena, the air tightens. Lu Ming locks eyes with Su Jingming and states plainly that he won't be holding back. No smiles. No courtesy. Just battle. Zhongshan gives the signal. The match ignites instantly. Lu Ming moves first. Turquoise lightning erupts around him in a violent surge, his aura expanding as his transformation completes in a flash. The pressure spikes. Su Jingming answers without hesitation. Golden lightning coils over his body, brighter and denser, his presence swelling until the room itself seems to tremble. The moment Lu Ming feels that overwhelming scale of power, his instincts scream one thing. End this fast. He shoots forward like a bolt. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He steps in to meet him head-on. Their first clash detonates. Lightning collides with lightning in a deafening explosion that shakes the entire training room. Energy bursts outward in waves, tearing across the barrier. The fight doesn't slow. It only escalates. Blow after blow lands with brutal force. Turquoise and gold streak through the arena, colliding again and again in violent flashes. And yet, 3 minutes later, it's over. The lightning fades. Lu Ming drops to one knee, breathing hard, strength drained to the point he can't remain standing. He exhales and admits defeat without bitterness. Su Jingming immediately downplays it, suggesting his senior brother must have gone easy on him. Lu Ming cuts that off at once. He didn't hold back, not even a little. He calls Su Jingming what he truly is, a monster, but there's no resentment in his voice. Instead, his eyes shine with excitement. If this is the level of power entering the league, then he absolutely has to witness the National University League in person. Zhongshan nods in satisfaction, praising his disciple's performance before asking what Su Jingming plans to do next. He even makes it clear that any leave from classes will be approved without question. Su Jingming answers calmly. He'll focus on missions. Inwardly, his thoughts are colder. Hunting God's blood envoys yields ability points far more efficiently than chasing ferocious beasts. Efficiency matters. 1 month passes. Students crowd into the university hall to check the final glory rankings. Conversations buzz, then abruptly fall silent. At the very top stand a name no one can ignore. Su Jingming. 3 S-class missions, 6 A-class missions, 4 B-class missions. Behind him are Kong Shi and Zhongshan. Murmurs ripple through the hall. Even Kong Shi, a senior of undeniable strength, has been overtaken. And the one who surpassed them all is a freshman. Su Jingming steps into the awards hall still thinking about one thing. What exactly is he about to receive? The moment he appears, the noise in the room shifts. Eyes turn. Whispers spread. Then someone senses it. Mid-rank tier 3. The realization spreads like wildfire. In barely half a year, he's gone from an awakener to this level. That kind of growth isn't normal. It isn't even reasonable. Somewhere in the murmurs, a new name surfaces. Thunder Emperor. Zhongshan walks over with a knowing smile, clearly entertained, and casually brings up the title. Su Jingming stiffens immediately, face heating as he dismisses it as exaggerated nonsense. Zhongshan doesn't press him. Instead, he turns and introduces him to Bloodhand Shindongling. She studies him openly from head to toe, gaze sharp and measuring. Then she nods, remarking on his hardened physique and saying the nickname fits. Without missing a beat, she asks where the 2 girls who usually follow him around are. Su Jingming answers plainly. They're preparing for exams. He needs to return and study as well. Zhongshan blinks at that reminder. For all this monstrous performance, Su Jingming is still just a freshman. At that moment, a suited official steps forward to begin the ceremony. The hall quiets. The announcement rings out clearly. First place on the glory ranking. 978 kills of Heaven's Mandate sect members. The reward, 1 S-class resource, and 3,000 credits. The hall erupts. Nearly 1,000 cultists. Students stare at him like he's something inhuman. Some call him savage. Others whisper that he's even more ruthless than Bloodhand Shun Dongling herself. Shun Dongling raises a brow, openly admitting she eliminated fewer than 500. Su Jingming doesn't react to the noise. He simply explains that 2 of his missions happen to lead directly to sect branches. The numbers escalated from there. The official presents the reward, a bottle containing 10 grade 6 Geyuan pills, and offers a formal encouragement to claim first place again next time. After the applause fades, Zhongshan leans closer with an offhand suggestion. Instead of pushing himself through missions so relentlessly, why not get closer to Song Qiuyan? Her clan is powerful. The path would be smoother. Su Jingming rejects the idea instantly. He states it without hesitation. He has no intention of relying on a woman for advancement. In his mind, the calculation is simple. No background, no clan, no connection. None of them can compete with his deep blue system. Later, alone in a private room, Su Jingming sits down and begins calculating his next move. His teacher's earlier guidance surfaces in his mind. If he wants a more complete combat system, he can't rely on lightning alone. He needs a close-quarters method that can anchor his power. A fist technique. He opens the holographic interface and scrolls through the options without hesitation. His gaze locks on a one name, Thunder Dragon Fist. An A-class technique. Good enough. He selects it immediately. The plan forms in a clean sequence. Use the system to push it to beginner level first. Then find his teacher and test its real combat value. No wasted time. No unnecessary detours. The decision has barely settled when his phone rings. Vice Principal Ling Shuang. He heads to her residence without delay. The moment he steps inside, something feels different. Subtle, but undeniable. The air around her carries a deeper pressure. Ling Shuang sits calmly on an ornate sofa. Su Jingming studies her for a second before speaking directly. Has she advanced? A faint smile touches her lips. She praises his perception. The confirmation lands heavily. Su Jingming congratulates her sincerely. Inwardly, calculations run fast. The other two vice principals are already in their 50s and still stuck. Yet Ling Shuang, who appears far younger, has stepped ahead of them. Just how old is she? The thought barely forms before Ling Shuang gently scolds him, saying it's impolite to casually speculate about a woman's age. Su Jingming freezes. His spine stiffens. A single, reckless question slips out before he can stop himself. Has she read minds? The instant the words leave his mouth, regret slams into him. He's just exposed himself. Ling Shuang's reputation flashes through his memory. Strict, decisive, merciless in discipline. And now she stands before him as a Tier 8 Grandmaster. A cold spike of fear shoots through him as he imagines the consequences of offending someone at that level. Ling Shuang only smiles. There are no mind-reading techniques involved. Tier 8 simply means the spirit has reached a level where even the smallest emotional fluctuation becomes obvious. Micro-expressions, tension in breathing, shifts in gaze, nothing escapes notice. The explanation is direct. She advises him not to reveal so much on his face when standing before high-ranking ability users. Su Jingming nods at once, relief spreading through him when he realizes she isn't angry. Then she says something that catches him completely unprepared. She's 34, not the elderly figure he'd subconsciously imagined. 34. She even pauses briefly, as if wondering why she's offering personal details to a student at all. Su Jingming can only stare. The average Tier 8 Grandmaster is 46. His own teacher, Yonggan, is past 50 and still stranded at the peak of Tier 7. The gap is enormous. He blurts out that she's unbelievably young for her realm. Ling Shuang dismisses the comment with a wave and shifts the subject smoothly. What are his plans for winter break? He answers without hesitation. He'll return to Jiangnan and cultivate for a month inside the Thunder Secret Realm. As soon as the words leave him, he turns inward and asks his AI, Ava, for the straight line distance. 563 kilometers. Ling Shuang nods immediately. That range is acceptable. After advancing to mid-rank Tier 8, she can teleport up to 600 kilometers in a single jump. The implication is clear. She can reach him. Before dismissing him, her tone turns firm. The Heaven's Mandate sect has begun counterattacking. If he ever encounters life-threatening danger, he must crush the talisman she gave him. No hesitation. The reassurance settles heavily in his chest. Her existence alone feels like a shield position above him. But reliance is temporary. If he wants true security, he has to rise. Later, at his master's residence, Su Jingming begins practicing the Thunder Dragon Fist. He steps forward and throws a punch. Lightning erupts. Energy condenses around his fist, surging outward in the shape of a roaring thunder dragon. It charges ahead in a violent streak before exploding with crushing force. The ground trembles from the impact. Zhongshan watches closely, satisfaction clear in his eyes. Su Jingming has already grasped the foundation. The core of the technique is simple in theory and brutal in execution, control and speed. The tighter the ability is compressed, the less wasted energy. The faster the punch, the greater the destructive output. Precision, compression, acceleration. Master those three, and the dragon's bite becomes lethal. After the session, Zhongshan takes out a grade 6 protective talisman and hands it over. It can block attacks from anyone below Tier 7 for 3 full minutes. Su Jingming accepts it seriously. An ancient civilization relic at this level is not something that appears on the market. 3 minutes against a Grandmaster level threat is the difference between life and death. The Dean then offers another layer of preparation. A graduated senior, Jiang Luo, has been assigned as a supervisor inside the Thunder Secret Realm. He'll send over the contact information. A familiar connection will reduce unnecessary friction. Zhongshan's tone turns cautious. The Secret Realm is more than 500 kilometers away. In his view, Ling Shuang's teleportation shouldn't cover that range. Su Jingming responds evenly. She has already advanced to mid-rank Tier 8. Her teleportation limit is now 600 kilometers. The statement leaves Zhongshan briefly speechless. When he finally reacts, he can only remark on Ling Shuang's frightening advancement speed, reaffirming her position as the university's strongest S-rank user. Then his eyes narrow slightly. for Su Jingming to know such confidential information ahead of the rest of the institution. Their relationship must be far closer than ordinary. With that realization, he exhales. If Ling Shuang is personally watching over him, then much of the external risk diminishes. 2 days later, Su Jingming arrives at the Jinghu community in Jian City. His aunt, his uncle Tang Dawen, and his cousin Tang Qi welcome him warmly. His aunt immediately comments that he has grown taller. He tells them he brought gifts. Later, seated together in the living room, he places a box on the table and opens it. 3 rings gleam inside. Tang Qi gasps. Space rings. She has only seen one before, at her mentor's residence. Su Jingming explains each ring contains 1 cubic meter of storage space. That detail shocks her even more. Her mentor's ring holds less. But Tang Dawen reacts immediately, voice firm. Put them back. They cannot accept something like this. His uncle adds the numbers plainly. A single ring is worth at least 50 million. That amount equals decades of family savings. Even Tang Qi lowers her head. The gift is far beyond what they can justify receiving. Su Jingming doesn't entertain their hesitation for even a second. He casually lifts his hand and reveals the space ring on his finger, stating that it holds 10 full cubic meters. And now that he has stepped into mid-rank Tier 3, the smaller rings are nothing but clutter to him. The words drop like a bomb. His cousin stares at him, stunned, blurting out that he's already mid-rank Tier 3 when even the mentors at her school have only just reached Tier 4. Su Jingming Wan beams with unconcealed pride, declaring that their Jingming has truly made it. Hearing that, his uncle's rigid posture finally eases. He decides his daughter can accept one of the rings, but firmly refuses on behalf of himself and his wife. Then, as if a weight has lifted, he turns back toward the kitchen in unusually high spirits to finish cooking. That night, alone in his room, Su Jingming's expression sharpens. It's time to test the S-class cultivation resource he earned, the grade 6 Guan pill. He takes out the glowing purple pill, studies it for a breath, then swallows it in one clean motion. Instantly, a fierce current of energy detonates inside him, surging through his limbs and flooding every meridian with violent force. Half an hour later, he opens his system panel. The numbers make even him pause. The S-class resource lives up to its reputation, pushing both his physique and spirit attributes up by more than 10 points each. Under normal cultivation, he would struggle to gain even half a point in a session. The difference is absurd. Still, he clicks his tongue at the limitation. 1 pill per day, due to its side effects. Even so, his conviction doesn't waver. Compared to everything else, his deep blue system remains the true path to explosive growth. The following day, he arrives at the Thunder Secret Realm in Dongyi City. Waiting there is his senior, Jiang Luo. After a brief greeting, Jiang Luo ushers him into the car and drives toward a towering wall in the distance, explaining that the secret realm lies beyond it. Su Jingming glances at the sky and asks whether the rumors are real, whether thunderclouds permanently blanket the heavens inside, lightning crashing down without rest from dawn to dusk. Jiang Luo only gives a knowing smile and tells him he'll see soon enough. They drive through dense forest until enormous ancient pillars emerge ahead, marking the entrance. As the vehicle rolls forward, an automated security system activates, scanning them both. Jiang Luo is identified as a supervisor. Su Jingming's identity is verified through his S-Class pass from Magic City Ability University, the system even noting that his access remains valid for nearly another 30 days. Verification complete. A massive gate grinds open with a thunderous rumble. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo presses the accelerator and drives them straight into the Thunder Secret Realm. But the moment the car crosses through, there's no savage wasteland waiting for them. Instead, they roll onto a spotless, modern city street. Su Jingming's eyes narrow slightly. Jiang Luo glances at him and asks whether he's surprised. Su Jingming doesn't hide it. He admits no one standing outside that ordinary wall could ever imagine something like this existing within. They continue forward. Soon, a colossal metal barrier rises ahead, cold and imposing. Beyond it, the sky churns violently, green lightning tearing through thunderclouds with deafening force. The contrast is jarring. Su Jingming exhales slowly, remarking that this is nothing like he imagined. He expected something primitive, wild, yet here stands a structured city shielding apocalyptic thunder. Inwardly, he can't stop analyzing it. How does something on this scale remain concealed behind what appears to be a simple city wall? Jiang Luo answers calmly. It's the work of high-ranking space-time ability users. The wall they passed through earlier wasn't a wall at all. It was a space gate. This urban zone is merely a segregated safe district designed for ability users to live, regroup, and recover. The true Thunder secret realm lies far beyond, within that raging storm zone at the outermost edge. As the vehicle moves deeper inside the district, Jiang Luo begins explaining one of the realm's core resources, the Thunder Crystal Core. It's harvested from Thunder Beasts. Tier 1 beasts don't drop them. Tier 2 and Tier 3 drops depend purely on luck. But a Tier 4 Thunder Beast guarantees one without exception. Then, without ceremony, he hands Su Jingming a top-grade Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Core as a welcome gift. The crystal hums faintly with restrained lightning. Jiang Luo explains the simplest method of use. Crush it, release the contained lightning, and temper the body with its stable energy. Su Jingming accepts it, but immediately questions something more direct. If lightning is the source, why not step into the storm itself and cultivate in the raw thunder? Jiang Luo's expression turns serious. The storm's lightning is violently unstable. Its intensity fluctuates without warning. One moment survivable, the next lethal. The energy inside a Thunder Crystal Core, however, is refined, steady, controlled, predictable. He adds another warning. Thunder beasts are stronger than ordinary beasts of the same tier, and both the lightning and the creatures grow exponentially more terrifying the closer one approaches the storm center. By the time they approach the living quarters, Jiang Luo suggests resting for the night. Su Jingming refuses without hesitation. Waiting is pointless. He wants to enter immediately. Jiang Luo studies him for a moment, then gives a faint smile and agrees to see him off. No wonder his teacher holds him in such high regard. An S-rank user is rare. An S-rank user who refuses to slow down is something else entirely. Far from the storm-wrapped city, the scene shifts into darkness. Inside a cold, suffocating chamber lit only by dim, wavering flames, a cloaked figure kneels with his head pressed low against the stone floor. Before him stands the Lord Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect, his presence heavy enough to crush the air itself. The kneeling member speaks without lifting his gaze. He reports that the student from Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming, has massacred more than 1,000 of their followers in a single month. 2 entire branches erased. Not scattered, not crippled, wiped out completely. The chamber grows even colder. The cloaked disciple continues, voice tight, stating that Su Jingming has now entered the Thunder secret realm and awaits further instructions. For a moment, the Lord Archbishop says nothing. Then his voice descends, calm but edged with killing intent. Su Jingming possesses an S-rank ability. That alone changes everything. Any move against him cannot allow room for retaliation, escape, or survival. If they strike, it must be absolute. A single blow. A guaranteed kill. He decides this matter must be reported upward to the sect's general leader. But even before that report is delivered, his final command hangs in the chamber like a death sentence. When they move, it will be to end Su Jingming completely. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.